I got multiple devices. How you living, Squid? What's up, pimp? Oh man, I gotta take a shit. Oh man. Squid, do you remember the best shit you've ever taken in your entire life? Do you know what the meconium is? To me, it sounds like a kind of like something that's supposed to be on the periodic table of elements. But it's a baby's first poop. Anyway. I gotta take a shit, man. Oh, just one moment. I'm just trying to get this fucking thing going. You ever watch ViralRabbi? It was a show like 18 years ago on MTV. It had Don Vito on it. Yo, dog. Do you remember ViralRabbi? You remember ViralRabbi? Yes. Hi. Okay, just a moment. I'm gonna take a shit. It was a quick show. Hope you enjoyed it. Shout out to Squid Girl. Squid Girl is one of the fucking people that I am. Alright, back to this cam. Alright, there we go.
5 in the morning. I got my parents, Ape and Phil, asleep right here. I mess with Phil all day and he never gets pissed off. But today is the day I'm going to make sure he loses it. And if Phil survives it all, he's going to... Little fire pole.
I don't even believe it. Are you insane?
How the guy being wolf was he? Fire pole. I'll iron on hamburgers on every one of Phil's clothes, so whatever he decides to pick, there's just hamburgers on them because that's his favorite kind of food. Where are they?
Nowhere.
Oh yeah, like gee, where did she put it? Shorts, hamburger. Give him the big one.
No, not that short. Come on.
Hamburger.
Give me that.
No. Hey, no. You're gonna have to deal with that. That's something you're just gonna have to deal with. Iron that shit.
I'm trying. You can't iron it because the iron's in here.
Oh. Do we have another one? Oh. Hey!
Wait. Stop. No, it's the iron.
Oh. Where is it?
I don't know. I am not happy. Get it back in there. Back in there. Dark.
Hey, how come all my shirts are like this?
We got meat in the fucking teeth. Phil's gonna have to brush his teeth with this shit.
Hey!
Did you brush your teeth?
Yeah.
Did you like the toothpaste?
And what's wrong with it?
There's meat on it.
Where's meat?
Look! Meat! Ew! Dude, meat! You didn't brush your teeth with that!
Who the hell did it?
Oh, it reached! You didn't even notice?
I was just sort of quick to come out. I was going to do better later.
Who would brush their teeth with meat? Looks like shit.
So where's my real tooth fucking paste?
Just picture Phil and Don Vito together discovering what hydraulics are all about.
Yeah, I'd like to get the bread on. So I'll get 2 of those and then with 2 orange juices with the sausage and then 1 egg muffin.
Oh, I want mine with bacon.
Oh, wait, he wants 1 with bacon. And then the number 1 with the coffee.
2 hash browns, too.
And an extra hash brown.
2.
2 extra. 3 extra hash browns? Yeah.
2.
All right, 2. That'll work.
All right, ready? Yeah. All right, here we go. There's a pole in my room. How many kids would like to have a fire pole in their room? Well, I beat you to the punch, you little jerks. Fire pole time.
This is fucking nuts.
Do it! It has a weight restriction, Phil.
It does?
Yeah.
All right. How free and clear then, right?
It's about 1,000 pounds.
Ah, I gotta gain some weight.
Here we go.
See, no control.
There.
He put ground beef in his toothpaste. He didn't complain once.
He didn't even notice.
He just said it tastes like beef jerky. Not mad at all.
You got the toothpaste, loved it. You got the fire pole, loved it. The hydraulics, him and Don Vito had a fucking blast. He has hamburgers on his ass of his jeans, and he has hamburgers on his t-shirt. Phil's hell day is just gonna be forever. I got his keys. We're gonna just rob Phil's van. This where you wanted it? Unit won't start. No more van. I want everything on the vehicle to be jacked. Time for delivery. I think I changed my mind. I want it back.
Do you have the van keys? Because I haven't seen them.
You getting ready to go somewhere?
Let's go to the post office.
Oh, Christ, Phil, wait till you see this. Look at this watch shop. I love that van, man. It's nuts.
God!
I'd go get to work now. Don't say it. What I almost made it.
I don't even believe it.
That's messed up.
We got you a new ride, Phil. Yeah, right there. You like that?
No, you're kidding.
That's for real, or is it gonna blow it
Oh, it's a Cadillac Costco.
Hey, get right in. That's a joke, right? That's a joke. Is this a joke? Is it stolen?
You like it?
Yeah, we'll keep it. Man, you can do something to my truck while I'm gone. I'll take one of these.
Like we have another spike.
You can blow it up.
Shut up.
I'm serious.
No problem.
And why'd you fart on my peach?
It wasn't. It wasn't a proper one, so it doesn't count.
That wasn't a proper one. What'd you want to happen?
I want it to sound more like this.
We did not live at the sewer plant.
Here we are having a perfect breakfast right before Ape and Phil are going to go to Atlantic City. Little do they know, as soon as they leave, we have 10 of the best skaters coming, and we are going to put so many ramps in this house, and it is going to be hell. Ape is going to flip out.
Jen, do you think you could help me, like, out in the kitchen for a sec, please? Listen, while we're gone, I don't want a million people in here. And the house, like, getting trashed. I just want to, mention it, because he doesn't listen. It'll be fine. Okay, well, I trust you.
Come on, Atlantic City, let's wait. Come on.
Get the fucking door, right?
Give me here, honey.
I need to take good care of everything,
Have
right?
fun in AC. Oh, yeah, I'm going to take care of everything for sure.
Better.
Have fun, Big Mellow. Hell's yeah, it is party time now. It is time to rock. Bring him in. It is on. Take April Filler in Atlantic City, and they have no idea that there's $20,000 worth of ramps getting put inside the house.
Yeah, that's a lot of fucking ramps. I don't think we have enough. I've done this before.
All right, dude.
I put this in, everybody's house. Try to break as little as possible.
Oh, wait. Yeah, whoa. This is April's kitchen, which she has hand painted. She painted that. This is April's life. See all these little things? If anything happens to any of this stuff, we are all dead.
I need all the little trinkets. Anything that's important needs to fit in this bag and leave this room in about 3 minutes. Do you want me to put something in first?
No. I'll do it. No. Give me that. I'm gonna have a heart attack.
I need to rest up.
I can't believe I'm in this car with that.
How do you get it out?
The window.
There's piss everywhere.
Just keep an eye on Dunn. I don't want him holding a raisin.
Why don't we ever do this cool shit to my house?
Because you don't have a house.
Oh, yeah.
Bam! Done fucking stuff!
You can't touch anything in this house. You
I got a tool belt and everything.
If Don has a hammer in his hand in the house, something's bound that happened bad that you won't be able to fix.
This is why he doesn't get tools.
Did you just break that?
He did.
How?
I got one job to carry a knickknack up and the head busting off.
God, how did you manage to break this?
A 1974 limousine the whole way to Atlantic City. Really fun.
Okay.
This is like a nice house and we're just totally shredding it up with skate ramps.
It's gonna be nuts.
Dude, I really think Abe might have a heart attack. Like, it's possible.
Some of the heaviest rain is moving into the Westchester area. It looks like most of it is going to continue into tomorrow, and, well, even more is on the way.
We got Birdman coming. Tomorrow's the only day he could skate, and then he's shipped out back to SoCal. Word out on the street, it's going to rain, which, I don't even want to think about it.
Skate ramp that tarp. It's checking inventory.
Good.
I'm on the horn.
It better not rain. You can't do this to me.
What do you say?
Oh, nice. Can you go from the outside to the inside?
Hell yeah.
Oh, sweet. I love how you keep everything on the mantelpiece. This is not real. This is awesome. This is crazy.
We're having a tent just in case it rains. Look how freaking high that thing is.
I'm just trying to get my mind off anything Bam might be doing. This could be a precursor to disaster. I hope you're having fun because we could be walking into hell, the gates of hell.
Sorry, April.
We're getting rain off and on heavy at times, then periods of rain with thunderstorms tonight and tomorrow.
It just started pouring and turned into a shanty town out here. It didn't rain this hard even in DC. It's even worse.
Supposed to be like this, I
care if it's rain or shine, we are shredding today.
I'm so sorry. I promised that I wouldn't let anything happen to your house. This thing is like seriously leaking so bad. Ghetto limousine. So many cars here. Holy shit. Our neighbors are gonna hate us. What's in our backyard?
It looks like a nice piece of
Oh,
Hey, Rabbit.
on the house. Oh my God. There's a fire.
I'm gonna walk right over there. I know this. You like what I did with the police?
It's bad enough that she's got to come into her house that's destroyed, but she's got Birdman sitting there taking pictures of it. It could be worse. It could be worse.
How could it be worse? How could it be worse? I will actually feel better.
That's not my house.
You ran over a spike strip. Yo, Pit Crew. I'm hearing noise. What am I supposed to do?
I'm gonna give you what you need. I'm gonna make your ears bleed.
Remember when you were like, hey, have you seen ViralRabbi? Why? I don't know. Because really, if you want to know everything about Joe,
You didn't throw the cows. I'm out of breath. You didn't even get any exercise. You didn't step in. You're already out of breath.
You're out of breath.
That's enough football.
Diet.
I can't do this. Let's find out how fat Phil really is. Why waste your time? Let's see how fat you are. Look, idiot. Error. This is supposed to weigh humans, and it says error when you stand on it.
Do you think you could go one day without eating?
Seriously, I couldn't.
No way! My hip. Yo.
We're going to the restaurant festival. Are you going?
I'm not going to that crap.
It's fun.
What, to watch Phil feed his face?
See you guys.
Bye.
Phil.
Hey, Phil.
Yeah.
One last thing.
What? I can do better than that.
Don't. You have seepage problems.
All right, let's go spy on him because I want to see how much Phil is actually going to eat.
The 2 serving turfs, a tuna with no mayo.
And we need a
And
banana.
we want one of the banana things too now.
What is he on now? Shaved pit beef?
I want beef.
How can somebody eat that much? It's been 1 hour, and so far it's already had shrimp, bananas foster, pepperoni pizza, a calzone, funnel cake, smoked pit beef, a burrito, a hamburger, and a fucking kebab.
So I gotta put a stop to this. Can't this hard forever.
I'm not sure. So,
Good morning, Finn.
This don't feed Phil day.
24 hours, no food whatsoever. You said you could do it. Now I'm putting you to the test. Bill, you're so... The whole town is in on it. You cannot eat. We're clocking in. We got a time card down there. Start now.
Why are you dressed like that?
Because Hank from Hell showed up from Norway and they're playing their show tomorrow. Turbo Negro. Good luck, fat boy. Somewhere in this shithole that Phil calls his desk, there's a bunch of snacks in here, and by God, we're finding them. Candy bars. Oh! Pop Margo, come on! Get one of these. These are ghetto candies. He's got milk chocolate CDs. No more food for Phil. We got some work to do. Who in their right mind would have this much top ramen? You never know.
I'll get in a minute.
Right. Hey!
You can't eat for a whole day. Don't you miss it? Isn't your belly bubbling with hunger? Don't you just want some of this?
what did this guy do?
Now the damn mustard.
Y100 Philadelphia's New Rock. It's an all-points bulletin. No food allowed for Phil at all today.
Hey, come here.
If you see a guy coming up to you, very large, chunky guy who kind of looks like Bam, begging,
He's got a
do not
beard.
give him food.
Don't give him any food. He's about 480 pounds.
Think drunken Santa Claus.
So listen to this. Pam actually put a billboard up on 322 with a picture of Phil.
Really?
They're dead serious about
Yeah.
this. He may offer you money. He may offer you $1,000. Give him a
Don't take
cheeseburger.
it.
Don't feed Phil.
Bam is on Phil all the time about the weight. I mean, there's just not one day he just gives a guy a rest. And you know why he's so crazy about it? A, he's afraid of losing his father because he's a big guy. And the other thing is, he thinks he's going to turn out that way.
I'm getting my stuff ready to go pay Bam's insurance. Are you going to be able to go with me?
I have to go with you.
Oh,
What are you talking about? You're just going to go drive out and I'm going to let you go.
You can take a half an hour break. Well, 45 minutes.
Dude, I'll get in so much trouble if I let you do that.
I guess I should put these away.
Oh, yeah, yes.
I got a flyer in my car.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I gave you a potato chip for $1.
All right. That might work.
That ain't happening. Phil, every restaurant in town is closed to you today. Everybody else in the world is allowed to eat except for you.
We want to get like a hoagie and a cheesesteak.
Look at that. You totally got
travel hoagies. I'll save it for tomorrow. You put the place under there. Well, you know what? You're probably hungry. I'll just see if you can eat.
You just watch me eat it.
You'll drop something. Just a quick slice and
sorry, I can't serve you.
Can I get a slice?
Unfortunately not, because with you and he might pass.
that's one slice right there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's more than enough for a slice.
I'm just leaving, and Rabbi, you hand over here. He wouldn't give you a slice.
You're trying to bribe him with $80.
He wouldn't give you the slice.
Not even for $80, dude.
What the heck is going on here?
Make it for you.
One of the movies.
One of those records?
Yeah. And like a beer or some sort, like beer.
Dude, like,
As quick as possible, too.
quick as possible.
Yeah, thanks. See, I told you. They can't be everywhere. See?
There's
no sign.
Sorry, guys. You can have food if you like. You're not able to have food here.
Why? How come?
We were told, man. Not to serve it.
Dude, you totally thought you were getting it. You didn't see that cute one right there.
Oh, man.
Sorry, guys.
Problem.
All right.
Go.
Okay, then. We'll just go.
Yeah, you got like 10 of them in your pockets. What are you doing here? I gotta do a full-on search for goddamn fries. What are you doing?
Think how many cheesesteaks are in here. Like, foot-long cheesesteak, foot-long hoagie, a whole pizza. Like, there's probably like a hamburger, a cheeseburger there. Like, maybe that one piece of sushi that you ate over here.
Got a pack. You shouldn't have a cheesesteak.
Pork chop right here.
No,
That's what it is.
I eat apples and fruit, too, you know.
You can eat the lawn if you want. You can eat grass.
Triple decker, huh?
Oh, man. I'm the man.
Dude, I just had one nugget because you did make them look pretty good, I'll be honest with you.
I take this very seriously. How long do I have to do this for?
Probably 4 hours.
Oh, God.
Are you drinking hot water?
Drinking coffee. It's tasty. It's got a lot of sugar in it. Smell it. It's good.
It is good. Now, don't you guys should be able to have coffee?
No.
But I need coffee to stay awake, too, you know.
You're delirious from not eating.
Yeah. You want to share a bag of chips? Here comes Don Vito. What's going on?
Can I rely on you, Vito? To do what? Or do I have to hang out and make sure you don't feed him?
We're brothers.
I thought you were going to a concert. I'll be all right. Well, if I want to go to the concert, but I don't know if I trust you to not feed him.
Probably got a time clock in the house.
Well, you think you're here for games? This is a job.
What are you talking about? And this is wasting money on this stupid stuff
The only thing he could have is cold water or hot water.
for 24 hours.
Yeah, and while we go to see Turbo Negro in Philly,
Yeah.
you got to make sure he does not eat. We'll be back at midnight. I think it's time to see Turbo Negro, fellas.
Let the games begin.
I know a place that'll deliver a pizza. He said he's told all the places around here. But this place is way up on Westchester Pike.
Oh, right.
And then just eat 2 slices, and I'll just eat the other 6.
So do it.
It's 2 slices. I ain't gonna change it.
Should I eat the 2 slices or don't eat?
I might as well.
All right, order.
Should I order it? There you go. Sugar 2 of them.
Is he like really free? Like,
Yeah.
it's a lot.
Yeah. I feel really bad for him. Yeah, I feel really bad, especially right now. Like this is
Like dinner time.
Yes.
I bet he's never
It's like
gone
when he does like rib and chicken wings and
everything.
Hello. Hey, we want to order a large pizza.
I want to introduce you a couple of friends of ours from Philly. We're here to stop Ben's dad from eating too much. You can't feed Phil today. Don't feed Phil. Phil is fat. Phil is fat. Phil is fat.
I just caught Don Vito calling a pizza place.
He ordered a pizza from Delaware.
He said it's for tomorrow. He's trying to call out of the area where anybody would know Phil's name.
You throw that pizza in the blender and then feed it to the cat.
I'm not being held responsible.
Hey, we're coming to the house. We're sending over Turbo Negro. We're eating the pizza. We're rocking the pizza to my house and the store.
You said you was ordering pizza. Yeah, but I didn't know you were going to bring all these people with you. Oh my God! There are all these people coming in our house.
Don Vito attempted to order you a pizza, but it fell.
I know.
Don Vito's dead meat. If I find out that you ate it, you're dead. I didn't put up billboards all over town for nothing. I had a goddamn airplane said, "Don't feed Phil." You're just gonna go ruin it for one little pizza?
Well, good, you know, that crime punishable by makeup.
If Phil makes it to midnight without eating, we are making him random concoctions of anything we want.
We just had to kick a few girls out because they're underage. Now Rudy's mad at me.
Turbo Negro, man. We have 8 amps in this house. It's gonna blow the windows out. Hot sauce is always good. I like hot sauce. I'll do a whole bottle. You're a liar. I don't believe it. Skittles last fight. One Skittle.
Now we'll explode.
Everybody, we're on 24 hours without eating. Everybody get out of here. Everybody. The party's over. That happened to you all the time?
Yeah. They said it'll fall off in a couple of days. I'm waiting.
Oh my God. I need someone under the
I caught it on something.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Digger the
What is it?
Lamisil guy is gonna be going jerking himself up. Digger the Lamisil guy. Digger the Lamisil. Digger the Lamisil.
I don't want to pull it away.
Digger. Digger the.
Ew.
Digger the Lamisil. Monster.
Right here. I'll put it right here. Smell it.
What does the toe look like now? Oh my
Digger the
God.
Lamisil
That is
monster.
filthy.
Ew! Oh!
Now it stinks.
It smells fingers. No.
Digger the
No, I'm not
Lamisil
smelling that.
monster.
I remember when you had that boil on your neck. It was tossing out sick Don Vito neck
I
cum.
need some more of
You're going to
those.
see that, Vito?
That's a nice long toenail.
What are you going to do with it?
Like a necklace. It's a nice one.
Ew!
Damn, you can't eat, can you? I can.
You need a
It's all
guitar
right
because
here with
nothing
me
else
in
is
TV
gonna
land.
do. Digger the Lamisil monster. I'm gonna give you what you need. I'm gonna make your wheels please. I'm gonna give you what you want. Tingle with it, tingle with it, tingle with the shadow. Rock and roll, I'm the king of rock and roll. I wonder why they don't have to put a thing on it.
Hi, my name's Bill. I've been a beekeeper for 40 years, and I'm helping Bam out with this stunt. Bees can be dangerous. It's almost impossible to predict how bees will react. If you're not a professional beekeeper, do not play with bees. Bees are not toys, and if you're allergic to bee sting, it can kill you.
All right, so Raytheon's on the way, and we figured out that Ray's gonna know that something's fishy. So what we're doing is saying, like, look, Ray, this was the skit and it all went wrong. We tried to put bees in a pinata and it didn't work out. So just whack it a few times. We're digitally gonna put bees in and just fake like you're getting stung. It's so messed up, dude. Digital bees are really the real bees. I swear to God, there's about 200 bees in that pinata right now. Digital bees. Meanwhile, there's 200 pissed bees up in a hive right now.
It's like, don't they think of this stuff ahead of time?
Now we gotta fucking spend 15 grand on digital bees. Dude, Ray totally bought the whole digital bee bit. So just so Ray gets extra stung, I'm gonna tell him that the cameras can't pick up his checkered shirt because it confuses people. So he's gonna be shirtless so he gets stung extra. You know, the beta SPs can't pick up the checkers. It like confuses it. It looks like all 3D and shit. So can you take your shirt off?
Oh, no, man. What do you mean it confuses us? This guy said it and he bought it so hard.
Dude, he bought the digital bees, man. What kind of bullshit is that?
Let's do it. Go.
Kick him in the balls. Kick him in the balls.
No, stop. Oh, here we go.
Whack the shit out of it.
It's right. It's right. It's right. hell was that? Who shut me up for that? Who did it? That's your idea of funny?
I see you funny the other day.
Yeah, whatever. I'm out of here, assholes. Man, this is my fucking hair.
Rick, you okay? Just in case you didn't know, there's stains all over you.
Shut up, asshole. Not that. Digital bees my ass.
Bees are not to be played with. I do not recommend that you do anything of this kind at home.
Word out on the street, there's a family reunion in the works, and I can't just have some boring ass dinner. I gotta do something cool because Compton ass Terry's here. Glom's coming over, which equals serious amounts of building.
I don't think I thought this through.
We can't just have some boring ass dinner. I gotta think of something cool. And I got a lot of things floating around right now. I'm thinking about. Give me an hour.
When I say like there's 10 people coming, it's equally 20 because they are so heavy.
What if we made the door like 5 feet wide? Just like.
That'd be the best.
We could do that.
Like old fashioned wooden.
Like a castle.
Yeah, exactly.
like it goes down like to the ground like with chains.
Yes! A drawbridge! Let's get a drawbridge. Now that we have this big drawbridge, my whole dad's side of the family is fat so they can get in, no questions asked. I like it.
So we have a drawbridge then? Drawbridge.
A drawbridge is the key.
Let's just get started now so we have to do it.
It's your house, man.
You got an axe. Hey, let's get to work. Where's Glom?
What things are you doing with Glom?
We're making a drawbridge and we're going to have a little moat going on right here.
Please tell me you're lying.
No.
Please tell me this.
We've already drew up the blueprint.
How are you watching this Barbadura? Any clue? What is the purpose of this?
I like your commitment. This idea is 5 minutes old. I hope you don't have a problem with it.
We're just getting better and better ideas.
Oh my God.
Every day. Compton Terry's gonna be staying with us for like
Straight out of Compton! Straight out of Compton! Straight out of Compton!
Phil, do you know where Terry's from?
You can catch me rolling through your area. It's something big like an aircraft carrier. With the big beat banging on the stereo. Sitting next to a
Compton, right? He's from Compton. I seriously made a wrong turn off in 405 and I ended up in Compton. I met this dude. Look at that bling bling shit he has.
I know, I'm looking at this bling. That's more than bling bling.
That bling blang.
It's bling bling. I'm gotta go to work.
Compton ass Terry is just wild and out of control, running into Audis with four-wheelers, hopping about to rap music all day.
Y'all people that lost your mind. Thought I never ran across your mind.
We give him bling bling. Bonnie Boy's always got bling bling.
This is my bling bling?
Yeah. He's got the bling bling. We gotta give him gold fronts. He got 20-inch free wheels, and we can go back.
We just looking for the gold fronts.
That's the place. They got gold front. Those guys look dope for the family reunion.
Give me an Elvis pinky ring. Which one's an Elvis pinky ring? Well, look, it's a king emblem, see?
Look how bling bling it is.
I got some bling.
Tell people straight, please.
You tell people you got it, you just let them say it.
Let them say it.
Damn, fucking hell, man. That's a wrap. Y'all people that lost your mind. Thought never ran across your mind.
Yo, Gico, you know any bulldozer companies?
Yeah.
Give me a bulldozer.
A bulldozer.
He's going to use his vehicle with a winch here. Here we go. Get out of the way.
Oh boy, here comes the front of the house down, the top window.
This is the best idea ever. This
fire
pole.
Y'all people that lost your mind. Thought never ran across your mind. Get the drawbridge. The drawbridge.
We're having a big dinner. All your relatives, all Phil's relatives.
You are lying. You would not invite all these people.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't dare.
We want drama.
What kind of ugly drama? Why would you want drama with your family? I'm gonna have a heart attack.
We literally have about 30 relatives coming here. Man. My mom's side, they're straight-laced. They do everything by the book. But my whole dad's side of the family grew up next to this gnarly power plant in Linwood, PA. And I have a feeling that all that radiation just fucked with my whole family because everybody's nuts. Whenever the family gets together, there's always a big argument.
No, there's not.
Name one time.
Thanksgiving. The only argument that we had.
Thanksgiving, that's when my mom freaked out and fake fell on the
No,
ground.
it wasn't. It was Christmas time. Don't make this a day of agony.
It's gonna be.
Can't we just have a nice day?
What else do we need out here? We need some tables, some chairs. We're having a dinner party. Out here, right here. And we need to have it blocked off. The parties will be right here. We gotta keep the bad guys out. Yeah. We gotta put a containment area, like a castle wall.
A wall?
We're not supposed to have a fence. Is this considered a fence?
It's a wall.
It's a wall. So it's legal.
What am I gonna do now? When are they coming?
2 hours.
2 hours?
Yeah, today's the day.
No, today's not the day.
Full-blown family reunion. We have 30 people coming.
There's no food.
It's getting taken care of. Look at the rug and then look at the couch. Orange, brown, and yellow. Couch. What about this yellow, brown rug? It's ugly, isn't it?
She wants to know what pop-up says it's not worn out enough yet.
It goes with the mid couch really well, though, I must say.
It doesn't match at all.
Let's do this. You still not saying the F word?
No, I don't say yeah.
What about the S word?
What shit?
I'm getting a tattoo that says the F word right here.
I'm gonna disown you.
You can't.
I already cut you out of my will.
Is anybody left in your Wilma? Jesse is, right?
No, he wasn't agreed until he got married.
That's impossible to do that.
The olden days people did it.
That's
Oh my
crazy.
God.
You can't do that.
You got to test drive the
They
car
right
before you
now,
buy it, Mama.
I think you drove a lot of cars.
Look at that, Mom.
They have a vomitorio.
Oh, Pat made it.
Why do you have to be drunk?
I'm not always drunk. I haven't been drunk in 11 months.
You're locked up.
Yoshi. Yoshi. Is it Ernest Shackleton Day? Yoshi. 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 Is it Ernest Shackleton Day? Yoshi. 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 Yoshi, is it Ernest Shackleton Day?
This isn't good, man. Boy said Ellie with an elephant when I cooked that thing.
Yoshi.
You know, repost does not suggest it.
Oh, Patterson, get me. Get me. Yoshi.
Hey, I can't believe you got elephants coming to your house.
I know, but I'm letting you in anyway. I'm glad you brought your date for the night. Did you put her back?
It's like an autopsy.
Yoshi, I got something like this. Oh, here's my arm. Look at this one. Look at this one. What is this? I've never seen somebody so like
simultaneously absurd and also seemingly mundane. Within that story surprises because to which there are other kinds of legends of course, ones that reach out less often because they're so well known. Legends that have been covered by every other show and every format 1,000 times. We tend to stay away from those unless we feel we can bring a new perspective to them. Tonight's episode represents the first part of the series with that exact goal. On October 20th, 1967, Roger Patterson and Bob Gibson were the 6th First National Forest An experienced cowboy as an amateur roadrunner on horseback on the forest's Bluff Creek Street bed when their paths took them past large pile of trees that had been down in a flood a few years prior. As they emerged around the lawn jam, they were startled by the sight of a 6.5 to 7 foot tall, over 500-pound, very bipedal creature walking away from them on the other side of the creek. Their horses became agitated. Patterson actually fell off of his, but having no field experience, he managed to collect a 16mm film camera he had with him as he came down. He then proceeded to cover him and began running, stumbling at least once before he could steady the camera on a wall. He attempted to film the creature the entire time.
A violation.
Which was
Concord Township zoning violation enforcement
as
notice.
Manny.
An elephant was reported to
That film has now been analyzed more than any other film in history, except for the superhero film of JFK's assassination.
Let's try to get some
Hundreds
more
of
of these.
experts from all
Should I
walks
mail
of
those
life
assholes
have
this?
examined it frame by frame.
It's a thank you
Every
note
form
from
of
the
emerging
neighbors for
technology
having an
available,
elephant for all the little
all to
kids to
answer
play with.
one question. Roger Patterson and Bob Davis, that day in 1967. Odds are pretty good you'd see the Patterson people film yourself. If you didn't realize that's what it was for. And maybe you made your mind up the second you finished watching it. Maybe you think it's obvious evidence and nothing more to discuss. Or maybe you can't help but wonder if it's real because you just can't be sure what it is. As it turns out, there's a lot more to this story than those 951 frames of film. Much more. And it's for a reason. Welcome back to Astonishing News. I'm Scott Gilbert, and this is Million Margins seldom see it possible. Nature doesn't stop at the foothills, but penetrates the deep into the forest. There's enough fortitude to stand up to what it is right. To all of those who seek it out, no matter what the cost. Roger Patterson wrote his book, To Abominable Snowmen of America Really Exist, 1966. Join us tonight for part one of our series on Patterson chemical film.
You actually made it from the way of the reception of my
I can't do a
parents'
Bigfoot.
house.
Yeah, I was we hear yells. Yeah, don't yell. No, but they're very specific. And some have claimed that they have their own language. Remember Albert Houston? Yes, of course I remember. Family was talking to each other, kind of grunting noises. You know, so some Bigfoots appear to have their own language.
And some of them are actually
that
pretty cute.
I feel like some members of my family. Well, the bottom line is, we keep coming back. That's why Forrest always says, and we're back. Yeah, and the thing that would lead. Yeah, the truth is, you guys have all the power. All you have to do is stop listening to us. It's you have it. So thank you for that. No, thank you so much. Because without you guys, there is no show. On that note, if you're looking for a better podcast player, we'd like to recommend Himalaya. It's a cross-platform podcast aggregator, and it seriously works better than pretty much everything else out there. Yeah, we've been personally frustrated with the limited functionality and counter-intuitive user experiences that you get from much all other players. Some of which seem to be constantly getting redesigned to deliver a worse and worse experience. I'm using Himalaya exclusively now because it's just so much easier. It's easier to subscribe to the shows you love, it's easier to share what you like, and it's way better at making suggestions of new podcasts you might like than other apps. Yeah, if you don't have it yourself, head on over to your respective app stores and download Himalaya. It's free, so there's no reason not to check it out. Navigate it give us a follow. So you're out. Here's the reason I love it. When I'm checking out our posted versions of the show, I can speed up your volume and progress.
You're going to Vegas with everybody tomorrow at 7 in the morning.
Right back at you. All right, folks. So grab Himalaya and give us a follow. And now, back to the show. I can't even remember the first time I saw the post. Oh, so you've seen it? Yeah, you've seen it? Yeah, because you can't remember the first. No, it might have been in search of. The thing is, it was 2 years old when I was born. So that's interesting. Yeah, it could, and that sort of thing didn't come into my consciousness until I got much older. And in terms of something I'd be fascinated with beyond the scope of anyone else who would be fascinated with that book. Right. But it really is the consummate representation of Bigfoot. When you think of Bigfoot, when you go to any Bigfoot festival, what you're going to see is Patty from frame 352. You know, that pretty much everything is funny. Somebody swinging arms, it's a hip movie. Yeah, that is the Joe Billings yourself. Yes, your Bigfoot face in there, but it is Patty swinging his arms out in that pose. It is the most iconic, famous, Bigfoot photo image out there. And evidence just in general of any cryptid anywhere. Nothing comes close to it in terms of its fame. It is the American Gothic of cryptid film footage. You're right. It's been out there so long. I would say most people interested in this genre have not seen it. I'd be curious to find somebody who hasn't seen it. Like the one person who hasn't seen Star Wars. And I know a few. I know one. We have some in our organization. This person works in the film industry, which blows my mind. Yeah,
marketing, they never see the first three Star Wars. They've seen all the new ones, but they're not interested in them. That's not a tangent. That's actually a point I was trying to make. It's been around so long, and we see all these other scripted videos and films popping up here and there, and those are in different formats, or they're taken by a cell phone, and you pay attention to those. And maybe it's news for a week, or somebody makes a blank and it goes away. This thing has never gone away. And I want to make a philosophical point here, right? That it isn't very just philosophical for me. Some stuff that I've seen it, and most people have seen it, and you go, wow, that's pretty cool. You don't really think about it, or you just ignore it, like, that's a kindness. That's us. You're at your conclusions, I read this film. And that's weird. Yes, you don't think you can barely try part one. You know the conclusion? So I was worried that people weren't, it's like, oh, who cares? Come on, man. We've all seen this film. What's the big deal? That's what I have a point to make about that. There probably are some younger listeners who haven't seen it. I mean, I'm forever going on Reddit. People are like, oh my God, Queen's amazing. I'm like, really? This is the first time you've heard that? Oh, yeah, that's certainly. So there are probably some younger folks. By the way, if you're one of those folks and you're not driving a car or stuck on a subway, stop what you're doing and Google the film so you know what we're talking about. Patterson Gimlin, P-A-T-T-E-R-S-O-N, Gimlin, G-I-M-L-I-N. It'll pop right up, trust me. Yeah, and watch both versions. There's the original version of everything that's up there, and also one that's been stable. Yeah, talk about the stabilization. Yes, we have links to some of the stabilizing ones in the show. It's my philosophical point about this short piece of film. If you have seen it and you've kind of forgotten about it, or curious about it, or if you have seen it and you just don't care, you think it's a hoax, it's silly, why discuss it? You know, to me, again, there are two possible conclusions that I personally make about this film. One, if it is a hoax, it remains to this day one of the best film hoaxes ever, and especially for the paranormal realm. Paranormal absolutely. Number two, if it is not a hoax, it's actual footage of a Bigfoot. Unlike you, I'm not going to go with my conclusions right here. Just some of my conclusions. But what I am going to say is, even though I'd seen it several times, before we started researching it, I had something in my mind about it. Yeah, and it's a huge change. Now, I agree now that we've done it. Yeah, now that is exactly my point, because we've all seen this film, and you know what I'm saying? It doesn't register what it is. I mean, you know, when I was a kid, I think I first saw it, but it might have been in search of, you know, there's plenty of shows on it because it was such a popular topic. During the 70s, that was the era, you know, people joke about one shows up in the third time. And then another girl game show, and another shows up. And the $6 Million Man and all these other shows of the era make reference to it. If I'm not mistaken, that was a bionic Bigfoot in the $6 Million. You know, I think it was real, but we talked about this before. I think what was funny and maybe a little prescient is that they had a computer system hooked up to Bigfoot so they could communicate with it. Yeah, you could answer simple questions based on localization. That was also Andre the Giant. No, Ted Cassidy. That's what it was. Yeah, who played Bigfoot. No, I was right. He is an alien cyborg created. You don't know what alien is. I didn't see it. You know what you were talking about. He's an alien cyborg created by a group of aliens. Constructed by the alien shaman in imitation of a followforfollow. Using a technology called biosynthetic, an advanced form of bionics. This is from the 60s. Really? Okay, so I saw actually half of it on the end, but they were trying to communicate with it once, which I thought, like, oh, it's studying localization patterns. The point being is that it was everywhere around that time. It was such a popular thing that did increase reported sightings. So the history of this, where people had reported it prior to this late 60s time here. And so people will want to say, like, well, this is not a big part of the camera, so they said, oh, that's what they were. And it's not. The bluff preacher had footprints, noticing that they're taking photos and measurements starting in 1958. But of course, that was happening before this in different areas. There are stories from the 20s, there are stories from the turn of the century. The Native Americans in their respective regions have had stories going back centuries since people have been there. So it's not a new phenomenon, but the reporting of it became new with this film. It was the first time somebody got pretty clear footage and motion picture footage, not just a still, not just a blurry photo off in the distance. Somebody got motion picture footage of it, and that blew up. this is not just, I mean, we're going to look at it because we're used to high definition. We're used to 4K, we're used to all this high resolution stuff. It's like, oh, this is blurry, it's junky, but who cares? And it's not for the time period. It is shot on 16 millimeter film, which is actually a pretty great format to be in the hands of a civilian. It's not a filmmaker for that time period. And what the film allows you to do is pull it out and analyze it and give a much, much closer look at it, which is what's happened over the past 50 years or so. This is the cool about the thing here in North America is generally known as and its first known wide usage in terms of yeah, exactly. And when we were talking about earlier, there was no evidence for it. It's like it's covered early on. That was like 24. Yeah, that's pretty close to the date, if not right on. If you read back in Delta, and it's been a big year, but that's my point. It's not just a 70s phenomenon. And again, it did not come from. What are you freaking out for? Yeah, but crazy. You were freaking out. What are you going to do now? It was shot on Friday, October 20th, 1967. And it's the first thing that pops up is oothdday.com. Yes, I'm up here. Whatever we're doing, I always want to look at that. Yeah, so it was kind of a big deal, as you'll see. Not immediately, but it quickly ramped up into something. Well, that film was shot by Roger Patterson with his friend Bob Gimlin nearby, while the two were on a horseback ride in Northern California in Del Norte County. I believe it's just probably near the county line of Hunter County south. As we talk about it, that's coming out of Blue Dome County, but technically it's California. This was almost exactly 2 months before the Silver Bridge collapsed. These things seem to kind of go in sideways. This was a feature around this time. So let's talk a little bit about the particular aspects of the film itself. The film sequence was shot on 16mm motion picture camera film. It was a Kodak A100 City Special lens turret style camera. There are 3 lenses on a plate. You can turn those depending on what lens you want. I don't know where that is. A slight telephoto and something in the middle that is called director vision. Yes, it's a 35mm camera. It's about 50 bucks. Yeah, and we have some pictures of this camera posted with this episode, and there's some of them going on eBay even today for $500. Yeah, it's still not cheap. We've got a rare. This camera was expensive back then, so Roger Patterson had to rent it. So we shot, as you said, on Kodak color film. Really good color film at the time, and that's going to be an important aspect because it's used to debunk the film, the actual type of film it was shot on. This video lasts 59.5 seconds. If it was shot at 60 frames per second, or 53 seconds, if it was shot at a more typical 18 frames per second, as some will leak. Counted and done, but varying opinions about whether the horses are speeds. That's right. So it would have normally been shot at 18, but it was such a chaotic moment. Yeah. Something made over what that frame rate was. Especially cameras will let you choose between certain film and sound AC. Shot at 54 frames per second for sound. This sequence is composed of 954 frames, or 900 originally as 200 frames related to this cover that you included. And again, it's really minute. The reason is this is like the Zapata film because people are trying to match this up because it is kind of an important question to answer. If this thing is real, what does that mean for us as a species? And if it's not real, that's some of this once and for all wrong. But no one has. So that should tell you how well it's done. So what this means is that it's 23.85 feet long over 76 feet of footage shot preceding it while they were just on horseback riding. And as frame 352, that is the still frame that is most often seen and recognized as the iconic shot of Patty, named after Patterson, the mid-stride with her arms swung wide and looking back to the camera. I'm sure everyone who's familiar with Bigfoot can picture that behind. Yeah, and that's why they consider it the clearest frame that was captured as well. It's just at that perfect moment where she looks back at them, and it's captured, and Roger has the camera fairly steady at that point, so they're not on camera shoot. And also, her nickname is Patty, which is not Patterson's last name, because it's believed that the creature is female. Yeah, we talked about Albert Elizabeth's story for a long time ago. It definitely appears to have large sweet. Yeah, and the thing about that was so interesting is I watched it a million times as a kid growing up, and over the years I probably came back, oh, look at this, and I didn't notice that until the Grossman story. Yeah. You know, as a kid, that part of it didn't really register. Certainly I was interested in that genre, and what we're talking about right now, it didn't come together. Yeah, we all saw it like 100 times, but never noticed that. Like I said, it did not connect. So I think that's why it's worthwhile to take another look at this. And by the way, strap in, kids, because by the time this series is done, well, let's continue on. Yes, let's crack on. Now, I'm going to talk about motion picture. I know this feels really kind of funny to have to explain this because we are of a certain age, but there are a lot of younger people who have done work with editing programs, and they've seen video frames, right? So they kind of get the idea. But here's a basic rundown. For those kids out there that might not know how motion picture film works, the motion picture camera is taking a series of single frames to pictures rapidly in sequence at a specific rate, like multiple 4-metric frames. The film shot without sound. 35mm motion picture film, like what you usually saw in the theaters, and some occasionally still do. Tarantino was famously shot in 70mm films, some do slow-mo film to get that feeling into it. Well, that's usually shot at a standard 24 frames per second per sound. Projected back at the same rate, or mind puts the frames together and perceives it as continuous motion being captured and displayed. Persistence of visual reasoning, that's the principle that it works on. You're being tricked. Your mind is being tricked. It's continuous motion. It looks really real, but it's not. Again, it's a series of still frames being shown, which is why every frame in this film has been animated. The very old silent Hollywood films were shot with camera that initially required the cinematographer to hand crank the film, camera trying to keep it at an even pace. And this is before there were crystal sync camera motors, which is why those old movies when projected look instead of a funny, yes, he still comes, that's not comes. Yeah, there's a guy actually just trying to keep the rhythm counting in his head and cranking. You know, the Keystone Cop films, I'm pretty sure they were shot not too far. That's true. Well, there's the next set of studios. Well, to this day, the Patterson-Gimlin film is actually considered the best piece of visual evidence of the cryptid known as Bigfoot or Sasquatch, and one of the best pieces of evidence of any cryptid or paranormal subject. Yeah, you can include rose or yeah, there's so many bits of it, but like more animals with mange that people say are chupacabras. There are bits of that all around, but none of them have been as lasting, I'd say, as since it became known, it's withstood attempts at debunking, which is why everyone is still talking about it. Now, that's in large part because it was shot on motion picture film and not digitally captured. That's kind of counterintuitive, don't you think? Yeah, well, digital images are easily manipulated nowadays, and with the state of computer programs and movie magic, no one can claim anything per se. But the motion picture film is chemical-based. It is what it is. You can blow it up to a high degree and analyze the film rate patterns. Now, Patty was actually a ways away from Patterson and Gimlin, but those images of the film we often see online today, and especially frame number 3, have been enlarged so she seems closer than she was. Of the event being real. It's not that the film itself has been manipulated or altered. That would have to be an optical film printing technique done with a very sophisticated professional machine. The main criticism is that Patty is just a guy with a gorilla costume. Yeah, that's a really important aspect of this because that's what happens nowadays. We don't have the disillusion on YouTube. I think we're breaking down how to stage these kind of video events now using After Effects. It was a tremendous piece of it. I love that guy. Yeah, I kind of want to have him on the show. It's very pertinent for us. These clips that you see nowadays on YouTube, this can be fake. Like he shows how to create a vortex and the chemicals get sucked in from coming out of it. Yeah. And it's very clever how he does that. And it takes him like 3 minutes. And it's After Effects, which is one of the greatest programs of all time. However, to the point that we're making it renders everything you see that's digital easily fake mistakes. Yeah, that's why I said this is really interesting case-wise, because if it was shot on high def 4K video and we saw it today, yeah, I mean, the good part about that is that it did. But seriously, you can see some really good detail of Daddy, and I think for an anthropologist, that would be exceptional. Really where they did any mind to begin with. But in that case, you can just say, oh, come on, that's just ridiculous. You know, even if it's guy in a suit with his hands, because we see that all the time, especially in one way it comes. There's a big outline of what he's acting with. So it's pretty good. Right. So it's ironic that this film is California film with a pretty decent film stock and with daylight conditions on a nice camera. A decent camera at the time. Yes, and it indicates why he had such a nice camera. Every little aspect of this, as I said, has been taken apart, scrutinized, tried to identify, and you have to look at all those elements. But one thing that no one really says is altered is the film itself. So that's significant. All right, let's talk a little bit about the timeline of events and where these guys were and how they came across Patty. Well, that morning, Roger Patterson, had slept in a camp. Gimlet was about the right portion of the city. When he came back to camp, Patterson said it would be a good idea for them to both go out on horseback and retrace his path to see if they could find any film. All right, so this is where we're going to step in. We'll get into more detail on this in the future, but you have to take this in and don't let it change your whole position on this. They were out there because this was a place where Bigfoot had been sighted. That's true. And they were trying to make a documentary-style film about Bigfoot. Yeah, this was more Roger Patterson's idea. He was very interested in the subject. He's heard a lot of stories. He interviewed a lot of people actually just on his own. And he's not a per se Bigfoot researcher. He might even help him more of an enthusiast at this point. But we know people like this who get enthused about something and then they want to do it. And we've had a couple on the show. Yeah, you want to go out and actually do a really good job at it. That's why I made it a career, very seriously. So this is just a guy who just, back then had an interest in it. They didn't certainly have a lot of digital editing equipment or cameras. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, somebody could go out and get a 16mm camera, which was pretty good. All prosumer at the time. Most people were shooting regular 8mm for movie stuff, and then later Super 8 film for home stuff. There were a few enthusiasts, amateurs who did have 16mm. Oftentimes those were Super 8 cameras. They weren't as sophisticated as this one. By the way, for anybody who's wondering, the difference between regular 8 and Super 8 is that regular 8 has rocket holes on both sides of the film. They found out they could get more burnable area on the film by just having these rocket holes on one side. Super 8 could get more larger image on the same side. Well, and that's why it's the same case with Super 16. I used to know all this stuff. Yeah, but I believe regular 8 for like a nail boss 16 dollars. Yeah, that's pretty good. I remember hearing that, but you get large rocket holes, so that's taking up a possible image space on the negative. Sure. There's a guy that just he had a little tiny bit of money. He didn't make a whole lot of money. He was a movie writer and a professional horseman. He just loved this subject. He got really fascinated. Like a lot of people with different burnable subjects, they want to go out on their own and see what they can. So what kind of photos they can take and evidence can they gather. And that's basically what he was doing. So he's kind of going out in this area, scoping locations. He wants to see if he can find any tracks because those have been for a few years now. And also, it's just a way to get out and camp and have fun. That's what essentially the trip was about. Just kind of go scout the area, see what they can find, take a lot of scenic stuff. So that was the horseback footage we were talking about when we were riding around. We thought the area was beautiful. And it was a very lovely area. They're enjoying a camping trip on horseback. And that's the kind of guys these are outdoors.
Slack presents scheduling a meeting.
Let's start this afternoon. How's Tim pushing up? Sorry, I got the conflict. What about the
Can't critical. 10:30.
I'm blocked here at 12:45.
There's a briefing for the briefing at that time.
3:47.
5:03.
I have 30 seconds available between 2:59 and 3.
I can forget. No, it just disappeared.
Maybe they won't notice if I'm on 2 calls at once.
What if we just huddled right now?
No, it's good. Nice to hear your voice.
So huddle without the hassle. Slack.
How powerful is the Cox Network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away.
Connecting to remote operating room.
Giving all no meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox Network, with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
Get something to smash through the wall, some kind of drill.
This is Mike from Montreal. While I'm unraveling the intricacies of the human brain, I'm listening to Scout Forest on Astonishing Legends. Now, let's get back to the show.
So here's a very brief rundown. Break this down into a lot of minute detail as we report to the story. So at some point, at a clearing on a sandbar at Bluff Creek, they come up in this direction. It's very dense, rocky terrain. They ride their horses around this large bird stall of a tree. And there was a flood. 1960s, yeah, you can look it up because I know it affected obviously the video that was on YouTube. The flood was in 64, and he was talking about how it affected the city. Look it up in the city flood, 64 was the direction flood. Yeah, and this is way out in the forest, but this is the damage that's left behind after a flood like that. The felled trees and trees that are pushed downstream tend to, when the flood recedes, they settle and they just sit there pretty much forever or until the next flood. And that's what was still there, even though it was a few years later. Right, so this uprooted timber tree, the tree trunk system, is on its side, and it's about 10 feet tall. It's more just showing the size of it. So as they ride around to the other side of this large root system, pretty much at the same time, they both see this hairy ape-like creature, massive, either was crouching or was already kind of in motion. Some reports, they say it stood up as soon as they did, and it starts walking away from them, swinging its arms in that very characteristic gait. That's all it's doing. And I'm going to be careful. There's a lot of people that have been looking at this. It's kind of like Oak Island and these other stories. People have been looking at this stuff for decades. And we're just coming along and covering it now in that way that we do. We're not pretending to be experts on it with decades of experience. So if I misstep, you can send an email. I'm not going to write you back about it. I'm just going to admit that I might have this wrong, but it's my understanding that the felled tree, in a way, was obscuring where Patty was. So it was almost like a parallax shift where, as they got closer, this object was between them that almost perfectly hit her until they kind of popped around it, just maybe now. You're driving in the car, and there's a pedestrian walking over the side of the sidewalk, or crossing the street, or turning or something, and they're blocked by the vehicle, and they're perfectly obscured. And at the speed they're going, and this can happen with other cars too, the speed they're going, or the motorcycle's going, or the bicycle's going, whatever it is perfectly blocked, and then you don't see it until less than 5 seconds. Right, because this pedestrian is being blocked by the pillar, which usually they'll get around that right now. So you gotta watch out. Back in the day, when I took drivers that instructor, I remember him saying, you know what's behind the A pillar? And you go, what? And go, a cement truck. I never forgot that. Yeah, just always assume that there's something behind it. Well, that may have happened with Penny. She might have been moving as they were riding around, so it was a surprise to them and to their horses. Roger's horse rears up, and they both go down on the ground. Roger is momentarily pinned, his leg is under his horse, but he manages to get the horse up. Remember, he's an experienced rodeo rider, and he grabs the camera out of his saddlebag, and he immediately starts filming as he's running with the moving camera, because this thing's kind of walking away. And that's why when you watch the whole clip, it starts out very clear, because he basically got knocked off his horse. Yeah, he's running. There's no steady cam back then. There's no built-in image stabilization. Some of you may know this, but if you don't, the more you're zoomed in, depending on where the lens is, if you're zoomed in, the shaking is worse. It's exaggerated exponentially by the distance to the ground. So he's basically caught up on it. I mean, I didn't almost ever hoping to see some cracks because that was fairly common around that area that had been reported for years now, as we said, since 58. There's been irrational sightings of footprints that no one had seen, and other people have. But that's pretty rare where they have a in-person encounter or actually see one.
But it's happening. So I don't think this was out of his radar, and certainly not Bob Dylan. I think they would start off believing in this. I think he was more doubtful, like, well, I don't know, I really don't know if they exist, but if they do, I do not shoot for us to take footage of it. So I think he's pretty doubtful to see that. Remember, these guys have years and years of experience out in the woods. They're very experienced. Don't laugh at me. So Rogers, of course, rears up. Not exactly bucking, he's not getting down. Rears up, and they both their down. And he is an experienced rodeo rider, so he knows how to kind of get out of it and out of the it. But he's trapped a little bit. When he gets out of the horse, the horse gets up, I believe, and at that moment, he doesn't grab the rifle out of the scabbard. He, of course, grabs the camera. So he's able to grab the other side, grab the movie camera out of the saddlebag, and immediately start shooting. Yeah, from the left saddlebag. Right. So he hits the ground, and he immediately starts filming. That's why the front part of the film is so jerky, and he's running along, trying to get, keep pace with Patty. And then at some point, he drops to his knees and steadies himself against the log that's on the ground. Very famous log now, as you see it in all the photos and diagrams. There's the 3D model that's been made. Yes, so that's why at that point, the film steadies out, because he was able to kind of drop down, and she's still walking away from him. I should say diagonally, and she's keeping pace, and at some point she quickens her pace, and with that weird swinging gait, flat-footed, flopping down onto the ground, not really a heel and toe motion, not very graceful, but she's making her way off into the woods. Now, Patterson, at this point, because he's shooting scenic stuff all the time, in background, for the documentary about the search for a Bigfoot creature in this area, we speak very casually, just so our listeners know, there is a reason that they were in this area attempting to film something. There's something that brought some hear about that. Right. I mean, their aim initially was to film any evidence, get tracks, get crumpled fur. Most of the time, you see tracks, prints in the ground, and that's pretty good because they're unusual. Sometimes people think they're out in the middle of nowhere. Very unusual, unless you think it was Roger. So Roger had been shooting what we call in the business which you go to see in or documentary. You know, you have your interview footage of a person on camera, a specific piece of evidence or something you want to focus on, but you have to cut away from that, otherwise everything's a jump cut. So you have pictures of the scenery and things what they call B-roll, just stuff you can put in so you can make these cuts away from, like I said, if you're shooting an interview, you have to stop. Well, the real jump, just start which everyone does now. I know now it's accepted. Well, yeah, as editors, it was anathema to us, but apparently now it's a stylistic thing. We can jump cuts from something. But if you don't want to do that, you have to go away to the scenery. Plus, Roger just thought it was a beautiful area, and we wanted to gather a film. Unfortunately, not thinking that if something did happen, he's going to need a fresh roll of film, and it's not a cartridge like Super 8, pop it in, and it's light protected and all that. This is a reel that you can open it up, you can thread it in the dark. You should, yeah, a lot of times there'll be a film bag. They had a poncho. Bob described it as a poncho. So they put it under. Yeah, so yeah, you may have been doing it without sight because you can't see them. I don't think they had a film bag. I think maybe just used a poncho and put the camera inside the poncho. You can do that. Generally, as a filmmaker, what you want to do is you want to reduce the amount of direct bright sunlight going into it to try and minimize fogging on the film. That's light coming in to expose the reel before you actually shoot it. These reels, if you've ever seen one, they have a kind of pancake shape, so it's not like open. It's flat black to reduce light bouncing into the reel. 157-4, but it's the size of a softball. These reels of film, and they said they're black, and to minimize that, so you can kind of do it in dim conditions. But it's still a process. You have to thread the film through the mechanism, through the gate, spool it up on the other intake, close the lid, turn the latch, and then it takes time. So it's a little bit of a process, and Roger really wasn't planning for it, or if he posted it, then it's one excuse why he's only got that bit of footage, because it walked away before he could load another reel on camera. So it just happened to time out. As Ted is disappearing into the woods, that's when Roger runs out of film. That's when he called over to Bob, like, hey, I'm out of film. Stop what you're doing, because Bob is going to follow Patty.
spot as much as he could. He just wanted to see them in the zone. And essentially, that's the end of the encounter. That's it. She walks off into the woods. And it happens to be, I would say, as a fair guess, the second most scrutinized piece of film ever, as far as regular motion picture film goes, next to 8mm Abraham supporter film, which captured President John F. Kennedy's assassination as his motorcade passed the beat in Dallas, Texas, on November 2nd, 1964. So by the time I'm 4 years old, mid to late 60s, two pieces of film that are still looked at to this day. Before we get into the micro-analysis of the film, which everyone else has, so why not us? In a audio podcast version that scrutinize as much of the details we can, because this incident, there's really actually two aspects to this piece of film. One, there is the film itself, which has been heavily analyzed, and on another aspect, which is just as important but really interesting sociologically, if you live there, is the analysis of Roger Patterson himself. What kind of a person was he? Would he fit the profile? So we got a hole in the computer now. We tricked out each car and we painted it blue. Now it's time for the grand finale. Let's look at his character. That's another angle that people use to scrutinize this event in itself. So those are the two aspects. So before we get into the incident and describing that, let's take a look at Roger Patterson. Roger was born in 1933 in Macon, South Dakota, which is about Delaware County. It's about 75 miles east of Mount Rushmore National Memorial. That'll give you an idea of the region where people visit him. Yes, and it's so funny. I can't remember who it was. Might have been my dad or somebody else who went to see Mount Rushmore. It was Tess. I can't remember, but like a year or two ago when it was cloudy, I couldn't see him. Oh, I can't remember. Yeah, and also did not see a Bigfoot. Yeah, also did not see it. But anyway, Roger ended up settling in Yakima, Washington, home of the fantastic Washington Apple and various other things. Patterson's main career was as a rodeo rider, which Bob Kimmer points out in some of the YouTube clips we're watching with Bob. And also, we're actually going to see Bob. He pointed out that they were amateur rodeo riders, not professionals, but nevertheless, they seem to have a lot of experience with it. Yeah, they were experienced forces for years, but Roger ultimately became obsessed with Bigfoot and Bigfoot hunting. I would say obsessed with Bigfoot. Yeah, I just think it's a major interest. Like a lot of people who get into a subject of ghost hunting on the side, they check out UFOs and join Wuhan and check that out. Yeah, Roger was doing Bigfoot research on his own, and Roger became what I would call a Bigfoot enthusiast, an amateur researcher. Before it was really a thing, there were certainly Bigfoot researchers out there. Not a whole lot of them, not like there is now, but certainly some people were taking it seriously and had scientific backgrounds. And there were some, I guess you'd call them prosumer or pro-am researchers who did not have fancy degrees, but they collected a lot of evidence and interviews. And Roger was on his path to being one. Well, he became fascinated and inspired by the work of famed Scottish-born biologist and cryptozoologist Ivan Terence Sanderson. Sanderson lived from 1911 to 1973, and he wrote a book published in 1961 called Abominable Snowman, Legend Come to Life. But Patterson may have first heard about Bigfoot from Sanderson's article about it, which had been published in True magazine in 1959. Now, you guys have heard us talk about Ivan T. Sanderson before. He's actually close friends with John Keel, just so everybody knows. And a lot of people, cryptozoologists, have known him, including Lauren Coleman, who's another famous cryptozoologist who you follow on Twitter. I should check him out. But Sanderson's book, Abominable Snowman, had accounts of sightings and evidence of these cryptoprimate creatures from around the world, but specifically accounts of footprints found and sightings in the Bluff Creek area, which particularly interested Patterson because it was a place he could actually get to. He fled stories from the Himalayas. This was something in his backyard that he could That's why he was really excited about it. Plus, there were a lot of sightings from the Bluff Creek area from not that long ago, just a few years.
And here's the other fascinating thing about Iverson Sanderson. He is actually the guy that is said to have coined the term cryptozoology in the early 40s and first used it in print in this book. And the educator and Western theme author, Marietta Templeton Place, notes that Patterson went to Bluff Creek in 1962 to talk to people related to Bigfoot evidence and actually met predators. Then in either 1963 or 1964, Patterson went back to the area and met a lumberjack named Pat Graves, who took him through arid meadows about 12 miles north of Bluff Creek, where Patterson saw fresh Bigfoot footprints and watched. The date is in question because, according to Bigfoot researcher Dean Barrett, the date that was carved into the back of the castle footprint was about October 21st, 1963. I just noticed this. October 21st, 1963. This event happened October 20th, 1967. Yes. Maybe that's why he went back at this time. So the idea here is that he had been to the area before, he had seen the prints as far as he knew, and that really got him jazzed and locked into this idea that maybe he came back to this area around that same time, maybe he'd actually see something, or at least get fresh tracks for himself on camera. So you can see these pictures of the cast footprints made by Pat Graves and Roger Patterson on his site, Cliff, CLIFF, Barrett, BARACKMAN.com. Actually see those. Yeah, he actually has the casting. It's awesome. So Patterson would return each year, and the year after that, and the year after that, and never had any sightings. He'd spent a lot of his own money and time researching. He was running out of funds. He established the Northwest Research Foundation and gained interesting funding out of this. But his expeditions kept draining his resources. As you can imagine, tons of money to go out. He was traveling. No gas money and lodging and all that. It's expensive, and he wasn't making a whole lot of money. Now people will say, well, there you go, it's a motivation. $1 million on it. So we don't know, but this constant ridicule and ridicule without much to show for it has something to speculate that, like with a lot of people in the cryptozoology and paranormal fields, the financial burden and frustration with not getting results leads them to create these hoaxes to keep up interest in that. But to create a well-crafted hoax also takes funds and expertise.
Look at this athleticism. Very, very athletic mind.
In 1966, year before the Patterson Gimlin film was shot, Roger Patterson had written and self-published his own book titled, and get ready for the nod to Ivan T. Sanderson, "Do Abominable Snowmen of America Really Exist?" Now, the book, which I just got, seems to be mostly a collection of newspaper articles collected by Patterson with his written sensational comments interspersed, but it also includes a lot of original material, including never-before-seen letters and interviews, illustrations of the encounters and maps drawn by Patterson. Yeah, he's a pretty good sketch artist. Yeah, he's really decent, creative guy. And photos and artwork from various sources. The book was reprinted by Chris Murphy in 1996 and then reissued by him under the title The Bigfoot Film Controversy in 2005. And Chris Murphy added another 81 pages. Yeah, I gotta say, this book we followed very closely, especially the description of the incident itself, the timeline. I tend to trust him. He knows these people that were there. Chris Murphy was around, talked to them. He names it for a fall. Yeah, he's not an outsider looking in. He was a part of that small incident. He knows these people, so I trust that he got the information as best as they can remember what happened when. And he boils it down to a very precise timeline of events, and we use that with some other sources to match up actually what happened. But aside from that, this book is a lot of fun. I gotta say, I wish I discovered it when I was a kid. It's just one of those fun books where it's some newspaper articles, people knock him for that. It's like, well, you didn't write it with original material. You're just collecting newspaper articles of sightings. My point is, would you rather trust those than him making up some prose about it? Go ahead and show me the newspaper articles that you collected about this. He's like one of those guys that's a Charles Ford. He's just collecting all these things that interest him and compile them. And he
did get a lot of original interviews. Some of these are recreated retellings of the stories. So that's a fun earlier portion of the book. And he actually has some hand-drawn maps, which nobody really does. Yeah. And like I said, he's not a bad sketch artist, so it's a lot of fun. But ironically, Patterson's original book does not include any account of the encounter because it happened before the book was published. I'm sure he would have loved, like, man, if I just waited, I could have included that as a great chapter in the book. It probably would have doubled its length, having his own sighting. Not only that, capturing it on film, which no one really had done before. But the great thing that Christopher Murphy did, is add these 81 pages of a good detailed account plus photos that you don't usually see, and it was a great addendum to this really fun book. So I recommend picking up that book, checking it out if you're really interested. And it does have the end that here's the thing though about it being, I mean, I wonder how many people have bought that book and then wondered why he didn't mention the film. Because they didn't pay attention to the timeline, or they didn't really understand. They just wanted to get the book. But this Roger Patterson, how come they're not mentioning it? And it's because it was before. But on the other hand, to your point about, if he'd only waited or written it a year later, he could put this huge section in there. It would have been amazing about the movie. That's true. But you know what I would submit, based on what we've seen in hindsight with regard to the reaction to the Patterson Gimlin film, if he was in the process of writing a book and then he had captured that film, he would put even more doubt into whether or not the film was accurate, because they would say he was just trying to sell his book. Absolutely right. That is something to consider, and I don't think he would have thought of that, but we know how these things play out. Like, it timed out perfectly that you then just happened to discover an actual Bigfoot get filmed in. You made this all up. Yeah. Well, no matter how good the film is, right? Yeah, that's the point. So there is the other angle of examining this case, of course, and that is the skeptical one, which we have nothing against. Usually the skeptical, but there is a way to do that you see in the literature. Like, according to Greg Long's book, The Making of Bigfoot, The Inside Story, that takes a critical look at Patterson himself. Because after writing his own book, Patterson then wanted to film a documentary starting around May or June of 1967 about a hunt for Bigfoot. And the setup of the story was that some cowboys on horseback were being led by an old miner and an experienced Indian tracker. That's so hard to escape, of course, at that time. And the Indian tracker would be played by Bob Gimlin in a way. When the slaps around the now, I know you might say that's silly, but Bob is one quarter patchy and pretty good at tracking. He was an avid hunter, outstanding at tracking. We'll go into more depth on that, but when you watch any of the videos on YouTube with him talking, it's real clear that he is an expert tracker, an experienced outdoorsman and horseman, as we said, the guy you want out there, and has a lot of wisdom about the outdoors. But this film especially would be called a docudrama, not so much a mockumentary, or as you'll see in the tone of some literature that is critical of this, a pseudo-documentary. So we stick the word pseudo. Documentaries have been being made this way since the dawn of documentaries. In fact, even if you go back to what I mentioned on the show before, one of the first documentaries of all time, Nana of the North, by Robert Flaherty. Flaherty faked everything that Nana did. So, and then the whole fire burned up, and he went back and shot it again and staged everything. So just the thing about docudramas and pseudo, if people are coming along and saying, Roger is making it, he didn't invent that. That's how a lot of documentaries have been made over the years. And to be clear, he was not going to include footage, at least on the outset, to say at this point, to fake a Bigfoot encounter and claim that that's part of the documentary. The story idea behind it was that there were these cowboys on a Bigfoot hunt, and it's pretty interesting the way he was going to tackle this creative and how the story would unfold, and that during their journey on this Bigfoot hunt, the group would reminisce around the fire, I suppose, about these famous Bigfoot stories in the area as while they're on their own hunt. So during the flashback, they would reminisce about these famous cases. Was that his plan? Yeah, that was going to be the setup of the film, you know what I'm saying? So that makes sense. So like that Bluff Creek becomes this place where there's been all these sightings, becomes the backdrop for these cowboys, for these real stewards, who are on a hunt, and they're probably not going to find anything that they can talk about all
the stories and do it like in the area that a lot of times it's happening. It's a narrative style. You know what I'm saying? Think about all these cable shows where they kill Bigfoot or they go look for something in Egypt or the Sphinx. It's like they're not going to find it. You know, Josh Gates does not find Atlantis. But that shit stuff. Love your show. Yeah, no. My point is that nobody does. But yeah, should not be there. If you need to do these quests, we should still be looking, even though it's unlikely because it would blow up that, oh my gosh, this show really did capture something. Yeah, that's an ancient mystery. Hey, we know where the best fear is. That is for we'll never see it. Well, that's the idea of the film. And actually, Roger Patterson had a lot of first-hand experience with some of these stories, and the counters of the stories. I think Albert Postman, he may have interviewed or got the story first-hand from him. I believe he would have been alive at this point. Yeah, he was, because I've seen him on film on the internet as he was an old man. And also, I want to explain for listeners who are new to the show or not familiar with our back catalog, the very first Bigfoot show we ever did was kind of a comical coverage of what happened to Albert Ostman. So look for an episode in our archives called Kidnapped by Bigfoot. If you want to get the backstory there, we actually mentioned Patterson Gimlin in that, but we'll come back to it in 2 years. Well, if you're from the region of southwestern Washington State, you may be familiar with the 8 Canyon Bigfoot attack story. But I realized later, like, I'd heard the name, but I didn't really know much about it. And certainly there's a lot of people around the country and the world who may not know anything about it. I had never heard of it. Have you not? No. That was news to me, and I love it. Yeah, you were right. I was going to retell it like you hadn't heard it before, but misread it. No, there's a lot of elements in it which make it exciting, which I thought might be a fun thing. Yeah. So here's the brief rundown of the 8 Canyon Bigfoot attack incident that happened in 1924 in a canyon gorge that's named for the event. And this was reported in the Oregonian newspaper dated July 16, 1924. This location is on the southeast slope of Mount St. Helens in Washington State, an area called the Plains of Abraham. And there's also a geological feature called 8 Cave on the south side of the mountain. They take up residence there as well. The story is that a group of miners working in the area possibly shot and killed an ape-like creature, which then later prompted an attack by a group of the ape men, where they rained down stones onto their cabin and tried to break in. Fred Beck was one of the miners involved in the attack and detailed the event in a book that he wrote in 1967. Interestingly, in the booklet titled I Fought the Ape Man of Mount St. Helens by Fred Beck, Everett Davenport did the illustrations and one of the ape men. Fred Beck lately had psychic premonitions his whole life that due to this, he had a sense these ape men are creatures from another dimension, which is a current theory about Bigfoots. But that is the reason they seem to appear, then disappear, leaving not much evidence like scattered collateral remains, except for the sidelines, and I figured also somehow connected to other paranormal phenomena like UFOs, sometimes being seen in the areas in conjunction with Bigfoot sightings. In 1966, Roger Patterson interviewed Fred Beck, and elements of it ended up in his book, The Abominable Snowman of America,
How powerful is the Cox Network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away.
Connecting to remote operating room.
Giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox Network, with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the North Superstores. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. Let's go Vita to the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and San Diego. You're never far from the North Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite new models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle. Any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, your rate will pay you the difference to buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to find your dream ride? Take a test drive today.
This is less than
location closest to you, like the #1 quick.
Maggie,
Watch
you
out
are
for
so
entire
fucking
inventory
bad.
online anytime at NordRage.com.
Hi, I'm Amy, and when I'm not obediently following Testify's commands when they come out of my headphones, I'm listening to Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
There's also the strange case of a skier named Jim Carter who was photographing a 20-member climbing expedition when he mysteriously disappeared. They searched for him and found only his skiing tracks and an empty film roll box. And it appeared to them that he was being chased as he had skied straight down the slopes of the canyon.
Yeah, that one is very mysterious and baffling. And the conclusion by some of the learned members of the party was that the ape men got him. And they're not joking. It was very obvious that he had taken all these risks that a skier under normal conditions shouldn't have. Like he was going straight down the canyon slopes and jumped several crevasses. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that's best left to Roger Moore.
Yeah. And a British themed parachute.
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, by now, Patterson had heard a lot of the stories that had footprints to go with it, and he'd heard the creature himself knocking and yells while he was out in a cabin with a partner out there. Patterson and his Bigfoot buddy Prentice Beck had heard from witnesses in their travels and visited guys like Ray Wallace in Toledo, Washington, just west of Mount St. Helens, who was knowledgeable about the Bluff Creek Bigfoot activity since 1958 and had a recording of a Bigfoot yell. Patterson said it wasn't a yell like what they'd heard, but that Wallace was convinced it was the same type of creatures that he'd known in both the Mount St. Helens and Northern California area, Bluff Creek especially. They seemed to be both Bigfoot hotspots, but was Ray Wallace telling the truth about his Sasquatch experiences? We're going to talk about that. And as much as Wallace appeared to be quite eager to share his Bigfoot stories for some reason, people Patterson met while visiting towns like Cooper, Washington would laugh at his questions at first, then open up about hearing stories and tell of their own experiences. So Patterson was interested in the massive lava tube caves of Mount St. Helens, which cemented plans for him to tour Northern California that summer. So that's an interesting sociological aspect right there that Patterson describes, that they went to this cafe and everybody made jokes, like the waitress. The joke was that, you ever seen any ape men around here, big hairy ape men? And the waitress said, yeah, he owns the gas station across the street. And everybody laughed. And then they saw that they were serious, that they weren't there to make fun of people. They were genuinely curious. And then people started to open up, something that we've noticed with this show.
Yeah, the other thing that I would like to say is that I can relate to this interest. I mean, this is the kind of interest that got us to want to start doing the show.
Yeah.
It's being fascinated with something, discovering something and then going on this hunt for it. And that's what leads a lot of people to
Look at
a
this
lot of
one.
the mysteries that we explore on the show. There are always people who
Oh,
are
shit.
interested in X, Y, or Z, the disappearance of Amelia Earhart, the Patterson Gimlin film, if we can relate to all of that, that's why we're doing the podcast.
Where
I
is
say
it?
this
Where
in
is it?
defense of Roger Patterson.
Yoshi, did you
Because
see it?
I guess my point
That
is,
was so
his
good.
character has been called
Yeah.
into question by many, many people in not very nice ways. Because they're saying that the nature of what he was looking for makes him an untrustworthy man.
And that he would do that in the first place, or have that idea. And if you can't go after the evidence, you go after the person who got the evidence. And all we see here to start that we know is that he had some experiences, like hearing the yell and seeing the Fresh Prince. The Fresh Prince. Yeah, not Will. No, he did not see Will. But the footprints, that got him excited. And you can see this buildup of genuine curiosity and excitement. And he had time to go check it out. So that's why he wanted to produce a documentary on Bigfoot, also as a follow-up to this book that he'd written. And he thought that Northern California, the Bluff Creek area, would be a good place to camp and see if they could find some evidence.
Let's talk about Bob Gimlin. He's a really fascinating guy. I've been hearing his name for years, just like anyone else who's been exposed to this film, but I never really went to seek out what he was like, and you can't find him all over YouTube because he's spoken a lot over the years, although he did disappear for a while.
Well, he didn't want to speak about it for many years following the incident because of course, flack and ridicule, just pestered. So it
hasn't been until recently that he's decided he needs to set the record straight, at least with his observations and being a part of that story. But of course, most of the focus was on Roger Patterson. Bob will be the first one to tell you it ruined his life for a while. It was more publicity than he had ever hoped to get. There wasn't a lot of financial gain. At one point, his wife even asked him to stop talking about it. So it was wrecking his marriage. It was wrecking everything. So when people look back and they think, well, this is all a hoax, who would put up with that for a hoax? That's just something to think about. Why would you risk everything you have, your own personal sanity, your marriage, everything, to perpetuate a myth like this for 50 years? Well, people who have done hoaxes that they later admitted got found out for genuine hoaxes. It's the attention, it's the notoriety of putting over something big on something. You've got intentions to try and hoax something like the Chinese lantern. Oh, well, it wasn't a hoax. That was just live with it, let it go. And no, it wasn't a Chinese lantern. It was a kite. We put a diving light on it, which is a little very bright red LED. Right. Very small, very lightweight. Divers we used to track each other. Yeah. And we put it on the kite at the beach down in North Carolina, and sure enough, the police department got tons of calls. Oh, did they? Yeah. Well, we found this out. Yeah. Two guys came up to me and my buddy on the beach, plainclothes but armed policemen. Yeah. And they were laughing. It was almost like a scene from a movie where the one gives the other one a $5 bill because they had made a bet about what this thing was that they had gotten so many calls. It was Carolina Beach, North Carolina. So two people that looked like a stationary flashing red light just over the ocean off the coast that was not going anywhere or making any noise. Nice. Well, that's a bit of fun. Yeah, we were just, the bigger ones you got to wonder about. Now, people from time to time ask us about the John Titor story, and aren't all of his predictions coming true, and isn't that kind of a prescient, and what's going on there? Well, there is a gentleman named Joseph Matheny who was involved in Long's Hat, another kind of pseudo interactive game hoax kind of thing. There's a story behind that. He claims to have hoaxed the John Titor story, him and 3 others. And he makes a compelling claim, because there are a lot of people, you'll notice, that will admit to a hoax, but no proof. That's true. Which is a weird offshoot kind of a thing, with those being mental claims that have no connection to them. And it's just a strange thing. It's like, no, I did it. It's like, well, can you prove it? Like, well, no, I'm just admitting it. And you'll see a lot of people, you'll see a lot of people just go be satisfied with it. Well, there you go. That guy said he did it. Well, I think we have to think about that as this story moves forward. And think about all the people who claim to have been involved in a hoax, whether or not they actually were. So it's something to consider. Well, let's come back around to Bob Gibson and a bit of his history. Bob and Roger actually met up in 1966, I think, and Roger realized it would probably be really helpful to take someone who was skilled in tracking that Bob was an experienced hunter and tracker and was a quarter of Apache. Now, Bob said he'd be delighted to help try and track Bigfoot. On September 23rd, they left with their horses and gear in a truck. They decided to go on one of Patterson's pre-expeditions, which this time was to leave Yakima and head to Ape Canyon, starting at the bottom and going up. There were several more trips such as this that would already get information, but were not too fruitful in sighting some tracks. However, they bring us closer to that one expedition. Scouting expedition. This is not something we were aware of until we started watching these videos of Bob online, and as I said, just 2 days ago, I actually want to see him. That's something we talked about in our last episode of the show. We're actually going up to Silver State in Fresno on April 6th as a guest of Paranormal Central and its host, Jeffrey Gonzalez. But one of the things that I found, or Air Force and I both found, as we did the Bob, was that Bob and Roger were pretty good friends when they were younger. It's just like anybody growing up. They fell in and out with each other communication-wise as they lived their lives. They grew up in kind of the same region. They were both cowboys, experienced cowboys. They both were involved in road killing, as Bob would say. And they had different skill sets. I mean, Bob himself said that Roger was never so great at breaking a horse, but that he could ride him and that he was good. And Bob's skill sets, as we just mentioned, were tracking and understanding how to break horses and all that kind of stuff you need to be real good at if you're a cowboy. So when you think about the two of them setting out on this expedition, even though
they were in their early 30s. And about a couple of guys who grew up together. They were acquaintances, they were friends, they did things together, they knew each other. So this wasn't just a couple of strangers. I think about friends that I would have done this kind of thing with back in the day, people that I talked into doing things, like my friend that I still have with kind of light on it, put up the switchboard in the local police department. So there's these folks in your life. So I guess what I'm trying to put that out there because I want you to have some perspective on the nature of their relationship. These are a couple of friends out trying to help each other out and also get something on film, get something interesting.
Well, it sounds like fun. I think in Bob Gimlin's case, as he was quoted as saying, is that he wasn't sure if they existed. It's not something a lot of people just think about. And he'd never seen Bigfoot or any evidence, I believe, himself. Certainly seen a lot of big game, a bear and deer and elk and all that, and hunted for them. But he thought, I think, it would be a fun adventure, a chance to go out in the woods and camp and kind of have fun and, lend his expertise in tracking to Roger's project and go on a fun little adventure.
Okay, so far we've told you a little bit about what happened, and we've introduced you to Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin and some of the other players. Now we're going to drill down on the events that unfolded that day in October 1967. A moment-by-moment analysis of the detail. But I want to make a note here about this section before we start. We want to go and be as specific as we can about the timeline of actions surrounding the encounter. Attention paid to times of day, what happened when, closely following the breakdown that appears in the book Bigfoot Film Controversy by Christopher Murphy. Now, the reason we're listing all the dates and times, which we realize you may not care about or think is important, is that this timeline of events is one of the key factors in the skeptical argument against Patterson. That mainly they couldn't have done all this stuff that they said they did and traveled all those distances in the time span from first seeing and filming the creature to the first screening of the film, and therefore it's got to be a pre-planned hoax. Now, components of the film and the encounter say it's possible. And just as a reminder, this book's timeline that we're going to follow closely, Bigfoot Film Controversy, contains Roger Patterson's complete self-published book, Do Abominable Snowmen of America Really Exist? But this book has an updated addendum from Murphy specifically about the teaching of Patterson. So we might abbreviate that too. Patterson himself doesn't talk about his film in his own book because, of course, the book came out before the encounter. So why isn't he covering this? Why is Chris Murphy doing it? That's the reason. All right, now, on to the most famous Bigfoot encounter in history. I think if you know a bigger one, please let us know. Sometime in early 1967, Roger Patterson decided that he wanted to make a documentary about Bigfoot with a 16mm camera that he had rented, and he wanted to film some fresh Bigfoot tracks as proof that Bigfoot existed. Now, when Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin were away on their Mount St. Helens pre-expedition in late August and early September of 1967, Roger's wife, Patricia Patterson, I guess also Patty, she's also Patty Patterson, she got word of a discovery of a series of large human-like footprints in the Bluff Creek area from a man named Al Hodgson, who ran a five-and-dime store called the Willow Creek Variety. Patricia Patterson, Patty, told her husband Roger about these tracks once he got home from the Mount St. Helens trip. Yeah, this discovery that his wife told him about occurred around August 28th and in the days following, when the Bluff Creek footprints were being investigated by Canadian Sasquatch researchers John Green, a journalist, and noted Bigfoot investigator Renee Dond. Now, these specific footprints were found on the Blue Creek Mountain Road in the Bluff Creek area. John Green had asked the British Columbia Provincial Museum to send down someone to look at the tracks in person, so they sent archaeologist Don Abbott. Now, although the road construction foreman held up the work so that the prints could be investigated, unfortunately, by the time Abbott got there, the prints had been destroyed because the foreman thought that they were done with their investigation. Why does that always happen? Everybody's always destroying. I know. Well, just imagine if everything was destroyed. Yes. Well, that's the point I was going to make, is that he was trying to comply, rather than like, screw you, we're going to continue on with this road building. He's like, okay, well, hold up. He just thought they were done. Yeah, and so they continued.
He's got a timetable too, so that happens. But a lot of times up in this area, though, keep in mind, it's a lot of loggers, forestry people, and road construction crews who see these things because they're the ones who are first out in the middle of nowhere, putting in roads and power lines and managing the timber there.
To that end, there's a conspiratorial story that suggests that logging companies did indeed know that there were Bigfoots in the area and actually rounded them up and killed them so that they would not have to stop logging. Are you kidding me? Not kidding me. But more on that later.
Can you imagine, like, going to the grave with that story?
Yeah.
Well, we had to shoot it. We were on schedule. Well, as we mentioned earlier, this same area had seen a lot of Bigfoot activity in 1958, 9 years earlier. And at that time, as we were just talking about here, a road construction worker named Jerry Drew had found enormous human Bigfoot prints. It was because of the resulting press release on this finding that the term Bigfoot became the common term for this beast in the United States. There you go. Isn't that interesting? Origins. Origins. Well, after hearing about this Blue Creek Mountain Road finding, Patterson contacts Gimlin and they decide to go investigate. They took Bob Gimlin's truck along with 3 horses and supplies and left on or around October 1st, 1967. They arrived and set up camp at Louse Camp. That's not the most appealing name, for a campsite, because it's telling you what you're going to end up with. Well, this is at the confluence of Notice Creek and Bluff Creek. And this stretch of Bluff Creek, which is a tributary of the Klamath River, is about 25 miles west-northwest, maybe 10 miles directly of the town of Orleans, California, in Del Norte County, in the Six Rivers National Forest. So as we said at the beginning, it's right above Humboldt County, technically in Del Norte County. The actual spot where the film was shot is about 38 miles south of Oregon, and 18 miles to the west is the Pacific Ocean. The actual site of the sighting was lost for many years because of vegetation overgrowth after the flood of 1964, but was rediscovered in 2011. Remember that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And there's some really great clips looking at that and analyzing that. And we have links to that posted with this episode.
Fantastic.
Each day that they were there, Patterson and Gimlin went out on horseback exploring the terrain. Now, Patterson thought the landscape was beautiful, so he actually shot the first 76 feet, or 23 meters, of his first 16 millimeter 100-foot roll of film just of the scenery. This is sometimes referred to as the beginning horseback footage.
Yeah, you'll hear that term basically when people say it's the horseback footage. This is all the footage he took before actually seeing land.
Look at this one,
Now,
yo.
at night, they drove
Yo,
the logging road.
look at this photo.
On the morning of Friday, October 20th, 1967, Bob Gimlin woke up early and he went for a ride by himself while Patterson slept in. And when Gimlin came back to camp at around 10 a.m., Patterson wasn't there, but returned a little bit later. So basically, they got it's just like any go camping. People wake up at different times.
Maybe, who knows, often it wasn't leaving himself, but the idea here is that, where did he go? Was he out staging something?
So Roger asked Gimlin where he'd gone, and Bob told him what area he'd been riding around in. And Roger suggested they go back and check out an area they had previously explored. And Gimlin agreed, and they both left camp on horseback around noon. And later that day, around 1:30 in the afternoon, between 1:15 and 1:40, Patterson and Gimlin were riding in a northeast direction upstream on Bluff Creek along the east bank.
He was
At a
threatening us
turn
that
in the
he said he
creek,
would get even.
they came to
I
an uprooted
thought we would
tree
get even.
that had a large root system that was 10 feet tall. We talked about this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Once they rode around it, there was a log jam, or what's called a crow's nest, that had piled up on a sandbar
And I'm
from the
supposed to feel
flood.
bad about him being on an island. I mean, how
And
crummy
as
is
soon as
that?
they came around that,
I hope they're all
that's
having
when they
fun.
saw a female Bigfoot about 50 feet or 15 meters away. Now, Patterson estimated the creature's height to be between 6 and 7 feet tall, or 2 to 2.1 meters, maybe a little bit taller, and weighing between 350 and 400 pounds, or 158 to 181 kilograms. He later raised his estimate to about 7.5 feet tall. Some analysts, like famed anthropologist and Bigfoot opponent Wilbur Krantz, thought this later estimate was a foot too tall. Unlike Roger, Bob actually estimated the creature to be about 6 feet even.
Yeah, so Bob thought he was a little short, but the fact that Roger upped his estimate later on is a point that critics will seize upon to criticize Patterson's stories. Like, oh, well, what, you got that wrong? Now it's even bigger. It's like the fish he caught. It was this big. It was even bigger, So the you're seeing it as a big fish story. There's no fish at all.
Yeah, but to me that's ludicrous. But we can talk about that.
Yeah, right. We will talk about it later.
You didn't get the height exactly right when you estimated in this shocking moment from 50 yards away how tall this thing was that you'd never seen before.
The story's wrong. It's like, are you kidding? I know, but that is one of the arguments that I think Greg Long makes, is that normally in any other story it wouldn't be a big deal, but in this extraordinary story it should be looked at as significant. And sure, let's scrutinize all the sightings and the details. But that's what I'm saying.
They're notorious for stinking estimating height or something. Just for the record.
But actually, what I would say, we talked about this earlier, is that both of these guys, I would be pretty trusting of their estimate of weight because they are used to dealing with very large animals.
That's true.
Horses and camels, so they can see the
An
mass.
animal.
Yeah, they can see the mass and like, it's like Bob says, his horse was about 1,200 pounds.
Yeah.
These guys know the relative weight depending on the mass. But anyway, speaking of horses, Patterson's horse immediately got spooked, seeing the creature, and reared up, causing both horse and rider to panic. I didn't tell you is that Patterson was momentarily pinned underneath. What had happened is that on his foot on the bottom side, he was stuck to the saddle for just a moment, and he was able to pull his way out. Like I said, he was pretty used to it, but his foot was really hurting. So he scooted out, and he managed to grab the camera out of the saddlebag. Didn't think at that moment to grab the rifle out of the scabbard. I think because of what Bob said is that she was walking away from him.
Yeah, they knew that might have been different. It was now or never for the camera.
Yeah, no, had she been walking towards them, that might have changed.
Yeah, the gun might have been different.
Or Bobby grabbed the gun and all the shooting colors. I think they didn't feel scared. They were just very excited. That's why, measurements, initial sightings might be off. It was crazy. Caitlin himself saying later that he was in a mild state of shock upon first seeing the creature, as were the horses. Also, Killen's horse, the pack horse he was leading, also got spooked. Bob's horse was said to be a little older, shouldn't have spooked. It was trail-wise. The pack horse, I think, was smaller, so it spooked and ran off, and he couldn't hold the boat. So it's kind of rearing up. At some point, he has to let it go to steady his own horse. So that's kind of what's happening. These horses are nuts. Patterson's horse, I think, gets up and runs off, and either the pack horse, I think, follows it, or they join up horses will do that, just kind of take off together. Patterson, again, so he was an experienced rodeo rider, so that kind of helped, and was remarkable that he had that composure to right himself, grab the camera, immediately start shooting as he's running. But as you see in the original film, that's why, again, it's very shaky until he can steady himself. So he was shooting continuously. He ran and he stumbled. Getting across the river, he gets across the creek there. It's very rocky, but it's sandy. And he didn't really stabilize the film until he got stationary behind the fallen wall. Then he started walking. I think following Patty as closely as he could, but still keeping a distance until he ran out of film, having shot 24 feet, about 7.3 meters of the color 16mm footage.
Now, something to keep in mind is that the film doesn't show when Patterson and Gimlin first spotted the Bigfoot down by the creek, and it had walked away for a good distance before Patterson was able to start filming it.
Right, so the film doesn't actually start when they first see it. It's just when Patterson can get away from his horse and start filming it. So
yeah, because you're not riding around just filming.
The camera on as they hang around the giant fallen uprooted tree, the giant stump in the root system, which I think attests to everyone here, the horses, Patty, the two cowboys, they're startled.
Everyone is surprised. The other thing I think you need to keep in mind is that in the generation of a hoax, your thought is probably stage it, set it up, film it. It's probably pretty near the top of your film roll. It's probably pretty close to it. It's not like I've barely got anything left and I'm going to catch this thing. To think of in terms of hoaxing it, it's a sophisticated, creative thought process as a film director to Blair Witch it, to be like, I'm going to make this look like it's completely random. That would have taken a lot of thought, especially back in 1967 with a film camera.
If I said, like I always say, if it's a hoax, it's a nice touch. It's a nice touch because it adds a little bit of
doubt to it. Now, Bob said that the creature definitely looked toward them as soon as they saw it, but it didn't initially react negatively. Now, the reasoning for this by authorities who know wild animal behavior is that the Bigfoot probably just saw or comprehended seeing 3 horses get spooked by its presence and not initially the humans. The horses are not a threat, so at first it just kind of casually walks away. A moment later, when Gillen said the creature looked toward him, which wasn't captured on film because Patterson was stumbling at first from having just fallen, it didn't react much because it might have still been comprehending it's just a horse and not a mammal. It wasn't until the Bigfoot saw the 2 men off their horses and standing on their feet that it looks back at them with either a mean or fearful glare, and then it picks up its pace as it heads east towards the safety of the woods and the hill. It might have also been the noise of the movie camera motor and them pointing that made Patty worry and start to walk.
Yeah, you gotta remember this thing's, it's making some noise. Yeah, something she's probably not familiar with. So few people have filmed on, if ever. Yeah, it's a weird scenario for everybody. Like, what's going on? There's horses. Yeah, I may have seen a horse in the wild, but now there's 2 men, and I don't like them. Yeah, and I don't know what they're holding. The other guy looks like he's got a long stick that could kill me. There's a lot going on there, but she seems to react once she sees them on the ground as men and then picks up her pace. She never really runs away, but she seems to pick her pace a little bit. Now, this reminds me, I want to make a mention here, because I brought this up, knowing one day would come in handy and be relevant. It reminds me of the scene in Jeremiah Johnson, where Robert Redford as Jeremiah and Will Gear as the experienced old mountain man named Bearclaw. They come upon a grizzly in a snowy clearing, and of course, it's a grizzly, you don't want to smell it. So Bearclaw tells Jeremiah to quietly get behind their horses to hide from the bear. Jeremiah asks, well, won't the bears see our legs? To which Bearclaw says, bear doesn't know how many legs a horse has. So it's like Tom Waits and Mallet and Buster Scruggs, like, I could have burned down. And stealing his eggs. Yeah, they're wondering about the logic. And what basically is the idea of what animals can comprehend. And this is an important point, how we view whatever Bigfoot is, if it exists. What is it? Is it more human or is it more ape-like? Because it has elements of both, and it confuses people. I think those who go to scrutinize it want to study it as one or the other, not maybe something that's a hybrid. And so this behavior, though, like I said, is kind of an apex predator behavior, reaction from Patty and self-preservation. Yeah, I have another case in point here. Now, this is from real life. This is from someone we both know who went on a photography safari in South Africa in an open top vehicle. And so they're just taking pictures. They got this little mounts you can register with camera lens on, telephoto lens, and they come upon a pride of lions. And our friend asked the guy, like, will the lions kind of see us? We're in an open top vehicle and can attack us. Don't we look like a snack train? Like this, I know you've probably done this before, but is there any precautions we should take? And the answer was, not if everyone holds still. Hold perfectly still. Don't make a lot of noise. Be careful about whispering. Because in that case, the lions don't see a bunch of humans on a truck. They see a giant animal with big, fat, round legs. Yeah, I thought that was fascinating. If you start to move, then they will start to discern, like, wait, that's a juicy human on top of a metal serving tray that's got wheels on it. Here's the thing I want to clarify about that. You better hope you know everyone you're with, because at that point, everyone's life is predicated on the idea that no one is going to make a mistake. Right. And then you turn from a giant animal to, as we said, a snack tray on wheels. Yeah. That's my point, is I think I'd rather just be alone in the car, so it's only up to me about being still. Yeah, not you. It's like, that guy just started jumping up and down and waving his arms. What if someone sneezes? Well, you do it quietly, because I think there's a point where they don't figure things out, and then there's a point where they're like, yeah, I am kind of peckish. So I think it's fascinating, though. This is a weird little aside, but I just yesterday was reading the follow-up article about the secret ingredients in Manticore or Monticore, I can't remember the cat's name, attacked one of the magicians. And the handler was off stage, and he said you can see it coming because the iris is just like totally dilated, and the cat's eyes like turn. That's that moment. That's the thing you don't want to see, and that's the thing I think Roger and Bob were hoping not to see. Patty
glanced over her shoulder.
No, it's interesting, but again, the reason I thought it was important to describe this is people say they're wondering, well, if Patty was a real Bigfoot, why didn't it get spooked and start running? And the answer might be initially is that it thought it wasn't a threat. It didn't think that, Roger and Bob were threats, just two horses which are threatening.
By the way, the people that are asking this question, they're clearly all experts on Bigfoot behavior.
Well, nobody.
Why didn't Patty run away?
Yeah, exactly.
We don't even know what that Patty is.
That is my recurring theme. We don't know if it is real. We don't know what it is.
Yeah, what does she have to be afraid of?
Exactly. She's outweighs everybody. Can grippy for them to live. And you heard our just maybe every once in a while it happens. Yeah. Now here's the big thing: if it was just a man in a suit, that little quickening of the pace was a nice touch of authenticity.
That was a nice touch of authenticity. And here's the other thing. The other thing is, if you look at the analysis of the film, there's evidence that she was taking very large steps, almost maybe up to 10 inches off the ground. Weird steps. Large, weird. The gait was really strange. We'll talk about this later in our analysis, but there's also indication that whatever it was, person in a costume or actual creature, it kept going up the hill.
Yeah.
And after they lost sight of it. So we'll get to that later.
Well, no, the guy in a suit doesn't want to strike this covering a lot of ground.
Hey, there's a lot of ground. I bump into stop signs when I put a costume on. Can you imagine going through the woods, on a hill, or detritus from a log jam, or down trees, or whatever? Well, you're not going to get to the
Yoshi.
Yeah.
Look at this one, roses. Very fun.
How powerful is the Cox Network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away, giving a whole new meaning to the term house call. The Cox Network, with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the North Superstores. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista and San Diego. You're never far from the North Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle. Any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase. Thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can find the same new vehicle for less than 5 days, your rating will pay you the difference. Buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to buy your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the North Superstore location closest to you. Like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at northrange.com.
This is racist. I'm making jokes about comparing on Twitter. I'm listening to astonishing legends. Now back to the show.
While Patterson was filming, Patty was continuing to walk northeast out of the clearing and toward the edge of the forest, and then heading upstream, turning directly to the Patty would turn to look at the men several times, but at one point, Patty turns her head to the right, and according to Roger's account of the story, to look directly at him before slightly quickening her pace, giving us probably the most famous and iconic image of a Sasquatch, frame number 342.
Yeah, everybody knows that. I'm sure you have that picture in your mind. Now, here's what's interesting is that his Bob and Roger said he turned to look at them, but definitely it's looking at the camera.
Yes, it is looking at the camera.
I don't know who's lining up behind. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
They might have both thought she was looking at them. But the other thing is that Bob had said specifically in one of the talks that he gave that we saw online, he specifically said that time that she turned and looked that is captured on the film, frame 352, specifically aligned with when he stepped off his horse. And that goes back to the point of what Forrest and I were just saying a few minutes ago, about, oh wait, that's not just a horse. Oh wait, there's something else there, and on top of that, it looks kind of like meat. So there's, it's a weird pale ape wear to have. Yeah, so there's a lot of potential things going on there if you believe it. And so that's interesting. Anyway, after she looks at either one of them, she then goes into a sparsely treed area before turning south, crossing the creek, and heading up a hill where she might have stopped to look back down again before continuing on upstream. So while this was happening, and Patterson was filming, Bob Gimlin slowly rode his horse towards Patty, crossing the creek, keeping a bit to Patterson's left after he'd run up ahead. Now, after getting as close as to within 60 or 90 feet of Patty, Bob got off the horse with his rifle in his hand in case she decided to attack Roger, but he didn't point his rifle at her. Roger guessed he himself got as close as 25 feet or 7.6 meters away from Patty, and after his horse reared up and fell, it took him about 20 seconds to get out from the saddle, get his horse under control, move around to the other side of his horse to get the camera from the saddlebag before he could start running toward Patty while filming. And no, not too long after that, his horse got up and ran away, for the record. Patterson yelled at Gillen saying, "Cover me," meaning to get the rifle out and ready to shoot in case he got attacked. But both men had agreed beforehand that they wouldn't shoot a Bigfoot under any circumstances unless it was to protect themselves or each other. Patty continuously walks away from the men, and before Patterson could start running after her, she was about 120 feet away. Now, the footage, almost 60 seconds long, if it was shot at 16 frames per second, is very shaky at the beginning because of all the commotion, the running, stumbling on uneven ground, until Patterson got to within about 80 feet away from Patty, where he was able to steady himself more by deep his knees. Right about then, around frame 264, according to Robert Francis mapping out the incident, Patty begins to turn her head to the right. According to Bigfoot research expert Daniel Perez, we're not sure if this is a discrepancy with Patty turning to look at the men in the famous frame 352, but according to Patterson, when Patty turned her head during the steadier middle portion of the PGF, the Patterson film, he described Patty's look at him to Bigfoot researcher John Brand as an expression of contempt and disgust. You know how it is when the umpire tells you one more word and you're out of the game. That's the way.
Yeah, you know what they meant by out of the game. Yeah, I'm coming over there, fella.
Yeah.
You better not do anything to spook me.
Yeah, Patterson thought Patty had turned her head a total of 3 times, but the first 2 times were when he wasn't filming yet. Either the moment they were still on horseback or when running and stumbling after being dismounted and scrambling to start filming. Now, after this last glance from Patty, she disappears behind a small clumps of trees.
I knew you'd work that in.
For about 14 seconds. I think those trees are in the foreground if you look at the 3D model that was made with the trees that are between Patty and Patterson on the sample. Patterson moves 10 feet to get a better shooting angle, then during the film's final 15 seconds, she reappears briefly before walking out of sight at around 265 feet away. And then the camera runs out of film for that roll. The whole encounter lasted less than 2 minutes. Think about how fast this is happening, the shock of it, how quickly everything's going. And then for those 2 minutes of their lives, they had to talk about for the rest of their lives. Roger died just a few years later, 1972. Bob is still talking about it. We'll see it next weekend. Yeah, and it's crazy. And you know, it's 2 minutes of your life just defining everything. And for Bob, he's a rancher. He's been ranching all this time. He never expected to have spent his whole life talking about this one weekend trip he took with a friend a long time ago. Talk about and maybe film some footage talking about Bigfoot trying to find some treasure. Well, that's why he stopped for a long time. It's kind of like that moment again. We grew up with this stuff, this film, seeing it, and specials and shows about it. Never would we think we would grow up and be older dudes and going to see him. I never did. No, so that's going well. That's kind of like us watching sightings, and I wonder if we'll ever talk to that family. Yeah, you have that family. You don't know it, but you will. Yeah. Well, one thing I want to keep in mind here about talking about film and seeing stuff is there is what we can see on the film, which is pretty good. Like I said, that's amazing, and it's astounding that it's that good. It couldn't have be analyzed this closely. But the descriptions that the men have, remember, when you see things, that's pretty high def. You can see it with your own eyes. So what they saw is burned into their memories as being crystal clear, sharp. They're not recounting the film, they're recounting their own experience, what they saw, what the men saw with their own eyes, the general description of Bigfoot that Patterson had been hearing about for all these witnesses. It was ape-like figure, larger thick torso, bipedal or walking upright on two legs, hairy but not shaggy, with black, dark, or reddish brown or silvery brown hair all over most of his body. Oh, you know, when I was watching cable tour, I was house sitting for Scott. I saw an episode of Killing Bigfoot. I've never seen that before, and yes, it's a lot of fun. Well, I saw a PGF analyst and Bigfoot researcher, M.K. Davis, on the show Killing Bigfoot. He says that he thinks the authentic hair samples that he's seen, the hair is more silvery and a little translucent, unlike other animal hair from the horse. It made me think of the silverback gorilla. Well, there's some features that Patty had that you don't really find on gorillas. Yeah. She had large, pendulous, hairy breasts, which is not a typical part of the description of Bigfoots, but there do appear to be females of whatever species this is. And there have been a few reports of people encountering the female orangutan that a hunter refused to shoot because it seemed too cool. And William Rose encounter in 1955 during a hunting trip, where he also refused to shoot a female Bigfoot, also with large breasts, as she said. You know, Roger Patterson, I think, interviewed him, or that story is recounted in one of the two long-playing LP discs I mean, vinyl for you kids. Records, old-fashioned records. If you join his club, we got to get these. Yeah, looking for it. I can't find it. Hey, anybody out there that has them, let us know. Yeah, we love it. Anyway, after Patty disappeared from sight out into the trees, Gimlin got back on his horse and started to cautiously follow the path of the creature for a ways until Patterson shouted at him to return, which Gimlin did. Patterson was starting to get worried that he'd now be alone on foot without his horse. See, his horse, after he got the camera out of it, got up and ran away. And it ran away with Roger's rifle still in the scabbard on the horse, where it should have been. And Roger had concerns, because I don't know if you remember us talking about this, but part of the reason that they went there in the first place was because there'd been reporting of tracks in the area, different size tracks, and the tracks were three different sizes. So the first thing that Roger thought after his horse was gone and his gun was gone and Patty was also out of sight was that she might not be alone. Yeah. And he didn't particularly want to be sitting there by himself in the creek bed with an injured foot and nothing more than a camera to protect himself while Bob wandered off after Patty. Right. Well, if he reloaded, it might be great footage of one running towards you. And then that's all you see. Yeah. So they went and found the two horses that had run off. They'd gone downstream of the initial encounter when they got spooked. And Roger loaded the movie camera with a second roll of film. And as they followed Patty's tracks, they began to film. Yes. They tracked her from between 1 to 3 miles and found scuff marks in the gravel and creek bed, which they thought may be an indication that Patty started running once she was out of view by the deer. Some distance away, they discovered a rock that had a lip on it. And from that rock, the creature's path led up into the mountains, but they lost her trail because of the heavy undergrowth. Again, there's ways to break this down. If Bob is not in the and Patterson is hallucinating, he just wants a credible witness to his hoax. The guy in the suit took off into the brush where they couldn't even follow him, and also ran way down the river and left a wet footprint on the rock. Yeah, like there was like a half foot. He's really committed to this one. Yeah. Okay, so you can probably prove with the suit. It's expensive. So that's a little bit of it. Then, if you believe that, then you have to believe that Bob Gimlin was also in on it because he's then now lying about this part too. So both the guys, Patterson and Gimlin, then went back 3 miles south to their campsite, grabbed their plaster and casting supplies, and they returned to Patty's path at the film site along the sandbar. Now, something we heard in the interview with Bob is that they knew at this time of year it gets dark real quick. So as that sun sets down behind the hills and the trees, it gets very dark, and they didn't have a lot of time to work with. So they're rushing. Imagine this. We got to do something with that film now. One thing about the soil where they were, that part of the creek, is that it has a lot of blue, gray, sandy clay, which makes great footprints. And so they were able to make really good plaster casts of the best footprint on the right and left footprints they found. So they took one of each, which is good. They were not went side by side. It was the best version of the left and the best version of the right. Yeah, they also took more movie footage of the prints with the second roll of film and measured the footprint dimensions and step lengths of the tracks. The footprints themselves measured 14.5 inches long. That'd be about 36.8 centimeters by 6 inches wide, or 15.2 centimeters. And Bob, this was confirmed at least in his interview, to test how heavy the figure would have to be to make those prints and see how deep they would have to be to imprint themselves into that sandy clay soil. Bob jumped off a stump into the soil with 1 foot of his helmet to see how deep the print would be. And the creature's prints were still deeper. And Patterson shot this experiment on film in the second roll, along with their plaster casting and a horse's footprints next to the creature's footprint. And I think, didn't he say in his interview that this horse was 1,200 pounds, distributing weight on 4 feet? So he surmised that there was several hundred pounds on the horse's front feet alone. Yeah. And those weren't making the same depth of impression that Patty's footprints were. There's one other thing that I want to mention that we took from the YouTube video talking about this, and I wanted to say because I gathered from his statement that he'd been criticized about the fact that they didn't have the blaster with them or whatever they were using to cast. Well, that moment they had to ride back. Yeah, they had to. They went to recover the horses, then they had to go get the materials and then come back and drag it. And he said in the talk that we watched, the reason they didn't have that stuff with them is because they've been out there a long time. I can quote him as saying, I was completely exhausted. And he said, and I'm sure Roger was too. They've been riding around shooting. I don't know if you know what a day like that's like in the wilderness, let alone just hiking or just playing or hanging out in the woods. It can be very tiring. And then on top of that, they were filming and camping and getting up and going on horseback rides. At night they were in the truck riding the logging roads, hoping to catch a nighttime encounter. Yeah, so they're doing all this work. So that was his explanation for why they didn't have the ability to record modes right then. It's kind of funny because you're out for that specific purpose and days go by. And also keep in mind, Roger had been on other what he called pre-expeditions, testing stuff in the area, and he'd seen some prints or he'd heard stories, but he never got any great evidence on his own. This has been hanging on for a long time, so you're not expecting it. You're thinking in the back of your mind, like, you'll never get anything. But might as well try. And then you do. And then you're totally shocked and unprepared. They just learned how to get them. They didn't expect them going on. If you believe that, they were not expecting around a massive tree stump and actually see them. That's the case. If you think about it, it's used for comedic purposes of drama. If you're watching a movie or television or whatever, read about people. I guess it's a human trait. You get all geared up for something. You're ready. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna capture this thing or do this thing or whatever. And then the moment comes and you whip it. It's just part of being a human being. You know, it takes experience to get good at being ready to do something on the fly. Well, a lot of times, as you saw in that series, you tried, and it was just out of reach. It's always just out of reach. You never quite get there. But occasionally you'll see something amazing. And a lot of times, you just weren't ready. Well, in case in point, not to get too far off the path here, but when we went to Sound House, I didn't even take our digital recorder. Yeah, I had to record there. I went back to get it because my son had to go to the bathroom at the hotel and he refused to go to the house. So then I went back, you know what, I should get this. I'll go back and take it there. And I was not taking the house seriously enough. And, well, you weren't expected to get anything because this rarely ever happens. Yeah. So anyway, but that's one of the reasons that this case is unique, is that they did get something. And of course now, the next pressing thing was for them to get the film developed. But keep this in mind, this isn't a digital camera, which most everyone is familiar with nowadays. You don't immediately see what you photograph, and the film needs to be processed first and then projected to see a large enough image. So it's not going to happen to capturing the image on film. For those of you who never operated a manual camera, not everything's automatic. The unexposed film can be fogged or prematurely exposed to sunlight. It can be out of focus, as the camera was not automatic. I don't believe this certainly didn't have autofocus. Now, I actually do a film, which is a 16mm wide camera. You may have seen one that taped at 16 feet. Oh, yeah. And they were used sometimes, I believe, as gun cameras in World War II. Very rugged, durable camera, short lens. But I do believe it has a light meter on it, so you have to do that estimation from where it's on at 0.016.
that older photographers know how to do. So a lot can be screwed up, and the iris and the lens can be the wrong f-stop, like I said, and just not have the right exposure. So it's really easy to goof this up. These guys are very anxious. They don't know that they captured anything, and as they say, they both weren't sure that they captured anything good. And Bob Giblin is quoted as saying, "We weren't sure from Roger stumbling and falling down on the sandbar and getting up and running. We didn't even have an idea that we had anything on the film at that time. In fact, it was doubtful that we did have anything." And imagine how this would feel if this is not a hoax, if this story is not a hoax. These guys really saw something that they couldn't explain, and they went through this moment as they described, stumbling across this creature, having it react to them, falling, of course, falling down, running, grabbing the camera, trying to film it while you're running, and also falling down. And now the thing is gone, up the river and in the woods, it's gone. And that was your moment. For them, you have to be thinking, that was it. We missed it. That was it. Yeah. That was the chance we had. We'll probably never see another one as long as we live. And we don't even know if we got it on film. Right. And it's a horrible feeling out there. No, I know. And so they had plans that they were going to return later, trying to get some more evidence or maybe see. But for right now, the most important thing to do is you got to get that film in a safe place to be processed. To that end, they decided to send the film immediately for processing to Patterson's brother-in-law, Al Diatlin, who lived in Yakima, and he could tell them if they got it. If the footage was good, then they could pack it up and release the film. If not, then they could stay and keep searching for another encounter. Chris Murphy said in his book that Patterson likely had 2 rolls of film being processed by Diatlin, because he had shot the second roll of the tracks in plaster casting. The closest film lab that could process photoporn to the 16mm film Roger was in Seattle, Washington. Seattle is 142 miles away from Yakima on I-90, about 2 hours and 17 minutes. So Al Diatlin could have plenty of time to get to Seattle, have the film processed, and return to Yakima within 8 hours. Yeah, that's the proponents of their story say it's possible, whereas the detractors say not on the front. Yeah, the reason to pay attention to the timing here is that the question of being able to process the film in time, as Roger has claimed, is used by skeptics to claim that perhaps the film was taken possibly much earlier as part of a hoax, and everything set up and ready to go, so to speak. So this is where people, the skeptics, are coming in and getting all date. That's what he could have gone and come back, and so it's just something to know. By the way, I'm not somebody making fun of the skeptics, but we're going to look at everything and what they think is what we should. That's what we're trying to do. Anyway, according to author Chris Murphy, what likely happened is that Patterson and Gitlin drove further south down to Eureka, California, where Patterson phoned the alley and gave him a heads up that the film was going to be shipped to him and that he should get it processed right away. In a following interview, Patterson told a newspaper reporter that he had airmailed the film from Eureka, but Bob Gitlin remembers going to an actual airport to ship the film, and he actually confirmed that in the interview. It's not really an interview, it's him at the podium talking about it. He's giving a talk that we watched just today. Now, with the next day being Saturday and the post office possibly being closed or unable to deliver the film, this might be why Patterson and Gitlin had to go to either McKinleyville Airport or possibly Murray Field in Arcata, California, and both would have had air service to Yakima. So it's entirely possible the film could have been shipped in time to arrive in Yakima on Saturday, October 21st. Now, at some point while all this was going on along the way, the guys stopped off in Willow Creek between approximately 6 and 6:30 p.m. to meet up with their friend, Al Hodgson. And you guys might remember him. He was the owner of the Willow Creek Variety Store, from whom Patterson first heard about the sightings at Bluff Creek, those sightings being the multiple sets of footprints that we were referring to a few minutes ago. Now, if you Google map it, Willow Creek is about 38 miles south of Bluff Creek by Highway 96, but to get from their campsite to the 1967 roadhead and then down south to Willow Creek is a little over 54 miles. The timing here is also important because it's used by skeptics to claim that there wasn't enough time for Patterson and Gitlin to accomplish all that they said they did in the time frame. Since it was after 6, the store was closed, so they phoned Hodgson at home and got him to come over to the store with some other friends, Sly McCoy, greatest name ever, being one of them. Another Chris Murphy source, the Bigfoot Film Journal, cites they stopped at the Lower Trinity Ranger Station, also just north of Willow Creek, to meet with their friends and relay the details. Yeah, that might be a discrepancy, but
either way, if they're at the ranger station, this might be an important detail because you could assume that maybe they made a report to the rangers, right? And that this action may be an attempt to legitimize the sighting or establish some kind of further official record. But proponents might say that, if it was a hoax, why would Patterson want more official scrutiny? And detractors might say it's a way to tie them in. You didn't go both ways on that. That's my point about this. So Patterson and Gimlin then told their friends all about the encounter, wherever they were, I think at the store. And Patterson showed them the bent stirrup from his saddle where he fell. Remember that? Yeah. I think it mostly collapsed onto his foot. So he had that piece. That's a little bit of proof or evidence he brought with him that something happened. And around 9:30 p.m., Patterson telephoned a reporter for the Times Standard newspaper in Eureka and related all the details of the event. The next day, Saturday, October 21st, the paper ran a front-page article titled, "Mrs. Bigfoot is filmed." Mrs. Bigfoot. Mrs. Bigfoot. So either might have been a Mr. Bigfoot. Yes. Well, after this recording with the reporter was done, Patterson and Gimlin headed back to their campsite where there was a full moon, but it started sprinkling more and more, and by about 3 to 4 a.m., there was a really heavy rain. Gimlin had asked Al Hodgson for some cardboard boxes that he used at the store to cover the Bigfoot tracks before they got washed away, because he's forethinking, well, we got to preserve this stuff. Guys are going to show up now. So, he dumped out the produce or whatever, gave these boxes, and Patterson, it's kind of funny, you can see kind of the guy he was or whatever. He just said, it'll be fine. It's not going to rain. It's not going to rain. But he thought it wasn't going to rain very hard anyway. So he really wasn't interested in getting up from his tent in the middle of the night. So I guess Bob had a hard time getting him up. But Gimlin thought it was going to downpour, and it did. And it rained so hard, the boxes he got from Hodgson were soggy messes. So he ran around, and this is smart, he covered the tracks with big pieces of bark. And it's a good thing he did, because they would have been degraded before the team got there.
Yeah, and I guess and again, we heard him talking about this on the one video. He went and was peeling the bark off of a tree there. Mm-hmm. Very clever. And this goes back to what we were saying about him. He's good in the woods. He's a cowboy. Yeah, right. He figures things out. The boxes aren't going to work. And I know these tracks, because he's also a tracker. I know these tracks are going to go away. They're going to be degraded. And I've got to cover them, because I also know it's going to rain like crazy. Yeah. So he goes out and he goes and peels off some bark and covers up the tracks. And thank God he did, because if he didn't, that evidence wouldn't be part of the story either.
Right.
And here's another component of that. If the whole thing was a setup and it was a hoax and it was primarily Roger in the driver's seat on it, you'd think Roger would be interested in preserving the tracks he had hoaxed. Just a thought that was occurring to me, sure.
Right.
Anyway, before heading back, Patterson had asked Al Hodgson to call Don Abbott of the British Columbia Provincial Museum, the archaeologist who was called down to Bluff Creek before. And no one is sure why Patterson didn't call Abbott himself, but Hodgson relayed all the details of the encounter and asked Abbott to come down to the film site and to bring along tracking dogs that were to be provided by a man named John Green.
Right. He's another researcher of great note. But dogs might be helpful because they can smell where she went, and trust me, there's a smell.
Yeah.
So he's trying to get this all together, and Don Abbott is a respectable scientist from the museum, so he wants him involved. And he is going to be open to this. And people might wonder why Patterson would have contacted Don Abbott, a scientist so far away in British Columbia, Canada, to come down to investigate, when a professional closer to the site could have gotten there faster. But keep in mind, very, very few scientists then and now, and probably forever, would even give any thought at all to such a ridiculous assertion as Bigfoot evidence.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So you got to go wherever you need to go.
Yeah, we was going to take a look at it, but Abbott had already shown interest in Bigfoot, as people generally from British Columbia were more aware and more comfortable with Sasquatch sightings. Not comfortable because you don't really want to see one. It's part of their local lore and culture, so they weren't so hung up about it as Americans. And remember, Abbott had already traveled down to Bluff Creek, about 700 miles by car, to investigate the earlier Blue Creek Mountain Road footprint. So Abbott was seen as the best bet to take this evidence seriously. Grover Krantz, one of the few evolutionary anthropologists and primatologists to take said of Abbott, quote, the only scientist of any stature who demonstrated any serious interest in the Bigfoot subject, end quote. Aside from Grover, he got ridiculed. They all do, so you're taking a big risk if you even just say you're mildly interested. We, however, do not care about ridicule. We have no degrees. Yeah, we
Yo,
have
she
no
read
scientific careers to worry about calling us out, just people on Twitter. Emails and whatever social media. Yes. It's ridiculous, but that's fine. John Abbott first declined the offer, saying he would want to wait to see the film first, because granted, remember, he'd already been down there, and the road crew had trained them by and under supervision of professionals. Let's just see the film first, then I'll let you know if I'm really, if it's worth my time. He did end up calling John Green, asking for help with getting the tracking dogs, but Green was unable to arrange for it. And Abbott was interested in seeing the PG up because he also called Al Diak and requested that the film be brought to the University of Columbia by scientists there. Diak promised that he'd tell Patterson about the request. So he's expressing some interest. He just wants to see the film first. Now, the fact that Patterson had requested that Don Abbott go down to the event site the same day as the event, or any scientist or researcher like John Green and tracking dogs, is used by opponents of the film, like Robert Krantz, as something a hoaxer wouldn't take a chance on, is what we're saying. Why risk having them discover it's a hoax fairly?
Yoshi, can you believe this? Can you believe it? Sons of bitches. Yoshi. Yoshi.
University of British Columbia, and I got all these people involved because I was serious about this, but it's still part of the group. But again, taking a little bit of a risk for them to really find out what to do. Because if anyone's going to sniff this out, so you need that right away.
Look at this athleticism, Yoshi.
So heavy they were afraid of a mudslide or landslide.
That was amazing.
And left for Yakima at that time, even though they wanted to stay and explore for more evidence. And they were right, as there was a mudslide onto the lower Bluff Creek Road, so they had to take the steep mountain roads where it was no longer even accessible by the way. Oh, really? Yeah, I looked that up. Their truck slipped off the road, and they had to recover it with a front end loader. I don't even think you have. I think you just hit a start button on back then. Altogether, it was around a 580-mile drive, with a very difficult and harrowing twisty drive through a high and narrow, muddy, bad road, and towing 3 horses. With all that, the estimate is that it would have taken 13 to 14 hours to get home to Yakima. Now, John Green left an urgent message with well-known Sasquatch researcher Renee DeHinden in San Francisco to contact Al Hodgson in Willow Creek about the encounter. DeHinden got the lowdown from Hodgson and then immediately traveled to Willow Creek, which is again about 38 miles south of Bluff Creek. DeHinden got there quickly, arriving about noon on Saturday, October 21st, 1967. He went to Hodgson's Willow Creek variety store, where he met up with fellow Bigfoot researcher Jim McLaren. Wouldn't it have been fun to have been at that store just shopping for knickknacks when DeHinden arrived, and those two were talking shop about Bigfoot? No, I just you imagine us, we're just, maybe we're on a road trip and we're getting some snacks or whatever. It's like these guys are like, what Bigfoot footage, so-and-so's coming. It's like, I'm going to hang out for a bit more longer here, because it sounds exciting. Well, no, and we get weird looks every time we have lunch. Stuff we're talking about. Yeah, the books on the table. Yeah. But imagine, though, that's an exciting moment at the store where these guys are excitedly talking about this new revolutionary footage they haven't seen yet, but it sounds, certainly everyone talking about it is very excited. So I just imagine us just being there at that moment when, something this groundbreaking is happening. Or, you're at the crux of a very famous hoax. Yeah. You can at least say you've been there. Well, again, and it's a weird thing to draw a parallel to, but it was part of going back to the Sally House when we had the EVP, and we decided not to air it until October, even though it had happened in July. That was a weird feeling for me. Oh, just sitting on it? Yeah, sitting on it, and then what is it, and what? It's just hard to describe being in that position. I gathered some evidence that you think is convincing, and then you get a letter or a comment from somebody. It's like, why did you guys hype that for 6 hours? It was nothing. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, unlike this film, what that recording was is a very small part of the entire experience. Right. We do the story about the Sally House. It's the history of the house. It's the people that went there. This recording, it's not a build-up. We never meant it to be a huge build-up like this film. It's like, we got Bigfoot footage. Stay tuned for the next 6 hours while we hype it up. And then you see it. It's like, it's a guy in a suit. Come on. But the recording, it's like, that was just an element of that whole story. I'm sorry you got the impression
showdown.
No
at the big
apologies.
showcase.
We don't apologize. It's
Right.
But here's something I disagree with what you just said. In comparing it to the film, you said unlike the film. Conversely, I do believe the film is a small part of the equation.
Oh,
The
that's
film
true.
is
Yeah.
the only part you can study.
That's true.
There is no way that Bob, Rogers passed away.
Mhm.
There's no way that Bob, I believe this, and again, based on the Sally experience, he will never be able to properly convey what that experience felt like if it was a real experience.
Oh,
He'll
yeah,
never be
yeah.
able. He can talk for 50 years, and you as a listener, and this includes me, who wants to believe it. I mean, I'll just go ahead and say this where my confirmation bias is. I find Bob to be a very honest and genuine person based on what I've already seen of him talking. And I can't wait to meet him next weekend, but by the time this show comes out, that will be a prior weekend. Just
it's a little weird, but we're trying to
we're
get
actually ahead for the first time in 4 years.
Yeah.
But the point is just that he'll never be able to convey what that actually felt like as much as he will try. And even the most earnest believer will never be able to understand it. The only way to know what a personal experience is like is to have been there.
Remember, these guys are seeing it with their own eyes, not that far away. And I've often thought about this. What would it feel like to see something that remarkable, that goblin in the garden, or whatever weird cryptid you see with your own eyes that just is out of your, like I said, the visual repertoire of things that should be possible, and you see it, how do you even process that? What is that feeling like? Your feeling hearing the recording was, of course, different from mine. Mine was more like we got Bigfoot footage. I heard that recording, it's like, man, we got something.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is, but we got to get this to somebody.
Right, and that's a feeling that I'm glad you bring that up, and I want to talk about that more when we get to the point where we're talking about the actions that the guys took.
Yeah, right.
Because I can relate to that as well.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I was freaked out, but I was also like, we have to share this with people.
Right. But you had an added feeling that it was personal.
Yes.
Slightly in the way that Bob and Roger did, in that the look they got from this was like,
Towards the end.
yeah, leave me alone.
That's enough.
That's enough. Don't approach.
Yeah.
So that's why Bob was very cautious about riding up on it with his horse, but he did want to continue.
So these gentlemen are standing around the store talking about, these experts are standing around the store talking about Bigfoot. Patterson is about 26 miles north of where they're at in Willow Creek, and he calls them from the town of Orleans, California. And he told DeHinden about the encounter and how they had to leave the incident site because of the heavy rains. Now, after the phone call, DeHinden and McLaren left for Yakima because they wanted to go and see the film at Al Diatley's house where Patterson had sent it. And John Green was also on his way there.
So this next sequence is a little bit controversial because this is also something that is heavily scrutinized as being impossible to some and possible by others. Diatley had received the film that morning, Saturday, October 21st, overnighted, and had managed to get it processed that same day. Now, Patterson and Gimlin arrived back home near Yakima either late that Saturday night or early Sunday morning. And for some reason, Patterson wasn't able to tell Diatley that now there was no rush in getting the film processed. Because remember, if the film was good, if they captured something, they could go home now.
Yeah.
If Diatley had it processed and the film was screwed up, they would stay there, continuing to look for evidence of Patty, right, and get another sighting. So that was their plan. Like, look, if it's good, this is pretty good. It's not going to get any better than this. So let's just pack up and go home and deal with the film. If it got ruined or you just didn't capture it, then we know she's here. So it's a good chance that maybe we'll see her again. So we should hang around. So
and
that's
now
the reason.
they're on their way home anyway because of the rain. And that's the point. It's
Exactly.
Like, it's not as big a rush. Well, we need to look at it, but, it's not a 4-alarm fire because we're on our way back in.
Yeah, they wouldn't be hanging around waiting there for word. They had to head back anyway. But as we'll see coming up here, it might have been better for the story and for Patterson and Gimlin if they had waited to process the film.
That's going to wrap it up for part 1 of our series on the Patterson Gimlin film. We'll be back next week with part 2.
Please remember to support our sponsors. They help keep the show free and the lights on at Like It for Tiana.
Special thanks to John Boland.
Hi, I'm Danielle Cox.
And I give permission to astonishing legends galaxy wide in perpetuity.
Mike, E-K-I-M. E-L-L-E
Our show is edited by Sarah Voorhees-Wendell and co-produced by Tess Feifel, who is also our head of research. Our theme, which is available as a ringtone, was composed by Judson Crane, and our sound design and additional composing is by Ryan McCullough. Special thanks to the Astonishing Research Corps. But most importantly, we want to thank you, our listeners. Visit our store at astonishinglegends.com or interact with us and other listeners on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also support the show at patreon.com/astonishinglegends, where patrons have access to additional bonus content. No part of this show may be reproduced anywhere without permission. Copyright Astonishing Legends Productions. Good night.
How powerful is the Cox Network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away.
Connecting to remote operating room.
Giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox Network, with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the North Superstores. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and San Diego. You're never far from a North Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite new models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle. Any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase. Thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, our Rave will pay you the difference or buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to find your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the North Superstore location closest to you. Like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at nordraves.com.
How powerful is the Cox Network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away.
Connecting to remote operating room.
Giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox Network, with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
Astonishing Legends would like to thank Squarespace, Babbel, Ethos, Robinhood, and our contributors at Patreon for making tonight's show possible.
How does one investigate the unknown? Where do we begin when there is little to no empirical evidence? We're usually forced to resort to a type of analysis that many find unacceptable when it comes to determining the truth. Study of oral history, lore, and the often maligned eyewitness account. In doing that, however, we've become pretty good at getting to the root of a story in the face of limited hard evidence. Conversely, we've also learned how wrong it is to completely disregard the human component of these stories. That must be taken into account, and the character of various individuals has to be evaluated to the best of our ability so that we can attempt to understand how information might be filtered by the source it's coming from. The Patterson-Gimlin film is different from our usual legend. The film itself is empirical evidence. It is not circumstantial. It is not hearsay. It is not anecdotal. It's a 16mm film, shot at a time when camera trickery of the type it would take to hoax it was impossible for the layman, and also impossible to conceal upon close inspection by today's modern methods of technical analysis, which the filmmaker could never have conceived of becoming available a half-century later. An interesting thing happened when we posted part 1 of the series. Comments began pouring into various threads on all of our social media platforms before the show was even available for playback. Most of you were excited we were finally taking a look at the PGF, and many of you had already made up your minds about whether it's real or a hoax. And in many cases, that was because you've researched it yourself, sometimes a little,
sometimes a lot. We're glad to have you folks here with us now because by the time we're done with this series, you will have heard from an actor and friend of our show who wore a monkey costume in a feature film, an expert costume maker and film analyst who's done years of analysis on the PGF, digitizing nearly 30,000 frames from every available copy of it at up to 5K of resolution. And believe it or not, you'll hear from Bob Gimlin himself, whom we met and spoke to personally just a few days ago as of this recording. So if you've already drawn a conclusion about the film based on a very limited intersection with the evidence surrounding it, we're excited to have you here with us now. It's you that we want to hear what we found during our investigation of this landmark piece of cryptid history. And it's you we want to assure that there is so much more to this story than you think. Welcome back to Astonishing Legends. I'm Scott Philbrook, and this is Forrest Burgess. Whether we like it or not, he is here with us on this planet today in the 20th century, a creature of enormous historical significance, a ghost from a long-dead day that should whet the imagination of the young at heart, the adventurer, and the eternal individualist, Roger Patterson. Join us tonight for part 2 of our series on the Patterson-Gimlin film. And we're back. Unlike Patty, she left. She did, but into the bushes or another dimension. This is a good question. Well, actually, I don't know if it's a good question. Either way, thanks for joining us for part 2 of our series on the Patterson-Gimlin film. When we decided to cover this, we didn't realize the story would become so gripping for us. It's the best kind of legend for us to explore because we get wrapped up in it. There's always so much more to these stories than you first think, and this one's a great example of that. Well, it's all about the implications of what the film may mean. And I know there are a lot of players, there are some interesting personalities, characters, you might say, and a lot of information to take in. Before we get started on part 2, folks, we wanted to take a minute to recommend our favorite new podcast player, Himalaya. It's an app you can get for any platform, and it just works a ton better than pretty much all the other ones out there right now. Yeah, it's definitely the easiest one to use that I've seen lately, and it's been nice using one that is actually intuitive. Look for the Himalaya app wherever you get your apps, and after you download it, be sure and give us a follow. All right, let's get back to the PGF. Now, a note about the film processing. And you might be thinking to yourself, why are these two geeks going to talk about film processing in a geeky manner? Who cares where they took it and why, and who cares about the film stock? Well, it just so happens this is a major point of contention for the skeptics and critics of the PGF, that the timeline where this film processing supposedly takes place doesn't work out for a truthful story, because the timeline for getting the 16mm film developed is, for the skeptics, a big point about the authenticity of the film, and that they don't believe that Patterson could have had it processed with that short of a turnaround time. Therefore, to the skeptics, it was more likely that the PGF had been staged and shot earlier, and that was part of an elaborate hoax by Patterson and probably Gimlin and some others like the athlete, with Bob Moronimus wearing an 8 costume. Yeah, people really get hung up on this, and I have an overall bone of contention with regard to people fixating on the timeline of the film anyway, because for me, the film itself is empirical evidence, and it doesn't really matter when or how it was processed. It all comes back to what's on the film. Sure. Yeah, you look at what's on it. If it's a hoax, you determine that by looking at the film. Well, the film Patterson, as we've stated, was 16mm Kodachrome 2, which is a color reversal, meaning it has no negative. The processed film is in positive, so you can actually look at it like slide film. Well, it's considered a slow speed film with an ASA rating of 25, an ASA being an arithmetic measurement of film speed, or its sensitivity to light, developed by the American Standards Association. That's what the ASA. If you're an old, you knew that. But nowadays, film speed is measured by an ISO rating. So the slower or lower the film speed number, the longer an exposure or lower wider aperture necessary to produce a properly exposed image, so it's better in bright daylight conditions. Now, this will be important later because we're going to examine if Roger knew what he was doing with the camera.
And or was he just an amateur that got a hold of a nicer camera? Because the 16 millimeter camera is a nicer camera to be shooting with under these circumstances. Right. But yeah, and so what you're talking about here technically is really about the sensitivity of the chemicals on the film. How sensitive, how much light does it take to expose it and get the look that you want out of it? Yeah, exactly. Because with a slower film, you get a sharper image. It's a major reason why the PGF was able to be blown up for close scrutiny of the details. Now, Kodachrome was the world's first successfully commercial color film, which Paul Simon sang about, and which was also used by Abraham Zapruder to film JFK's assassination, the world's first most scrutinized piece of footage. Unfortunately, due to the digital photography age, Kodak announced on June 22nd, 2009 that Kodachrome was going to be discontinued, which broke the hearts of a lot of old-time photographers because it was a much-beloved film stock, very sharp, very good quality for what you got. That's why that 8mm and 16mm film, color film, can be projected and blown up, and even the slide film was excellent. So that disappointed a lot of film photographers. But the problem the skeptics see is that Kodachrome must be developed using the Kodak K12 process, which at that time was only available at licensed laboratories in certain major cities. Now, interestingly, the film is only black and white when first exposed, Kodachrome. 3 complex development steps are required to mix the 3 primary colors that form the spectrum of color you end up seeing on the film. This is unlike any other color film which has its colors built into its layers. When Roger Patterson was asked about the film's processing, he replied, "I had them done in a private place. It would jeopardize the man's job if it were told." Now, we can assume Roger didn't process the film himself, and that his brother-in-law, Al Diatley, took the film to someone for processing, but sadly, and maybe a little suspiciously, Diatley claimed that he didn't remember, and still claims to this day, that he doesn't or didn't remember where he took the film for processing. And I mean, we've heard him interviewed, we've read interviews with him. He cannot recall a single detail, at least that's what he says, about how the film was processed or where it went. Yeah, so, or even where he picked it up, who it was done, or anything about it. He doesn't know anything. Right. So that's where I begin to have questions. Does he really not know anything? But there was a lab in Seattle that could have processed the film. It was the Kodak Technicolor Laboratory, but it was closed on Saturday, October 21st, 1967, which is the day the film should have been processed by the timeline. Now, author Chris Murphy, whose timeline of events we've been following here, speculates that Diatley may have arranged for an employee of the Seattle Film Lab to process the film on his own, off the record, while the lab was closed. Murphy further speculates that even if the lab was open, Diatley could have still arranged for special handling of the film, like for an employee to run it through off the books. Murphy also says that he was informed by professionals that the film could have been privately processed in a home laboratory, although the machinery needed might cost upwards of $60,000 or more. So this would be especially true if the employee with the home worked at a Kodak facility or had access to some of the components. Yeah, I also think it's a possibility that this off-the-books processing could have been done at a pirate facility of sorts, one that specializes in private processing, shall we say, questionable content, and that might be why Patterson and Diatley didn't feel like talking about it. But keep in mind that whoever is processing the film can also see what's on it, and much more easily with color reversal film. And this is fascinating too, because Diatley, as we've said, was a wealthy owner of a construction business. He could easily grease palms and get things done. This is the kind of guy that, and you're going to find out as we talk more about him and his involvement in the aftermath of what happened with the film and how it was marketed to be shown to the public later, that there's no question that he is a somewhat opportunistic individual, and he may have been excited about the business prospects associated with this film, I'm sure. And so it would have been easy for him to say, hey, look, here's $100, here's a couple $100. Right. I knew this process today, and your boss didn't have to know about it. Open the door, let's get this done. You know, we were talking about this earlier. Look, Scott and I both have editing backgrounds in video and film. Film transfer to video. But the idea is that, you know, where I worked, I had keys to the edit bay, and I often went in on the weekends to get work done that I, couldn't finish during the week, or just to get myself ahead. You know, and then there's other employees that would say, hey, could you edit my wedding video, or just, cut some pieces together of it, or make some copies. I have some VHSs here. Can you just make some copies? So it didn't cost the company anything. I was already there just my time, but it wasn't a sanctioned session. It was just other employees who wanted a favor of could you make this videotape copy? Here's the original and here's the tape stock. I want you to to copy it to. It's like, sure, that's not a problem. I just have it running in the background. So I don't know what it was like, of course, at the Kodak Technicolor Laboratory in Seattle, but if there's guys that have access to the lab and the equipment, and they're in there working, and it's off the books, kind of, like I said, maybe they're just getting some stuff done. And Al knew about these people, or somehow got told, like, oh, you should talk to so-and-so over there. You know, he comes in on Saturday, maybe he can run that through for you. That it wouldn't be that hard to do. My other theory on this is that, like I said, with the private pirate labs, is that there are films, of course, that aren't in the mainstream, that have made the rounds, let's say, in certain genres, and those get processed somewhere, and it's not a Technicolor. Because, as I said before, you can see what's on the film. That doesn't mean that someone saw a ape creature out in the woods on Patterson's film. They may not have been paying attention, but you can easily see what's on them. You know, when I was in film school at USC, there was a lab at USC called it cinema. I'm studying the cinema. Would you want to call them USC talkies? I don't know. Film. I think film would be a less snobby word for what I'm studying at USC. It's the proper. They all call it the School of Cinema. It's the proper term for it, rather than Getting back to getting film processed, though, all those students, of which I said there was no rich kids, at least going to cinema that I knew of, that had their own private labs. You had to take your film to a local place, which anybody in the area or at the school will know who they were. They were kind of a mom and pop operation that processed, I believe, mostly Super 8, maybe some 16. I'm not sure if they had the sprockets for that, but it was the Super 8 cartridges that they just ran through hundreds and hundreds of those every week for processing the students' film. Now, I had a friend that she was doing a vampire theme movie. You know, she had some costume, other students dressed up, and I think she filmed it in a graveyard, which she got permission to. It's all above board. But the owners of the lab were known for being very religious, and they saw what was on the film, and they took a marker and they just striped it all the way through for the whole film. They sent her a note saying, "We do not approve of your devil-worshipping student film," or something to that effect. She's like, "What? No, it's a vampire film. I'm making a horror movie. It's perfectly acceptable." So my point was that they see what was going through on the film, and if they didn't like it, yeah, they would return it to you defaced. Yeah, which is their prerogative, I suppose. You'd be hard-pressed to kind of take it to court, but whoever did this, I'm wondering if they saw this and just saw, like I said, the horseback footage is the first reel. We don't know if both reels were processed at the same time. That's another point of inspection. What exactly was processed that day? Because it wouldn't take that long, maybe an hour or two to run it through the machinery if everything's warmed up, the chemicals are going, and all that. Another thing that we had conjectured on with regard to the unsavory content was that there were places that obviously were processing, like you said, processing that kind of film. And it could be that Al Diatley found out how to get something processed at one of those places. So we decided to look into that a little bit about the possibility of stag films, which were in their waning days in the late 60s, but they were still around, being maybe shot or processed in the Seattle area, and it turns out they were. We spoke with an expert, Dr. David Church, PhD. He's a lecturer and program coordinator of cinema studies at the Department of Comparative Cultural Studies at Northern Arizona University. He's a former Seattle resident, which is how I found him through online research about the possibility of these stag films or smoker pictures, they also call them, being produced in the Seattle area. And he said they definitely were, and it's entirely reasonable that they may have found a way to process this film there. However, he also said that the bulk of those films were actually shot on Super 8 or 8 millimeter. It would be unlikely that they were shot on 16. He indicated something pretty interesting to us when we talked to him on the phone, that it actually started out with a higher production value and devolved as time went on into less expensive and lower quality stuff. So he said, I can't imagine really that a 16 millimeter stag film would have been shot in the late 60s, and therefore that begs the question, would they have been able to process it? Now, here's the thing, I don't know about how the processing works in the machines. I know with transferring film to video, because I've done that with many hundreds of thousands of feet of film, you have to have a different gate that's appropriate, and the gate is the device that carries the film through past the scanning equipment, whatever your scanner is. So you have to have a different gate for 8 versus 16. I would imagine that if you were processing the 8 chemically, you would need a different hardware setup, but it might be interchangeable to process 16. But the bulk of the machine that does the processing is probably stays the same. You just need to change the gear that's actually running the film through the chemical baths. So
Yeah, the sprockets are the same or the gearing is the same. I have seen it done once. And what's really the same is the chemical process bath, because what you realize that Super 8 photochrome tubes they had, and 16, and the slide film, it's all the same film, but it's just cut up different. Right. So I believe the chemical baths are the same. It's just how it's run through. And again, these are all long sprockets where the film is kind of running through slowly, and it gets processed as it runs through these 3 separate baths, which is, again, that's fascinating. It starts off as black and white film.
Yeah, that was amazing. I didn't know that till you told me that.
Yeah, of course, in this show, that's really fascinating. And it's, the colors are added chemically, whereas nowadays the colors are embedded within the film layers. Yeah, if color film was still around now, of course, it's all digital process. But
so our overall point is, it is our personal feeling, even though this is really speculative, and we did a little bit of research on it, and we talked to the one gentleman who had experience and knowledge about the possibility of stag film production in Seattle and that sort of thing. This is all primarily very speculative, and he would have said that as well. Dr. Church would have said that as well. Our point is that just because you can't necessarily nail down how this film was processed doesn't mean that the timeline for the film is impossible. Because the other thing that we found out is it only takes an hour to process it. So the idea of this timeline not being able to be verified doesn't make the entire film a hoax, and again is irrelevant to the detailed analytical study of what's on the film. Before we move on, I just want to put that out.
Yeah, it leads to whether or not Patterson already had this thing shot and staged, and this was a big setup to fool these other people closely involved, these other Bigfoot researchers, into thinking this was a spontaneous kind of thing. We're going to move fast on this. This just happened Friday afternoon. We're coming back with some amazing footage. Let's get it processed Saturday. Let's set up a screening Sunday. So in regards to that, let's get back to that story. What was happening back at the Diatley house?
Well, John Green was at Diatley's house, having arrived around noon over the early afternoon on Sunday, October 22nd, waiting for Patterson to show up. Here's a little background on John Willison Green, who he actually just passed away in 2016 at the age of 89. He was a Canadian journalist and one of the big names in Bigfoot research from that generation. He compiled a database of more than 3,000 sightings and footprint reports. Sasquatch, the Apes Among Us, regarded by the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, or BFRO, as the best written book on the subject. That was his book.
Yeah, that was written by Green. Yeah, one of the classics.
He got interested in Bigfoot research in 1957 when he met fellow Canadian Renee DeHinden, and they decided to collaborate in the research. A year later, in 1958, Green had seen a number of 15-inch Bigfoot tracks along a sandbar at Bluff Creek that were so deeply pressed into the soil that whatever made them was many times heavier than what a human being could make by themselves. Green went to investigate the rash of tracks in Bluff Creek that summer. And that's a really important point. I want to add something to that. It's not hard to fake a track. What it is hard to do is fake the amount of weight it takes to make the impression.
Yes, well, we're going to later talk about a famous hoaxer of tracks, or self-proclaimed hoaxer of tracks, that even his family, after he passed away, said, oh yeah, he told us he hoaxed them all. I believe by using giant wooden feet, just on either his own feet, taped to his shoes, or on stilts. But the idea is that he would have to have also pressed these into the soil so far that it resembled something that was 400, 500, 600 pounds.
Right, so he would have probably had to strap 300 or 400 pounds onto his body in addition to putting the fake feet on.
Right, and also, the other point is that this is also just in Northern California, because if he was doing all of them, he traveled great distances from Northern California to Central California, I believe, and all the way through Washington State up into Canada, just doing one hoax.
Right, and that comes back to something that we've encountered before. It's like the two old guys with the wooden board who said they made all the crop circles. Right. It's not possible for those guys to have done it. Yes, many crop circles are hoaxed. Yes, lots of different people are hoaxing them. But what happens, there's this thing that happens, and it's happened with this story as well, and you'll see as we continue to discuss this legend, is that one idea comes out, and it's like, oh, yep, I did that. And then A huge portion of the population says, but that's it. Mystery solved. Here's the thing. It upsets people to think about it. So you want something that will allow you to stop thinking about it. Cognitive closure. And what it is like, yeah, it's just one guy, right? Okay, we're done. There's no big giant apes out in the woods. When I have to take my family out there on a camping trip, I don't got to worry about it. We're safe, right? Because it's just one guy with big wooden feet. Yes. And it seems like he has a good sense of humor. Yeah, so that doesn't hold up, but there is a direct connection we'll talk about later directly to Patterson having come across Ray Walls' path, shall we say.
This episode is brought to you by Bitly. From brick and mortar shops and online retailers to healthcare providers and software companies, every business can make meaningful customer connections with Bitly. Create online and offline experiences that turn customers into super fans. Customize your short links, create QR codes, curate your link in bio, and track performance all in one place with the Bitly Connections platform. The possibilities for connection are endless. Get inspired at bit.ly/Spotify.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California is home to most award shows, we've prepared a thank you speech.
To Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place to shine if it weren't for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real-life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day.
Bravo, U.S. Bank! For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Member FDIC.
This is Amanda Snyder. Thank you for listening to Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
Well, once Patterson arrived at Diatley's house, Diatley took him to the basement to show him the film by himself. And after that, it was shown to John Green. Now, that's got to be an exciting moment, right? Even if he thought it was a hoax, just seeing this thing, yeah. Because again, to a lot of people, it does look schlocky, mostly to people who are special effects costumers for various reasons. But to a lot of people, even these scientists, it's compelling enough, even if they don't want to admit it. There's something about it that you just can't shake. And imagine seeing that for the first time. Now, Bob Gimlin wasn't at the house that day as he was home resting from that very strenuous drive back to Yakima. To refresh your memory about how brutal this drive was, the road was washed out, the truck got stuck with horses in the back of it. They had to hotwire a front end loader or some kind of heavy equipment to rescue the truck. It was crazy. And we've seen Bob speak about this. And he talks about, I wouldn't wish that day on my worst enemy. He said something to that effect. And I would like to make a continued point here that if you're hoaxing something, why would you go to a location that is that difficult to get in and out of with a hoax? Just a question, to put down on your notepad. Well, the other one was that maybe Patterson, if it was shot earlier, maybe he didn't go all the way to Northern California. Maybe he shot it near Yakima. And all I can tell you about that before I forget, because I want to make a point about that, at least in the surrounding vicinity of Yakima, it does not look anything like the terrain we see in the film, which looks a lot more like Northern California. Additionally, we will later be discussing verification methods for the location that was shot in. Oh, very good. I'm glad you have that on board. Well, around 3 p.m. that Sunday, DeHinden and McLaren showed up to the house, and then Patterson showed the film to everyone present. But just the portion with Panny in it, not the first 76 feet of scenic horseback footage or the second roll of film of the tracks being casted. If he had that process by then as well, the researchers there were impressed by the clip. There didn't seem to be any feeling that Patterson and Gimlin were trying to hoax anything. So I don't know if that was their emotional exuberance about it, but apparently they were on board with what they just saw. We've seen numerous accounts that suggest how excited and sort of crazed Roger seemed about it. And that it seemed to be very genuine emotion as opposed to trying to convince people of something that might not be true. Well, that was noticed by the first newspaper reporter that Patterson talked to, because the day before on Saturday, while Patterson and Gimlin were driving back home from Bluff Creek, the first news story about the encounter appears in an area newspaper, the Times Standard, as a front page story titled, Mrs. Bigfoot is filmed. Now, the Times Standard billed itself at the time as a daily newspaper for Northwestern California and Southern Oregon. Remember that Patterson had telephoned a reporter for the Times Standard around 9:30 p.m. on Friday night after the incident. So they ran with it on the front page of the next day. Now, here are some highlights we're going to go over from that newspaper article. Again, I think it's important because it's really the first time it appears in print and media. The article starts off calling Bob Gimlin Patterson's Indian tracking aid, which, well, Bob is a quarter Apache, and he does know a lot about tracking. But you can see the Times reflected there in the newspaper article. The article goes on to say that Patterson was very excited to, quote, breathlessly report, end quote, and a quote from Roger apparently was, a giant hominoid creature is what they saw. The article says Patterson has 8 years at that time researching Bigfoot, and he was 34 at that time. So kind of a young man there. He'd been all over the northwestern U.S. and Canada working on his documentary project, and he had over 50 tapes of interviews with persons who have reported findings and interviews with 2 or 3 persons who have reported seeing them in person. And it sounds like you get some of those if you join his Abominable Snowmen Club of America, where if you join for the reasonable price of $5.95 at the time, you get 2 years membership, an 8x10-inch membership certificate signed by the author, and also 2 great 12-inch long-playing record albums with over 1 hour of actual recorded story reviews. Man, I wish we could get all of those. Yeah, those are the records we talked about that I was looking for. By the way, if anyone out there has anything from this club, we would love to see and or hear it, because it is nowheresville online, and they got to be out there. It's in someone's milk crate in a garage somewhere or an attic, you know, so just sitting there collecting dust. It's got to be out there, I would imagine. Just a priceless classic nowadays. Yeah, and some of the stuff that they had on the records, they had the report of Jenkins' encounter with California's Bigfoot, Fred Beck's attack in Ape Canyon, which we talked about a little bit, William Rowe's hunting accident with the, quote, human-looking female Sasquatch. Oh, you know what? That's also another point that skeptics say. With that female Sasquatch, that's where Patterson got the idea for the make breasts, a patty. Yeah, right. To make a patty. So, also, Albert Boseman's personal story of how he was kidnapped by the Sasquatch in British Columbia and lived 6 days with them before escaping. And you can turn to our archives for a much more detailed telling of that story as well, although we don't have Albert Boseman. He lived dead and gone when we did it. But I don't know if it's him on, it might be him on the album telling the story, or Roger. I'm sure he actually interviewed him. I know that Boseman was recorded. Right. It's pretty fascinating. So those records are only available through the offer in his book. Sound interesting? You bet your bottom dollar it is. Wrote Patterson in the ad in the back of his book. Again, it's such a fun book. It has the feel of, like, remember the stuff in the back of the comic books, which is such fun. And yes, not the sturdiest of products, but you got something. X-ray glass. Yeah, you get something for your money there. But anyway, that was him trying to drum up interest in furthering these expeditions and interviews. And people might say he was trying to make a buck off of it, but it wasn't a lot of bucks. Yeah, didn't add up to a whole lot. He seemed to have a genuine passion for the topic. Yes. And, you know, if he can make a little money and do this hobby, it's fine too. You know, everybody needs to pay their rent. Your family. So, you know, your endeavor has to at least return something, unless you're just incredibly wealthy. Well, back to the Times Standard article. It says that Bob Gimlin was 36 at the time, so they're close in age, and as we said, a quarter Apache. And it says that he's been associated with Patterson for a year, at least at the time of this endeavor. Now, it said Patterson had visited the area before. I asked you, would you admit it if you were trying to hoax it? That, like, yeah, I'd been there before, or would it be better to say, like, I'd never been there before in my life. I couldn't have staged anything. Yeah, no, so I try to paint it one way or the other. It's just trying to, yeah, maybe that. I mean, we definitely have confirmation bias at this point, but I just want to quickly interject here about that. When we went into this, I thought the film was a hoax, and I no longer think that. I'm just going to say it now. I'm going to spill the beans now. I'm going to get more specific in the conclusions, but I want people to understand that we did not start, or at least I didn't start this particular series with the idea that this film was real. I just want to make that okay. You know, my goal for this is really not to persuade you. It's for you, the listener, to consider everything without throwing it out beforehand and making prejudgments about it. We certainly have our opinions, but I just want everybody to just consider everything. Consider all the possibilities and hear this case out and all the details. Then make your mind up at the end and set aside any preconceived notions you may have had. Even if you've heard about this as a kid or just now about what this film is, just approach this topic with an open mind and open eyes and see what happens later, see where you land. So Patterson, I just wanted to point out, though, was being fairly open about what experience he had, at least with the area at the time, because that's another point of criticism, that he had gone there and staged it. he knew the area well, so it was familiar and an easy place to stage something. But really, if you believe him, Patterson, it was last month that he received word of the latest findings there, and that's why he wanted to go to the area, because he thought it was a good chance of finding some fresh tracks. At least those were the reports he'd been hearing. And it says that Bluff Creek is 65 to 70 miles north of Willow Creek, where it joins Notice Creek. So that lines up with what we found out. And 2 miles into a canyon where it begins to flare out. And that's the flat spot there where the creek is, where the sighting happened. And the reporter for the article said that Patterson was still an excited man some 8 hours after his experience. Quote, his words came cascading out between gasps. He still couldn't believe what he had seen, but he was convinced he has now seen a Bigfoot himself, and he's the only man he's heard of who has taken pictures of the creature. And the article goes on to say what Patterson reported. It was about 1:30 with good daylight and riding over a sandbar where they'd been 2 days before. Patterson says, quote, I guess we both saw it at the same time. Patterson yelled, Bob, look it. And at least in this article, Patterson says this, quote, giant humanoid creature, quote, stood up and was about 80 to 90 feet in front of them. Now, if that creek was a pool of water, nowadays they could have possibly gotten a DNA sample from it, as I saw Dr. Mark Evans and his team do in that Yeti documentary. Yeah, did you see that? I think I was over here when I watched it. It's amazing what they can do now. They were doing an expedition with Dr. Mark Evans up in the Himalayas. They had a French biologist with them on the team, and she said that, if you just get water where this thing, look, every creature has to drink eventually. And if it had been drinking or bathing or just walking around in the water, they could take a sample of that water, they put it through a strainer, and they could filter out DNA from that. And there are some very interesting conclusions that they reached. Yes, and unexpected. And that makes the additional point that it's another reason that it makes sense for this creature to be in the creek. It's by the water. All these animals need water. That's where you find everything. Everyone knows that who's seen any Disney film. There's always the watering hole scene. That's where you got to go. Yeah, you get grabbed by a croc, but everybody's got to go there. Yeah, and that's even to the point where you might be in danger, but you have to have the water. So it's another reason that you might have seen this creature in a creek bed. That's where every animal's got to get to sooner or later. Exactly. So Patterson's horse actually reared up and fell over, and it fell down so hard it actually flattened out the stirrup that he had his right foot in. The horse's weight came down on it. And he actually kept the stirrup. His foot hurt pretty bad, but he couldn't think about it because he had to jump up, get his leg out from under there, and grab the reins of the horse to try and control it. And he couldn't, so he grabbed the movie camera out of the left saddlebag, and then he let go of the horse, at which point the horse ran off quickly with his rifle. Gimlin was seated on an older horse, which probably shouldn't have spooked, but it did, and he let it go. But that's another point of contention, too. People were saying his horse never spooked. I think the person that loaned him the horse, Bob Hieronymus said, no, that horse shouldn't have spooked. It's older, it's trailworthy. But he wasn't there. He wasn't there, and how do you know what a horse is going to do if you see it is in front of a 800-pound, super tall, hairy creature, or an 800-pound man in a suit? Yeah, okay. Yeah, again, I think this article is significant to note because it's really an accounting of Patterson's first recollections. And it's an important note to consider because this is the freshest recollection of what he saw with his eyes. And consider that visual would be much clearer and sharper than what we can now perceive from watching the film. Here's my point. I'm looking at you across the table. You are in really high def. Yeah, it's with my eyes. If I had, let's say, an 8mm camera, or Super 8, at the time, and I was looking at a film of you, where I am now, of course that image would be much less clear. And if I was 50 feet away, if I was 80 feet away, and I had to blow that up, it'd be very green. I can still see you and recognize you. My point is that imagine actually seeing it with your eyes, and just that image burned into your memory. If it was real, or if Bob Gimlin wasn't in on it and didn't know what was happening, what he saw and had burned it was like, oh my gosh, what is that? So this retelling is really fresh at this point, essentially immediately after it happened. Yeah, and in this report, Patterson said that it was 6.5 to 7 feet tall, between 350 to 400 pounds. And he later increased these estimates, which he's been criticized for. Yeah. But consider he was in a very excited state and still processing the information. Now, his gun was still in the scabbard, but, quote, they made a pact not to kill one if we saw it unless we had to. End quote. At the time, Bob Gimlin actually doubted the existence of Sasquatch-like creatures. However, he agreed to Patterson's insistence that they should not attempt to shoot one. Patterson said the creature's head was much like a human's, though considerably more slanted, with a large forehead and broad, wide nostrils.
Yeah, not a pointed nose or one that stuck out. Kind of a very flat, smallish nose, but wide,
which is how you would describe a gorilla's nose, really.
Yeah.
He said, quote, its arms hung almost to its knees, and when it walked, the arms swung at its sides. And then that look that we all know, and everyone who's seen that film, you can't forget it. Now, Patterson states he's very much certain the creature was female, quote, because when it turned towards us for a moment, I could see its breasts hanging down, and they flopped when it moved, end quote. He said the creature had what he thought looked like silvery brown hair all over its body except on its face, around the nose and cheeks. The hair was 2 to 4 inches long and of a light tint on top with a deeper color underneath. Rogers quoted as saying, "She never made a sound. She wasn't hostile to us, but we don't think she was afraid of us either. She acted like she didn't want anything to do with us if she could avoid it." He said he had her in sight for about 200 yards before losing her in the trees, but Bob Gimlin caught a brief glimpse of her after Roger lost sight. Now, here's a fun fact that we've not yet heard described. Her odor. Patterson says, quote, "But she stunk. Like, did you ever let in a dog out of the rain and he smelled like he'd been rolling in something dead?" Her odor didn't last long where she'd been. What does this remind you of?
Skunky! Well, there you go, Christopher Hamill. Hope you're happy.
I don't know if he's still listening.
I don't know.
This guy has been pursuing us for years online to do a Skunk Ape episode, and I don't know if he finally gave up and quit listening. I haven't seen a post in a while.
Right. Well, I know he wanted the Florida one.
That's where the Skunk Ape is, right?
Well, that's the official one there. But how about just an ape that's kind of skunky?
Yeah.
Well, that's a common trait that's often described, which this is another point of contention in that people will say, like, well, you're so far away, how could you smell her? But I've come across some people just in the car with the window rolled down, and let me tell you, I can smell them from like 20, 30 feet away.
Well, and I think it's also an interesting point that the odor didn't hang around. And that matches what your experience is. A lot of times, like if you have a stinky dog, a dog that's been out in the rain or whatever, they smell really bad, but when they leave, it doesn't linger. Unlike a rotting corpse or something like that, that's a pervasive smell that sticks around even after you remove the offending dead creature.
Right.
This is a different kind of thing. It's really pungent, but it also doesn't have hang time.
Well, that also depends on who you believe. If you think it's a costume, who made the costume? Because if it was rented, you just kind of ruined it, and now you're not getting your deposit back. Where's the smell coming? That's true. Yeah. If again you believe Patterson and that description is true. Well, the article concludes by saying Patterson and Gimlin were anxious to return to their campsite and horses right in the middle of the primitive area to hopefully get another shot at filming the creature. He'd been to Eureka, California on Friday afternoon to airmail his film to partner Al Dialli, who has helped finance his expeditions. He thought that there might be a family of these creatures in the area because footprints of 17, 15, and 9 inches have been reported found. Now, those were all found together by the construction equipment a few weeks earlier, right? That's what Roger's wife had told him about. Well, the road crew that had discovered a various set of prints in different sizes, I believe, that's the one that got accidentally cleaned over, graded over before a representative from the British Columbia Museum could make it down there to study them. So prints have been found. So someone, if they were hoaxing it, had been laying down tracks, not in 1958, but recently. Then,
Bigfoot fan.
Yeah, and the sizes.
And when you think about this, if this is a real experience for Roger and Bob, then put yourself there. What's the first thing you're thinking when you see the big one? Is where are the other two?
Yeah,
and also it's a mom. What do moms do when you get near their kids?
Well, especially your mother grizzly, sure.
Yeah.
You see 2 cubs, you gotta back out of there quickly if she's going to be around and angry. Well, that's funny because the newspaper reporter joked to him that it sounded like the 3 bears, to which Patterson replied, "This was no bear. We've seen a lot of bears in our travels. We've seen some bears on this trip. This was definitely no bear." And then the end of the article has Patterson saying that he was also anxious to contact a museum administrator who could maybe bring down dogs. So that sounds like he's talking about archaeologist Don Abbott from British Columbia.
All right, just talking about again, Roger Patterson wanting to bring dogs down to chase the scent of this creature. If this creature is a person in a costume, Does that seem like something you would request if you're doing a hoax?
Well, the supporters of Patterson and the proponents of there being a Bigfoot would say he is doing whatever he can to get professionals and people who know what they're talking about when it comes to this down there in the area on the ground looking at the evidence that possibly he hoaxed. And why would you do that, or why would you be anxious to do that if you had hoaxed it and these people would more readily tell that you'd been hoaxing it? These aren't just newspaper reporters who take pictures and report on it to get yourself famous. These are people who know what animal prints, especially primates, should look like.
And here's the thing about the dogs. You bring tracking dogs in, what they're going to do, if they pick up on the scent and it's human and it's a guy in a costume, they're going to track it where they filmed it. Then they're going to track it coming back down to the creek, coming right back around to where they all were, getting on a horse and riding back to wherever the car or the campsite was. And that's what they're going to track. So just that, for me, that's one of those deal breaker ideas about a hoax. To think that Roger Patterson wouldn't know what a tracking dog can do. Because a tracking dog, I've seen these dogs on TV just in the past year or two. I saw a bloodhound track a guy who got in a car and got on the freeway and then got off the off-ramp and walked into a field. It tracked him to the off-ramp and to the field.
Wow.
And they know, these are cowboys. They know what these dogs can do. You're going to call these dogs in on a hoax? It doesn't make sense.
Well, it might be seen as a more foolish thing if you're hoaxing it to invite more experts in to look at it. Or you could say it's a con man thing. It's getting the experts almost to the edge to show that confidence. Like, hey, want to look at this room full of our servers? What was that? That was the grifters.
Which they just referenced like 2 episodes ago.
Yeah.
That's a good point. But he was an expert grifter. Of course, he's a fictional character. Right. But that's like, you're a high-level con person if you're going that far. Because if he says, let's get dogs in here, and he legit requested that gentleman bring the dogs down, that request went through. He wasn't just telling a reporter about it. And the guy didn't make it, but he did request someone to bring dogs. So that's going pretty far for a con. You're a pretty high-level flim-flammer there if you've got so much confidence that you're inviting tracking dogs into the scene.
Yeah. Well, either he's a good actor, Roger Patterson, or he's genuinely excited. So take your pick. So tell us all about what happened after the article came out on Saturday.
Well, it was read by Lyle Laverty and his team. Now, Laverty was the timber management assistant for the U.S. Forest Service at the time. Laverty would later go on to serve as an assistant secretary of the Interior under President George W. Bush. That's Bush 41. Lyle Laverty recalls that he and his team of 3 guys had passed by the sighting area in a Jeep either on the 19th of October, the Thursday before the sighting, or sometime on the 20th, the actual day of the sighting, and they hadn't noticed any footprints. After reading the article over the weekend, on Monday the 23rd, he and his team returned to the site and were able to take 6 photos of the footprints, according to the Wikipedia entry. The 3 photos of the tracks that appear in Chris Murphy's addendum to Roger Patterson's book have a caption reading that those 3 photos shown were taken the day after the sighting on October 21st. In any case, the prints in the sandy clay soil are pretty good and crisp, and in one photo, Laverty had laid a U.S. quarter next to the big toe for a size context, banana for scale. And the big toe, in comparison, looks about as big as a Snapple lid, or bigger.
Yeah, it's a big racquetball size. Yeah, so it's a large toe.
Now, even though the creature is always described as ape-like, the feet are nothing like ape or gorilla feet at all. They're pretty much human-looking footprints. So, the gorilla foot, I was actually looking at News Force, I didn't tell you this a couple days ago. When you look up a gorilla's foot, it has that opposable thumb.
Yes, you always
very different looking
foot. You see the digit that sticks way out.
Yeah. So this makes you wonder if these are all fake. Was it the first hoaxer's decision to go with human footprints rather than that of a gorilla's feet? Would it be a better hoaxer trying to be accurate to be the feet of an ape?
No, I always thought about that. It's like if you're trying to show that there's some giant hairy ape creature out there, it's easy to go find out what an ape's feet look like. Don't you wonder, like,
I do. I have a different position.
No, I'd always wondered about that. Who was the first person that made footprints if they were all fake? And what was their choice to go with? You were saying, like, I'm going to go with really big human feet because that's just such a crazy idea. It's going to stir up a lot of talk. Or to me, it sounds like the footprints and the hoaxing came after people were reporting, Native Americans reporting, and some really early pioneers had thought that these prints, in certain instances, were of a giant, as they said, renegade Indian.
a wild man living out in the woods who was not ape-like, a giant man. There's one account that we didn't read that was kind of crazy, but some guy who was massive and feral, and he ended up killing a couple of people, so they went after him, and actually, I think they actually shot him in an attack, and he had feet that were like 15 inches long, something unbelievable. But he's a real person. He's not an ape, and that was some of the early thinking that who was making these prints. So you just wonder, though, is it the first hoaxer that thought of like, well, I'm going to do human footprints rather than I'm going to do some kind of weird ape-like creature? And then people will think there's a gorilla out in the woods where it shouldn't be. Well, it's a good question. I mean, the other thing is if they're not a hoax, then it begs the question, what is this thing? And clearly it would have to be based on the footprints. If some of the footprints are real, or any of them, because there are no ape-like ones that I know of that have been cast. No, not really. If they are real, and then Bigfoot is real, then this creature, whatever it is more human than ape. Well, that is the interesting thing to think about if you consider Bigfoot being a real thing, a real cryptid. Is it more human than ape, or more ape than human? Obviously, it's an animal, but the comparison is, I think, what is tripping people up. Them thinking that it's more human than ape-like, because if everything about it was gorilla-like, and it was just out in the woods, it's like, well, I guess there's a species of ape that has survived. Actually, there is a collection of guys who do believe that it is just a type of ape. That's all it is. It just managed to survive in North America, and it's very good at hiding, and that's all it is. We shouldn't fear it or think it's some weird cryptid. It's just an animal. It's an ape. But this case here, what freaks people out is that it does seem more human, that some people have reported it has speech, that it has some human characteristics, especially with family and organization, and the way it communicates is different than a gorilla. And that's what's freaking me. Well, when it comes to these tracks, this is where we get the taxidermist Robert Titmus comes into the scene. He's an avid outdoorsman and a Bigfoot researcher, and his sister and brother-in-law, along with him, went to go check out the event site 9 days later, at which point he made plaster casts of at least 10 more footprints and mapped out the movements of Patterson and Patty. Now, John Green, in 1978, in his book, pages 119 to 23, writes, quoting Titmus, Aline was a skeptic and Harry a hard-headed non-believer. Both of them left there believing. Harry has hunted big game all of his life, end quote. Yeah, Aileen was his sister and Harry was his brother-in-law. Yeah, so if he's hunting big game, he obviously has experience with tracks and understanding what he's looking at. Right. Well, Robert Titmus has inserted himself into this story now, and he becomes one of the players from here on out. Chris Murphy, the author who we've been referencing as having re-released Roger Patterson's book with the additional 80 pages of updated information, wrote that the Patterson-Gimlin Bigfoot sightings were quite unique for three main reasons. One, there were two witnesses to the event, so their stories could be cross-checked. Two, Patterson took movie footage of the creature so that the film could be analyzed. And three, Patterson and Gimlin had made plaster casts of the creature's footprints to add as evidence and confirm the sighting. Additionally, many of these footprints at the site remained intact afterwards, so that researchers who came later were able to see, photograph, and make their own plaster casts of the footprints. There you have it. And this is something that I would say about the footprints when you're making fake footprints. But generally, wherever they start, you probably would have to start on a harder surface or something, because you've got to be putting the costume on. There's people with you. And then at some point, you've got to vanish or walk somewhere where you can no longer be tracked, so you can remove the costume and return to the comfort of your tent, truck, or horse. There's a staging area. Yeah, the staging area. So it's just something to consider with all these other researchers going out there and looking for the tracks. Oh, yes, and tracking. They probably would have stumbled across evidence prior to the start of the footprints or after they lose them in the woods that would indicate that there was more than one person there, or somebody was there with a different kind of footprint. Yeah, I see what you're saying here. Is think of how many steps you take in your bedroom, putting your socks on and your pants. Yeah, stepping around, stepping all over the place. If you were just a Bigfoot, or if you had these big wooden feet, you have to stage them and start somewhere and end somewhere and disappear somewhere. Exactly. Again, people would say it's just a very clever hoax. What he did, he had it all planned out and mapped out, but the evidence was still there. So he left some things behind, if it was a hoax, to cement the idea that it was real to other researchers who would show later.
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the North Superstores. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista and San Diego. You're never far from a North Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite new models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle. Any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, our range will pay you the difference or buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to find your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the North Superstore location closest to you, like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at NorthReeves.com.
How powerful is the Cox Network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away.
Connecting to remote operating room.
Giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox Network, with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
Forrest and Scott, thank you for supporting their sponsors. I'm Erin Lewis. Now back to the show.
So now that the film has been seen by this small group of supporters, you could say, Bigfoot researchers, and by Gatley and Gimlin, and remember, this is film, you don't look at it right away on the camera. You know, it has to be processed first and screened and projected, which, by the way, means that after they shot it that day, they had no idea what they had captured, and if they'd even gotten anything at all. Yeah, that's another thing to point to when the film was developed, and if it was a hoax, how do you know what you got? You stick around, and that's what they were waiting to find out. So it did look like they got something pretty good. Well, how does that piece of film now then get presented to the authorities, the scientific community, which is now what we're going to talk about? Well, to that regard, Renee DeHinden and John Green thought that generally people in British Columbia, Canada, were much more familiar and comfortable with the idea of Bigfoot or Sasquatch, as it's known commonly up there, and they thought that Patterson's film would be better received by the scientific community up there, so they convinced him that that's where he should have a screening. And Don Abbott also talked to Patterson over the phone and told him a screening there would be a good scientific representation. Just quickly, I think we should remind our listeners who all the players are here. I do want to say that Al Diatley is Roger Patterson's brother-in-law. He is married to Roger's sister, youngest sister, I believe, whose name is Iva. And he's the one that had the construction company and a good deal of money, and supposedly threw some cash to Roger when he needed it to help get his expeditions done. Roger being portrayed as a bit of a schemer, trying to get out there and make his films and do his things. He's hustling. He's a hustler. Say nowadays, which is very much admired. Yes. Hustle. Not so much back then, but nowadays, yeah, he's trying to get something going here, get something going on this, because he thinks that he has something special. Yes, and Renee DeHinden and John Green are both prominent researchers, and Don Abbott is the archaeologist, right? Yes, from the University of British Columbia, who he had asked to bring the dogs down. Yeah, that's who these people are. I know how you hate the characters and names. I know, but we're talking about 20 names here. Everybody's like, who, what? Yeah, there's no Henry Loftus. Don't trust me. They don't come up. That family tree does not come up. I know there's a few names here, but really this group gets pared down into several key players, of which there are probably under 8 or 9. Yes, it gets pared down to these are the main actors now from here on out. Don Abbott had reached out to newspapers in Vancouver and Victoria, British Columbia, and told them about the film on Monday, October 23rd. Once Patterson and Gimlin arrived in Vancouver, they were interviewed on Jack Webster's radio show. Now, it may have been with Gimlin alone, but a portion of that interview was recorded by John Green and appears in Warren Coleman's book, Bigfoot. Or we love him, friend of the show. Yeah, check out his books too. Of course, he's written fairly extensively. Yeah, he actually knew Ivan T. Sanderson personally. No, he's a major contributor to the field of zoology, but I believe he'd be the generation after these guys. But certainly very close to them and knew a lot of the people that I believe spoke to them when they were still alive. As we just seen, John Green passed away not too long ago. Well, a screening was planned for the scientific community there on October 26th. We're mentioning all these dates, so you can get a sense that this was all moving very quickly. Yes, we said this before. This is just a few days after the incident. Yeah, exactly. And again, the year is 1967. Right, so that's why I thought it was important for us to keep track of these days here, because if you think this film is real, it's all moving very fast to get that information out there as quick as possible. If you think it's a hoax, then it's all been orchestrated to happen very quickly, or just the momentum is picking up very quickly here. But whatever's happening between Friday afternoon and now Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, it's starting to build up awareness that this film is out there. This is what's been captured. Let's get some real scientists to look at it. So a screening of both rolls of film took place at the University of British Columbia with Dr. Ian McTaggart-Cowan directing the event. In attendance were representatives from the Provincial Museum, a few scientists, Patterson and Gimlin, Renee DeHinden, John Green, David Hancock, and Bob Timbus. Another screening for the press was held later that day at the Georgia Hotel. And Bob, again, was the gentleman who took the plaster casts, the Bigfoot researcher who went up there 9 days later to take the casts. Yeah, as we said, Bob Gimlin did a clever thing by covering up some of the tracks with bark so they'd be preserved. Yes, figure that into your paper story here about how that was handled and what you could do if you were or were not hoaxing. There doesn't appear to be an official account of what went down at the screening, what was said, but John Green took a few notes and broke down the various reactions and initial opinions by the scientists there. And by his account and thinking, they raised 3 negative criticisms that continue to persist to this day. Green actually said that the first 2 of these 3 are totally wrong and the third is questionable. Here's the first one. It is that the creature walks like a man but has female breasts. But Green states that since human infants have very large heads compared to other apes, human females have wider pelvises to accommodate the birth. Therefore, they are the only higher primate that has a walk different from a male. If the creature had walked more like a gorilla or ape and not like a man, it would be more of a sign that it was hoax. Yeah, I believe that Grover Krantz is the one who reported these findings much later on, which Green is then adapting to. The second criticism is that the creature appears to have a sagittal crest, which is only seen in male gorillas. Now, a sagittal crest is a ridge of bone that runs from the top of the forehead along the midline sagittal suture to the back of the skull and is a sign that there are powerful temporalis jaw muscles attached to that ridge of bone necessary for powerful biting and chewing. They appear in mammalian skulls like lions, dogs, cats, adult male gorillas, and orangutans, and also in reptile skulls and some dinosaur species like tyrannosaurs. The earliest known robust hominid ancestor in our human lineage, known as Black Skull. Wow, that's a great another pirate name, isn't it? Yeah, Black Skull. Black Skull. Or Paranthropus aethiopicus had the largest sagittal crest ever discovered. Now, looking at black skulls reminds me of a conquistador helmet. Yeah, and then it's got that ridge, just so you can picture it, it's got, the old Spanish conquistadors, they had that ridge at the top of their helmet put in there for structural soundness and strength. Yes. Now, Green contends that a sagittal crest is related to size, not sex, and this creature patty is larger than a male gorilla. If it didn't have a sagittal crest, it would be more of an indication of a hoax. Yeah, to point out, I think where John Green is getting this are from the observations of Grover Krantz, who got a lot of heat for his belief eventually in Sasquatch as being a possibility. He's the noted primatologist and anthropologist, so he knows what he's talking about. He's no slouch, but he did get a lot of flack for even considering this stuff. He also had Irish wolfhounds that he loved, and he was a very big man, and he gave his body to science along with the wolfhounds, and you can see a picture if you look online, and probably, I'm not sure where exactly it's located, but you can see his skeleton with the Irish wolfhound up on its back legs, its skeleton, giving him an affectionate hug. So it's a cute guy. That's a cool guy. It is. He loves his dogs. It's cute and creepy. The third criticism is no higher primate has breasts that are covered in hair. But even though they live only in hotter climates, female apes do have some hair on their breasts, and it's reasonable to assume that a creature acclimatized to colder weather could have much more. Green goes on to note that none of the scientists present were primatologists or physical anthropologists, and that their comments were made after only a brief screening with no time to do any further research or thinking about it. So keep in mind, they're looking at it once on a projector, absorbing everything that represents and making a bunch of calls right there.
Yeah, so it's an initial reaction by people who are going to be naturally skeptical to begin with, and why their trading should be. But that was just off the top of their heads, these three objections that popped up. So to be fair, what John Green is saying is that you can't bag on them too much for that one showing, which just was, I don't believe there were any still frames, and they didn't ask for a repeat showing, which is pretty common. Scientists will see as they do these various screenings of theirs. That's just the first thing that pops up. So John Green does have a problem with people who still bring up those arguments because he feels that he's been batted down.
By the end of 1967, they had a total of 7 scientific screenings, with one later in Puritan work. So that was how Patty became known to the scientific community. At least the very few, the very, very, very few who would even bother to look. Sadly, well, to our point, sadly, I can understand why most people would say, like, I'm not going to bother with that. I'm not going to dignify that with a viewing. Well, it's kind of like, hey, we found a coelacanth. No, really? That's been extinct for millions of years. I'm not even looking at that. Yeah. Or it's that guy who said to the Beatles, rock and roll's on the way out. We're not signing it. Right. Anyway, that was Ivan T. Sanderson's position, too, that you shouldn't be too quick to judge, because we say this a lot, and then they find one eventually. And there's several instances of animals and lineages long thought lost, but have popped up later on. Well, speaking of nature and nature films, back in the 70s, there were a lot of nature films that were distributed by a grassroots, sometimes one-person distribution method called foodporn. This is where the filmmaker or whoever it was exhibiting the film would take it town to town for local screenings. Do you remember Warren Miller's skiing films? Oh yeah, remember that? That's what he did. He got very, very successful off doing just that, where he would just book a theater and take it, and it would get announced to local skiing communities. People would be excited about that, but that's what he was doing. And remember the surfing film, Endless Summer? Oh yes. I believe that was also four-wall. That's how that became kind of a cult hit. Also one of the greatest movie posters of all time. Yeah, so that was a technique that people were doing when you could rely on major distribution from the studios or the distribution companies. Oh, you remember the fun family movies of Sun Classic Films in the 70s? You may be a little young for that. That's not something I'm familiar with. I think people probably don't know the name, but I do, because they had a lot of kind of fringy films at the time. What we would call indie now, and that's what they did. They had a lot of paranormal things, actually, that I remember seeing or getting excited about as a kid, but you had to go to the theater, or I don't think drive-in, but you had to go to a theater and a special viewing. Well, in the mid-70s, they four-walled a documentary called Mysterious Monsters about Bigfoot, and this included clips from the PGF, and it was also about the Loch Ness Monster. And this film had aired on CBS and was co-produced by the Smithsonian Institution. It was quite popular at the time. Now, with four-walling, what the filmmaker did themselves, or they had a group of people, a small group, basically, like I said, it's just a small group of people that would be doing this with indie distribution, or their own little company there. And what they would do is take out ads in the local newspaper and run ads on local TV stations. And then they would rent a theater for a few nights and then show the movie themselves with their own print and keep the box office sales. Well, that's what Roger Patterson did with a docudrama that had his Patty footage in it. Patterson had agreed to let the BBC use his footage in a docudrama they were going to produce if they agreed to let him include his own footage of his own documentary that he was working on, including some other footage shot by him and Deanna, and then take that film, that compilation there, on a theater tour of the Pacific Northwest and the Midwest. Now, Al Diatley, again, that's Roger's brother-in-law, married to Roger's sister, had estimated that his half of the gross profits from the screenings grossed around $75,000. But some people with inside knowledge, like a gentleman named Lynn Kelling, stated that Diatley made a whole lot more than that off the screenings. and was told by Patterson and others that he didn't get his fair share of it.
Yeah, Glenn Coling or Kelling, he was an insider, I believe also a Bigfoot researcher and author on the subject, and talked to people that were close to Roger and Roger himself, and that was kind of the vibe that there was some money being made, but Roger wasn't seeing all that he should have.
Author Michael McLeod claimed that Diatley admitted to making several $100,000 from the film, but that whatever was left over for Roger, quote, wasn't near enough. Here's the thing about Diatley, and this comes from Greg Long's book, which I just want to cite probably.
Yeah, that previous fact there was also in Greg Long's book that
Yes.
Roger was not getting his fair share.
But this book is called The Making of Bigfoot, The Inside Story. It's by Greg Long, and you can find it anywhere online. But it was published in 2004 by Prometheus Books.
Considered kind of the holy grail, I think, for the skeptics.
For the skeptical side of the film being a hoax.
We want to make clear, not on the so much scientific end of it, but the character end of it, and the social aspect of the whole.
That's right. It's not very analytical of the film itself, the actual film and what was recorded, although it is in spots. There's not really a strong scientific approach on that part of it, but what there are is an extensive series of interviews. Now, I have a personal opinion about the nature of the interviews. I think some of them are a little bit, the questioning and the approach is a little bit less than impartial in my opinion, but there's some really great stuff in here that's not documented anywhere else, and there is a whole chapter on Al Diatley. There's a chapter on pretty much all the players.
Yeah, there's one thing Greg did with the help of his wife, which was kind of amazing, is that they spent years collecting all these interviews and hunting down these people and getting interviews with them about, what kind of a guy Roger was, what was happening around that time. What do you remember? So
yeah, and in the name game, just to make things more confusing again, Greg Long's wife's name is Patricia or Pat. So we got Pat Long, we got Patricia Patterson, Roger's wife, and then we got the Bigfoot creature that we're calling Patty. So there's Patty, Pat, there's a lot of Patty going on. But anyway, in this book, there's a chapter about Diatley and their interview with him, which they recorded. The quotes from that interview are really fascinating, and it does show a lot of insight into Al Diatley's character. I would say that after reading that interview, that you could easily describe him as a very opportunistic person. And I mean, he was a self-made man. He had this asphalt company, a concrete company that he got. Believe it or not, I think his dad got it when the man who owned it died.
Yeah.
And that man had a debt to Diatley's dad. So Diatley's dad took over the company, and it wound up turning into a flourishing company, and he made a lot of money. I remember seeing the figure $95 million. I think that was 1 year's income or something.
Well, I would believe if you get a lot of state and government contracts.
Yeah, to pave highways and stuff like that, you're making a fortune. And Al Diatley actually has a famously, and easy to find on the internet, monstrous house up in Deckham. So this gives you a little indication into his background. He bootstrapped himself up. It was a grassroots thing where he turned that company into something big. And when you hear his interview with Greg Long, what is abundantly clear is that when this film came in, and the idea of it was that he saw dollar signs. And he saw those dollar signs irrespective of the idea of whether or not he believed in Bigfoot, whether it was real, whether it wasn't. All he knew was there was money to be made.
Whatever that suit was packed full of, it was money. If it was a suit.
That's the thing. He didn't even care.
I don't think he really cared. I think he was minimally interested in it one way or the other, but really it was an item that popped into his lap that he could now exploit, for commercial use.
Yes, and towards the end of Long's interview with him, one thing that he said was that he still hadn't really reconciled the whole thing, because he was in that camp. It was like, well, I think maybe it might be real. He believes in the film in the end. Now, this is what he said to Greg Long, that he believed in the film, but wasn't sure about the overall idea of Bigfoot because of the lack of bones, the lack of dung, the lack of bodies found, other kinds of witnesses. Also, he said, I've paved roads all up through the mountains around here with all my crews. I've been everywhere, never seen anything. Yeah, but he stopped short of saying that he thought the film was fake, out and out fake. So I think that's really interesting. But the point that I wanted to make here is that when we're thinking about Diatley, it seems a whole lot like Diatley kind of swooped in and said, okay, we're going to step aside. I'm going to take care of this. We're going to take this thing all over the country. And he did. And it was incredibly successful. And most of that money did not find its way to Roger.
Yeah, talk about business people. You could say that Roger was a schemer.
Yes.
Diatley was the one who knew how business worked. For eventually sold conflicting distribution rights to the film, which they were out by those parties left with it. Yeah, it's like, okay, you have exclusive rights. Oh wait, but you've got exclusive rights too. And you. Well, I don't think it was like the producers who were overselling stock in a hit, because if it was a hit, then they have to pay out. If it was a flop, then it canceled, and you just lose your money, you lose your investment. So they try to create a flop, and it backfires. I don't think he was scheming that way, in that he knew what was going on with the film and how distribution really worked. Plus, he's sick at this point. Yes, he started to get not doing well. Yeah, he's not doing well, and it's tremendously stressing all the stuff that's going on, because he's getting flack, he's getting praise, he's getting interest, he's getting files. He had Hodgkin's lymphoma, which came and went for him over the years. At some points it was back into remission, and then it came back, and eventually it is what killed him in 1972, only a few years after this took place. So you would think about him being concerned about his family and his wife and that sort of thing. And this is another thing that I want to say when you look at the history of Roger Patterson in this situation, the idea of him trying to make money off of it, and also the idea of sort of possibly being taken advantage of by members of his own extended family. That all seems plausible, and also there's nothing wrong to me with him thinking, after he got this and he saw this film, thinking, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be rich. Roger, you mean? Roger, yeah, of course. Yeah, this is going to be, look at this movie. I have evidence, the best evidence ever of a Bigfoot. If it's not a hoax, that's what he's thinking. And just because he's thinking that doesn't mean that he necessarily perpetrated a hoax. And also because he's trying to make money off of it doesn't make him a bad person or an untrustworthy person, although there's lots of people, and we'll talk about his character, we're going to character assassination, which people have gone to great trouble to do with him. I do feel in a lot of ways like Greg Long's book works pretty hard at making Roger look entirely untrustworthy, almost to a point of aggressiveness. Well, as I say, if you can't attack what's in the film, you attack the person who made the film. Right, and again, I want to remind everyone, you can talk all you want about all the people that were involved in this project. That is anecdotal hearsay. And sure, you can interview them, and it's fascinating, and we love interviews. And hey, we've relied on eyewitness testimony ourselves and stories that we've covered. And we know that it has flaws in it. But in this story, what we usually don't get when we talk about a legend on our show or some folklore, we usually don't get hard empirical evidence that you can look at and use your senses to evaluate. And that's what the movie is. So in a lot of ways, you can talk to all these people. It's irrelevant to what the film itself reveals. Yes, except I believe that Daniel Perez, it was a good exchange here. I think it was directed towards Greg Long. Daniel Perez, one of the greats of Bigfoot research here, living locally, and who studied it, and one of the first, I believe, to compile all of these facts local to LA, dates, and lives in Riverside, I believe, and was one of the first to compile this into a comprehensive timeline, which other authors then borrowed and looked to as being very definitive. So he was saying, like, well, I mean, just look at it. It's like, if this was a suit, then our scientists today should be able to easily duplicate. Why haven't they? Which Greg Long just replies, well, if this film is what you're thinking of evidence, it ain't cutting it for me, sorry. It's just not evidence. Well, I would say, you may not like the evidence, but it's better than anecdotal evidence or circumstantial evidence, in that it is something on film you can look to. How is that quote is crazy. How is something that's recorded on a hard format not evidence? It's by definition evidence. Well, it's the ultimate evidence. What he's saying is that it's not evidence enough for him personally. And not only that, it's an analog format. You can't doctor it with any ease without noticing that it's doctored. Nowadays, digital evidence, easy to mess with. Right. Analog evidence, not easy at all. In fact, bordering on impossible. Again, we go back to this argument. Don't believe that Bigfoot is possible at all. And it has to be man-made. It has to be hoax somehow, or just not what you're seeing. And that's where he lies. So to him, you're throwing that out initially before you even consider, because that can exist on film. Right. So that even though I can't make a connection between the reason that it doesn't exist on film and that Bigfoot doesn't exist, therefore the film's a hoax, I'm going to fill in the gaps by making everybody who gathered the evidence look like a jerk. Yeah, that's how I'm going to do it. It's a philosophical argument in that if you can't analyze what's on there, or you don't accept it at all, then you look to the people that are around it, because that's another angle to attack it. And you're not attacking then what's on the film. You're looking at the likelihood of, could this be a hoax? Let's look at the people involved. Are they the type that would commit this kind of fraud? Are they scientists to begin with, or are they regular blue collar folks that are a little bit shady?
And that's useful information, but it's subjective and it's speculative, and it'll never be more than subjective and speculative. So you'll have to decide. You read it. You read Greg Long's book and all the things he says about Roger. And if at the end of the book you'd be like, there's no question this guy faked it. Look at how he lived. But when I read about Roger Patterson in Greg Long's book, yeah, I see a guy, even in Greg's own interview with Al Diatley, Al, who seems like, he was going to go where he needed to go to get his profit and take advantage of things to the extent that he could. Even he says, well, Roger's heart was more or less in the right place. He wasn't out to intentionally shaft people, because there's stories about him. Al was saying I believe he always actually intended to pay you. He just wasn't so good at managing things. And it wasn't that I'm trying to steal this from you. It seems the implication to me seemed to be, and again, we're speculating, but all these interviews are speculative and anecdotal.
Also, 25 years after I believe Greg Long started in 1995 to get into this. He was interested in Pacific Northwest stories and collecting stuff, and he just kind of got into this like a lot of people, and then went and started interviewing as many people as he could connect with this. But it's been quite a while after the actual incident happened. So you're asking people to recall something that's 25, 30 years old.
Right. Getting back to my point, I guess the implication for me was from Al Diatley. They talk a lot about the Patterson family and the kids and the nature of. There's a lot of casting aspersions, I guess.
Well, it's
I think
usual family dynamics, and then it's the deadbeat brother-in-law. Not so much a deadbeat, but he's always got these crazy schemes, and I'm always asked to chip in with some money to help him out here and there, and he's kind of amusing, but he's also sometimes kind of annoying, so I give him some money and he goes away. Just that kind of dynamic, and I'm not sure what Roger thought of Diatley, but just like, well, I got to go to this guy and, try and get him on board, and so I'm beholden to him because I don't have much money of my own. The typical family dynamics.
Well, that was a really great thing that you said. I don't know if you even made it up just now, but when you said he was more of a dreamer than a schemer.
Yeah.
Did you come up with that?
I did, but it sounds like a very trite...
no, I like it. I do like it because I guess it strikes a chord with me because I'm kind of a dreamer and a schemer. I think my wife would say I was a schemer.
I mean, at midnight, what's the...
I've tried a lot of things over the years, and most of them didn't work out. I even walked away from a 6-figure job at one point to try and start a .com, and that didn't work out either. But if I wasn't that kind of person, I think it's safe to say, from my point of view, Astonishing Legends wouldn't be here. And so I can relate
to
that.
The smartest thing to try and start.
It wasn't. And at the time that we started it, people were barely making income of any kind. And we've been blessed to get to the point that we're at with it. We put in a lot of work. It's the hardest I've ever worked in my life. But I love it, and I love doing this show. And that's what drove me to doing it. And I feel a little bit like I can relate to Roger's excitement about Bigfoot and about the idea of filming. He's getting these 16mm cameras, and he's going out to these hard-to-find places. And if he can't find the creature itself, he's still trying to document what it's like hunting for the creature. And I can see how he would be excited, and I can see how exciting it must have been, falling off the horse. Can you imagine that minute or two of activity, and then filming and running, and then not knowing what you got, and those ensuing, like we said, it's all played out pretty quickly over the following days. But the other thing that I've seen, and this is something that I've seen too, and this is another comparison, but because my wife works here at television and has for years and years, when someone comes along who has a good idea or something gets greenlit to go, the other thing that comes out of the woodwork is all the people who want to capitalize on it, and could not come up with ideas of their own to save their lives. But what they can do is take advantage of the person that had the idea.
Right.
And that's the other aspect of it. And it's one of the reasons that, at least up until now, we remain an indie show. We want to stay in control of what we're doing. So in the bigger picture, I relate to Roger, and I understand that, maybe he did some questionable things. I never did that. I didn't borrow money from people. I never did that. I didn't pay back. I've never been arrested for renting something and hanging on to it too long or whatever. But I am more sympathetic with the idea of Roger's character, even as negatively as it's portrayed in Greg's book. And I would, as someone who's sympathetic to it, I don't think it necessarily dictates that this guy went to a ton of trouble to create a hoax. So that's just something I wanted to say, and we can go deeper on it in our final conclusions. But
yeah, to your point of what his attitude was, it's been said often about Roger that he wasn't the type for a desk job. He wasn't a 9-to-5 kind of guy. He didn't want to be trapped in the office. That's why he was a cowboy, a rodeo rider, worked outdoors. Had I think at one point he was trying to get pet goats for kids to ride and have
Angora goats, yeah, little goats, and he made little tiny wagons, and Al Gatley financed that. He made tiny little wagons because he went to a farmer's market type situation, or he went somewhere to a fair or a petting zoo, and he saw people and they were charging the kids to ride the goats, and so he came up with that. It reminds me of Kurt Russell's character in Overboard, the original Overboard, when he was trying to do the putt-putt place, you know, and it's kind of a ne'er-do-well, but he's like, here's this idea, and you know, who knows, maybe he would have made business with the Angora goat.
Yeah, well, how many parents out there now, have taken their kids to a petting zoo? They exist. It's a business model that seems to work, or people wouldn't be doing it. But the other point I wanted to talk about is the independent person, the layman, the layperson versus the authority and the structured academic viewpoint. I believe it was Bill Munns that said this, or it may have been John Green. I can't remember who quoted this, that's saying we have a terrible propensity as human beings in general to whatever someone who's of authority, like a scientist or of higher education or a politician, well, not so much anymore, but somebody in authority to make a statement or a claim, and we readily believe it, but somebody who's just an average person who claims to have witnessed or seen something, we take with immediate suspicion because they aren't as high in society as these other people that we look up to and respect. That immediately it must be wrong. But logically, there's no reason one statement or experience, you're not talking about a scientific approach. Roger's not telling you what type of primate this is or what it is. He just knows it's not a bear. You know, so you don't have to believe his scientific approach to it. He's just telling you, I got this on film. I'm being honest. There it is. If it had been captured by a team at the Smithsonian, I believe that probably more because, well, they're scientists, like they're coming out and saying it. But if one person is a scientist and they say that they believe it or claim it, we're more likely to believe it. Unless it's something like this, because Dr. Grover Krantz was a scientist in this very field, exactly the type of person you'd ask about it. And a lot of people shunned him from then on and disbelieved him. So how many scientists would it take? What kind of evidence would you need? Well, you need a body, and that's what Roger said afterwards. It's like, man, they really shot with that. You know, that would have settled it. But speaking of that independent spirit, though, and not going with the flow, and having that kind of dream of wanting to make something for the world, and you ended up by accident, or who knows, whatever you want to believe, you capture it, and you want to distribute it to the world. How do you do that? Well, this is the time before the internet where everybody has a show. Anybody can do a podcast. Case in point, you and I.
Yes, that's one of the problems.
Yeah, any moron can get some mics and put themselves out.
Or two morons.
Yeah, exactly. It takes two of us to do the job of one person. But anybody can do a show. You can stream it from your phone. Back then, like, well, how do you get a movie show? Well, as we said before, that four-walling technique is how you did it. And you didn't make a huge amount of money. Some films, of course, were very popular and made a decent living, let's say, for the people that were four-walling it or distributing it, or the very small company that was doing it. You know, and maybe it was $1 million or $2 million over the course of their history, but not like the movie studios now. It certainly wasn't Netflix or Amazon Studios or all these other streamers, which are now getting into their own production because that's profitable. So Roger did what he could, which at the time is four-walling, that term, where you take it yourself and you go and you were the distributor. And Patterson was doing his best to promote the film by giving broadcast interviews in the towns where the film was going to be shown. And then he also made appearances and showed clips on some major TV talk shows of the day, including Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. Remember that? I know.
Of course I remember that.
But a lot of
young
folks don't even know who that is. He passed away before they were born. It's an
amazing show.
Yeah, and then, well, the Merv Griffin show, that was another huge one when I was a kid. This one was a little bit before my time, but I have seen clips. It's Joey Bishop's talk show. So people who are late 50s, early 60s and older might remember that one. But along with these appearances and the print articles about it, the Patterson-Gimlin film had gained a decent amount of buzz in the U.S. and eventually.
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the North Superstores. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and San Diego. Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite new models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle. Any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, our Raves will pay you the difference. Buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to find your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the North Reef Superstore location closest to you, like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at normreeves.com.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go, so I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partner with Beacon. With the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like Certainty Landmark Pro, right at my fingertips. It's like having my Beacon rep in my pocket 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through November, purchase Certainty through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
This is Dana Mahar, transmitting all the way live from the Watermelon Mountains, saying thank you for joining the gathering at Astonishing Legends with your hosts, the dynamic duo of digression, Scott Philbrook and Forrest Burgess. Now, kick back and relax with your peyote milkshake and enjoy the abduction.
In the years after the PGF became public, and to this day, there have been numerous claims that the Patterson-Gimlin film was an elaborate hoax staged by Roger Patterson for money and fame, and with or without the help of Bob Gimlin, and possible others like Bob Hieronymus, an associate of Patterson's, who claimed to be the guy wearing the suit. A few allegations of a hoax come from a scientific or motion picture special effects viewpoint, but those mostly, if not all, deal with analyzing the being that was caught on film, whether it displayed ape-like primate locomotor behavior or more human-like characteristics, or whether or not the appearance of the creature was that of a man-made ape costume or natural. Now, most of the allegations that a fraud was committed come from scrutinizing the character and history of Roger Patterson himself. A thorough examination of Patterson's dealings have been pulled together in a book by Greg Long called The Making of Bigfoot, the Inside Story, which came out in 2004.
Right, yeah, we referenced this earlier. This book, we have it right here in front of us, and took numerous notes from it.
So it's very comprehensive.
Well, in terms of interviews, it's a lot of interviews with a lot of people associated with the story, and in that way, it's a Bible. I personally don't feel like the interviews are as impartial as they should be, but it is really a good resource.
Well, he did do that. It's been heavily criticized by those who are proponents of the film as being real. But those who are skeptical of the film will look to that, again, as overwhelming evidence that Roger Patterson himself is a fraud.
And also, the other part that's overwhelming about it is the confirmation bias. But that's another story.
When you look at it, it's definitely got a huge slant.
There's a lot of, I mean, it's not a trial or a criminal investigation, but I would go so far as to say there's a fair amount of the witness in the interviews.
Oh, yeah. So
but still, it's good to have them. It's good to get a real sense of people's personalities, especially the chapter on Al Bialy, who was Roger's brother-in-law, who figures very prominently in the overall story of what happened after the film was shot. So
yeah, exactly.
And that guy's an interesting character, no matter how much you read it.
Right. Well, you can tell, I think, from the book, and I'm not sure even I this is that he starts to form a definite thinking and agenda as far as how that he does not believe the film is real, and then the questions thereafter kind of steer people towards that. But if that's your thing, so be it. It's a good resource anyway. You should look at every side. Well, Greg Long, at least at the time, was a technical writer for a tech firm, and he started collecting years of interviews of Patterson's associates and circumstantial evidence starting in 1995, which generally led him to the conclusion that Patterson was a con man, a charlatan, a shady schemer who was out to hoax a staging of a Bigfoot sighting and then get rich off the film and carpet back. Right. That can kind of happen when you do stiff people either accidentally or by circumstance or intentionally, and you get enough of those folks together, it doesn't paint a good picture. And unfortunately, when you end up stiffing a few people by accident or on purpose, whatever the cause is, just by circumstance, people are going to get upset and they're going to have a negative picture. Unfortunately, that's what happened to Roger. And also, unfortunately, Roger Patterson died from cancer on January 15th, 1972, at the young age of 39, specifically of Hodgkin's lymphoma, as we mentioned before. But he claimed right to the end that the creature on the film was real and not a hoax. The interesting thing about this is that in our research, we've since uncovered that Bob visited Roger on his deathbed. And when Roger was near the end, all he was talking to Bob about was getting tranquilizers and going back out there and getting Patty and tranquilizing her and bringing her out so the whole world can see that. And again, if he's perpetrating a hoax, he's taking that right up to his dying breath. I just want to make that clear.
You can always see both sides of it because
Bob, by the way,
yeah,
was with him.
he's sole witness, other witness to this incident. And what I was going to say is that the critics will still say, well, there you go. He just wanted to do it again, make more money. He knows he's dying. He just needs more money for his family. Well, he's on his deathbed. He's not getting up from it, and I think he knows that. But that hope never dies, and it's a very powerful motivator in that it also paints a picture for the proponents of the film, saying that he genuinely loved this subject. He was genuine in his pursuits. This event just happened to fall into his lap, so for those be careful what you wish for kind of things. And it shows that Roger, in his final days, never gave up that hope, that he was still passionate about it, even if it was unrealistic. And maybe that's the kind of guy he is, passionate, but maybe a little unrealistic. Well, Bob Gimlin, for his part, has always maintained that he was never part of a hoax. But there is a quote from him that is out there in that he was thinking about it years later that maybe it was possible that Roger may have fooled him. And that ended up in a 1999 telephone interview for the show The X Creatures, which is a BBC show. And I believe the producer, Chris Packham, asked Gimlin about what he believed about Roger's involvement or his own involvement. And what Bob said was, quote, I was totally convinced that no one could fool me. And of course, I'm an older man now, and I think there could have been the possibility of a hoax. But it would have had to have been really well planned by Roger. So that's the quote you'll see out there on the website's literature. However, we spoke to Bob just recently and asked him about that, and he clarified. He said, well, that was a long time ago, and it was just kind of a thought I put out there. So it's not exactly out of context, but it's just a thought. He said, I don't feel that way now, that Bob totally believed what he saw that day and does not believe that Roger ever hoaxed him. But back then, in 1999, he was an older man, of course, than when the sighting occurred, and he'd given a lot of years to think about it. And he wondered, like, all right, well, I know what I saw, but maybe it was some kind of elaborate hoax. I don't know. And in the years since then, he's settled on his beliefs firmly. And that's why he's coming out now to the public, giving his opinion after all these years. The other thing that I think that points to pretty clearly is that if he was considering that in 1999, what he was saying, even if he's changed his mind about it, was that as far as he's concerned, it was real. And if it had been a hoax, it certainly didn't involve him because it would have had to involve Roger tricking him. Right. I want that to be clear. If there was a hoax going on, the only way in Bob Gimlin's mind that it even he could have entertained the idea of it was that Roger did it and he didn't know it. And I think that makes it pretty clear that Bob is not part of a hoax, no matter what. Whether Roger hoaxed it or not, and of course we'll talk about that. That's just something to remember when you're looking at the bigger picture of Bob Gimlin's position on the film. Yeah, that's his testimony, and so you have to believe him. But I believe if you ever get the chance to speak to Bob, you will know right away. But getting back to Roger, because of the fact that Roger was dying of cancer, some of the more cynical skeptics argue that he hoaxed it all because he knew he was dying of cancer and he wanted to leave some money to his family to help with medical bills and expenses after he was gone. Since his years-long quest for Bigfoot and trying to showcase the film had exhausted most of his savings. Now, neither Patterson nor Bob Gimlin made much of any money off the sighting and the film, and in a sense, it only caused major problems for the rest of his lives. Patterson's supporters would argue that unlike some other get-rich-quick scheme of his, and, they weren't huge or nefarious schemes, they were just money-making little schemes, things that he could do to generate some income, apart from his itinerant work, you could say, in that he was not an office worker type of guy. But apart from all that, he was genuinely interested always in Bigfoot and proving it existed to the world, and after the film, would continue to look for more evidence in the years after. That's what that deathbed statement tells me.
that he's never going to give up this quest as long as he can still live. Again, wrap your head around the idea of continuing to look for something if you post it prior. Yeah, either you're just insane or you're just totally obsessed. Well, it seemed more of a money pit passion than a scheme after you start digging into the research here. And in the years after all their trouble from the film, both Patterson and Gimlin said they wished they'd shot the creature for financial gain and also to silence all the critics. Now, another thing Bob said is that he does not feel that way anymore. But I'm sure back then, it's as Roger was dying, and again, that wasn't until years after that sighting, it's like, man, we should have just brought out a body. Because no scientist is ever going to believe any piece of captured audio or film footage or still photos or maybe even hair samples. You're going to have to bring them the whole thing. And that's what they want. And that's the same for a lot of these skeptics who aren't going to be trusting of anything other than Bigfoot in a cage that can be studied. But it's like anything else paranormal. People will not be satisfied, especially if you don't believe in it or not willing to believe in it in the first place. Well, and I think they got to a point where they were so frustrated by the lack of believers and the continuous assault on both of their characters. Bob just got to a point where he was like, I wish we'd just shot the damn thing. Well, yeah, here it is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm going back to training horses. Leave me alone. Yeah, it's the ghost in the jar proposition, I would say. You're not going to believe that. It doesn't matter how many videos people have or dancing dots on a screen from an SLS Connect camera. None of that matters. You either have to have a personal experience or here's the ghost, he's in a jar asking questions. But you know what? Maybe they wouldn't have been able to shoot a Bigfoot. You ever think about that? Because like a lot of the people who've had a chance to shoot a Bigfoot type creature, one, they didn't end up shooting it because it looked too human. You hear that occasionally. I was kind of scared, and yeah, the thought runs through your head. Maybe I should capture or shoot this thing, but there's something about it that's too human, and it freaks people out. And I think that's why some people don't believe in Bigfoot. Yeah, they don't have a propensity for murder. You're gonna have a hard time shooting something, a creature that looks or seems to be acting. Yeah, especially no matter how it is. Yeah, it's not especially if it's not attacking you, provoking. It's kind of just walking away or doing its thing, or maybe it's throwing rocks at you, but it's maybe not enough to be shooting at something. Or it could be like Fred Beck and his coworkers, speaking of shooting at something. They claimed that they did shoot one or two, and it didn't seem to faze the creature. So maybe shooting it wouldn't have done any good. Anyway, the circumstantial evidence and testimony against Roger Patterson's character and behavior is an attempt not so much to disprove what you actually see on the film, but rather point out the likelihood that he was the kind of guy who would and could perpetrate such an elaborate hoax. Keep in mind, there were and are very few mainstream scientists that would even entertain analyzing the PGF itself, and therefore, there are very few detailed and thorough, serious analyses of the creature on the film. Yeah, we said this before, it's much easier to attack the person than the film. And there's very few people knowledgeable and skilled with technical expertise in this area about biomechanics and primatology that would give you a serious critique of what's on the film. Most wouldn't even bother with it. So that was frustrating to Roger, but it's also frustrating to people who take this matter seriously, in that they don't debate what you see on the film, or they dismiss a few things with some pat answers without really studying it, like a lot of the scientists did back in 1967 into 68. Well, they have this position, well, Bigfoot can't be real, therefore the film isn't real, so all we can do is talk about the people that shot the film. However, the counterpoint to that, and Bill Muntz has this opinion, and you'll be hearing from him in this series, and I have this opinion as well, I agree with Bill about this. The counterpoint to that is the film is the only thing that matters. That is the hard empirical evidence of what happened. It doesn't really matter how it got shot, who shot it, beyond using that information to determine whether or not it's a hoax. The only thing you should be analyzing is the film itself. Right. And because that is the empirical evidence. That is not an anecdote or hearsay or character assassination of the guy who went out and shot the film. Then mostly what you end up with as critiques or debunking even of the film is that you go after Patterson himself because he's low-hanging fruit in that sense as far as character assassination attempts and looking at his past dealings and people being dissatisfied with it. And that's basically what Greg Long did. And I believe you should look at that. You shouldn't dismiss it. That should be taken into account, but not as the main focus. It's just one part of the story here. And the main part should be what is actually on that film.
Not so much was Roger Patterson a decent guy who paid all his bills on time, but also consider that. Put together the whole story and see. So my point is that Greg Long's book is not the definitive answer against all this. It's just one element of it that should be considered. But Greg Long did a good job in finding out a lot about Roger's life and some of his dealings that surrounded the film, and put it all down as a record of what was happening with Roger and his associates during the time and afterwards and beyond, and their recollections far beyond. That's another thing too. You got to keep in mind. A lot of these interviews didn't happen until 30 years later, decades later. Yeah, so people's memories get a little foggy, but their internal feelings kind of stay the same in part. Well, what happened to Patterson right after the film? He was arrested within a few weeks after his return from Love Creek when a warrant was issued against him on October 17th because he'd rented the Kodak K100 16mm movie camera back in May and had kept it longer than the return date on the rental agreement. The charges were dropped after he returned the camera to the reporter. So that camera was not cheap. That, I believe at the time, cost $369. Yeah, so back then that's probably, what, $1,000 or more. Compare it to a decent video camera nowadays, a decent high-def camera. I mean, you can get one cheaper than that even nowadays, but at the time, it's pretty much the equivalent of what you could get for motion pictures, moving images. So that is not a cheap item, and I'm sure that they sent the cops after him. $369 in 1967 would equal just over $2,800 today. So it's a good chunk of change. But he did return it, and he did not go to jail. Again, the picture that you're going to see being put together here is that he is a little driven and a little loose on the details. And to kind of point to that, according to Greg Long's research, Patterson had been sued by a collection agency by 21 local creditors. So he owed a few people around town some money. Nothing huge, and it wasn't like you see on the news where somebody embezzles $8 million then takes off to Tahiti. It was just, he was not good, let's say, with ill reminders. Renee DeHinden provided some money to help Bob Gimlin sue Al Diatley and Roger's widow Patricia in 1974 for his third share of the film's profits. Gimlin won his case 2 years later. So some people got a little bit of money, which could sum up this whole affair, because Roger, and we'll talk about this in a little more detail later, oversold the film rights to several entities, shall we say, at the end. It became kind of messy. I think we mentioned that previously. But what it boiled down to is that Bob Gimlin didn't get his promised third of the share of the profits of the film, and he was one of the guys there. It's called the Patterson-Gimlin film. Yeah, not the Patterson-Gimlin Diatley film. Right. So he rightfully sued and won. And there are others who become involved with Patterson's endeavors and had lost money, like Greg Colling or Killing, who we mentioned previously. Jerry Lee Merritt, a rockabilly musician and toy inventor from Yakima, who Patterson had visited in Los Angeles in the mid-1960s, had lost money in collaborating with Patterson. Merritt had moved back to Yakima and became Patterson's neighbor when they decided to work together on the funding for Roger's documentary, Bigfoot, America's Abominable Snowman. They both traveled down to LA to try and raise funds, trying several kind of wacky things, like trying to ask cowboy film star Roy Rogers for help and trying to sell Patterson's pony ride to some theme parks, but none of it came with much success. Greg Long suggests that Patterson did manage to shoot some of his footage for the documentary and did get an investment of $700 for helping to complete the film from Vilma Radford and her husband, and had even trademarked the term Bigfoot. There you go. He's got the trademark or I guess the copyright on that name, but it doesn't seem like they pursued copyright infringement with that. However, it seems most of the bigger investors in Roger's film were not interested. Vilma Radford said Patterson made out a promissory note to pay her $850, and in addition, a 5% stake in any profits from the documentary for that $700 investment, but she says she never saw any money in return. These are small amounts, piddly amounts, but if you did loan him $700 back then, it's a decent sum of money. You'd want it back. You saw nothing. And so he was indeed a little bit flaky. But Patterson himself got hoaxed. According to Grover Krantz, some years after the incident, Patterson got a letter from a U.S. Air Force serviceman claiming that a Buddhist monastery in Thailand, where he was stationed, had a Bigfoot-type creature locked up. Patterson had contacted Ron Olson. Remember, he was the guy who took over Rogers Bigfoot Research Association He contacted him in order to sell the theatrical rights for the clip to the film distribution company, American National Enterprises, for what Olsen claimed was a pretty good sum of money. And this was in order to get funds to travel to Thailand to retrieve the beast. Now, I'm not sure how he was going to do that, but that was the plan. It's like, I guess he writes coach. How do you cage on a boat? Just like, how do you? I guess so. Well, again, this is the big dreamer part of Roger. It's like, we got one. Now I can finally show the world. We just got to go get it. Yeah. And unfortunately, Patterson had spent most of his remaining funds for this retrieval expedition, sending his associate, Dennis Jensen, first to Thailand to check it out, check out the story, and then flying to Thailand with Jensen himself after a second letter from the airman arrived, only to finally conclude that there was no creature and that the airman was, quote, mentally unbalanced. Well, we both know these kind of things attract a lot of crazies out there. Unfortunately, Roger got a hold of one. So I guess you could say it was more bad luck with an obsessed pipe dreamer, or that the con man got caught. All on how you look at it, I guess. Exactly. No, in the end, Patterson realized his shortcomings with his business acumen. He knew of his own character flaws. Okay, he wasn't totally self-unaware. Patterson had said to Renee to end it, you know, Renee, I'm the worst possible guy this could have happened to, which tells you a lot. I find that actually a pretty compelling statement because he's acknowledging that he doesn't have the best reputation for repaying money and for getting funds back to people, but he also is saying the reason that it's bad is because for him, he might be saying this is real and no one believes me because of my past. Oh yeah, no. So he's trapped in his own image to a certain extent. It's a weird, ironic, vicious cycle, that only people with this kind of charisma, it seems, or this willingness to put themselves out there and chase these kind of things, actually get much done. They're the ones out there doing the work. Because people who are buttoned up bank managers or whomever that have regular proper jobs and are upstanding in the community, they're not riding a horse into a remote area with a film camera. Exactly. So it's this type of person that Roger was. People describe him as, you know, he was kind of a charming, talkative guy and got you excited about his stuff. We all know people like that. And he got you enthused with what he was doing. Unfortunately, it was nobody who had the funds that would back him because this all sounds crazy. You're chasing a big ape in the woods. Yeah. But what did Al Diatley, his brother-in-law, have to say about it? Well, this is the thing about Diatley, and just to remind everybody who he is, he's married to Roger's younger sister, Iva. So he's a brother-in-law and fairly wealthy because he has this asphalt paving company that he inherited from his dad. They initially took it over from a man who had passed away and had a debt to his dad. And turned that into a highly profitable venture. But Diatley, if you go to Greg Long's book, you can see that Greg Long is pushing Diatley to declare whether or not he thinks the film is a hoax. And one of the things that you learn about Diatley's character is that he appears to be extremely opportunistic. And he seems like he will do anything to make a buck. And in the case of the Patterson Gimlin film, he saw some dollar signs. And one of the things he did to make a buck was push Bob Gimlin out of the picture and get this thing on the road with Roger, who also didn't see a whole lot of the money, and a fake Bob Gimlin, and have it go all over the country to make money. And of all the people who probably actually did make some money on the film, it was probably Al, who swooped in and came up with a plan to do that. And he claims, I think he made $47,000. But there are others that will say that it was well into six figures. Yeah, as we said just previously in the last section, that some people say that he told them he made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of it. Right. And that Roger, as we said, didn't see his fair share or anything close to that. Well, listen to how hard, when I talk about Greg Long, sort of fleeting witness, listen to this exchange in his interview with Al Diatley, which is awesome that Greg Long got, because interviews with Diatley are very hard to come by. And at this point, he's still around, but he's fairly ill, so he's probably not doing a lot of it. Here's the reasoning behind Al thinking that the Patterson Gimlin film is a hoax. And I'm reading from page 269 of the Making of Bigfoot, the Inside Story by Greg Long. This is page 269 in the Al Diatley chapter. I believe it was a hoax, of course, because my brain kicks in and says, where's the bones? Where's the carcass? There's got to be. Just can't. It just doesn't sound scientifically reasonable. The Western United States, where I've built all these roads for all these years, that this could possibly be.
Long response. I wanted the most definitive answer Diatley could give me from his own lips. I spun a scenario for him. Quote, if I came back a year from now and said, do you think that footage is a hoax? If no new information arose about it, would you say, yeah, it's most likely a hoax? And Diatley replies, I've said that from day one. I don't believe, I don't think I've said it's a hoax. What I've always said is that I don't believe they exist. Long response, but do you think the footage is a hoax? I persisted. I felt anger rising in my throat. This is my point about Long.
This is Long saying this.
Yeah. He's angrily trying to get Al Diatley to declare that the film is a hoax, which he clearly is not wanting to do for any other reason other than there's no Bigfoot bodies, which is completely unrelated to the film itself. And Roger Patterson.
Well, he develops a agenda for the book that the film is a hoax and Bigfoot is not real.
Yes,
not real. This film.
And here's another quote from Al. You're trying to tell me, you're asking me if I think it's a hoax. I'm just telling you I don't know whether it's a hoax or not. I don't believe in Bigfoot. It could be a Bigfoot. I don't believe yet. Now you're going to have to find me some bones. You're going to have to find me some meat, you know? You're going to have to show me more evidence. Greg writes right after that, I inhaled and controlled my mounting frustration. That's kind of all you need to know about how these interviews go. But in this last section, Diatley does say, and I don't want to be accused of taking this out of context, Diatley does say, yeah, it doesn't mean it's authentic. Knowing Rogers, I know Roger, he would not think it, even though he loved this phenomenon. He believed in this phenomenon, no doubt about it, but I don't think he would claim it to be morally wrong to fake it, to make enough money to prove it. He wouldn't fake it for the profit of faking it because he believes too much. And he didn't take any of the money he made and increase the standards of living for him or his children. He spent it all on proving it.
I totally agree with that.
Interesting observation.
Yeah.
So what Diatley's saying is, like, if he did fake this, it's not because he doesn't believe in Bigfoot.
Right.
But he also, just prior to that, was pretty hard on saying, I don't know if this film's a hoax, which is the right thing he should say, because he owns a paving company. He does not have the ability to analyze the appearance of the creature in the film. In this case, I mean, it would be different if you could clearly see zippers and seams and all kinds of costume evidence, but you cannot see that stuff in this film. And Al Diatley is frankly not qualified to determine whether or not it's a hoax beyond any other reason than being led by Greg Long to cast aspersions on Roger's character because Roger was loosey-goosey and flighty and liked to borrow money and do crazy schemy things and didn't always pay people back. Yeah. But the other thing that Al said in this very same chapter was he said, you know what, he always intended to pay you back. I never believed that he was fleecing anyone. He says that right in this book. Al Diatley, who was probably the most critical guy of Roger in the book, he says he never set out to rip you off. He probably in his mind thought he was going to pay you back. He just didn't get around to it, which was kind of the sense we got from being around Bob Gimlin as well. It's just kind of like, well, Roger's Roger. We all have friends like that. Everybody's got the friend that comes over and eats all your Cheetos and tells you he's going to get you another bag and never does. Right. So there's that thing. But I just wanted to point that stuff out because there's a really important human component to this story, and you have to understand the nature of all the players to do that.
Exactly. And as far as believing where Al Diatley's stance on whether it was a hoax, you can tell he starts off the comment saying he does not believe it. He doesn't believe Bigfoot can exist. He has no proof. I mean, he's saying he would accept proof if it were delivered, but it has to be physical. He has to see it, bones, meat, whatever. But he's starting off, it's impossible. And if you take that stance starting off, then whatever you see, which is not bones or meat, has got to be put to question. Probably fake. So yeah, he's telling you right off he's not going to believe it if it is a film, essentially. Right. Point two is that Greg Long is kind of doing a Kevin Nealon as Bob Walters skit. Right. Remember that takeoff? He's trying to be Barbara Walters where the key to the interview is getting you to cry. And so he'll do anything he can to get you to cry. Yeah. And shed a tear, and then he turns to the camera wryly and kind of gives you a knowing smile as he gets you to cry. Because I think the obvious payoff for that book is that it does point to the likelihood that it is a fake, because look at all these things that Roger did. So obviously the film has got to be fake because he's also found some circumstantial evidence that maybe Roger had faked something before. So I think it's fair to say Greg Long's position is, take a look at this guy, Roger. He is exactly the kind of guy that would hoax something like this. Therefore, most likely Bigfoot doesn't exist, it has to be a hoax, and this is the guy who did it. And I think that stance can be fairly summed up with his book. And there's the additional component that just by the nature of that approach, he's ignoring the film itself. Just for the record, that takes technical, scientific skill, which is not the realm of most of the skeptics. There are some, of course, which we'll take a look at later, who are scientifically knowledgeable about this kind of thing, raise questions, and fair ones who've actually taken a look at the film. And we'll look at that coming up. But for right now, most of the negative associations and dealings come from the documentation of Greg Long's book, with his research and extensive interviews. And there are no shortage of people, Patterson, who felt that, after dealing with him, he was nothing but a con man and a liar. Now, some Bigfoot researchers like Jeff Kelly and Bill Munns, they would claim that Long's book is not much more than character assassination, and they're not afraid to tell you that. Because we've heard an interview. Well, yes, I've heard 2 interviews, both with Hilling and Bunns now. Now, if the book accurately states what people who dealt with Patterson thought of him, then it is what it is. But like what both of those researchers conclude, in the end, it doesn't matter because Patterson could have been all of that. And it doesn't change what was captured on film. And that's what should be analyzed, not his character. That's going to wrap up part 2 of our series on the Patterson Gimlin film. We'll be back next week with part 3. Please remember to support our sponsors. They help keep the show free and the lights on, like at 14 on. Special thanks to John Bowler.
Hi, I'm Amanda Snyder. Hi, I'm Erin Lewis.
Good evening. I'm Dana Lamar, and I give permission to Astonishing Legends. Tess is best. Tess is best.
Our show is edited by Sarah Voorhees-Windle and co-produced by Tess Feifel, who is also our head of research. Our theme, which is available as a ringtone, was composed by Judson Craig, and our sound design and additional composing is by Ryan McCullough. Special thanks to the Astonishing Researcher. But most importantly, we want to thank you, our listeners. Visit our store at astonishinglegends.com or interact with us and other listeners on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also support the show at patreon.com/astonishinglegends, where patrons have access to additional bonus content. No part of this show may be reproduced anywhere without permission. Copyright Astonishing Legends Productions. Good night.
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the North Superstores. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and San Diego. You're never far from a North Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite new models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle. Any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase, thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, our rates will pay you the difference or buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to find your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the North Superstore location closest to you, like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at northraves.com.
When you buy Kroger brand products, you feel like you're winning. That's because they offer proven quality at lower than low prices. You and your family will love how Kroger brand products taste. Or you get your money back. So next time you're shopping for the family, look for delicious Kroger brand products, because they'll make you all feel like you're winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Rob's, fresh for everyone.
How powerful is the Cox Network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away.
Connecting to remote operating room.
Giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox Network, with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
Astonishing Legends would like to thank ZipRecruiter, Parodies, Babbel, and Great Courses Plus, and our contributors at Patreon for making tonight's show possible.
Last week, we took you through the Patterson Gimlin film itself. Consider yourself a 101 level graduate. Tonight, we're going to take a look at the claims of a hoax by various parties over the years. We'll take you down the rabbit hole of their motives, priorities, and peccadillos. You'll gain a finer understanding of the personalities of the folks involved in this complex legend as it unfolded, and we'll give you the tools you need to assign whatever filter you think appropriate to the angle of each participant's accounting of events, as well as some of their accusations. We'll discuss an old practical joker who claimed he started the entire Bigfoot phenomenon. We'll talk about the infamous ape suit, the man who claimed to have worn it, Bob Hieronymus. We'll cover the folks who said they made that suit and sold it to Roger Patterson when he called the Philip Morris costume shop in Charlotte, North Carolina, way back in 1967. History solved, right? You know better than that.
Welcome back to Astonishing Legends. I'm Scott Philbrook, and this is Forced Purchase.
True believers still cling to the film as the most credible indication that something is out there, since at this writing 36 years have passed and definitive proof of a hoax has not surfaced. Anthropologist David Dagley, from his 2004 book, Bigfoot Exposed, in the intervening 15 years since its publication, proof of a hoax has still not emerged. Join us tonight for part 3 of our in-depth series on the Patterson Gimlin film.
And we're back. Be sure you listen to tonight's outro to hear about a very special bonus show.
Is it time?
For what?
To announce the pint glasses.
Well, now that you've said it.
Oh, yes. Well, folks, we have pint glasses.
So yeah, you guys asked for them like 3 years ago. We finally made them. There are logo versions of them in the store now. And here's the other thing. This is just the beginning. There are more pint glasses coming, but you must wait, my pretties.
All right, let's get back to the PGF.
So we just finished an overview of Roger Patterson. Now we want to talk a little bit about Bob Gimlin. The interesting thing about Bob Gimlin is, he was there that day, but he did not have the camera. And in the Patterson Gimlin film, he does not appear on camera at all. So, no, well, go ahead. Let me finish.
No, I refuse.
But he's in a lot of the other footage from that day.
Yes, the horseback footage.
Exactly. So he's on camera, but he is not in the famed Patterson Gimlin film, or what people know as the Patterson Gimlin film, which is those 954 frames of footage that includes the footage of Patty. He's not there, but we know that he was there that day. No one has ever disputed that. Now, a lot of people have cast aspersions on Roger Patterson because he was, it seems, maybe a little bit flaky and a little bit too much of a dreamer. Some people are saying, oh, well, he was a con man and a shyster.
Irresponsible.
Irresponsible.
Even he knew that. He kind of knew what people thought of his character, and he let his, I think, ambitions and youthful optimism and exuberance get away from him in some cases, and he wasn't all that buttoned up financially.
Well, even in Greg Long's book, which sets about pretty hard to make Roger look like he should not be believed, even when Greg interviews Al Diatley, who is definitely an opportunist, and it's clear from his own interview, and I think he would say that to you, to your face, if you asked him. Al Diatley says, Roger, yeah, he borrowed money and didn't pay it back, but he said in that book, and I'm paraphrasing here, I didn't personally believe that when he was asking for that money, that it was his intention not to pay it back.
Right.
It's just the way he was. And we've since done a lot more research and even talked to Bob Gimlin, and our impression of Roger Patterson is that, yeah, he was that guy, but he was still a friend. He was a friend of Bob, and he was not a person that necessarily, categorically, should not be trusted.
Right. He didn't take that money or whatever money he got, say if he borrowed the money from some potential investors, then go out and buy a jet ski. Right. He took that money to further his research into Bigfoot. He was that, you could say, obsessed with it.
Obsessed, and to a fault. And it's a good use of that particular expression. But getting on to Bob Gimlin, this is, from this point forward here tonight anyway, this gets to be a little bit the tale of the two Bobs. We've got Bob Gimlin and Bob Hieronymus. Now, Bob Gimlin is a lot more famous than Bob Hieronymus, because Bob Gimlin is the Bob Gimlin of the Patterson Gimlin film.
Yes.
Bob Hieronymus found some fame associated with this a little bit later on. Bob Gimlin, though, and I think you can say this pretty much across the board, no matter how much research you do, nobody has ever accused Bob of having any of the personality traits that they've accused Roger of having. They have questioned some of his story kind of changing a little bit, or some details being fuzzy here and there. But the more you look at it, the more you realize that when somebody's telling the same story over and over for decades, yeah, things get a little askew, because that's just how the memory works. But the variances in what he says are not wide. They're pretty narrow.
Yeah, because his initial estimates visually of the creature, he would say he revised later, but that was a time of great excitement and just mind-blowing. What am I looking at here? I mean, that's how he describes how he felt. It's just, he believed to this day, since the beginning, that it was an organic, natural creature. It was not an imposter of something. It was not a guy in a suit. It was not a bear. It was something totally different that he'd never seen before, even on movies and TV, and he didn't know what it was. So in that kind of momentary state of shock, and then when you first get questioned about it, right afterwards, your initial estimates about what you see are not always clear until you give it some time, sit and think about it, and really go back through your memory and adjust it, because you were in, a great state of excitement. And when people are asking you right after it happened, yeah, you're not always thinking clearly. So that's what Bob would say. It's like, yeah, I just, people were asking us right away what we thought. The same thing happened with Roger, is that Roger increased his, I think, the height by a foot and the weight. But like I said before, these gentlemen were very familiar with large animals, horses and cattle especially. So I would trust them a lot more than the average person to judge the weight of another large creature.
I think the other thing to keep in mind is that even though Bob was out there, he didn't necessarily really believe in Bigfoot until he came around that tree and Patty was standing there.
Yeah, he didn't know what to think. He just thought, like I said, if there's any similarities with Roger and why they were friends, is that they're both avid outdoorsmen, very skilled. They both had that cowboy spirit, which is just get out there, have fun, ride horses. I mean, they were both exhausted, but why not go on an adventure, These were not couch potato kind of guys. They got out there and did stuff. And as Scott said, really, a lot of this argument, when it comes down to the circumstantial evidence, this testimony by different people who said they did what, where, it really boils down to who do you believe, Bob Hieronymus or Bob Gimlin? Because Bob Hieronymus says, yeah, Bob Gimlin was in on it. He was in on the hoax the whole time. And Bob Gimlin has always flatly denied this. No, I was not in any way.
So the next thing we're going to do here is take a look at a lot of the questions that people have been asking over the years, researchers and folks who do believe Bob Gimlin and folks that don't believe Bob Gimlin. We're going to take a look at all the circumstances surrounding his part of this story.
Right. So there are a few suspicions about Bob Gimlin because he was there, and it's one of those scenarios that you're darned if you do, darned if you don't. No matter what you do, somebody's going to think that's suspicious. And in Bob's case, well, he helped out a little tiny bit to help promote the film for a short while at the beginning. But for the most part, he didn't participate in the appearances, mostly because he couldn't be away from his job. He still had a full-time job to do, and he had to provide for his family, put biscuits on the table, as he said in his Fresno appearance, which we attended. Also, his wife was getting pretty upset with being harassed at her job as a bank teller until she moved to a position where she didn't have to deal with the public as much and their constant ridicule. So imagine being a bank teller. Every third customer, you're like, oh, you're the husband of the Bigfoot guy. So that constant ridicule and attention greatly upset and disappointed her. And Bob felt really bad about it, so he curtailed a lot of his connection to the film. But this scrutiny started at the very beginning for Bob because he was absent during the first film screening that Sunday after the encounter, although he was home resting and recuperating after that grueling and exhausting trip back from Willow Creek. And we always mention that because that's going to factor into Bob Hieronymus' claim. It's a very strenuous truck trip down that 22-mile stretch of really bad road, that logging road to get out of the mountains to the highway to begin with. And when we say before 14 hours to get all the way home, it was totally exhausted.
Also, you have to remember, the mountain was falling down into the canyon as they were driving because it was raining so hard. So they were on top of a mudslide in a truck with 3 horses in the back. And along the way, they got stuck and had to, hotwire an earth mover or borrow one to recover the vehicle. It was so exhausting. And then he went on to point out that after all that was done, they still had to drive all the way to Yakima. Yeah. And at that point, all he could do was sleep. He was exhausted. So the next day, when they were showing the film, he couldn't care less. He was so tired, he wanted to rest. And I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I imagine he thought, well, I'll see it at some point. Yeah, I'm sure he was excited.
Where's he going?
He just saw it in person.
Yeah.
I'm sure if Roger told him, hey, we got something on film, you're not going to believe this, we captured it. He'd be great. I can't wait to see it. But first, I'm gonna rest up. Like I said, he was there. So he had the best high definition viewing you can imagine. But forever on from that point, he was under scrutiny because of his seeming lack of involvement in the promotion of the film afterwards, and his unwillingness to talk about the encounter in the years after it or to give interviews. But basically, people suspected Bob was in cahoots with Roger and had some involvement with the hoax, or that he had been unknowingly hoaxed by Roger.
Bob is now 87 years old as of this recording that we're making right now, and he is determined to set the record straight about the event and talk about his involvement with it and what he personally believes to be the truth. One of the things he explained when we saw him in Fresno just a few days ago was that Roger Patterson didn't have a regular full-time job, and Al Diatley, who Roger got a lot of money from when he needed it for things, owned his own successful company, so they could afford in their own ways to travel around promoting this film. And I think we indicated earlier, Diatley clearly saw dollar signs, probably not even caring if the creature in the film was real or not. What he saw was something that they could take around and make a lot of money on. So it seems to me like he took over. He pushed Roger aside. He got in the captain's seat. He said, we're going to take this film all over the country. We're going to make money. And Roger may have even said, what about Bob? And Al Diatley went to this Bob. It was that kind of situation. Well, then it turns out, while this film was touring around the country, a friend of Bob's, who I think had been a lumberjack, who'd gotten injured, I remember Bob saying he got injured and got messed up some kind of way, had heard that the film was in town, and he wanted to go see Bob. This was some other part of the country. I can't remember where it was, but a good ways away from Yakima. So the guy goes to the event where it's supposed to be a screening of the Patterson-Gimlin film with Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin. The guy goes in, Bob is not there. It's some other guy dressed who looks like Bob. And Bob's friend stood up and said, that's not Bob. And the guy was escorted, thrown out of the building by the security.
They had a Gimlin imposter, but this little anecdote should tell you what kind of means they were willing to go to just promote the film. And the way that we heard it is that this wasn't so much Roger's idea to sideline Bob. Seemingly, it was more Al's, because he was that Machiavellian businessman type, where he says, well, what are we going to do? If the film is a Patterson-Gimlin film, then we got to have a Gimlin. He doesn't mind getting an imposter, which is, for a serious scientific analysis, you don't fake anything. But there are more than a few P.T. Barnum types in this story. Al happens to be one of them.
And I'd like to add that when it comes to a story that folklore works up around and a legend is built up around, you don't know what kind of information this imposter's putting out there on the road that's then working itself into the narrative and finding its way back to the longer term story or the big picture story. And then what you've got is a guy who's trying to be a showman to help with ticket sales, making stuff up because he wasn't there. He doesn't know what Bob personally experienced. Right now, we're not saying that made it into the research that we went through to do our research on this story and the books that are written. People have probably taken that into account, but you can't deny that I'm certain that it muddied the waters at the time.
Well, it taints the whole endeavor and experience, because you're already starting off presenting this film with a major lie, and as you said, Al probably didn't care as long as people are buying tickets to whatever. It could be just a shot of scenery, and if people are willing to show up, he'll sell tickets to that. Roger is really interested in wanting people to believe in the Bigfoot phenomenon. And for me, it's really hard to believe that he would go along with having an imposter there. You know, like I said, it already starts off shady, but now you want us to believe the film. And why do you even need a Gimlin other than I can see him just think, Al Diatley thinking like, well, for show business purposes, you gotta have something. Anyway, it just doesn't start off on the right foot, and it did taint the whole endeavor, especially if you want science to take this seriously.
So as you might imagine, this soured the relationship between Bob and Roger. And to understand the bigger picture of the kind of friends they were friends, but they would go long periods of time without seeing each other. One of the reasons for that is that Bob worked all the time. He had to make money, and he had a family to feed. And Roger wasn't necessarily doing that. Roger was scheming and trying to figure out, making little wagons and buying goats and trying to sell that to fairs and doing all kinds of different things. And whenever he needed to, he could borrow money from his rich brother-in-law. So there were points there where Roger would be doing something and he might say to Bob, can you come to Bob's? No, I can't. I have to work. I have a job. I've got horses to train. I've got cowboying to do. I can't always be there. So they would go a long period of time without seeing each other. And then they came back together for this expedition. They might not have talked for months and months prior to that, or even years in some cases. But when they did get back together, this whole thing, they went out and did this shoot, and they got this footage, and then Al Diatley and Roger took it on the road and squeezed Bob out of the picture. And to be fair, Bob was there. It wouldn't have happened without him. In fact, he wound up rescuing Roger, who had lost his horse and his gun in the situation. And he was entitled to some of the income that film would have generated. Now, neither Roger nor Bob were particularly wealthy. Al was wealthy, but they weren't. They would have been excited at the prospect of having captured something on film like this that they could make money off of, and Bob would have wanted that income just as much as the next guy. But since he got iced out of the picture by Al Diatley, that led to a rift between him and Roger, and of course Al. But more Roger, because I get the impression that Bob and Al didn't really know each other all that well. Now we get to this situation where Roger, I think we told you, was ill for a good portion of his life with Hodgkin's lymphoma. And it had gone into remission, and he was okay for a while, and then it came back just a few years after the Patterson-Gimlin film was shot. And when it did, Bob found out that Roger wanted to see him. And to hear Bob tell it, he said, well, I can't hold a grudge against a man. He's on his deathbed, and it's water under the bridge, and I'm going to go see him. So he went to the hospital to visit Roger on his deathbed. And at that point, Roger apologized to him for the wrongs against him. Like, for example, he and Al Diatley cutting him out of his 1/3 share of the profits from the film, and all the trouble that they put Bob through.
Yeah, it wasn't just a loss of profits or the third of profits that he never saw a dime on. It was all the social stuff.
Bad treatment.
Yeah, so it wasn't a good thing for him, it turns out.
And to that point, Gillen actually told us personally that he forgave Roger, and he understood that it was Al Diatley who put Roger up to all that. He'd probably just gone along with it. Bob seemed to know that Roger wasn't necessarily going to take a stand in that situation. And it was a good thing that Bob had gone to see him, because just a few hours later, Roger passed away. In fact, Bob was out in the parking lot when he got word, I believe, from one of Roger's siblings that Roger had died. So there you go. And that tells you a little bit about the kind of guy Bob is, because he got royally screwed over, honestly. But he went back in the end, and he gave Roger a chance to get it right. Now, something I want to point out, and this will come up again, is that what Roger was talking about to Bob just before he died was how he was going to get better, and they were going to get some tranquilizer guns, and they were going to go out and trank one of these things and bring it in without killing it for everybody to see. I just want people to keep that in mind, because that conversation right there, for me, when I heard Bob talking about that conversation in Fresno, that said to me that if you believe both of these men are in on a hoax, then that's something that Bob and Roger, that conversation, they fabricated, or Bob fabricated on his own, and is going around the world and telling everyone that Roger on his deathbed was planning to go back and tranquilize this creature that doesn't exist. Or it tells you that both Bob and Roger thought they saw something real, because Roger on his deathbed is wanting to go back out there and tranquilize him, which is not something you would say if you would hoax the whole thing and put a guy in a monkey suit. However, I've had relatives on their deathbeds, and when you're on your deathbed, you're kind of delirious. Right. So we've got to take all that into account. But I thought it was interesting, because when Bob relayed that part of the story, he didn't even say anything about, he's not saying, this proves it wasn't a hoax. He didn't even say anything. He just said, well, I went and I talked to Roger, and he was talking about how he was going to get better, and we were going to go back out, and he'd raise some money to buy some tranquilizer guns, and we were going to get back out on the road. And Bob said something to the effect that all right, well, you just do better first. And that was along the lines of their last conversation. So keep that in mind when you're trying to ascertain throughout this series whether or not they hoaxed this film. Now, after Patterson's death, This film distributor, Ron Olson, took over Roger's organization that he had started, the Northwest Research Foundation. And with Roger's widow, Patricia, and his brother-in-law, Al Diatlis, blessed, did this. He renamed it the North American Wildlife Research Association. Olson continually pitched the film distribution company, American National Enterprises, to make a Bigfoot film, which they finally did and released in 1975, titled Bigfoot, Man or Beast. Olson spent the next few years promoting the film, but ultimately says it lost money.
Yeah, he kind of took up the Roger Patterson mantle here, at least with the footage, and more of a entertainment film capacity. But he's the one who took the torch from Roger, and I believe he's went out and made some Bigfoot traps with some enthusiasts, and was also genuinely interested, but took it from the film entertainment side. But they say some of the traps he made are still existing. I can't imagine what those would be like. So he took on the role of generating enthusiasm for Bigfoot as a film topic after Roger had passed away. But one anecdote I want to share comes from the documentary of Bob Gimlin's life story that we watched.
Yeah, we ordered that actually off of his website and watched it on the way to Fresno. Well, I was driving. I only got to miss it. But Forrest watched it, and my son watched it on the way up. It was a 3-hour drive from LA. So.
Yeah, and there was a story I thought that kind of sums up Bob's character that he tells about when he was a young man and he and his friends were thinking of joining the service because they wanted to contribute. But Bob really wanted to go into the Marines. And his friends, his other buddies, they wanted to go into the Navy.
He liked the uniforms.
Yeah, he liked the Marine uniforms. And Bob's more of a landlubber, you could say. He's not so much an at-sea kind of guy. But for whatever reason, they thought, I think it would be easier duty. So they were all for going into the Navy. But Bob made a proposal, a wager. He said, okay, I'll tell you what, we'll flip a coin. And I can't remember if it's heads or tails. But if it's one side, we all join the Navy. If it's the other, we all join the Marines. They very hesitantly, I think, agreed because they just want to see Bob flip the coin. Well, as it turns out, with the coin toss, the Navy won. And so Bob kept his promise. He was not going to welch on the vent. He showed up to the Navy recruiting station, and he was the only one there. All of his other buddies chickened out. But this shows you what kind of a guy Bob is. He kept his word, and he joined the Navy.
Anyway.
Yeah, right.
He could have, at that point, he could have said, I'm going to go over to the Marine office. Yeah, but that's the kind of person he is. He gave his word, and even though there was no one there to witness it, he still went through with what he said, and he joined the Navy.
A bet is a bet. It's an anecdotal character reference, but it gives you an idea that he is a man of his word. So take it as you will.
How powerful is the Cox Network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away.
Connecting to remote operating room.
Giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox Network, with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the Nord-Range Superstores. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and San Diego. You're never far from a Nord-Range Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands. Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite new models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle, any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, Nord-Range will pay you the difference. Buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to find your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the Nord-Range Superstore location closest to you, like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at nordrange.com.
Hi, I'm Josh Shear from Better Humanhood. When I'm not trying to make the world a better place, I am listening with rapt attention to Forrest and Scott. Now, back to Astonishing Legends. So, getting back to the tale of the two Bobs, that's the first Bob and the biggest Bob in this story, Bob Gimlin. There is another Bob. His name is Bob Hieronymus, and his story comes up whenever you start to dig even a little into the Patterson Gimlin film.
He's a physically much larger Bob. He's much bigger than Bob Gimlin, and also has a major part in the claims that this story was a hoax. He plays a major role because of what he came forward with. Because on January 30th, 1999, this former associate of Roger Patterson's, Bob Hieronymus, a Yakima resident, came forward in a press release issued by his lawyer, a story in a Yakima newspaper, that he was the man in the ape suit in the Patterson Gimlin film. Bob Hieronymus' claims are detailed along with various testimonies from his family and associates in Greg Long's book, The Making of Bigfoot, going back to the time of the incident. And it's an important notation in Greg Long's book that he actually interviewed Bob Hieronymus and got the whole story down.
Yes.
And that's really the first place that it came through in detail.
Yeah, I would say good on Greg Long for getting that interview with Hieronymus, because it's not easy to find a good interview with him. I do still feel like Greg was leading the interview a little bit.
Yeah, he wanted him to say certain things.
He wanted him to say certain things, but the fact of the matter is he did document a conversation with Bob Hieronymus about whether or not he wore a suit for the Patterson Gimlin film.
Yes, and the other good thing is that he did go to all of Bob's associates, or mostly the ones he can get to, as well as all the other people involved in the story. You know, for example, one of Hieronymus' longtime friends, Russ Bohannon, claims Hieronymus revealed to him his involvement in the hoax privately as far back as 1968 or 69.
That's right after it happened. It went down in 67, so
yeah, so
the
there
next year or the year after, and also the year I was born.
Did you have something to do with it?
Yeah, I was there. I remember everything.
Well, I do remember the hullabaloo around it, but I was very young. You know, my grandfather was a cowboy, so it was kind of that connection. And plus, it's in the state,
The general area that
yes,
you're from.
I'm very familiar with Yakima.
Oh, because you live there.
Well, you go through there on your way to Seattle.
You're
and
from,
back
so you're from Seattle.
Yeah, one of those. I went to school there. Everyone knows that.
Oh, you went to school in Seattle.
The idea, though, is
You're
that
not from Seattle.
no, I'm not. I have friends there, but just the general area. So you kind of know the people and the terrain and what they're about, and so that's why a lot of these characters are kind of familiar to me, character-wise. As I'm sure people from the South might be to you. That you hear about. It's like, oh yeah, that sounds like a guy from North Carolina.
Right. Wait before you insult me.
No, just everybody's regional. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, I have a good friend, she would say, yeah, that's a New Englander. You know, she was from Maine. She's like, yep, that's their stoic kind of New England sensibility. You know, some people regionally, they have their own kind of sensibilities. That's all I'm saying.
Speaking of the word stoic, it's the first word that comes to mind when I think of what Gimlin is like.
Yes. Well, I mean, but in a nice way.
Yeah, in a nice way.
He's talkative, he's friendly, willing to chat about stuff, but he's just no nonsense. He's the most level-headed guy you'll meet. Well, that's contrasted with Hieronymus, depending on who you believe and who you know, because of Hieronymus' claims. Now, we never met the guy, Bob Hieronymus, but of course his family and friends and Greg Long all believe him. And when he says Bob Gimlin had involvement with the hoax, they're going to go with that. But Hieronymus says he never came forward publicly because he was hoping to be paid for his part in the filming of the hoax, and that he was afraid that if he did, he'd be legally liable for fraud. But after his lawyer told him that since he was never paid for the hoax, he couldn't be held accountable for fraud, he decided to come forward, stating that he was tired after 37 years, and he was telling the truth. And he may also have been inspired to come forward after watching the December 28th, 1998 airing of Fox television special, World's Greatest Hoaxes, Secrets Finally Revealed. You remember that one?
I don't remember. It sounds like something I would have watched, though.
Oh, 1998, yeah, I was definitely tuned into Fox. I can't even remember if that was around X-Files, but they were doing a lot of shows like that.
Yeah.
Magicians, Secrets Revealed, all those types of fun shows. So I believe Hieronymus saw that. It's like, you know what? Okay, that's it. I'm telling my story. And so it's Greg Long's book is where most all of this claim was first detailed and made public in specific ways, in great and exacting detail. Again, hats off to him for that. But keep in mind that this book is mainly of circumstantial evidence based on interviews with people about Patterson's character and feeling the film was hoaxed. That's the bent of the book. And Bob Hieronymus' confession is also taken as told truth. And that confession is where Hieronymus claimed that he was contracted by Patterson to wear an ape suit in the film sequence for $1,000. And Hieronymus did pass a lie detector test about this claim, but so did Roger Patterson.
there you go. Can I just tell you how much $1,000 in 1967 would be today, adjusted for inflation?
Yes, please do.
$7,518. So Hieronymus is claiming that Roger Patterson, who had to borrow a good deal of money from Al Diatley to do pretty much anything, offered him the equivalent of $7,500 to wear a suit for a Bigfoot hoax film.
Right, where you can look at that and contrast it. Well, maybe he had the money. To me, it makes more sense that if Roger had a little bit of money, he just would have bought that Kodak K100 16mm camera for $400 and owned it, rather than continually rent it, because he had a lot of plans for filming, not just one scene with an ape suit.
Yeah.
So as we'll go through the comparisons here about the stories of Bob Hieronymus and those who have come forward to claim the film was a hoax, keep these things in mind. Some of them make sense, some of them less sense.
Going back to the lie detector test that Forrest mentioned a second ago, just to get a little more specific about the one that Bob Hieronymus took, it was administered by Jim McCormick, who was a certified polygraph examiner. And there's a quote here about the results of that test in Greg Long's book on page 210 in the chapter called Mac McIntyre. Results of the 75-minute examination showed the man was telling the truth when asked about having worn the Bigfoot suit in the 1967 film. So that's relating to that. It was a legit test, and they said that it was the truth. Now, Roger Patterson, however, also took a test in 1970 that was arranged by an editor for National Wildlife magazine, and the results from that test appeared in the October-November issue, Volume 8, Number 6, an article titled On the Trail of Bigfoot by G.H. Harrison. And in that article, it makes it clear that Roger Patterson passed his test as well.
And just keep in mind, anybody, if they're calm enough and believe enough of their story, can pass a lie detector test.
Well, if you believe in your own story, and I actually heard there are ways to trick them as well recently, but now they're developing sensors to avoid that. I don't know if I want to get real specific on the tricking.
Oh, it sounds invasive.
Well, it involves flexing a certain
I see.
It's normally associated with pooping.
I see.
Apparently, if you flex that over and over, it can trick a lie detector. I have no idea why, but so now they have seats that you sit in, and they have sensors to determine whether or not you're doing that. Right. But they, of course, don't tell you if the sensor's in there, so that they can see that you're trying the subterfuge of butt flexing.
Right.
Anyway, for the more you know.
Yeah. How those work very basically, the old-fashioned lie detectors that it measures heart rate response, I believe moisture on the skin, maybe all these things. When people are lying, they get kind of nervous, and it's not like you're giving a long explanation. Your answers are yes or no.
Yeah.
So the question the examiner gives you, and in this case, Jim McCormick did contract work for the Yakima Police Department. That's how they found him. And also, there was a second test done, which Hieronymus also passed, done by the PAX cable TV show that was airing on May 17th, 2005. And that was administered by Ed Gelb, who was, I think, a big TV lie detector guy.
Yeah, that show was a big deal. They were constantly putting people on lie detectors on that show.
Right. Well, there's a reason it's not admissible in court anymore. But it will give you a good idea of maybe who's lying if they're really nervous. Because what it does is measures your responses to long questions, not front-loaded, but basically it's like, are you the man who wore the suit on October 20th, 1967, and you just say yes or no. It's not like, well, I did wear the suit, but only partially for the morning, and then, they just want yes or no answers. That's the baseline it establishes, because it has to be that simple.
Yes.
Conversely, if you are really nervous and you're not sure about your answers, but you're telling the truth, you can also fail a lie detector test. And that's why they are not admissible in court. It's not foolproof enough. So you can take this both ways. They both passed a lie detector test. They might both be lying. They might both be telling the truth in some way. So there you go. But people will often, point to that. So, well, there you go. They passed or they failed. Well, there's also a statement out there that Hieronymus had said something to the effect that he was out to get Patterson back in some way for not paying him for his appearance in the suit. Remember that? That's another thing that Bob Gimlin said.
Bob Gimlin said on the stage when we saw him in Fresno, he specifically said Roger owed him money, and Bob Hieronymus was going to get that money one way or another, because that was the kind of guy Bob Hieronymus was.
Well,
But then he went on to say, I like Bob. This is the funny thing. These guys are all talking about each other. You know, they're just like, well, I mean, he's like that. You know, whatever. But he wants that money. It was owed to him. He's going to do whatever he can to get it.
As Scott said earlier, we all know friends. We just don't loan money to.
Yeah.
Trust. I did not make them my emergency contact for a reason. But we're still friends. We'll get together for a beer or hang out. But there are limits to what I would trust them with.
Yeah.
As you approach them.
And I'm glad you said that because that's the thing I want people to keep in mind here. There's a humanity to everyone involved here. You've got really a cast of characters. There are the pawns and there are the showmen and the opportunists. And yeah, there's probably some con artists in here. There's some buyers. Mm-hmm. But along with all of that, you also somebody somewhere is telling the truth.
Well, or a version of what I remember. Yeah. I mean, there's other testimony. And again, that is circumstantial hearsay evidence, you could say, to back up Hieronymus's claim. And some of it comes from people very close to him, like his mother, Opal, saying that she saw an ape suit in her son's car 2 days after the filming.
It's actually her car, trunk of her car.
Oh, she saw it in the car. Yeah. Okay.
And he borrowed her car, which was relatively new, but she went out to the trunk and she saw the suit in the trunk and apparently was taken aback by it. And then supposedly, I believe either his nephew tried on the hood.
Yeah.
There's more information there.
John Miller, the nephew to Bob Hieronymus, also claimed that he didn't also see the suit in the car.
Yes.
But that passenger car business is an important aspect of the story here, or the analysis of it later on, so keep that in mind. Another close friend of Hieronymus, Bernard Hammermeister, claimed Hieronymus had shown him an ape suit in his car, but didn't want him to say anything at the time because he was still waiting on getting paid by Patterson. So it seems this would have been some time after the mother and the nephew saw the ape suit. You can guess if he's waiting a little bit after that. So time is a factor here with Hieronymus' story.
And it's just funny, I just remembered there's something else that Gimlin said in Fresno a few days ago this past weekend, relative to when we're recording this, was that he was still waiting on getting paid by Roger too. He never got paid either. But he kind of laughed about that. He was like, that's Roger. I didn't get paid either.
No, I know. And he had a job that he loved, which was working with horses. He didn't pay a king's ransom, but he was fine. So he didn't kill him that he didn't get his third share cut. But of course, it would have certainly helped with a lot of expenses. Well, one important aspect in countering the claims of circumstantial evidence put forth by Greg Long in his book could all come down to who you believe is what he said, because Bob Hieronymus states that Bob Gimlin definitely took part in the hoax, while Gimlin firmly and recently denies this and believes that what he saw was a natural animal of some kind.
So there you go. You got to pick which Bob you're going to go with.
Right. Now, we did wonder, however, this scenario, if this is possible, that Roger Patterson did have Bob Hieronymus wear an ape costume that he'd acquired, but at an earlier date and for the purpose of recreating a Sasquatch encounter as part of his docudrama. Since the footage didn't turn out well, maybe Roger gave up on completing the dramatized version of a documentary, and he may have never spoke about it and got rid of the costume, not wanting that fact to bring into question his more serious attempt at a fact-based documentary. So there's a scenario here where they could all be telling a version of the truth, and that's why they passed the lie detector test. But at the same time, there are some very significant inconsistencies with Bob Hieronymus' claim and the circumstances claimed by others.
Okay, before we get into this next section,
Scott's voice is messed up.
My voice is messed up. One of the strangest things that's ever happened in 4 years is that we've actually gotten ahead, so we're recording these a little bit ahead of time as opposed to the day before it needs to post.
Oh, we'll agree with that.
But the point is that I've come down with a little bit of a cold, and this is going to be right in the middle of episode 3, I think. So
weirdly, in the 2 seconds from the last thing you've just heard, he
caught a cold,
and immediately, instantaneously,
lost part of my voice. Yeah. So anyway, sorry about that. But nevertheless, I'm feeling pretty good. The show must go on. So it is time for us to talk about the Philip Morris ape suit. And this is a particularly important part of this story because for a lot of people who have only scratched the surface on it, when they heard the details of this story, they're like, oh, well, that explains it. Mystery solved. It was a costume. We want to go into more depth on all the background there because, as is the case with everything about this story and Astonishing Legends in general, there's always much more to it than just that sound bite or that one sense that you take away and hear about it.
Well, I'll say this now because there'll be a few, I'm sure, people who dropped out by now. Like, yeah, I'm not getting all this, and I'm certainly not sticking around for the rest of this. Well, we were talking with Rich Haddam and Rob Christopherson in our Twitter group there, and Rich had a good comment. He was like, "Wait, but what have you guys found out? What do you think now about this?" And he was a little bit blown away because it's of the implications of what we found out now and how that changed since when you first heard about this film, or maybe you never have, maybe you've never seen it. You need to go take a look at it and look at it a bunch of times. And then it starts to sink in. But when we were kids watching this stuff, like just exactly what Scott said, you see the film like, wow, that's pretty weird. I wonder if they're real. Oh, I don't know. It looks pretty real. And then you hear something about like, oh no, a guy came out, he said he wore the costume. And it's like, oh yeah, that's probably the case. I can't right. And that comes back to Bob Anonymous, who we just talked about. Yeah, exactly. And then you hear another story a few years later. It's like, oh, well there you go. Guy claims that he sold the suit to Roger Patterson. Well, there you go. It's a suit. I knew it. And then you kind of forget about it. Even if you thought like maybe it's like, well, no, this looks like a really good suit. I wonder if it's the same thing. I wonder if we'll see a picture of that suit. But you put it to the side. But then what happened to us is that you take a deeper dive, a deeper look at this, and these facts become refreshed in your mind. It's like, wait a second. Maybe there's something really significant about this and mind-blowing, and it's been there all along. We just never bothered to look that closely at it. The main conflicting aspect of the scenarios we just talked about. Bob Anonymous maybe wearing a suit for another film project that Roger Patterson was going to do. And we're not saying that he had in mind a docudrama all along, that either parts of it were going to be faked or that it was all going to be dramatized. But as we've seen before, a lot of times nowadays, the most serious documentaries have dramatized incidents because they have to hold your attention and provide production value. Can't be just talking heads. So I think that was the to be any bit of dramatization at all, just to dramatize the parts of these anecdotal stories he heard. That was the first idea, perhaps, for his story.
Right, and the claim of him shooting a docudrama, a lot of that is speculative. Some of it is based on 2 interviews from Greg Long's book, one with a rockabilly musician who was a childhood friend of Roger Patterson's named Jerry Lee Merritt, right, and another gentleman whose name was Ballard, and they just said, well, he was looking on this docudrama. There was also the information that Bob was going to wear did play a tracker. So there was this idea that he was going to reenact this. To your point, Forrest, reenactments, and this is where everyone should remember, if they're doing research at this time today, documentaries, and also there is a movement to raise more money for more expeditions to find evidence. Then the reenactment, the idea of the reenactment, that's what you do to entertain. That's what every single episode of Unsolved Mysteries is. It's a reenactment. They weren't there when it happened. They were, well, the reenactment dramas one where they drink from the skull, but yeah. That's how you do that. So that's just something to consider. That doesn't necessarily mean everything you're doing for the rest of your life is a reenactment. So that's just something that we want to point out. And coming back around to the idea that the whole concept of the docudrama is a little bit hearsay and loosely based on testimony of people, but it's not something that we've ever heard directly from Roger Patterson.
We did ask Bob Gilman about that. And I don't think transcripts from we may get to that later. Right now, this what his answer is a character of the wise Apache tracker or Native American tracker that was part of it. Remember that the idea for the first film project that was going to be the cowboys that were hunting Bigfoot. This whole prospector and this wise Indian tracker going to be played by Bob, wearing a wig, and that they were going to, in flashback, tell the stories of these Bigfoot encounters by these old timers. So that was the first idea. But as we all know, especially with people who make films, you start off with one idea. Like, well, that's not panning out. Let's switch to something else. So we're not saying that was the film idea all along. That was just maybe one idea that he started with. And maybe Bob Anonymous was misremembering that instance with something else, about wearing a Bigfoot costume and crossing his wires, so to speak, with his memory. And that's why he seemed to be telling the truth. But it was for a different incident. Or maybe he was outright using those bits of information that he from while he was filming
kind of muddy the water, shall we say, because he had a clutch. As I went through this next section of research, I'm beginning to think less that he may have misremembered something, because there are some glaring kind of contradictory elements here, because the main conflicting aspect of these scenarios that we just talked about is, aside from the interview testimony of those that either had a bad financial association with Patterson, or claims from Bob Hieronymus, and the corroboration from those close to Hieronymus and the people that believe him, the critical claims put forth by Greg Long and others centers around the aid costume that Hieronymus claimed was given to him by Patterson to wear. Now, costume maker Philip Morris Costume Company, that was his company, he ran it with his wife. She helped make the costumes and run the business with him. Claims to have been the company that sold the suit in the film to Patterson. However, we're going to now look at the similarities and discrepancies between these two claims. In August of 2016, Philip Morris, the owner of the company, went on a radio station, WBT-AM in Charlotte, North Carolina, claimed that it was his company's Gorilla costume that was used by Patterson. Yeah, Morris Costumes in Charlotte, right? Yeah, exactly right. This company's still around, by the way. Mr. Morris has passed away, but his wife is still alive, and his son is still operating. Yeah, they do props and other kind of stage items you could rent or buy. I don't rent. You could buy them to do things like magic shows or themed parties. It's a lot of fun stuff. I guess it's a little like Party City, but they really were expert with costumes. Yeah, and it's not a provincial operation. They were well known countrywide, so it's not just like a small little costume place in North Carolina. Charlotte at the time, I don't know if it still is, but it was the largest city in the state, and Philip Morris Costumes was known for providing good quality costumes. Oh yeah, good enough that they were used by magicians. A little stage gigs, but ones that didn't look ridiculous. They were well made, and well tailored, and not cheap, but not to. Well, he claims his pricing for competitors. Yes, just not cheap stuff to buy at $8 for really expertly made costumes. Yes, now Morris's claim he made on the radio also appeared in the Charlotte Observer newspaper. As stated in Greg Long's book, Morris claimed that he had talked about his gorilla costume being used for the host at events like costume conventions, lectures, and magic conventions. I guess early cosplay type gatherings. And he previously didn't want to come forward publicly because of the magicians. Often his gorilla costumes were used in magician magic. For a woman, the magician's assistant was changed into a gorilla and exposed an alien acts secretly violating the code and considered bad form, possibly hurting his business. Yeah, you just don't do that. No, it's a big hang up for him. And he said, when I realized that Roger Patterson had bought this costume from us, I'm not going to out him. He's getting a lot of mileage out of what he's done. And for him, that's like telling the magician's secrets. And if he did that, his name would be Mud. Well, other magicians would be going to his competitors. Exactly. Now, Morris claimed that Patterson had bought the gorilla costume from him in 1967 via mail order, saying it was going to be after Patterson received it. Morris claims he called him later to ask how he could make the arms on the suit longer and the shoulders appear more massive. Morris said he advised Patterson that whoever was wearing the suit should hold sticks in their hands and wear football shoulder pads. Yakima Herald on October 6, 2004, it appeared that National Geographic had sponsored the production of a recreation of the Patterson film that using the suit that Philip Morris had provided. A video was shot at a campground called Cow Cave at Rimrock Lake, a little over 40 miles west of Yakima. Now, Morris ended up not giving his permission to National Geographic to use the video of the suit, saying that since October was his busy season, naturally, he didn't have enough time to prepare a decent costume. However, Morris never provided another suit he thought was more suitable. And National Geographic's project producer said the suit was in no way similar to what was seen in Patterson. So that's an important point. This film was made, but it was so far off the mark, Morris didn't want anybody to see it. And here's something I want to make clear. He actually reached out to the Philip Morris company and exchanged emails with his son Scott. And Scott had said that he was going to come on and possibly put on with his mother, who sewed this costume in question. And we were supposed to hear from them. We exchanged several emails, and they just have not got back to us. We got Ron. We got Ronnie. Yes, he was in. We'll have to go back. Reference to the Deltas. Yes.
So Amy Morris, Philip Morris's wife, stood by her husband's grave and has said that she helped him make Patterson costume. However, they haven't yet provided any suit they said was the same or similar as the one in the film, nor provided any documentation about a suit of theirs that could have been made in 1967. So this is what's interesting about that. At one point I heard some talk in some of our research about it. We've seen no photograph of a costume that looks similar, and the only time that the supposedly similar costume was filmed doing something, it was deemed not good enough to be shared with the rest of the world.
Yeah, well, essentially, there's no suit compared to ever. Never. There's never been a suit where this is the suit sold Roger. Well, these weren't custom made, tailored to each individual buyer and their measurements. And I don't want to say that they were mass produced, but it's not like these are all individual suits, so they should have been able to provide the same or similar suit for people to see that they claim was sold to Roger, because they were sold to other magicians, not just Roger. So that's never happened. And I said this before, I can't remember what I said now, it's talking so much about this, but it's like the best sphere. When you say like, oh yeah, our company manufactures steel balls, stainless steel balls, just like that, that's what it is. It's for a giant ball valve, and that's it. Well, that's fine. Let's see it. And no one's ever done that. It's like, well, okay, so let people measure it. Is it exactly the same? Because I can't buy into that any more than it's Bigfoot, and he claims it's out in the woods, footage, because it's also hearsay. It's like, all right, that's fine. Well, let's see the steel. Let's see the steel ball. In those two cases, that's not happening. But a lot of people hang up the controversy just on that one. And leave it alone. There you go. So it's his. We're also relying on hearsay. We hear people talk about the relationship with Roger Patterson. Some things may be in the paper as far as him being sued by 21 different people in town, how they felt about it. But in a sense, it's hearsay. So let's get back to the actual items, produce the items. So in any case, that is one problem with Philip Morris.
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the Northern Superstore. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista and San Diego, you're never far from the Northern Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle. Any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind for your purchase. Export exclusive, cash protection guarantee. If you can buy the same vehicle for less than 5 days, our rate will pay you the difference to buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to find your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the Northern Superstore location closest to you. Like the #1 auto store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at NorthRange.com.
Imagine picking the time and place that works for you. And college will just appear. With 100% online classes and personalized support, UMass Global helps you succeed in college wherever you are in life. Major in your future. Visit umassglobal.edu to apply.
Hi, I'm Soraya Sophie, winner of last year's Astonishing Madness 2018 bracket. I just want to wish everybody good luck. Now back to the show.
So now let's look at the comparison between these two stories. Two somewhat lined up, but also conflicting stories. Greg Long is convinced that the gorilla or ape costume that Anonymous claims Patterson gave to him to wear for the film is the same one that he purchased from the Morris Costumes Company. There are some significant discrepancies in the descriptions that Long provides. Three of the most major differences among them. One is the suit's construction. The Philip Morris costume is a one-piece with a metal zipper down the middle. Anonymous described the costume he wore as being a two-piece for the body and with a separate headpiece, so like the pants that he thought were held up with a drawstring to keep them up, and a separate top that he put on like a t-shirt, that's how he described it. He also didn't remember there being any metal used in the suit, like a zipper. The Morris costume had hands and feet that were separate pull-on pieces, and Anonymous described a suit that had the hands and feet already attached.
Patterson would have had to attach the hands and feet somehow before Hieronymus put the suit on. And he never mentioned that Patterson had measured him physically for the suit before he put it on and walked around being filmed. Now, the most obvious discrepancy in the appearance is there's a vast difference in the material both suits were described to be made from. Now, Philip Morris from the costume company in Charlotte, North Carolina, had said that the suit that he sold Patterson was their, quote, standard suit that we sold to all our customers, costing $435 in 1967 dollars, adjusting for inflation today. That would be $3,000. Wow, very expensive costume. Yeah, but less expensive than what his competitors offered, and maybe more expensive than what Patterson could have afforded, especially with all of the things that we read about Patterson and Red Rose and other places that people are casting on his character, and certainly more than Patterson would be to spend.
It seems to us anyway. Pretty grand.
Yeah.
Yeah, because think about this: is that he rented that camera. He could have bought the camera and much film. That's a little
Doesn't make sense.
It's a little big for you.
Yeah. So this might make you wonder if Roger would have just tried to make a suit himself. On the other hand, the Morris costume was made from dynamo, which is a trade name for a lightweight, flame-resistant acrylic resin synthetic fiber, originally made by titanium carbide out of the battery. Yes.
Yes.
Some time ago. Anyway, since it's easily dyed, it's also used to make wigs. It also makes it no smell to it. But Hieronymus said that Patterson had, quote, skinned out a dead red horse to make a suit that it stunk, stating that his brother Howard had also told him that Patterson said he made a wig costume from horse hide. Hieronymus also said that since it was made from horse hide, the suit was heavy, like maybe 20 to 25 pounds. The reported colors for each suit were also different as well. Hieronymus' brother Howard had described the horse hide as being dark brown, although Hieronymus described it as red, reddish brown.
Yeah.
And Long said Morris was using brown Dynel in 1967. Long also said it wouldn't have wanted to use a real dark brown color because the lighter brown would have shown up better against the black background. The world changed into a magic trick. This suit was primarily it's a little self-contradictory. Yeah, there's a lot of contradictions.
Yeah, I know.
So Brett Long speculates in his book, and we'll continue to do that Patterson modified the Morris suit that Hieronymus wore. But he wrote nothing about altering the main part of the suit itself, like making it a huge, dyeing the hair darker, or adding a horsehair portion. Only that he probably changed the face mask and glued or riveted the hands and feet to the costume. There's no evidence or any testimony that Patterson changed anything about the suit, let alone adding dress to it.
Yeah, that's a
Couple of skeptics of the film say that although Bob Hieronymus was not as tall as Patty, by some estimates, up to 14 inches shorter, his arms are much shorter, and he was not nearly as bulky. All of that can be made up for Patty or bulky the suit.
Yeah, that's what the skeptics would say.
Morris suggested Patty, and Hieronymus said he did wear Patty. When Hieronymus was interviewed the second time by Bob McConnell on August 6, 2007 for his radio show X-Zone, McConnell asked, quote, "Did you have to have stuff inside?" Bob Hieronymus answered, "Oh yes, there was football helmets, pads, and an old football helmet for the head. The legs had rubber boots in the legs with a big calf, padding in the street." What Hieronymus said he didn't use were sticks to extend the length of his arms, just that he wore, quote, gloves a little bit longer than my actual hands were. Nor did he say there was padding in the solid torso of the suit. So football shoulder pads, yes, and Patterson did play high school football, as well as being a gymnast and overall good athlete. Philip Morris commented about the movement of a human in one of his costumes, saying that because of the shoulder pads partially blocking the movement of the jaw, the wearer has to turn their head along with their shoulders and hips together, since you can only turn your head a quarter of the way to the side. And that's why the big foot turns and looks the way it does. He has to twist his entire upper body.
Yeah, it was his explanation of the famous 3-5-2 or 3-5-2 grade, where Patty twists her upper torso.
Yeah, but when we look at the picture you have with Patty turning her head, we notice the head turning first, then the shoulders and torso next, and it all looks smooth and compact. There's no bunching of Patty or wrinkles in the fabric like you would expect in a suit. Much more and cardboard. Morris goes on to also explained that with clown shoes, you have to put your foot down flat, otherwise you stumble, and you can't put the ball of your foot down first, so that explains why it's flat. But again, there has been no suit of any kind provided for comparison. Chris Murphy, in the book that when he released Roger Patterson's book, The Bigfoot Film Controversy, where he added 80 additional pages to it, Murphy asked Philip Morris for permission to include a photo of the real estate he claims that he sold to Roger Patterson. But Morris flatly denied permission and copied his attorney's reply. Murphy suggests that Greg Long would have most likely provided images within his book for any substance to Philip Morris's claim of selling this to Roger Patterson. Yeah, what's the big deal? There's a lot of talk around it, and this is the thing that I think you have to remember, and it's important, is that Philip Morris was a brilliant businessman. He was very good at running a company, and it's a well-respected company today. It makes sense for that company to want the world to believe that amazing-looking footage depicts one of his costumes. That is good for business. That's just something to think about, regardless of the truth of whether or not they provided a costume for the Patterson Gimlin film. And you can say, hey, look, that's one of ours. Here's our phone number. We're in Charlotte. You give us a call.
It's fooled a bunch of scientists.
Yeah, it's just something to keep in mind. And it's especially something to keep in mind when it comes down to being unable to produce a photograph of it, when having a film that the film is not good enough to share with anyone, unable to produce any copies of it, and not only that, copying your lawyer on correspondence related to it. It's interesting.
Keep it all in mind. Keep it all in mind. Well, speaking of Chris Murphy, he, of course, in his book had rebuttals to the claims of both Morris and Hieronymus, which if you've heard, is liberal. So, just in summation, I thought some of these were interesting. This is being summarized from Chris Murphy's section of the book, The Controversy, or Controversy. One, if Bob Hieronymus had actually traveled to the film site, he would have surely remembered that it was about 20 miles of twisting from third road. Filled with potholes. Going in from the highway, not the 4 or 5 miles going in, which Hieronymus claims he took a passenger car over, which would have been difficult at its time. So that's one thing. He is claiming that it was like that, like 4 or 5 miles. In Chris Murphy's book, The Bigfoot Film Controversy, there's a section where he analyzes and compares the physical dimensions of Bob Hieronymus with Tandy. Murphy uses a tracing from a photograph of Hieronymus taken by Pat Long, Greg Long's wife, and it appears on page 361 of Long's book. So apparently he wouldn't give Murphy permission to use the actual photo that we're looking at right here, of just Bob taking a stride. He let him his jacket on, or some different sleeves and a ball cap, and recreation of his daddy stride, but he wouldn't give him permission to use it. So Murphy has a tracing, and the tracing compares the size dimensions to frame 310 of PGF. And Murphy lines up Bob, demonstrating his panty walk in the same pose, and makes the figures the same height in order to compare limb length. So what he's done is that he's taken that photo of Bob with the tracing of that, where Bob is most similarly in the same position as Patty is in frame 310. So when you line them up at the same height, the most noticeable discrepancies are that Bob's right arm is too short and his knee to ground length is longer than Patty's. It's pretty long. Yeah. Also, the title of the book, I think it's interesting that Greg would get permission to use the picture. I think there's some bad blood there. I think there's bad blood, and there's Greg also wants people to buy his book. I don't know if that makes sense, but obviously at this point I'm just not wearing my confirmation bias on my shoulder because I'm leaning towards believing that the film is real. I've already admitted. Oh, I guess you did. So I'm acknowledging it, and we are, when we talk about Greg Long, he's a non-believer. We talk about Chris Murphy, he's a believer. We're going back and forth looking at everybody's work, and I know that we're showing favor to people that are aligned with my personal viewpoint, and I just want to make it clear I'm aware of that. So that's one of the things I want to point out about people that are aligned the other way, like this caption under that picture that you just mentioned on page 361 of Bob's book. Bob Hieronymus demonstrating how he walked in Roger Patterson's Bigfoot. His walk bears an uncanny resemblance to Patterson's. I just want to say that walking like that is not hard. I can do it right now. I've done it in the backyard here. So just to say that it's like a Ghostbusters, you don't even be spectacles like this. Yeah, people can walk like that. What you can't think is the mechanics of the body. You
not fit where your hinges are, where your knees are, where your elbows are, and where your shoulders are, and the relationship between those components.
Well, trust me, we're going to get into all of that into excruciating detail, but just because it proves a point, and that what Greg Long just said, yes, that's an opinion. So that's just by looking at it too. That's not an opinion from a dermatologist or anatomist. It's a guy who wrote a pretty good book on some interviews about Roger Patterson and DGF. Well, there's other differences here that are summarized, and one of them is that the hands are different. If Bob had arm extensions, as some claim, which Bob himself denied, then the hands would be able to open and close. You can see that on the film. Unless they're suggesting Roger made sophisticated robot hands, which I'm not doing here, but Patty's hands, as we said, they partly open and close. Bob's knees and round leg is longer than Patty's. Now you can make someone's leg longer physically, but you can't make them shorter unless you alter the inch. Which is not longer. His knee to the bottom of his shoe is longer than the massive Patty's. Right. So that's a weird morphology there. Creatures which would be nearly impossible to make physically. Well, here's what happens when you make the two figures the same height. You know what I'm saying? Now you've enlarged the sketch to the size of Patty in the frame. And if you enlarge Patty's image, that her knee to ground leg is the same as Hieronymus, then her overall height and mass greatly increases in image size. She's much taller and older. Right. What you're doing here when you're matching them up, that addresses the question that you can say, oh, well, we don't know what kind of camera, what's the focal length, how far, the lens, whatever. You might not know that, but no matter what happens, if when you're doing an enlargement, you're not doing any sort of distortion to the enlargement, which is obviously not what we're doing in Photoshop or whatever. You have the option of enlarging and keeping the aspect ratio locked so that your height and width stay the same, as opposed to distortion, where you might just take somebody and stretch them vertically with a funhouse mirror. We're not doing it. So when you do make the enlargement to make these two the same size, as Forrest just said, the relationship or the ratio between the elbows, knees, arms, and shoulders, his feet, and wherever they are, that stays consistent as well. And if you can't make that match up with Hieronymus, it doesn't match. Exactly. So making the knees to the ground same distance, image size for both characters, Bob and Patty, makes Patty huge. Yeah, so there you go. Bigger than Bob. Yeah, right. So there's a few other things that Murphy notices. One is when Patty turns her head and shoulders in frame 3x2, her right cheek comes out, like she just has a fatty jowls. An old person, which I'm beginning to sympathize with. If it was a mask, then it would have also had to have been a loose, like pliable skin-like covering, fitting over the old football helmet he said he wore. I'm guessing that we use leather helmets. Yeah, it could have been like one of the plastics like that. But maybe those old leather fitting helmets. That's what I'm guessing he was talking about. Hieronymus had lost his right eye, and he said that he brought a spare prosthetic glass eye to use with the headpiece because he thought it would look more realistic, because the eye holes to him would just appear as dark holes. So he's trying to help out. So he said he gave the spare eye to Patterson to use the last movement, which he stuck in the right eye socket with the left leg. And Patterson, the important point about this detail that they spoke is that Hieronymus was actually really reluctant to share this. He wanted to keep it to himself, and this is interesting. He claimed he wanted to keep it to himself because it was like that inside thing that he knew that if he saw the suit or he found this suit, that he would know it was the right suit because of this eye being stuck in the eye socket. And he didn't want to tell Long about the eye. Yeah, but Long got it out of him, and of course, even though Bob didn't want to keep it a secret, Long went right ahead and understood the boat. Oh, well, there you go. So that one's out. But there's a couple of weird things about this story. Well, you can see what appears to be an eyeball, the right eye corner, as Patty does turn her head towards the camera. It's kind of cool. Yeah, you can see what is like an eye shine almost. Yeah, a little bit something. There's some sunlight glinting on the left eye that he still obscured in partial shadow. And Murphy states that it would be hard to believe that Patterson stuck an eyeball in at the last minute, and that it looks that good. It's like a bulging spotted eye in there. Also, most prosthetic eyes, as late as 1999, only look straight ahead. I've noticed some other ones I've seen kind of anchored to the eye muscles. The eye that's not missing, the other one kind of follows you, so it's more natural. Also, they're really expensive, and I'm not sure, and neither is Rabbi, that Anonymous would have given me one just to use. And leave it permanently. Well, a good friend of mine used to lifeguard at a water slide park, and they were quite big and great, and that was what they did. Well, because they were so expensive. You're not just going to say, it's not a pair of sunglasses. You got it right. You're going to go look for it. They're thousands of dollars.
I know you and I are in different spots on this. I guess we can talk about it more. But to me, the fact that Bob Anonymous has that whole story about the eye and being in the eye socket, that is an odd detail for me to make up. And that lends itself to me, to Bob Anonymous, believing his story. And that leads to two other points. One is that he's told it so many times and embellished it so many times that he started to believe it was just a phenomenon. Another one is that it's true and there was a costume.
Yeah.
I don't believe personally that costume is what you're seeing in the PDF, but that one fact that he talks about, it took my eye out, we put it in a copy of clay to make it look for bugs. It does, for me, it's a little bit like maybe there was at some point another costume that Roger, like you said earlier, was reenactment or had planned to try and shoot something and it worked out, he wound up not using it or not ever running it, and then got rid of the costume or whatever. There is some philosophy along there. However, on that point again, it doesn't make sense to me to buy a $435 costume or and get rid of it. I just wanted to be the devil's advocate in the bigger picture here. I do find that eyeball detail or the prosthetic eye detail convincing of Bob's story. I do not buy Bob's walk, and I agree with you about the anatomy. So this is a good issue for me, the Hieronymus story. But for me, it is unrelated to the film because I can see no connection between the film and because the shine of the eye together. There's nothing about that that says, hey, this is a prosthetic eye.
It's beyond the film resolution's credibility level. So it's like, you can't determine one way or the other. It's just, hey, look, there's a whole string of ingenious little add-ons. I say it to this thing if it wasn't full. Then it would be the eye, the choice of a looking flexible, and maybe that was patterned after the Bluff Creek sightings of 58, where they just look like that, just like your choice. There's a lot of live choices, just enough to confound people, and that would be the ingenious part if it was a hoax. But there's other things about it. Patty's mouth appears to be partially open in some frames and shut in others. Some have noted that the teeth can be seen, and Rabbi thinks that maybe even the tongue, the pink tongue. Patterson and Gimlin noted facial expressions when they saw Patty denoting emotion, and Murphy senses to him some expressions here that denote emotions. One being complacency, also awareness of something disturbing, then concern and fear. Facial expressions would be more for the mask. Another thing that's interesting that you can see pretty clearly, a tendon or hamstring, I guess we'll call it, appears in frame 72 on the back of the leg and down the right side of the leg in frame 352, along with a bulging calf muscle. That one's pretty clear. I knew we had some problems noticing the calf muscle.
So I agree with you about calf muscle.
Hieronymus said that he wore his own clothes under the costume, but it's reasonable to think that the costume would have to be skin tight to show any kind of muscle detail, and not under 2 layers of fabric, one with hair, unless, again, Patterson expertly crafted in all the right anatomically correct muscles in the right place in a really intricate and complicated suit.
Yeah, now, to be clear, Hieronymus was fit, very fit. There's a picture of him standing in front of a Corvette. He looks amazing. He's not a bodybuilder. However, the idea that he's wearing probably blue jeans and what he might have wanted, he was wearing clothes and costume, leads into wearing this costume and just the top muscle and the DTF.
Well, there's the heel, seen in frame 72, is natural looking, says Murphy Nelson, with the sole of the foot appears buried in the soil. He estimates about 1 inch deep. Others had visited the site themselves and noted the impressions average weight of men made with their shoes. Bob Hieronymus says that his current weight at that time, at least of Murphy's publishing, was 219 pounds, and the approximate weight of the costume, that was around 25 pounds, and what you get is like 204 pounds. He doesn't appear to be heavy enough to make that deep of an impression as Patty did. Yeah, there also appears to be a lump, I saw this too in the film, that comes in
scene goes as Patty's right leg is walking. Some believe this could be a hernia, like Anthony's did. There does seem to be a lump. I didn't notice it at first, but there's another lump that seems to be there. On Patty's midsection, the flesh was past her penis seemed to ripple outward as she walks. It's more apparent her waist area because the hair is thinner there. Bob Gimlin told us he also noticed areas where more skin could be seen as the hair was lighter or more sparse. Worn down from friction. Again, unless it's a costume that somebody's wearing every day over and over, lots of people. Yeah, the idea of fur being worn down from the friction of bodily movement seems unlikely. Yeah, I was asked Bob himself about this. He had a cat. People that have old dark colored cats. The patches above their eyes, sometimes you can see the skin better, and it looks like lighter patches above the cat's eyes, even with a dark-haired cat, dark-furred cat. That's what I kind of pictured on the sides. That's what he's talking about. The skin kind of appears to be lighter and not under such dark fur. So also something that would be hard to pull off. A lot of us will experience in suit. In frame 61, you can clearly see the sole of Patty's right foot, toes included. Researchers who visited the site for castings, and Murphy says it's been confirmed the right foot seen in the frame matches one of the castings they took. So compare that up. Rabbi said that he didn't make the footprints and took the costume with him when he left the site. So you could argue that Patterson and Gimlin had separate foot forms, or that they would have had to use the costume's feet to plant the prints after he left. But Rabbi doesn't mention feet. Not just use the costume's feet, but use the costume's feet and be able to put probably 200 or more pounds of pressure on each one. If someone of that size and weight could be the same pressure. Yeah. Now it's split on two legs, but we're talking about making the pressure. Otherwise, you're talking about the uncanny coincidence of the footprint exactly matching the costume.
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the North Superstore. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. Let's go meet it to the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach, to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and San Diego. You're never far from the North Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite new models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle, any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can find the same vehicle for less within 5 days, North will pay you the difference to buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to buy your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the North Superstore location closest to you. Like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at NorthRange.com.
Mamma Mia, celebrate the 25th anniversary of the most exhilarating smash hit musical ever. Coming to the Contagious Theater. Visit BroadwayInHollywood.com.
What's up, my fellow humans and others? I'm Sean Nelson, and this is Astonishing Legends. Now let's get back to the show.
Well, here's something that I was not aware of until we went to go see Bob Gimlin speak. And Scott and I heard this one there, and I don't know, absolutely shocked about this. I've not heard this. It's a bit of hearsay, but then again, a lot of regular folks hearsay.
Well, when Bob Gimlin got asked when he saw it in Fresno about Bob Gimlin, one of the things that Gimlin said that I thought was about Bob's whole costume, Hieronymus's costume. Sorry, it's too loud. Bob Gimlin, there was no shot of Bob Hieronymus as the man who said. And Philip Morris is the one who said it, so the costume to Roger Patterson. There is no known connection between Bob Hieronymus and Philip Morris. But what the thing was that was interesting was that when Bob Gimlin was asked about Bob Hieronymus at the talk that we saw him at, he said, well, you know, Roger owed Bob money. I'm paraphrasing. Roger owed Bob Hieronymus money. I've got nothing against Bob for a long time, but I know that Bob was going to get that money one way or the other.
That was a quote that he heard, apparently. Somebody in the audience specifically asked Bob Gimlin if that statement was true, that Bob Hieronymus had claimed that he was going to get Roger Patterson back when he was not going to pay. And essentially, Bob Gimlin confirmed.
Right, so there's an implication here, and again, as Morris said, it's hearsay, but there's an implication that there's a little bit of a small vendetta over some cash.
essentially. And one of the ways to do something about that is to assault the claims of the film. You know, I was in a costume, I wore a costume. And so there you have it. So that's one of the behind-the-scenes aspects of Patterson's. Now, people that believe that this whole thing was a hoax usually cite their opinion of Roger Patterson having a low moral character and therefore a propensity to commit a hoax in the first place. Flaky, his motivation is fame and money, especially since he was terminally ill, and his craftsman skill set granting him the ability to accomplish creating a decent income because he did notebooks and also made sales. But adding to his argument, Greg Long claims he discovered some circumstantial evidence that Patterson had faked some Bigfoot traps in the Deathwood period, and maybe even had faked some photos and made false reports of sightings. And for Long, this leads him to a conclusion the Patterson hoax PGF as well. I want to read to you a passage from Long's book. This conversation actually takes place between Harvey Anderson and Roger Patterson. According to Harvey Anderson, Greg actually spoke to him. Anderson owned a small store in Deathwood, so he said that Roger came in and talked to him about this. So we're listening to this tape, which is something super. So a lot of content there. Anderson remembered Patterson walking up to the counter. He said, "I have something private I want to show you so I can figure out if I can make this film come out." I said, "Sure." He says, "Well, can we go to the back room?" So I took him to the back of the shop where he serviced and prepared guns. And he laid the package on the workbench and took the string off and unfolded the newspaper. He had a white cast of it. But he said, "What do you think?" I said, "Well, what is it?" He said, "Well, it's from a walking man I found in Autonomy." And I said, "Is that right?" I think he was serious with that consideration. I believe he cast a couple of things. As he did so, Anderson's impression was that Patterson had constructed a model of a human foot from plaster about 20 inches long. The heel and back plate of the foot was about 6 inches wide. The front of the foot was about an inch wider. Patterson described the walking man as Anderson as a giant. It wasn't the cast of the foot. Could a footprint only find a print of a foot in the mud and take a cast of it? So I knew that the plaster foot was something he was manufacturing. I said to him, "It looks like it's too narrow on the front part because the walking man couldn't stand erect. Based on the description you give me of this tall man or tall animal, I have to have it broader and follow it." "Oh no," he said, "he stands right up." I said, "Well, it doesn't appear to be correct. It looks to me like it should be wider on the front where the ball of the foot is. Well, I can solve that problem. I'll take some more casts for you." 3 days later, on a Saturday, Patterson returned. Anderson was busy with customers, but Patterson patiently waited for 20 minutes. When Anderson was free, Patterson revealed another package, this one wrapped in brown paper. As before, the two men retired to the back of the shop. Then folded the paper, he said, lying on the paper was a light plaster foot like the first one, and the ball of this foot was about 3 inches wider, and the heel was half the size as the first foot. Anderson's impression was that Patterson had made the foot by pouring plaster into a mold. I said, "That looks better. That looks proportionate." He said, "That's good. Okay, so you think that would be all right?" I said, "That's a heck of a lot better." See, I didn't know the guy, did not know his intention. You have to realize that people came to the store all the time. Just wait on them and service their needs. About it was made a joke on someone. The white cast had some impurities in it. It wasn't real professional, and it wasn't cooked good form. There were pieces of weeds and plaster of what looked like cotton marks on the sides where he had shaved off pieces of plaster, trimmed up the foot, maybe with a pocket, making it look a little bit more professional. I think he had carved on the cast after he taken it out of its information. Patterson wrapped up the foot brown paper. Patterson wanted more information about camera equipment. Anderson explained that in addition to the camera, he needed light meters at the f-stop of the lens and tripod to stabilize the camera equipment and film to the correct sensitivity to light conditions, daylight. So, there's a lot of things going on. Yeah. One is there's an implication from Long and Anderson that the first footprint that came in couldn't have been a cast. So he was making something from the get-go. And then when it comes back with this other footprint, it's the discussion. There's two ways to cast the light on this. I know, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, because one way is to look at it and say, "Oh, you faked it, the footprint wasn't good enough, so then you came back and faked, made another one. And the other one was better, and that one can stand on its own." The other way to look at it is that he had taken a real cast from the footprint that he found, but the cast wasn't very good and it wasn't convincing enough. And so then he said, which is what he said to him, I'm going to go back and take another one. He came back, his cast is more perfect. It obviously had been ported. He said it was a real cast. I don't know how he said the first one wasn't and the second one wasn't. He couldn't follow that. But what it seems to me is that it's all about how you interpret this conversation. And I think if you look at that conversation, it could be Roger found tracks. And all he was really concerned about was taking casts of the right one to present the best evidence of what he found. And then the interpretation of this Anderson guy, and also Ron's perspective on Anderson's interpretation is, oh, he was faking it, he was practicing over and over. He may have just been practicing taking casts.
Right. Of real
footprints, exactly.
So, or he had some in his collection. Well, I will say this, and it should be known that apparently there are people that were interviewed by Greg who were, let's say, disappointed in the way that he presented their testimony in their interview. One thing that we came across was an article on the BFRO website, the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization. It's one of the main resources for Bigfoot researchers, this website, and that put out, and this article was posted by Matt Moneymaker on January 31st, and it was learning on here about Greg Long and his book, and I'm going to use the section here under picture of Greg Long. It says, the primary writer of the book we're going to be using for the discussion is a man named Greg Long. Greg Long came to this book project with a definite agenda for casting doubt and aspersions on the Patterson creature. His path to undermining the creature was to characterize the filmographer as a petty crook. Now people around Yakima are talking about their dealings with him and the stories they say he distorted and stretched. The book was designed to attach itself to any future debate about the subject, a debate that has become a fixture in many writing and journalism classes at the high school level and undergrad. And Moneymaker. So there you go. We should keep that in mind, that some people aren't happy about the way that their information was presented, like what you just said. You kind of see it either way. Roger didn't come out and say, hey, I faked a bunch of prints. What is this? Right. They didn't fake these, or do you think this would fool somebody? Or did you? He just said, how's this look? Because you can see he's kind of being objective about it, or cagey, because he doesn't want to lead anybody. He's trying to get an honest opinion. Is this look fake? What do you think about it? That's all he said. So you can kind of take it either way. That's interesting. What about the Yakima area faking some possible motives that people have put forward, or that Patterson was trying to pump up interest for attending his lectures and selling his book, and or that he was trying to get a Yakima millionaire he knew, Floyd Paxton, interested enough to fund some of his expeditions.
Yeah, what's interesting about this, again, this is from Ron's book. He interviewed a gentleman named Bob Swanson. Bob actually printed Roger's first book, Roger Patterson's book, and we have the Chris Murphy reprint with the additional pages. And Bob apparently was, according to Ron, and I guess what Bob told Ron, he was never paid by Swanson for the first book. So there's a couple things that says. It does say that Roger doesn't make money, but it also says that Bob has an agenda instead by Patterson. So all this discussion about Floyd Paxton is coming from the publisher of Roger's book, who Roger never paid. So that's just something. There's a million rabbit holes to go down. But if you want to read it, you got to pick up all about all the things with everybody under the sun was related to it. And you just want to take everything and maybe with a grain of salt about how things were collected.
And again, but it is part of the entire story. So, I mean, we have an agenda. I've owned up to it. I've got an agenda. Thank goodness you have. I'm trying to lead you towards believing that this film might be a good thing. Right. I'm admitting it right here, and it is covering everything that I'm saying during the course of the series. But that agenda, I do want to say, is based on things that I discovered as we researched this series. Because when I started it, I was convinced it was a well, that should say that. Yeah, well, that's the process, and what should happen with all of us. Look at every day, come up with your own conclusion, and stick with it. Why not? There you go. Well, like yourself, those in favor of PGM being real will usually lean on two major defense arguments for the film. The most important being that no matter the circumstantial evidence that you hear or the testimony against Roger Patterson's character, should still be focusing on what's actually been captured on the film for a serious scientific critical analysis.
major usual defense is that if it really is a guy in an ape costume, neither Roger Patterson nor Bob Dimblett or Bob Herodotus had the costuming skill set to manufacture or even modify an existing costume to such an authentic degree, especially in 1967. Nor did any of the three have the necessary knowledge of primate biomechanics and mobility to pull off such a distinctive walk. One that's it's not quite ape, it's not quite human, to some experts' opinions, and maybe impossible for a human to do it. So that's the other big defense for opponents. At first, physical anthropologist Grover Krantz thought that Patterson could have been capable of creating a PGF hoax if he had the right materials, and initially dismissed the film from just seeing a few stills from it. However, later, upon closer examination of the film, from speaking with Patterson himself, he changed his mind and became one of the main supporters of the film. Although, of course, he received a lot of flack from his scientist peers. Well, many skeptics have noted that Patterson was a fairly decent sketch artist and could draw paint wildlife and large animals like horses pretty well enough. And you can see those examples of his drawings in the book he created, but it's not what I consider professional artist quality. But it's certainly much better than what most people can sketch. So he has some talent, some natural talent. It's primitive there, but just something kind of like self-taught, self-trained maybe, but they can sketch well enough. The argument is that his artistic skill would be a great help for Patterson in being able to fabricate a decent costume of a large animal. However, upon interviewing Patterson, Krantz came to the conclusion that he didn't have the necessary knowledge of biomechanics to pull off the pan. He said that Patterson had that light look, astute, trying to understand, but not quite getting the technical concepts. But if he'd hoaxed it, he must have known about the recent concepts. And there's a good on-camera quote from Krantz about this when he appeared in the Search Up's episode on Patterson Gimlin film. This guy just looked like when he was talking about animals. It was like, let me feel like, okay, never mind, I just can't get it. So his point being, the walk is so sophisticated for a weird primate hybrid of some kind that Roger apparently, to his knowledge or to his feeling, did not have the chops. Or to even instruct Bob Herodotus how to do it. Ultimately, though, most people who knew Patterson and Gimlin thought they weren't creatively clever enough to pull off such a convincing hoax. That's the generalization from most of the nerve circles. Well, some skeptics are suspicious that Patterson goes out to make a Bigfoot documentary and then, wouldn't you believe it, actually ends up filming one. And it turns out to be the best example of Bigfoot footage ever. So that's a little suspicious for a lot of people. Yeah, people we know. It's like, it happens to get one. But some who have studied PGF and Sasquatch, like anthropologist David Dagley, seem to be, he's kind of on the fence with the phenomenon. And PGF overall would offer that it made sense that Patterson just went to a place that he'd heard some, had some activity, and then he actually found some for himself. Yeah, we have Dagley's book as well. It's called Bigfoot Exposed, an anthropologist examines America's enduring religion. Exactly. So it's not like, people tell Patterson, like, hey, there's Bigfoot activity up in Northern California, and then he goes to Hawaii and finds it. Yeah. No, he goes to the place where he's been hearing about this for years. Also keep in mind that Patterson had spent years before the incident searching for Sasquatch evidence, and he didn't really come up with much of anything. I think some prints and some stories, and I think he heard yell, so that there's certainly something like this. So Bluff Creek was a likely place to search, and would have had more of a probability of finding a Bigfoot if they really exist. But speaking of Bigfoot tracks, and specifically checking out Bluff Creek, remember in part 1 when we were talking about how Patterson had heard stories from guys who said they had Bigfoot interactions, and one of them being Ray Wallace in Toledo, Washington? In Patterson's book, he mentioned visiting Ray Wallace near Mount St. Helens, and that Wallace was familiar with the Bluff Creek Bigfoot tracks since 1958, and had even recorded the Bigfoot yell that he played for Patterson. Patterson said, like, well, that's interesting. It's not what we heard, but whatever. Yeah, he just had a collection of these sounds in that one. It's like, well, I guess that's what you heard. Okay, I believe it. Well, turns out Ray Wallace had later claimed he had hoaxed those Bluff Creek tracks and told Roger Patterson where to find them, but not telling him they were fake, it seems. Wallace claimed that he made the prints using a big wooden foot-shaped form at different sites in California in 1958.
Right, so is he taking credit for the 3 sets of tracks that were found by the construction equipment that drew
Roger to the area in the first place?
It seems a little vague.
Because that's not really clear, because wasn't it Roger's wife who heard about those footprints? And also, they were saying that Ray Wallace faked them with a big wooden board or whatever, that wouldn't account for 3 different sizes or sets.
We're going to talk about that a little bit here, towards the end of this little blurb, because this definitely goes into whether or not Roger may have faked some stuff. Whether whatever he found was fake to begin with, so he was led down the garden path by someone else.
Yeah, and I think that's important, and I think I want to just openly acknowledge that there's no question that there are a wide series of Bigfoot hoaxers out in the world and have been for decades. There's no question.
Yeah.
So we're not saying that that doesn't exist anymore than we've been saying, at least up until this point, that Bigfoot is definitely real. Right? It's just all these things coexist and it just muddies the water, frankly. You have to look at it.
You're absolutely right, but this story here from Ray Wallace doesn't check all the boxes. So let's take a little closer look at what Ray Wallace was actually claiming. So according to Wallace, he claimed that in 1982, Roger kept visiting and bugging him about Bigfoot info. That's funny because it's like he's excited, he was excited to Ray was excited to talk about it. And what Ray's saying now is like, yeah, this guy kept bugging me and bugging me. So it's like 2 perspectives, and like, yeah, Patterson saying like, no, this is great, we're sharing Bigfoot stories, and Ray's excited to talk and visit, and then yeah. So he felt sorry for Patterson after learning about his cancer when he was dead broke, and Patterson told him he wanted to find something that would make him money. So he told Patterson exactly where to go. He told him to hang out around on that bed on Bluff Creek and stay there and watch that spot. And that's what Patterson did. So, Seattle Times reporter Bob Young, at the request of author and cryptid researcher Warren Ullman, our friend of the show, he wrote an article published December 5th, 2002, titled Lovable Trickster Created a Monster with Bigfoot Hoops. So you can actually dig up that article there. And according to the article, Michael Wallace, Ray Wallace's son, said his father had passed away of heart failure on November 26, 2002, at the age of 84. That quote, Ray L. Wallace was Bigfoot. The reality is, Bigfoot just died. And now the truth is finally true. Ray Wallace orchestrated the prank that created Bigfoot in 1950. There you go. All mystery solved.
All Bigfoot sightings go back to this one guy.
Exactly.
There are no shortage of skeptical thinkers that I'm sure will be absolutely okay with this idea.
Yeah, but let's look at it logically and open-mindedly. Now, the article goes on to say that some experts had suspected that Ray Wallace had planted the tracks as a prank. That launched the term Bigfoot, but that Wallace and his family never publicly admitted the 1958 hoax until now. And that with his passing, it was time to finally come clean. So Mark Torbinsky, editor of Strange Magazine, who promoted Wallace's claim and believes that he is the one that, quote, fathered Bigfoot, states, quote, the fact is, there was no Bigfoot in popular consciousness before 1958. America got its own monster, its own abominable snowman, thanks to Ray Wallace. Well, what's funny about Mark Torbinsky, former stage magician and special effects film director. So it's like the Amazing Race. Somebody who's seen how the sausage is made and knows the secrets. It's like, now I've seen all this stuff. I think one quote from Torbinsky just said, anything is possible. You can film and make anything.
I just want to remind everyone that Albert Ostman's story took place in 1924. Of course, what's being said here is only that it wasn't in the popular consciousness, and there's probably good amounts of support for that, where it became part of the zeitgeist. But to say that it was invented would be wholly untrue.
Right. Well, Wallace's family described him as being a very kind-hearted guy, just a big kid all his life, and hoaxes and pranks were just something that he loved to do, and he didn't mean to hurt anybody. Maybe that's why he wanted to help out Patterson, just a big kind-hearted guy. His nephew, Dale Wallace, says he has the owner with foot carvings that Ray made, said that his uncle just did it for the joke, but then he was afraid to tell anyone because he'd be so mad at him, which I imagine he would. Right. He spent a lot of time in trouble going to these real places that Wallace claims he went. But if you remember us talking about it earlier, I think it was Jerry Crew, a bulldozer operator for Wallace Construction, his company, who discovered the footprints in August 1958 in Humboldt County, California, circling and then walking away from his rig. And the Humboldt Times of Eureka, California, ran a front page story on the prints and coined the term Bigfoot. Remember that? That was hours and hours ago. Yeah.
one time offered to sell Texas Illinois comes look at Bigfoot, and according to Lauren Coleman, put out a press release saying he wanted to buy a baby Bigfoot for $1 million. He also cut a record of supposed Bigfoot sounds and printed up Bigfoot posters. But he also faked footage and photos of Bigfoot. So for somebody that was like, I just want to do it as a joke and didn't want to make anybody mad, he's really putting his foot down into it. Unintended, yes, his Bigfoot's Palmer or Bigfoot. Well, Mark Torbinsky, who says that there was no popular consciousness of Bigfoot prior to 1958, said, Ray told me that the Patterson film was a hoax and that he knew he was in the suit. And the Seattle Times article, Michael Wallace said his father called the Patterson film a fake and said that he had nothing to do with it. But he said his mother admitted that she had been photographed in a Bigfoot suit. That's it. So the mother is playing a prank here. Yeah, that's the end quote on there. And then Michael Wallace goes on to say he had used several people in his movies. Yes, Michael Wallace is saying that's what his father said. Yeah, about faking. So what's interesting here is that there's a lot of fakery and hoaxing, and I guess just one of those kind of guys that loves the attention. That's a good question. I don't know. There was some talk here, or more discussion that Lord Colton had claimed that I guess the international press confused the Patterson film for some of Wallace's film, and therefore their deduction is that it was obviously there's some talk about that. Lord Coleman goes on to explain that did not add to the credibility of GM, right? Because I'm sure they weren't as good. I'll just say that right now. I'm sure nowhere near as good. Nothing to take away from the performance of Mrs. Wallace, but just that just doesn't seem possible. That's what we're going with this big suit. That's one incredible suit, I gotta tell you. Yes. So there's some problems here with the story. But what's interesting, I think, to note right here is that Ray Wallace is not saying that he had anything to do with Patterson gets the film, only that he pointed Roger Patterson to that area where he claims he laid down some tracks. Right. Because another thing to note in the article, there's no other mention of the other sizes of big feet he would have had to wear in addition to the 16-inch carvings. Wallace said he had a friend made for him. He didn't make it himself. He said he had a friend carved. That's another guy out there who apparently knows what this is all about. Right. He's in on the joke. And then Wallace said that he and his brother Wilbur slipped on their own feet to hoax the tracks. That's it. He and Wilbur were having a joke. Wilbur Wallace causing a lot of problems and having trouble about it. I guess it's the attention and it makes you laugh. Pretty funny. I mean, I get it. I would see, bodyguard humor. Yeah, I guess until it gets on the national level, and that's another thing. It's one thing. What are you going to do then when you hit the? Well, I think you got to write it out. No, I don't think you I don't think you keep making movies and posters if he's afraid that, like, wow, once people find out, they're going to be really mad at me. That's why I never said it. They're not going to necessarily be mad. He probably thinks that everyone thinks it's funny. You're approaching it from mindset of like the believer is mad at the hoaxer, but there's plenty of hoaxers that have lots of people. Right, but that is what he told his nephew and his family. That's why he never came forward because like, geez, people are going to be really upset. Okay, so he didn't think that. Well, that's what he's saying anyway. It's just weird that he can't help himself. That's what I'm saying. He's got to keep it going. Well, in addressing what you were saying earlier, remember there were 3 sizes of feet discovered in Bluff Creek: a 9-inch, 14.5, 15-inch, and a 17-inch long set of footprints, varying slightly with the soil and the footprint. Those were the measurements of the casting. So that's why Roger believed, geez, maybe there's a family here. Maybe she's going to be like an angry mom. I better maybe we should follow her into the brush. Yeah, when he said to Bob, "Don't leave me." Yeah, no horse, I got no gun. It's a little cool. I'm out of film. Yeah, right. If you're going to track that thing, if we're going to get attacked at these films. Yeah, what if it's not alone? Maybe Wallace had different sizes made. But Wallace's nephew says the feet were 16 inches long. That's at least I'm just going by that. The big wrap up in the Seattle Times about this. You have to consider a few things here. First, Patty's footprints were 14.5 inches long. So not quite the 16. There can be some variances, but 2 inches is a bit much just on soil conditions. Well, then there's something interesting about that. If there were 3 sets of prints and they were 9 inches, 14.5, and then 17, then that would suggest if Patty was 14.5, she was the middle size. That's what I'm saying. There's a Bigfoot Jr. and Papa Foot, and boy, yeah, 16. Think Patty's real. How big would Papa? We're going to talk about Patty's physical dimensions. She's a well-built lady. Just imagine, yeah, the male of the species, which have been reported. Well, these beautiful footprints here must be bigger, or there's just a bigger Bigfoot. But she's massive, so yeah, imagine the size of the larger one at 16 and 17 inches. Well, 16 feet, yeah, there is the size of the wooden tracks that also made. 17 inches being the largest size seen at the site. 5 foot's right around and almost exactly a foot long. Right. And so, well, that's good to know. I'll keep that in mind when we have to measure off something else. You know, but it's just interesting thinking I'm 6'2". Yeah. And that's where my foot comes in at. Oh, yeah. This is another 3 to 5 inches. Well, as we said back in part 1, there's been extraordinary specimens of humans with extraordinarily long teeth. Yeah, that's one. Well, remember one of the Rabbi. Oh, yeah, from our giants here. No, this isn't a Bigfoot. Yeah, this is one of the stories that came in Roger. Where there, again, it's a story to compare that. I mean, it wasn't 16, it was like 80. But they had captured this guy. Killing him. Yeah. Outlaw type, again, just hard to believe. Well, there are several problems with all of those. Being the sole explanation of the tracks. It still doesn't explain what was captured on film, which Wall said that he had nothing to do with. Okay? You always got to come back to the film. In some respects, I'm just focused on that, and everyone else takes it seriously. Ignore everything else. Go to the film. What is on the film? Well, you know, I do believe that he may have faked some footprints, but how could he have faked all of the maybe hundreds? Okay, there's 1,000. I don't know. All the way from California to Washington State into Canada, not to mention the rest of the country and the rest of the world. Maybe it counts here. Yeah, I don't know. Prints seen by people all over. And different variations. Prints found like the cripple foot. We're going to talk about cripple foot tracks in a little bit more detail later. That's a very specific track found that's really baffled some scientists. You know, these tracks have varying shapes and size characteristics. So Wallace would have needed a wide range of carvings. Also, it's unlikely that he could have mimicked the weight necessary to have bed some of the depressions as deep as they were, and the long strides would have been difficult to keep up and not stumble and fall over. Yeah, one of Patty's strides, 41 inches, I think. Yeah, Chorbinsky says that there was no Bigfoot in the American zeitgeist before this, and maybe that's true. Well, you know, maybe that's zeitgeist. I missed. You know, maybe that's true for the American consciousness. And then Chorbinsky says that any choirs were going back on record as far as the 1800s were just mistaken or hoaxes themselves. But it doesn't seem likely the Wallace fake footprints could account for every story. In my opinion, Chorbinsky says he wants to see some evidence beyond the anecdotal. Well, I think we have a piece of evidence right now, don't you? Yeah, they have the film. Unless you don't accept that as evidence. Well, this made me want to wonder, where is the film now? Where is the past? The truth is, no one knows where either the first or second original roles of the film are today. There are, of course, huge speculations out. According to Greg Long, in his book, page 188, after Patterson had sold ownership of the original film to American National Enterprises, or AN, they went bankrupt sometime after his death. Then, Peregrine Entertainment bought AN, and later Peregrine was bought by the Century Group in Los Angeles. In 1996, the Century Group also went bankrupt, and Bigfoot researcher and author Peter Byrne moved to Deerfield Beach, Florida, where the company's assets including functional homes. Century Group's film collection was in storage in Los Angeles. The film was not found. It was missing from where it was supposed to be stored. At least 7 copies of the original film, which is only what researchers have to study. Yeah, just imagine that. There's no study, no critical study done of the very original film. There are first-generation copies. First-generation copies, yes, but if you're not familiar with analog images and stuff, I mean, I know we're all spoiled that because a digital copy is essentially as good as the original. It's just numbers, data, representing one generation of copies to the next. But in film, that's an actual optical copy of the original. And it's like a photo. If you've ever done this with your photocopier, made a SID copy, like
10 times in a row, it starts to get unreadable. That's what's happening here. It's an optical process, so it's just slightly not as good as the original, so you get that much more detail. Imagine the things we could see on video, just maybe some teeth, maybe some facial detail, eyeballs, something that maybe just pops out just a little bit clearer. But it is amazing. That's one thing that researchers point to, is that the fact that the color film is that sharp that what we're looking at are blow-ups. It's great. That much detail out. It's pretty amazing. And that's also why the film has a blur as such a mystery. Because if it's any blurrier, people will
Well, you may remember that we have mentioned William or Bill Barnes a few times, and that we have actually interviewed him recently. And he's an expert on not only costumes, but also film analysis. And he wrote that the original film was last seen by Renee DeHinden and Bruce Bonney in 1980, when DeHinden made a high-quality Cetaphone prints from the film. And between then and 1996, it went missing from its location in the vault. That's appalling. Well, we're both former video vault managers. Video and film vault manager. That was my first job before. Well, actually, it was my second job. My first job was runner. My job was take tapes all around video tapes. Then it was the vault manager, which is where the company I worked at. There was all the video. Yeah, and the film was very expensive to process. Very, very important. And I would like to point out that in a couple of years, we had that's quite a record. However, there was one roll of original camera negative for a very expensive shoot, probably a Michael Bay thing or something. Coke commercial, I don't know what it was. We couldn't find it for 4 hours. Wow. And then it turned out that that roll of film was in a cardboard box that someone had put plastic packing material over, so it looked like an empty. But we did find it. But that's the idea here, is that every spot in a film vault has a designated spot, because you gotta find stuff. That's on catalog. Tens of thousands of elements. You gotta go find it. And this thing, like movie, is missing from its slot. Yes. Well, as for the rights to the footage, that's another thing. You can have the footage itself, and you can have the rights to the footage itself. We're going to bring along a legal settlement in 1978 gave Renee and 51% of the rights, 51% of the video cassette rights, and 100% rights of all the frames of the clip. Hinden bought out Bob Gillen's rights, and Gillen never received any money from the rights, so he just so he sold them to Renee. They were on good terms. Yes. Yeah, I think your Bob telling us. Yeah, take it. Well, somebody they trusted. The guy, famous frame 352, or I guess actually it's frame 352. Bill Munn discovered 2 extra frames at the beginning of the clip during his research for the first generation copy kept by Christian Patterson. Exactly, yes. So that technically should be included. I guess it makes a difference. Actually, every piece of this film has been scrutinized and is important. The number of frames totally, the filming speed, everything about this film has been analyzed because it's been that hell of a movie. Well, that frame, that made us look back for our screen. You see on everything now, including emojis. Yes. Yeah. That all apparently is the public domain. It's just out there in the world so much with no claim from any copyright holder. So, for all intents and purposes, Patty now belongs to the That's going to wrap up part 3 of our series on the matters of or dark or are we? Keep an eye on your feeds, friends. We have a commercial-free interview with a previously unknown primate discovered on an uncharted and lonely island. We'll be officially back the week after that with part 4 of this series. Please remember to support our sponsors. They help keep the show free when the lights on and like it 49. Special thanks to John.
I'm Josh Shear.
Hi, I'm Sarai Sophie.
What's up, my fellow humans and others? I'm Sean Nelson.
Our show is edited by Sarah Vortex and co-produced by Tess Pfeiffer. It's also our head of ROTHSCHILD, which is available as a radio program. It's promoted by Johnson Gray. Our sound design and visual composing by Brian McCollum. Special thanks to the Astonishing Experience. But most importantly, we want to thank you, our listeners. Visit our store at astonishinglegends.com or interact with us and other listeners on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also support the show at patreon.com/astonishinglegends, where patrons have access to additional bonus content. No part of the show may be reproduced anywhere without permission. Copyright Astonishing Legends
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the North Superstore. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. Let's go meet at the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach, to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and San Diego. You're never far from the North Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite models in stock. Looking for trade? We want to buy your vehicle, any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase. Thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can buy the same vehicle for less than 5 days, or even they use the difference to buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to buy your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the North Superstore location closest to you. Like the #1 auto store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at NorthRange.com.
Once you get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Ranger, because we have professional grade supplies for every industry, even hard to find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call Ranger.com or just stop by. Ranger, for the ones who get it done.
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the North Superstore. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. Let's go meet at the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach, to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and San Diego. You're never far from the North Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle, any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase. Thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can buy the same vehicle for less than 5 days, or even they do the difference to buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to buy your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the North Superstore location closest to you. Like the #1 auto store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at NorthRange.com.
Hey folks, this is a very special commercial-free bonus episode that we wanted to roll out to make this dark week not so dark. Yeah, this topic has been fairly academic until now. We aren't done with it yet, but this seemed like a good time to lighten things up for a minute, while also getting a pretty unusual perspective from someone who's had the unique experience of being made up to look like a monkey or erase a movie. And this was the perfect time to do this, because next week we're going to be back to talk about how various scientists reacted to the film. And the week after that, we're going to be talking to professional Hollywood costume designer and film analysis expert Bill Munns about the realities of having baby costume, as well as Bill's in-depth frame-by-frame analysis of every known costume. But first, we wanted to have tonight's guest on. So, as many longtime listeners of the show have probably heard me mention other many times, my wife is a comedy writer working in both television and movies, and she's been doing that for about 20 years now. Her name is Emily Spivey, and she spent 9 years as a writer at Saturday Night Live starting in 2001, late 2001 actually. Her very first show, believe it or not, was the first one that Saturday Night Live did after 9/11. For me, it's been totally amazing to be along for the ride. As you might imagine, I've been lucky enough to meet and get to know most of the people who work with them, including the three guys who make up the incredibly talented comedy trio, The Lonely Island, famous for the popular SNL digital shorts that pretty much everyone in the world has seen. The Lonely Island are Andy Samberg, Akiva Schaffer, and Yorma Tacoma. It occurred to me that Yorma had actually played Chaka in the 2009 feature film Land of the Lost, based on the Sid and Marty Krofft TV series from the early 70s. Chaka is a primate-like character, and Yorma is hilarious, so I couldn't think of a better guest to have on for an additional perspective on the Patterson family. Yorma himself is a writer, director, and actor, working both in front of and behind the camera. He made his feature-length acting debut at Paramount's Hot Rod, appearing opposite Andy Samberg, Ian McShane, Sissy Spacek, Isla Fisher, and Bill Hader. He made his feature-length directorial debut in 2009 with an adaptation of SNL's popular sketch, The Groover. That film starred Will Forte, Kristen Wiig, Maya Rudolph, and Val Kilmer. Yorma also appeared in a recurring role as the cocky New York artist, Jonathan, in the first 2 seasons of the popular, groundbreaking HBO series, Andy, Akiva, and Yorma originated the highly successful digital short Lonely Island, named coined from their cramped West Coast apartment the trio shared as upcoming movies. In 2000, the trio began writing, directing, and producing their own brand of comedy and showcasing it on their website, lonelyisland.com. After joining Saturday Night Live in 2005, Samberg is a cast member and Tacoma and Schaffer as writers and directors. The Lonely Island became responsible for reinvigorating the series, creating the popular SNL digital shorts. Some of their notable shorts include In a Box, Lazy Sunday, I'm on a Boat, Jack Sparrow, YOLO, and the Natalie Portman rap. They won an Emmy in 2007 and a Peabody Award for their work in the 2008 and 9 seasons. As of this older bio that forced Yorma to sit with, they've had over 1.73 billion overall views on their YouTube channel, which as of right now, because I just checked, has over 6.8 million subscribers. In 2016, also, if you guys haven't seen this, it's hilarious. It is, however, rated NC-17. They can be seen in the Judd Apatow produced film Pop Star, Never Stop, Never Stop, which they co-wrote, and that was directed by Yorma and Akiva. The long and the short of it is, these guys are astonishingly talented, and since Yorma played Chaka in Land of the Lost, he seems like the perfect guest for this week's bonus show. So let's get to the interview. Okay, so we're on with Yorma Tacoma from the Lonely Island, and in the middle of this series, it occurred to me that he's the only person I personally know who's actually had to wear a monkey suit in a real movie, and we thought it would be fun to talk to him about that. Yorma played Chaka in the 2009 Land of the Lost movie that was based on the TV show from the late 70s. Yorma, thank you so much for coming on with us.
Thank you for having me.
To get down to the meat of it, what we really want to know about is what it's like to wear a costume like that, which I think is fair to say as far as monkey costumes go, is not trying as hard to be realistic looking as you might see in other movies that aren't comedies. But in spite of that, even that costume that's a takeoff on the state that the costume was that Philip Haley wore back in '76 in the TV series, it still seems like it might have been relatively complex to design and wear. So we want to start out with a few questions about what that was like. And I guess the first one is, did you know the costume designer or who the costumer was?
The effects house that made the costume is Spectral, and I just like that. South Valley, and they have done all sorts of massive movies. And actual person who applied it is master makeup artist Tom Blount, and I obviously spent a shitload of time together, and it was so difficult to put on everything. Like a majority of the time was spent applying the face. I would say probably about 3 hours of it was applying the face and connecting that with the hair, and then putting that to the leg on the extra hair to the beard area that would then sort of connect to the rest of the suit. So the suit was like a full-on suit, basically like wearing a full body wig. So like almost like a wig type of chair, or like a spandex, but then the hair sewed in individually to make that. And the feet and
which everything's like my body or part of those are like the hands and feet are all fast. So I just sort of pull off for the majority of the time. Essentially, it's kind of like a jumpsuit, like a mechanic suit, except it has gloves and shoes connected, like a pajama onesie that a baby can wear. Yes, and the shoes had like a little bit of padding in it, so because I had to do a lot of physicality, like there was a lot of squats basically. It was like a permanent squat. So, especially in scenes where it would be like Danny, like Bride, and Will Ferrell improvising, and me in the background squatting for like 5 minutes was like, and I love the comedy, but there would be moments where I'd be like, oh my god, stop improvising. And multiple takes here, like having to sit like that forever.
Did you not have a stand-in for any of that stuff, or did they put somebody else in the costume for if it wasn't showing your face?
No, I did most of the physical stuff myself. There was one or two wide shots that I feel like there was a stunt double who could run crazily like a monkey, but I did a lot of. I wanted to do as much of that stuff because I did it myself. But we did have one big wide shot. I remember like they just had to go so fast that I physically could do it. Also, like the end of the movie was so difficult to do that I had to get a cortisone shot in my buttocks because I would literally hobble on set because it was so difficult. And then tremendous pain, they would say, actually, then I would get into like jog up pose and then do the like the scene and then hobble on. It was like it was 65 days, I think that I did. So yeah, it was quite painful. Also, like when you do something like that and you haven't been prepping yourself at all for physical anything for like 15 years, it's not like the easiest thing to just be like, oh, I think I'll be a monkey for like 3 months. So you had to get the cortisone shot because you were so sore. It's like it barely moved. Like it was just to like sort of I mean, I don't know how much it helped because I was still like hopping up. It's only about like this is like the last week of it. But no, I can say though that there were a lot of nights that I would get up super late and then have a masseuse come over and I would like cry. I would like cry on the table and just be like, why did I choose this hard?
I'm presuming that they asked you to do this, right? It wasn't an audition process or anything. They can't simply want you to do it.
No, I auditioned. I did. I definitely auditioned. Brad Silverling, who directed Sweetest Man Alive, that for early years. Yeah, like they wanted to see it. And the other weird part about that though was that there was no dialogue in the script whatsoever for Chucky. Like for all of Chucky's lines, just Chuck at first, and then you wouldn't know what he was saying based on the response that the other characters were giving. Okay, so after I got the part, I would really, I actually talked to like Allie, and was like really excited to like sit part here or there. Like I wanted to write like that. Like I didn't know the show really going to so when I bring authenticity to it, and obviously the kitchen is like there's a language, like a language about like 400 words that were in it for the show. It was like and some of it was related sort of fiction, like words based on or like I think it was a mashup of different things. Some lady that were like I don't know what they were drawing from, but obviously because it's a comedy and like there's a lot of foul stuff in it. Yeah, they obviously didn't have a word for sexual intercourse. Right. Yeah. So I had to make up a lot of words, like just with intention, and obviously some grammar too. Like I would like that. Try to do just right by Sid Marty. So I made up a lot of stuff, and the funniest one I did was my mother's boyfriend at the time. His name was a really sweet guy, and his name sounded like a word. So I used that for sexual reference. And then of course, knowing me, I asked for his permission afterwards. I was like, hey man, I don't know if this is cool, but I could refer to you as a sexual act in this movie.
And he was like, no, that's not okay.
I don't know how it really was about it, but honestly, it was for me, it was fun. you took your performance seriously. Did you study, like when it came to how Chaka moved, or studying how he's performed, or is it Molly? Or is it Molly? Oh, you're right. Maybe. Okay. Philip, were you more studying his performance from the show, or did you study any kind of primate movement, or did you just wing it? What was your approach to how Chaka moved?
A little bit of both. I mean, like the show, he was so young in the show that I feel like he didn't have to get down as low as I had to. Obviously, like he had a height advantage. So I was sort of more studying some of his counterparts, like just how they were kind of moving. And then like primates for sure. I was like looking at like how a lot of the sort of curiosity aspects of things too, just because trying to convey emotion and more innocence. There's a lot of like the head turning and the like head scratching and those kinds of gestures to kind of convey more, because my face being a little bit more frozen, or my forehead at least, I think you had to kind of get more body stuff involved into the face of emotions. I found, to do this, just to make the play action, I sort of wanted to I had to do this little head cast to do this. I had to do the second one, but the first one didn't work or whatever. Cast my arms, my legs, like that, all that sort of stuff. And so the original version of Chaka was a full face mask that was terrifying. It was like really, like it had no human quality to it. Me and Brad looked at it and we were like, it needs to have more expression. And it became like a piece that basically went from my temples over my eyebrows and over my nose, like the orange of my nose. The other big thing to really change my face was the teeth. So like the golden teeth, and obviously like the cancer on top of that. So honestly, like it changed my face enough that like if people recognize me as Chaka, I'm like friggin' yeah. I do not like it. I barely recognize it. Yeah. And actually, that's probably one of the weirdest experiences recently where I was at the Vanity Fair Oscar party for my wife. And from out of the crowd, somebody tapped me on the shoulder, and I turn around and it's Marilyn Manson, and he was like, Chaka! And honestly, I was like, oh, it is. Like, yeah. He was like, I've watched it 1,000 times. Like, oh, so you're the guy.
Hey, I have a question about the headpiece or mask part of it, as well as the hands and feet, because the reason that we're talking about is was reportedly used as patterns of lymph node, and there's some very wide-ranging explanations for the two main ones about how the suit was made, if it was a suit. And one of them has to do with the headpiece. So just to clarify, you're saying it wasn't like a full-on headpiece covering your entire head. It was more like appliques that were moved through your face in different pieces, or was it a full thing?
Yeah, let me walk you through the application. So I had a head cast. So there's a negative is made of my pouring liquid all over your head, and then for half an hour.
That's where you got like the straws in your nose.
Yeah, straws in your nose.
Oh my god, I've seen that process. Does that not freak you out? Do you have any claustrophobia?
It was definitely a bit much. It also hurts after it goes on. So as it goes, it gets more claustrophobic as it kind of like constricts around your head. And the fact that I had to do it again probably made me the most claustrophobic. I'll be like, oh, okay, it didn't work the first time. That's cool. So then they make a positive out of that, which is also weird because you kind of realize how weird your face is. There's actually like a full body made of me, so they also like LiDAR scans like when you go into the basically like laser scan your whole body, and you see yourself in like a three-dimensional space, which is also a bummer. And then they make there's a lot that is revealed about your face when there's no hair on it. Like when you're like, oh, that's what my nose looks like. I'm pretty warm. Like so, there was that aspect. But like when they make this full body cast, this is why for the film it seems so Because back in the day, I like this stuff plays for like I'm like I granted like it's not like horror movies back in the day. I was able to like as good that I'm sure all of that is possible, but it's so time consuming and so difficult to do this. Each one of those shocker was I believe $150,000. So they made 3 of them to make just the body. Like they had this like this spandex material that's breathable. I was here always playing but like it took 5 seamstresses about a month and they are more like tremendously long days I think sewing individual yak and human hairs into this suit to cover an entire body, which is why they were so and human. So animal and human hair was manually sewed in up to the neck. So that covers the entire body, legs, arms. It's basically the same thing as the film. Where you're referencing like so I would say with the yak hair, dude, it had a hardness to it. It didn't have as much give or weirdly shine and rigid. Like they were trying to mimic it. So it was perfect what we were doing. There's a certain shine to get that hair, which I'm sure comes naturally to the real hair, but to get that much real hair is just hard. I mean, it looks like it's actually like realistic hair. So that was the thing like about the film around that. There's like a glimpse on his backside. It's like fitting perfectly too. Like I mean, like it looks like it's really snug on too. It's similar process. And then for the face, so I get up ridiculously early. Once we figured out the prosthetic, which just like on the face, I had humanoid, it still had like I don't have half of the universe, so basically put this like like Hellboy, like the fish character in Hellboy, he's an incredible thing. So you put this cloud applicator, glue it down, and then to give it life, you have to like use an airbrush, use all kinds of like trickery, and then you would also the thing that they think about is like you have to put veins back into it. It's like our faces are not just color, obviously, it's blood and all that just coming through to make it alive. And so we would have a template over my face and then spray like a vein and like they would add the underpinnings of like what's underneath the flesh, and then it would just take forever to like blend it in with my skin tone and all that sort of stuff. And then at the end they do a lot of dusting like I'm fine. Just like give the blood back into the face like it's so dead. Then put the headpiece on after that. There's like a wig that would go on top of that. This was probably about 2 hours in at this point, 2.5 maybe. And then you would lay out, you would cut strands of hair that were probably about 10 to 12, 15 inches long, so like separate hairs. And then you would let me dab like my beard area, and then you would lay more hairs connecting it because you can't get that like little feeling of your neck. So you just take it in the bottom, like the wig is basically. So I do the whole head and hair and beard laying first, and then once I would snap it, so to really get a seamless head to body connection, you really have to see that. I think it was probably the start at like 3.5 hours for every time we put it on, and then like half an hour to take it off, and then we got it down to once the little side is like locked in. You get it to 45 to 30 occasionally if you like really rush it. Like to do something like this is an extensive process.
During that time, you guys just make a lot of small talk about the weather and stuff every day. You get to really get to know each other.
I will always have a deep connection with Tom. We can either watch TV or I get like zone out or whatever, but instead what we did was that we shared music together. So we would alternate days and we would get a new album and play full albums to each other. I usually go through like 2 or 3 a day. So we listen to a lot of music, and then we started because I'm a psychopath. I said that we should start a band called Bass Caliber that was an all MIDI band, and I made a song which I will give to you guys called Bass Caliber. That is one of the worst things I've ever made.
Can we play a piece of it on the show?
Oh yeah, you can play it right now.
rather enjoyed that. I can't wait for the whole album to come out. I mean, I know I listen to it all the time, but I thought it was very peppy. All right. I want to get back to the issue of the hands. To clarify for me, for one, you said they were attached to the spandex suit. Were they also separate pieces? Because that's another part of the film.
Yeah, were they like gloves, or was that a... Yeah, gloves is something more complicated, or one of the things they might do is like a shoe, like some kind of soft slip-on shoe with the feet all around that, and you just slip on like shoes. How did the feet hands work with that? Because this was created film where the time is precious, so and it also became very helpful for me to get the suit off very quickly, because I would get so overheated or if you were freezing cold, the whole body suit was so they basically like did exactly what you said, like where they made it like a mold of what my hands would be. They made like kind of like gloves and sliver booties that actually had ends. They may have for separate. Probably this issue because I think they like to get so I just put on the whole thing together. So they would take that sliver and put it but the spandex suit is connected to that and also connected to the hand. So it's slipped the whole thing on the mat would take under, you know, you get that on like just
what did you have on under the spandex?
I don't know if I want to know. Just like, it's just because the original guy said claims that he wore the suit for said he just wore his free clothes underneath it with the costume. So what did you have to do to get it to that form fitting?
That is really surprising to me for how much it has blood and everything in that film. It seems like you can actually see the definition of muscles, which is like part of the cell. That seems very surprising to me that you wouldn't really be wearing like just underwear or briefs. Like I was basically wearing like nude color briefs. Also, you can kind of see through my suit a little bit because like you imagine like it's tightly woven, but like imagine doing it like how many hairballs there actually are on animals that would actually have like that would be insane. So like they stitch a lot of it, like that's why the hair is so long. So you can stitch like so you know if I pull it out, you can like see my chest hair through it. You know what I mean? Like if I really like to expand it. So no, it was mostly nude underwear. I actually have one shot that I'll never show to anyone. That my wife of me wearing just a head and like naked in the trailer.
Yeah. And are you sure you don't want to send that to us? Our listeners would love to see it.
And honestly, I would say it's one of the most disturbing pictures ever taken. Like,
ever of all pictures.
Like, no!
Oh, man. Let me ask you this. With regard to the film, what are your thoughts about the action?
I'm so impressed with like the link that you sent me of like the music slowed down and really like take apart like that. Like it's so impressive with that how much time it was spent. That's the game of just the reality of it. I'm overall pretty impressed. The thing that like that which I see most is the flapping of the needle or whatever the back of that because it looks like kind of more like what you guys are pitching was like a separate piece of not attached to the suit. Obviously, potentially walking through the brush or bramble thing, or so like that was my only like overall. I'm like the face looks pretty good. And like having spent a lot of time in looking through that, I go, it's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I mean, and considering it was 1967, it seems to us like it would have been ahead of its time. So it's interesting to get that perspective on it. And here's another question I wanted to ask you. Like, you didn't have the full face mask, so it might have been a little easier. But how was it negotiating, like rough terrain, like those scenes you did in the dry lake bed or in the sand or whatever? Were you able to move naturally wearing that outfit? What was it like being on surfaces?
Oh yes, totally. In certain ways, it sort of feels more natural where you're like, it's pretty comfortable not wearing clothes in a way. Like I mean, like it was skin tight, so it just feels like you move your body. I like to sort of bop around, and I sort of love those characters that are like a little short guy who's getting picked on by a bigger guy. Like, I mean, that's kind of what I'm like. My role was in Hot Rod, and Danny Bryan like pushing me around. So I was like, oh, it's just another movie with Danny like pushing into me, and we get a character. So yeah, like I think you can tell in that scene where like the Twinkle Boy scene, I was like, I like slide in, like I'm doing this like jump, like humping dances, and like, oh my god, no, I can move very, very freely. I would say though, like the thing that was something frustrating about it was that I had been so hot at it, like I would immediately like take it off, strip myself down to the waist, like not offending anyone, but like pulling off, and then I would like miss myself or whatever I could to like cool off. And then we went out to the desert, obviously we were out in the desert, and like obviously freezes, not like good down there. But the one thing I was looking forward to when jumping in the desert by the hotel or whatever. Yeah, for the psychedelic scene, I was like, oh, now I get to be comfortable. This is gonna be great. Now, like, I don't know what for it. I was thinking, like, of course it's gonna be freezing cold. I have just dripping wet cat hair all over myself. I think this was the funniest, most tragic, like, being in a dream moment of the entire film, where I jump in, and do like cannonball. The thing holds up so well, like my makeup is holds up super well. Jump in one, guys, like they're like, what did you do, man? The first time I can't remember, but like I jump in, it's splash in the water, and then I hear through the water like 100 people laughing. Like, and I was like, oh, maybe I did something funny. Like, maybe it's something funny. And I come out of the water, and I realize that the wig part has fallen off, and it's floating around in the pool, and I think it kind of looked like Darth Vader with his helmets on. And it was like everyone, there was like 100 people pointing and laughing at me, like it was like being in a dream, where you're like naked at school, where I'm like, this is like being in a horror film. Like right out of Carrie, you're all gonna laugh at you. Yeah, it's weird because when you're making something like that is making like a humanoid thing, when you take away one piece, I feel like either taking a piece away is horrifying, or like adding it is also horrifying. Like either way is horrifying.
I mean, it's safe to say that the costume is relatively complex, and it's not even trying to look like a real animal. It's more a callback to a 70s creature that it already did. But that didn't make it any easier. Even having it be less like real world, it still is a complicated costume that was really complex to make and apply. And so I would say that it puts a mark in the column for maybe the likelihood of the Patterson Gimlin film maybe not being a costume. And I don't want to put you on the spot about that, but I mean, what are your thoughts in general about this question? You probably have been interviewed a long time. Has anyone ever asked you what you think about this?
Shockingly, no.
It was about time.
Yeah, I think if I had talked to Marilyn Manson more, we would have started talking about it.
Right.
But no. I think I'm a cynic at heart, but seeing that film, it does seem like if it is a suit, it's a freaking good suit. Like if it is, and I would be very surprised to hear that somebody had all of their clothes on underneath that. It doesn't register to me like that would be. I feel like you would walk funnier. I mean, you're just like, it's not like the Rock is like maybe we're trying to do a Rock is a little bit unreversing or whatever, but it's a very good suit. And again, it would take so much time and energy to do it the way that I'm describing, and to do the makeup as well, especially back then. It does put it in the column of like, I don't know, man.
I'm gonna let Forrest ask you this question he asks every guest we ever have on the show. Just has anything weird or paranormal ever happened to you, or do you have a good story from someone else?
Okay, so my grandmother, when my dad was I think like 12 years old, and my grandmother was the sweetest, most wonderful Puerto Rican lady. I don't think Puerto Rican is somewhere like I don't know what her connection is weird. Delicious. Yeah, like that. She had this moment where out of concern or whatever, you know. But she's had a couple of these kinds of moments. That one's amazing. She's also had moments with this cancer passed away. So, and granted, that's not paranormal. That's just like sort of being really concerned for your family, I guess. But both of those stories to me are incredible. Like that reveal that there is, in my mind, another layer that we're not paying attention to.
So your grandmother, she just by chance dialed the number of the doctor on vacation.
Yes.
Wow, that is pretty cool. In the second one you mentioned about the person pulling number, we actually have a show coming up. Talking about, we're having a guy on who's actually got a degree in parapsychology from University in Edinburgh, and he wrote a book about how all that stuff works. And it had she actually seen something when she pulled over on the bridge, that would have been spontaneous crisis apparition. Yes, what's called a spontaneous crisis apparition. Series of these, I can send you links where you can read about tons of those same kind of things. You don't always have to see something, but it does point to another layer, you know. And I doubt you've heard our show because I don't think you knew about it until I told you last if you wanted to be on it. But the right mind with some of our episodes.
To be fair, you didn't know about my podcast either, though.
Well, that was this is the thing. This is too old. We're listening to her. Yeah, I want to say this is the only other podcast besides my own that I've heard every single episode of, and it only took me 15 minutes. Why don't you tell our listeners about your show?
Well, my show is called Derek Stories, and you're right. You can listen to the entire season 1 in probably about 12 minutes. They're very, very short stories, but yes, and thank you.
No, they're really funny.
It was hilarious.
Very enjoyable. They're just short, really funny comedic bites.
Sarcastic children's stories. Yeah, I just think it was a great idea. So I was really fun.
I'm always excited when people actually play them for their kids and their kids actually like them. So I'm going to be doing it today. When I played it for my wife, she's like, and then I played it for like my other sarcastic dad friends, and she's like, that's for your fishing.
Yorma, we just want to thank you so much for coming on and taking the time to talk to us. This actually lends an extra dimension to our coverage of this, so we just really appreciate it. If there's anything else you want to say about this or about actually doing the film, you're welcome to. But I mean, otherwise, we just want to thank you for your time.
Honestly, it's a total pleasure to be on. Thanks for inviting me. And yeah, I'm sure there are other Chaka stories. I'm trying to think of doing the show. I'll think of something after. I did take all of these pictures of myself because I learned how to airbrush while I was working with Tom, because I would have all the time with the trailer, so I got pretty good at like airbrushing, and I would write all these like need love t-shirts and like weird like Chaka inside jokes that only I cared about. And then also there was a graffiti writer, I think in the 80s in LA, who was named Chaka. And so I took all these pictures of myself in front of like subway cars that were on the Universal lot, like of me like throwing up like B-boy poses, and then I would Photoshop Chaka pieces of this, what they're called, like they were like throw ups in graffiti, and I would slash them on the bus, and it looked like I was Chaka, but also Chaka.
You gotta send me some of those.
I really hope I can find those photos. If I do, I'll definitely I'll send them to you, and then hopefully you can link to them, because they are so funny. You're like, what do I do with my time?
All right, well, thanks again, man. Really appreciate your figures.
Yeah, absolutely. Pleasure talking to you.
All right, man. Take it easy. Talk to you soon. All right, bye. That was a blast. You know what the first thing it told me was just how much more dynamic our show could be if either one of us had it. Or just have them on. We should just have the lonely pilot hostess. Yeah, that would be a lot better. We don't have time for that, but we're so glad that Yorma spent the time with us, because he's just a lot of fun to talk to, and it was a great insight. And definitely go check out his podcast called Derek Stories. Short little 5-minute, really funny bites with they're not even 5. They're like 1 or 2 per episode. Oh, that's, it's Derek, DERRICK stories. So look for that. It's on iTunes, I'm sure. It's probably everywhere. Yeah, so I mean, some people might say it was a little off topic to talk to him, but I thought, here's what I thought was really interesting. That costume is not designed to look like a real animal of any kind, even an unknown primate or a cryptid.
Right.
And it was a ton of work. All the time that he spent getting into it, he talks about how hard the physicality of it was. Now, granted, he was shooting for 65 days, and if you were talking about the Patterson Gimlin film and saying, oh, well, I think it might have been a hoax, that was obviously would not have been a 65-day shoot. It would have been a day or two. So some of that stuff wouldn't track, but still, he makes it clear that it was hard to move. You talked about the complexity and the intensity of the process of getting that costume applied. I mean, just hours and hours just to get it to look the way it looks in that movie.
Well, I also like hearing about what it was like to wear that and the perspective of somebody who has worn a costume for a film. One thing to hear from people who are scientists, and they can tell you how primates act. But if you're thinking it's a suit, then what are the specifics of that? Because it's easy for people to say, like, well, there you go, I can put on a suit. I do that. Well, would you? And how would you know how to act?
Yeah, and think about this too. I mean, they made 3 suits for that movie, and he said they were $150,000 each. Now, that gives you an idea of how much labor and artistic work and how many experts had to be employed just to make Norma look like Chaka, which again is kind of looks like a dude in a suit, you know. So that's if you stack Chaka up again next to Patty, you see Chaka, you're like, that's a dude. When you see Patty, you can't say that, or a lot of experts can't say that anyway. So I mean, and I shouldn't say you can't say that because there's plenty of people who sound like voices like this guy too. I'm just saying that there are plenty of experts and scientists who will say, I can't definitively say, whereas I would say, if you're looking at Chaka and the lost in this relatively recent film, there's not a moment where you're thinking it's not a human being.
Right. Well, here's where I think the comparison between Chaka, the suit, and Patty in the Patterson Gimlin film, why it's a valid and reasonable comparison is that with Chaka, like you said, it's really expensive to put that together with a team of people, and it's still, you can tell, it's a humanistic face.
Yes. Which they were doing on purpose. I want to point out, all due respect to the makeup artist and the costume designer from that film, they were assigned the task of making it be. It's got to do a nod to the show from the 70s. The original, it was a person, absolutely in costume.
Right. So it's the child. Yeah, it's the child, and actually is a point we said about the film, or what people brought up about why there isn't hair on the face of Patty, and primates in general. One theory is that it allows for better social communication and expression. When there's no hair, you can tell another member of your tribe or circle or your family group there what their emotions and expressions are when they're sick. If there's no hair, so it's a form of nonverbal communication. So yeah, it's a nod to the older film. Plus, it's a comedy, so you want to see the facial expressions, expressions there. But my point about Patty, if it is a suit, there have been experts in the special effects field, and maybe some scientists even, and of course a lot of amateur, just armchair experts that went at it once or twice and would say, like, well, there you go, I can see a seam up, I can see a zipper cord, like a fastener of some kind. Around the waist, there's a roll that looks like the separation between the pants and the torso of the costume. So some can say that, and I think individually some people can see that, some can't. I would say it's pretty obvious if you look at Patty in the Patterson Gimlin film and you think it is a suit. You can't deny that it's very sophisticated because it does appear to me to have distinct muscle groups that are moving in the way that they should, not stiffly disjointed. So here with Chaka, a really expensive suit that isn't really trying to do all that because you are relying on more of the actor underneath to give the suit characteristics because it is skin tight. Whereas if you look at Patty, to get that, it would have to be skin tight. And the one person that's come forward to claim that they were in the suit, Bob Robbins, said he was wearing clothes under it. It wasn't skin tight. So if it wasn't Bob, who else was wearing the suit that could make those movements and make that suit look like a $100,000 suit back in 1967?
That's going to wrap up this commercial-free bonus episode, folks. Thank you so much for listening. We'll be back next week with a new episode on the scientific community's reaction to the infamous Patterson Gimlin.
San Diego, you're never far from the Nordreed Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands. Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle. Any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase. Thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, Nordreed will pay you the difference to buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to buy your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the Nordreed Superstore location closest to you. Like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at nordreeds.com.
Introducing Carvana Value Tracker, where you can track your car's value over time and learn what's dropping it. It might make you excited. Wow, didn't know my car was valued this high. It might make you nervous. Market's flooding. My car's value just dipped 200%. It might make you optimistic. My low mileage is paid off. Or value's up. It might make you realistic. Car prices have confidence. Maybe it's not so, but it will definitely make you an expert on your car's value. Carvana Value Tracker. Visit Carvana.com to start tracking your car's value.
Right, if her mom was trying to get her to stand up against the wall, a pencil over her head, see how tall she was.
And then don't trick the kitchen, yes. But Krantz calculated that with that given height, and according to Daly, he calculated a chest size of over 18 inches. But Krantz stated, I can confidently state that no man of such stature is built that broad.
All right, this is from pages 124 and 125. It was a slow afternoon in New Haven when I decided, for lack of anything better to do, that I would verify this claim. I headed off to Yale's science library and began searching various databases. Having found what I wanted, I spent a few minutes in the stacks, tracking down the anthropometry source code, a thin book containing a comprehensive assortment of measurements on the human body from a number of populations. Pulling a large volume off the shelf, I found statistics on height and measurement of the interside. I'm not sure I'm saying that right. It's INTRSCY.
I'll go with that.
Okay. This is an armpit to armpit measurement that gives you an idea of how wide the individual's chest is. Beginning to this measurement is taken across the back, in the same way that Krantz was compelled to measure on the film since the subject was heading away from the camera. For this variable, I had before me a set of data on over 1,000 individuals. Not a very big sample compared to all the people running around, but big enough to establish how bizarre the had for sure. I'd like to hear it too. I like the way David writes. He's well educated. He's taking a very formal approach to all this, but he's also very casual. Yeah, it's a good book to read. I was astonished and poring over the tables, but not because it was dawning on me that a flesh and blood Bigfoot had been caught on film. Instead, I was dumbfounded that Krantz, who was a respected scientist and a major research university, could have been so sloppy in making such a bold claim. If no human existed of the dimensions Krantz gives, then about 5% of members of the German Air Force were indeed of zoological reclassification.
Well, they were all the big guys, remember? The big bald guys.
Yes.
And the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
And the fist fight.
Who got back into the prop?
Yes, that guy.
The impossible, he's got that quotes, dimensions of the film subject were anything but. The numbers were clear. If that was a Sasquatch, then it had the body proportions that can be found in people walking around today. I left the library considerably annoyed, and I became deeply skeptical of the remainder of Krantz's argument.
Yeah, well, there you go. Like we said before starting this little section, we had a problem with the enclaves, you could say. So, a little bit of professional disagreement, and maybe a good counterpoint to what Krantz is saying is that he's maybe recklessly making his declarations, but also we don't know what data he's pulling from Krantz. He details it quite a bit in his book, so if you're that interested, check it out.
Yeah. What's interesting about Krantz is when he came into this, he was a non-believer. Then he became a believer.
Yeah.
And so then if you're looking at the confirmation bias and how that might have influenced his results, and this happens to everybody, once you get to wherever your own mind is, it can start to taint your results. But on the other hand, Krantz has passed away, and we don't have the ability to ask him or have him defend why his suppositions were correct and maybe it's wrong.
Yeah.
Because he's not around anymore.
Yeah, those two guys need to hash that out.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing that Daigle and Schmidt looked at was the game walking speeds. That's really from the film. And regarding the walking speeds of the game, Renee DeHinnon had people at the film site try and keep up second, they could not keep up with her pace. At slower film speeds, they couldn't keep up. Dagley found that when he duplicated the test with his students, he found the same thing. Daniel Schmidt found, though, that if you do a primates compliant gait type of walk, or how Groucho Marx would usually walk around a little bit, you could achieve a faster gait. Yeah, this is, if you haven't seen the Groucho Marx walk, this is also a walk that looks a little bit like cross-country skiing. He's bending the knee quite dramatically, like 90 degrees, putting your leg far out forward and being lower to the ground and doing kind of a crazy walk. But even Groucho Marx didn't step super high like that. Yeah, he's a much shorter man, so he's walking at that crazy gait. And I'm also thinking of Monty Python's the Ministry. Sorry, it is British, so it is Ministry. Yes, those silly walks. I'm just doing something goofy. So that's kind of like what they're describing there as that primate compliant gait. Now the problem is that when a human walks with knees and hits bent like that, it can travel faster, which will also tire out more quickly. So Dagley and Schmidt found that their human test subjects walk faster. Patty wasn't done, but they were gait. Now Scott here is going to give us all a brief description of a compliant gait from the ViralRabbi website, the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization. Most Sasquatches are observed walking, and the observer almost invariably comments on their slow, long, and fluid stride, like cross-country skiing or like riding a bicycle with wide arm swings. This effect is produced by their so-called meaning that they do not lock their knees during a step, but keep them bent, thereby suppress the up and down oscillations of the body with some characteristic. Part of the Sasquatch gait is a high foot rise and back during the swing phase and a longer bilateral contact with the ground. Step length averages 5 feet, an interval that is uncomfortable or impossible to duplicate or sustain for any distance by a human nose. The gait has very little straddle, meaning what I noticed in looking for a good short definition of compliant gait, scientific gobbledygook, was that this also seems to be in debate amongst, I think, primatologists and anthropologists. In that there was a paper I found which said, hold on now, this may not be a real thing. It gave a long argument about compliant gait. Yeah, just being such a defined characteristic of primates. Gorillas will walk a short distance and see other monkeys, lower primates walk like that. But they're debating, is this a natural outcome for walking primates? I would like to make an armchair anthropological observation. Please do. That actually occurred to me the other day. I forgot about it. I think this is one of the ones that you need to put down. When you're doing a compliant gait or you're doing that silly walk, Groucho Marx walk, and sometimes I do this walk. Here's when I do this walk. When I'm in the mall with my son and I want to walk really quickly away from him in kind of a funny way and make him laugh. Yeah, make him laugh. I'll bend my legs down and walk like that, and I do cover more ground quickly. Yeah. But the other thing that I can do is that thing that you see certain birds do, where you can essentially stabilize your head and make it very, very smooth. If you're walking this way, right? It's very different from how you bounce up and down where your head does, and therefore your primary sensory input, your eyes, let's just see, because your eyes are bouncing around when you're walking the road normally. So this is what's interesting to me. It's because I used to, when I was younger, I was so fascinated with birds, and I would read about birds. See these birds like the reason that an pigeon does that, walk like an Egyptian. Yes. Or other birds are capable of holding their heads perfectly still. You see all these videos of a baby owl holding its head perfectly still while you move its body all around. That is done so that it can be a better predator and process its surroundings better. So it has developed or evolved this series of muscles and a behavioral pattern that allows it to better assess what's going on in its environment. They can hold a target better. You're saying, yeah, just in general, because what they're doing is they are their own personal image stabilization built into them biologically and biomechanically. It's interesting to me to think of the idea that if Patty is a real creature, that she may have developed this compliant gait as a defense mechanism, because in walking that way, she is able to look around almost like the Terminator. She has a stabilized point of view, and the information that's being fed into her brain is being stabilized by her head because of that weird walk. And maybe that's a reason that you can evolve
wild is his self-defense. Well, there are some evolutionary arguments. So I get like that was
That's pretty good.
guitar solo.
You didn't talk about.
Give me something. I came up with that.
Tell me more about chickens and pigeons.
Well, no, I always thought it was I always thought it was hilarious why the pigeons and birds did that. And I looked it up. It has to do because their eyes are on the sides of their heads.
Yes.
It has to do with how their visual cortex works with their brain and they process information.
Okay.
Now, Patty's eyes obviously aren't on the side of her head, but that stabilization thing does kind of offer an advantage over uneven terrain if you're in an environment where you want to be more aware of your surroundings.
Very good. Yeah, you do hit on another thing that I've been thinking about and try to remember to talk about in our conclusions, though, is that you are trying to compare what you see on the film here with known morphologies of humans and apes. Yeah, let's go with that. That's all we have. That's the data sets we did that. We've studied apes and higher primates for a long time. We've studied humans. We have databases for them. So you're seeing something that's not one or the other. It's somewhere in between. So what characteristics would fall on that needle from one side to the other? And that's what's interesting. I think that's what's bad. We'll talk a little bit about your note here on Daily, commenting on Bob Tippis' official field, his calculation, because I believe what David is saying here is that those are probably errors.
Well, there's some of that. This section that I wanted to mention is actually more specifically related to the tracks. And Bob was a tracker, and so David made some observations about Bob Tippis and the tracking information associated with the BGF site. This is quoting from page 170 of David's book. Bob Tippis, who may have seen more tracks in his life than any other investigator, was clear in his conviction that no claim to authenticity could be made for a single print, regardless of context or documentation. This is an admirably skeptical position from someone who claims to have actually seen a Bigfoot on 2 occasions. He goes on to say, Bob Tippis was impressed. Nothing whatever here indicated that these tracks could have been fake. On the other hand, Richard Henry, that's another investigator, expressed, quote, mixed emotions about the event reported by the tracks, since he stated that, quote, I could not find where they started, and the sequence of footprints looked symmetrical and mechanical. Lyle Laverty, who apparently have someone by marriage related to this gentleman, he may have been the first person to see the tracks after Patterson and Gillen had departed for Parsons. He was intrigued enough to take some pictures of the strange footprints, and he too has expressed some skepticism based on the proximity of the film site to the road and on his own experience in the months preceding the film. He had heard the tales of disturbances on Wallace's, based on Ray Wallace, the track on Wallace's operation, but he had never seen any tracks at all that he couldn't explain until Patterson and Gillen had come in. So anyway, it's just interesting. This is just a little bit of this more skeptical side, but again, it's actually both sides, and that's what I like about how David wrote the book. First, he's talking about how Bob Tippis has seen a lot of tracks, and he said, I can't say that this is a hoax. But on the other hand, he's saying, Laverty, well, I don't know. I've heard about Ray Wallace, and I never saw any tracks in the area that were weird until Patterson and Gillen came in. However, that logic is a little bit of failed logic for me. It's like, yeah, well, they saw a Bigfoot. You could say that either means, yeah, well, they hosted a Bigfoot, so now you're seeing tracks. Or it's because they saw a Bigfoot, and that Bigfoot left tracks on that day. So, yeah, they happen to be there at the same time. Whatever. But anyway, again, I know we have a lot of listeners that lean to the more skeptical side, and we've got a lot of books that we've read or read at least parts of it. It's hard to read them all. Yeah, like 10 of them. But if you're wanting to take the broader look at the big picture, I would look at David's Bigfoot Exposed book, which is not just about the BGF, it's about Bigfoot in general. So it's right. But it's something to check out.
I think we, though, can definitively conclude that the reasons the tracks just appear with no origin spot is because they're interdimensional.
Oh, come on. Don't go there, right?
I'm just joking.
That's the other reason that the speed's weird, because Patty's not fully in our dimension.
Well,
the time is different where she's actually.
I did not even think of that.
She's doing a Luke Skywalker.
Good for you, man. I did not even bring in the Skinwalker Ranch aspect of this. That's just one with you. Who knows? But the idea is that you don't bring that up with these scientists that are doing nothing on it, and the ones that are serious about studying this hate it because it's cheap as the brand, you could say. Well, you're making it look cheap. Well, because it just the
yeah, we don't have any information on that. But the people who do believe in that kind of stuff, I'm sure they'll flash on them that just thinking like, well, there you go. Well, how did it just disappear into the brush? These guys are professional trackers. It got too thick. It's big. It's powerful. It doesn't feel
Yeah, but Bob also broke off because Roger was scared of Bob.
That's right.
I'm making a joke about Roger.
But they
had no gun, no horse, and he was out.
Well, no, I don't blame him. And he wanted to know where the baby was. The baby they were. Yes. I don't blame him at all. But people will say about the encounter, though, that was kind of strange that she did seem to just kind of disappear into the undergrowth.
Yeah, that's just.
I mean, he stopped. Bob Gillen stopped, but it wasn't like he saw her barrel a path or you know, like you would see a hippo going through the brush.
Yeah.
It just seemed to kind of fizzle out. Anyway, that's weird. But let's get back to the things that we know about the film here. Because of the camera's variable film speed being unknown, that's an unknown that we don't know about the film. It's a known unknown. Exactly. The other thing that's unknown is the actual distance the creature traveled, because that's only an estimate with probable errors. And because of that, the actual walking speed estimate is imprecise. This is according to Dave. But even so, and with Patty seeking to use a compliant gait to move faster than normal human walking, Daigle then argues that she wasn't moving all that fast, and that a human could walk faster than she does in the film by also using a compliant gait. So it does seem she's moving quickly. She's determined. It's a determined walk. But what Daigle is saying here is like it's not like she's sprinting, or it's impossible to match that. Because according to Daigle, the argument that the creature's body proportions or Patty's gait and speed were not human doesn't prove Bigfoot seen in the film is the real deal. And therefore, it's possible the film is still a hoax. So you see, that's the scientific science that they're not saying, like we said earlier, coming out and claiming, well, there you go, it's a hoax. They're saying that can't be ruled out. We can't go either way on this. We just don't have enough data, and therefore we can't make conclusions. For Daigle, one variable remains that is not easily ascertained in the film, and that is stride length in relation to the compliant gait. Now, as reported by Daigle, the creature's stride, for example, this would be left heel measuring to left heel. One full locomotor cycle was measured at the film site as ranging from 200 to 305 centimeters, or about 110 inches to 121 inches.
Okay, I want to jump in here real quick. Yeah, because earlier we were talking about Grover Cranston, and we mentioned a 41-inch stride length. That's right. We were quoting something there, but it turns out that's a misspeak in a way, because there's a difference between a stride length and a step length. And I want to explain this a little bit, because obviously there's a huge gap between 41 inches and 110 inches. So which is it? Is Bigfoot taking these huge steps, or taking these steps?
Right. Well, no, I wondered that when I came across those two figures, because those are jotted down, and it's like, well, those differ vastly. So who's right?
Well, what's happening here is I think a lot of researchers and people that are digging in on this are misusing the term stride. So this is something that we looked up. I actually found this at reference.com/science/length average walking stride. That's got hyphens in the reference. So I'm just going to read this one. The length of an average walking stride is 62 inches. People frequently mistake stride for step length or wrongly assume they are one and the same. One and the same. Yeah. Step length is described as the distance between the heel strike of one foot and the heel strike of the opposite foot. Yeah, it's your step length, right? Like the back of your left heel measured to the back of your right heel. Exactly. And just one step apart. On the other hand, stride refers to the consecutive heel strikes of the same foot. Stride roughly equates to 2 steps. Stride length varies based on the length of a person's legs. Because men tend to be taller than women on average, males typically have longer strides. Overall, a person expends more energy by taking longer strides. Well, let's unpack this. The length of an average walking stride, according to this, is 62 inches. So if you look at that, that would mean the step length for an average person would be 31 inches. Okay. What we're going to say is that even though there was a reference to a 41-inch stride length for the Bigfoot tracks earlier, that actually was probably a step length. Yeah, that makes sense. Which would then, in turn, equate to an 82-inch stride.
length, which is interesting because that's 20 inches longer than a human average stride of 62 inches.
Yeah, that's what Dagan goes on to say, that this figure is beyond the ability of normal human walking, except for some very tall people. However, when humans employ a compliant walk, the stride length increases dramatically. So Dagan and Schmidt compared their normal stride lengths with their compliant walking strides and found a 35% increase in the length. 35%. Yeah, when you're doing the goofy walk, when you're doing the Groucho walk, that increases by 35%. Okay. So then they measured their compliant stride lengths as ranging from 288 centimeters to 293 centimeters, or 113.4 to 114.5 inches. So to Dagan, their compliant stride length could match Patty's, which might be either her normal walking pattern or a clever affectation to kind of suit thinking that they should walk strangely or knew about primate locomotion and compliant gaits. Well, what I'm saying there is that, like, let's do the goofy Groucho walk for the Ministry of Silly Walks.
Well, it seems like a strange decision to make if you're wearing a costume, because at that point I would think if you're staging a hoax, you're doing something that's kind of goofy, and I would think that the people who are shooting the hoax, like if Roger Patterson is conducting the hoax, and Bob Hieronymus is doing the compliant gait, which is we're also calling the Groucho walk, right. Like as I said a few minutes ago, the silly walk that I do for my son sometimes to quickly get away from the without my headphones. Yeah. The interesting thing about that is I feel like Roger would be, what are you doing? That is the goofiest. You're ruining it. Well, you know, that's like if you were staging this, if I was directing the hoax, I'd be like, why are you walking like that?
Again, the critic would say, well, no, they studied up on some primate ape walks and kind of figured that's how that kind of lumbering
wasn't it Krantz that he said that he brought the gate and all that to Hieronymus and it just kind of glazed over?
Yeah, then the critics would say, well, no, Roger was still acting. He was an excellent actor.
No, wasn't it Bob?
No, it was Roger.
That was Roger.
Yeah.
Okay, so Roger was pretending to be dumb about primate walks.
Yeah, Roger was trying to figure out or keep up with what Krantz was talking about, as far as ape behavior, character, and dimension of walking, gaits and all that, and, Critter talking about that, he said, well, he just looked like a student who was not really getting it, but trying to keep up, doing his best. But, again, that's a human calculation.
What I look like sitting across from you right now.
Exactly. Yes. Well, that's on the social side. When Roger was playing dumb, he really did study up on these primate gaits, and he either instructed Bob Hieronymus to do it, or Bob Hieronymus to do some kind of lumbering gait, like a big fish gait, maybe. I don't know. It's a bit of a stretch, but there you go. It's not totally out of reason. It's not out of the realm of possibility. It's out of the realm of possibility, and that's what people like Dagan would say about Krantz's conclusion. So, in summing up that, to David Dagan's thinking, he didn't have a problem with Krantz's analysis of the film in regards to errors in computation or lapses in reasoning. Really, Dagan thought it was a laudable effort to get as much information as possible from a poorly documented situation. What Dagan has a problem with is Krantz's conclusions from his analysis, which he thought were just too reckless, optimistic, and confident. Simply put, that since the body proportions were unusual, they weren't human, and since the walk wasn't typical, no human could imitate it. So in Dagan's opinion, both conclusions are defensible. So you can see where these two scientists' feelings lie, and that Krantz is like, well, I don't know, I'm convinced. I've studied it. I wasn't at first, but I've studied it. I think this is the real deal. I'm doubling down on this. And Dagan says, well, how can you do that?
Well, Dagan's calling Krantz on his what seeming confirmation bias. Krantz has made up his mind. Dagan, on the other hand, may have some confirmation bias in the other direction.
Right.
Somewhere in the middle of these two is probably the reality of whatever Patty is.
Exactly. So I would say, though, that Dagan and Schmidt's conclusions hopefully fall within a mean of most scientists thinking, and that, quite simply, because of all the shortcomings and probable errors and uncertainties of the available data, it's impossible to definitely conclude that the subject in the film was not human and that a hoax is still a possibility. That's where they have to keep it. It's like, well, we can't rule out on this. Where I think Krantz can. And that's the differing of opinions there. So, as Dagan and Schmidt stated in an issue of Skeptical Inquirer, May to June 1999 issue there, titled
Bigfoot screen test, quote, based on our analysis of gait and palms inherent in estimating subject dimensions, it is our opinion that it is not possible to evaluate the identity of the film subject with any confidence. They're just saying, look, this is bad data. Can't go there. Some have, we're not going to. So anyway, however, Dagley has stated that if it was a suit, it was better than a lot of the monster costumes you saw in the movies and TV of 1967 because special effects were primitive in that day. However, Bill Munz had a thought about that, didn't he? Yeah, coming back around to Bill Munz, we actually have an interview with him. That's going to be the next part of this series. It's really fascinating. He is a costume designer and a film analyst who has taken a harder look at the PGF film than probably anyone in history with the most modern technology. But one of the things that he mentioned in his own book, which is called When Roger Met Patty, that we'll be hearing about more in the next part of the series, is this comes from page 95 or 492. I'm referring to the Kindle edition here. I'm just going to read this right. One thing that should be cleared out is the error these films were not, quote, the technology of the time that the PGF was filmed. In David Dagley's book, Bigfoot Exposed, Dagley writes on page 112, it is very important to remember the date of the film. In 1967, we were still a few years away from Planet of the Apes and 2001, Space Odyssey. Ape and monster costumes were not very sophisticated and apparently hard to come by. Munz goes on here to say, Dagley is incorrect. Planet of the Apes was released on February 8, 1968, near 3.5 months after the PGF was filmed on October 20th, 1967. And Planet of the Apes was filmed from May 21st, 1967 to August 10th, 1967, before the PGF was taken. Makeup designs and tests would have been done even earlier in 1967. 2001, Space Odyssey was released on April 2nd, 1968, near 5.5 months after the PGF. Principal photography, that's what we're showing. In December 1967, would have been developed and fabricated in Rome. So in both cases, the costumes and effects of both films can be considered the technology of the time. But how that technology actually appears with the PGF is a matter often misunderstood by people who are not knowledgeable in the actual process and techniques of creature work. I don't want to go too far down the Munz rabbit hole here, but I'm just going to read this last paragraph and then just know that you'll be hearing more about him in the next part of this series. This is from page 96 now of this book. The work done for Planet of the Apes actually has little resemblance to what we see in the PGF. So Planet of the Apes were done with facial prosthetic appliances glued to the actor's face, blended and then painted to finish, and lace front wigs were then applied to finish the look. The actors wore full costumes of cloth or leather to appear dressed in armor, garments, or similar civilized fashions. The PGF creature is a full and apparently naked body of something humanistic in anatomy, but covered almost entirely by the hair or fur this human supposedly are not. If it is a host, the technique for making a full body costume is far different from the techniques of Planet of the Apes. So there you go. Yeah, we're going to hear about the guy who worked on that groundbreaking makeup for Planet of the Apes and won an honorary Academy Award for his work years before they started handing out a category for Oscars for best makeup effects. So it's a little different. So keep that in mind. That's what he's saying. Munz is that, and what's funny is that he's the expert in that field. And I also want to point out that gentleman that you're going to be talking about, his budget for Planet of the Apes, $1 million. 1967, a lot of money. So I don't think Roger and Bob had access to that kind of money to create that costume. Well, they did, but more on that later. And a much different type of costume is what Munz is going to do. So it's just funny to see experts in their field trying to get well, not exactly. Well, like this, and this is what I think demonstrates Munz's even-handedness, is what he's pointing out here is that, because Dagley was trying to say that this was actually before Planet of the Apes in 2001, Munz is actually saying, no, it's right at the right time. That was all the right time. But then he goes on to say, although those costumes look absolutely nothing like that, that's just what to consider. So he's given us the full picture. Yeah, exactly. So, well, here are my concluding thoughts on just this interchange here between France and Bigfoot. So far, you tell me if any of this makes sense or if you have some thoughts on this. One, if the body proportions exist in a small percentage of the human population, then you really have to look at, does the person who's come forward, the one person who's come forward, claiming to be the man in the suit, Bob Hieronymus, match those proportions, either wearing a skin-tight suit or one with highly sophisticated padding. You're looking at a broad swath of logic, and really it comes down to something that Chris Murphy said that we started the section with, is that there is possibility in that. If you look at possibility, it's like, well, it can be achieved in humans. This is not impossible, these body proportions or the walking gait and flying gait. But then you have to look at, is it probable? So when we look at the probability factor for the BGF, well, you have one guy who's come forward claiming it was a hoax, it was him, it's me, it's Bob Hieronymus, I did this. Well, does Bob match those proportions, or could he in a sophisticated suit? And to get to that proportion, how sophisticated does it have to be? Is it beyond the probability of that being possible? So that's one thing I wanted to make sure that we thought of here, all of us, when we're considering that this is a hoax. Another thing here is none of the calculations can be totally accurate, including Davis and Schmidt's. I think in a lockdown scientific manner, and they would agree with this, I'm sure, because you're not actually measuring Bob Hieronymus, the guy who's claiming to be the ape of the film, and his walk. Although I guess you could have measured perhaps the recreation walk he did for Greg Long, but that didn't happen. You got the physical guy there.
Yeah, Greg Long wouldn't even release that picture. It took for months to release his book.
Yeah,
because give months the one right, and it's just a picture of Hieronymus walking in front of a fence.
No, he wouldn't give that to Chris Murphy either. I think because it doesn't really hold up. Yeah, it's not that accurate. Yeah, that's pointed out. But that's what I'm saying, is that you don't have the actual people objects here, including Patty herself, to measure against Bob. You know, say we get a little scientific lockdown on this data wise. You know, Dave Schmidt tested out their normal walk against their own compliant gait. And you can make some reasonable extrapolations from that, but it can't accurately measure the compliant gait of the subject in the film. And Bigfoot is a new type of primate species we're totally unaware of. Is it sufficient to compare it to and expect satisfactory matches with physical properties of apes or of humans? Because Bigfoot, it seems, has its own morphology, different from higher primates. You know what I'm saying? She's her own thing.
Yeah.
So is it,
We got to compare apples to apples.
Exactly, and right,
She's the only apple.
right. That's like comparing an orange to a tangelo, or
Yes.
something that's a good weird hybrid, because she's somewhere in between. That's what it seems to be the case here. So to get it accurate and measure her, you really need her.
Yeah.
And she's not cooperating. So, you know, if it's possible for a human to exhibit those body proportions compliant gait, does Hieronymus have or could have those characteristics? That's what I'm saying. And if it's not Hieronymus, then what guy in the suit did? So essentially, it's all inconclusive, and we'll never know. But keep in mind here, even if we can't consider hard data, we can still consider probabilities. So if Bob Hieronymus couldn't fit the body proportions, was there someone still unknown to us that Roger was able to get to wear a sophisticated costume? We don't know. Would Roger or the suit wearer then be clever enough or knowledgeable enough to do the compliant gait? So those are the questions I have after reviewing the arguments here that we just discussed.
I think with regard to Bob, the costume does not fit. No, but here's what I'm saying. It doesn't work. And then if someone else is wearing a costume, where is that person? That person has kept a secret for 50 plus years, which nobody does in the case of a hoax this big. People just don't do it. The only other possibility would be that the person, like Roger, passed away fairly shortly after that. And, you know, kept it a secret, lived in a Kaczynski-esque cabin somewhere, and no one's found the costume and got away with it. Right. Because to me, Bob just doesn't work. Hieronymus does not work here as a person wearing this costume. And for me, also, the Philip Morris story doesn't add up. I do believe there's a possibility of an additional costume, but having looked at the ones that the Morris company made, which are awesome costumes, I think they are. They don't look anything like Patty. Right. And they've not put one forth that looks like Patty, and any recreation that's been created not just by them, but by anyone, looks nothing like the Patterson Timber. No one's been able to produce it. And all this stuff runs into your head. I just put up a blog posting, as you'll see in our links here, which does show a photo of Philip Morris with he's a drug dealer and a blogger. Yeah, he does have an ape costume with him. So you can say, well, there you go, he's holding the ape costume, because this ape costume weirdly has breasts on it. It seems that were clearly put on after the fact. Yeah, but it's also like a lot of other ape costumes. The belly is a big belly. It is bare. It's totally bare. And as Patty turns, that does not seem to be the case, so that doesn't match. But it is credited somewhat as being similar to the one sold, or a recreation, or a simulation sold to Patterson. And I will say the face looks closer because it has a bit of a sagittal crest, and the cheeks and the nose are bare. It doesn't have any hair on them, so it looks different than what you see in a gorilla face mask headpiece. Maybe patterned more after what was seen in the film, possibly, but the rest of it just is not quite there. So that's the closest we'll ever see. But again, it wasn't offered to be studied. It's just like, well, here's something that's similar and not put up. So yeah, there are pictures of him with something that was, I guess he's claiming, Mr. Morris, before he passed away, that is closer to what Roger would have had, but not the same one again, because when he claims that he sold to Roger, did not have breasts on it. That Roger modified the suit possibly after he received it, and of course says that he was asked that by Roger how to make the arms on it. So the suit that he's showing is not exactly what he is saying that he sold to Roger back in the day. Yeah, and I wanted to add, because one of our listeners, a friend of ours, had asked just today if we ever heard back from Philip Morris's family about doing an interview, because we did talk to them, we did exchange emails with them, but we have not heard back, and at this point, I don't think we're going to. We did try to reach out to them. It was totally email chain. Yeah. Now, yes, as I'm sure everyone who's listening to this is tired of listening about it by now. Well, then let's move on to another major proponent of the PGF and Sasquatch in general, and that would be Dr. Jeffrey Melton. He is a biological anthropologist, anatomist, and professor at Idaho State University, specializing in vertebrate locomotion and foot morphology in primates. There you go. This is exactly the type of guy you want to talk to, but of course, because of his willingness to look at the subject in favor of the possibility of Sasquatch, he's dismissed outright by many. But his credentials are there. So he's authored many papers on evolutionary anthropology and the emergence of bipedal locomotion in modern humans and Bigfoot, and is one of the more well-known expert proponents of Bigfoot and the Patterson-Gimlin film. And therefore, of course, he's received a lot of criticism from his scientific peers, the community, and the public as well. Well, however, there was a nice comment from Brian Dunning on Meldrum's wiki entry, and this is what Brian Dunning wrote about him. The work of responsible scientists like Dr. Meldrum is exactly what true skeptics should be asking the Bigfoot community for, not criticizing him for it. Yes, and for those of you who don't know, we've mentioned Mr. Dunning several times on the show. He is a guy behind Skeptoid. He's a prominent skeptic who has touched on everything we've ever touched on. I think most of it, yeah, on most of it or whatever. And we have respect for him, but it's interesting to hear his thing. I would say Mr. Dunning is pretty even on a lot of stuff. We don't always see eye to eye, of course, but what he's saying is like, if you're going to ask the Bigfoot community to get some real science behind it, this is the guy to be asking. So stop criticizing them for getting this guy involved. That's what you should be looking at. Right. So I applaud that. Yeah, I do as well. All right, so getting back to Melton, one of his arguments on the creature in the film being real is the focus on what anthropologists call the intermembral index, or IM. This is this case, it's something else. Yes. The intermembral index is a ratio used to compare limb proportions expressed as a percentage. The formula is calculated in this case by adding the length of the arms divided by the length of the legs multiplied by 100. Meldrum cites that the average IM index of humans is 72, an IM index of 117 on average for gorillas, and an average IM index of 106 for chimps. That's humans 72, gorillas 117, chimps 106. And studying the film, Meldrum calculates that Patty has an IM index somewhere between 80 and 90, putting her in the middle between humans and African apes. See, I knew she was somewhere in the middle. Even though this measurement is not all that precise because you're only looking at her in film, Meldrum firmly states that anyone can see just by looking at the film that you can tell the creature in it has disproportionately long arms in comparison to its stature. Therefore, the IM of this creature indicates that it is well beyond the need for games, and effectively rules out the possibility that it's just a costume, unless incorporated into the costume was some sort of elaborate, if not inconceivable, complex prosthetic mechanism that could reduce the actions and positions you see of the wrist, elbow, and finger flexion in the film. Quote, this point deserves further examination. May well rule out the probability of coaxing, end quote. Meldrum says, 2015 BFRO article as the Bigfoot Field Research Organization. The article is called, quote, The Truth Before Our Eyes, end quote. Now, Meldrum cites the fieldwork of John Green in his studies, as well as the analytical calculations of other researchers, like computer animated effects expert Ludwig Steindorf. Steindorf used an interesting technique called reverse genetics to generate a computer model of Patty's skeletal anatomy. He was able to provide a reasonable estimate of Patty's intermental index by tracking her joints through 116 frames of film, which gave an unusual ratio of limb proportion in that the upper extremity was rather long compared to the lower. Yeah, she got real long arms and shorter legs. From Steindorf's computer model, the IM for Patty is approximately 88. For an average human, as we said, the IM is 71 or 72. This, combined with the exceptional breadth dimensions, has Meldrum concluding that it's an effective argument against the suggestion that Patty is an average man in a costume, even if he was wearing shoulder pads or using arm extensions. That's another weird thing. So what they're saying is that, remember we talked about Bob Rotten saying he was wearing gloves and he was holding his actual hands. Right. Philip Morris said that Roger asked him how he could make the arms longer. Sticks, yeah, just put sticks to extend them in there, but it makes it hard to move the fingers. Well, that's what you can see. And again, even you and I were, when we first read these after years after seeing the PDF, I mean, really looking at it, you can't really see this stuff. But I recommend everybody taking a very close look at a good clip of Patty. And when you really start to look at it, not just kind of casually, you do see the fingers curling up as she does her backswing in the arms. I do see a prominent calf muscle, and you can see the legs flexing. And again, if that is a suit, because I can't really say, we certainly have our strong ideas about it, but you do start to see muscle movement and flexion in the fingers and elbows and the shoulders moving, and you can see more deltoids and triceps and muscles should be. So that is what Jeffrey Meldrum is saying, is that you would have to have some kind of contraption that would mimic all of that. And it seems, again, in this case, unlikely. So that is what Meldrum is saying, is that you take this calculation of the intertemporal index, it's strange. She is a strange, unto herself creature that long arms and shorter legs. Remember, we thought that a lot of us had longer legs than hands. As far as like hip socket, very long. Yeah, the pictures, and specifically from between the knee and foot. Right. So that alone, if you line that up in a film frame of her size, those joints don't line up. So yeah, because she has a really long torso and a long arms, right? In a primate kind of way. Yeah, shortish. And as we have said earlier in this series, you can't fake where your joints are. Right. It's not something you can do. I don't care what kind of costume you're wearing. Your knee is where your knee is. But you can't be used to moving a few minutes. Yeah. You can make them longer, but you can't make them shorter. Yeah.
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the Northridge Superstore. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, Lisbon and San Diego, you're never far from the Northridge Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite new models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle. Any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase. Thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can buy the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, your rate will pay you the difference or buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to buy your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the Northridge Superstore location closest to you. Like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at northridge.com.
How do people feel about getting Big Fitness Energy at Planet Fitness for 25 cents down and $10 a month? They feel as thrilled as a kid the first summer they're tall enough to ride the roller coaster. That's right. When you join Planet Fitness fitness right now. You can access tons of equipment and free fitness training in a clean and spacious club. Don't wait. Join the judgment-free zone today for that all-day energy. Download the free Planet Fitness app and join today for 25 cents down, $10 a month. See Home Club for details.
Hi, I'm Rachel Stokes, and you're listening to Astonishing Legends with Scott Philbrook and Forrest Burgess. Now back to the show.
Okay, time for another expert. It's time to talk about Esteban Sarmiento. It's a fantastic sounding name. Yes. But of course, we have another scientist disagree with another scientist. That's part of the past, but that's just part of the contract. Yes. We've all got to disagree with each other. Well, there are groups that agree with each other, although not totally. They may have some differences in practice or approach on something or conclusions, but generally they all accept the same methodology to a large degree. So it needs to be a starting point. But with Dr. Sarmiento, he does disagree with Milgram's conclusions about the creature's IM, and Esteban Sarmiento is a primatologist and biological anthropologist. And you may have seen him on Monster Quest. I don't know if you watched it. Have you? I'm sure I've watched all of those. It's been a while now. Oh yeah, see again, I'm just totally lost. One of my favorite Bigfoot stories of all time was the Monster Quest episode. That was the one where they went to the hunting cabin that you can only get to by seaplane. Sometimes throwing rocks in the cabin on the last night. They were like, we didn't see anything, and they're gonna leave, and then something felt it. Crazy on the cabin. Yeah, and they got so scared. No, that's a comment. Get out there and film it. Well, it's a trail cam. Yeah, something I learned from the Bigfoot's blog website that's run by Stephen Storyford. I think I'm pronouncing his name correctly, Stephen Storyford. He runs the Bigfoot books in Willow Creek, and it's a staging center. It's a headquarters almost for that area. Yeah, for those researchers who do that a lot of field stuff, and they were saying that they set up trail cams, like a bunch of them, a lot in the actual area, and are going to monitor them for years to come just to see anything happens. They've captured a lot of the wildlife in there, cougars, bear, all kinds of animals, but not a Bigfoot yet, but they're ready. So they're actively in the area, in that Bluff Creek area there, where Roger and Bob were on horseback, and they were part of the group there that rediscovered that site in 2011 and mapped it out with GPS coordinates. So we have that linked on our website for the show. Yeah, they did a lot of mapping. There's coordinates and drawings of every downed tree. It's really awesome. Well, it's really cool. I think that they know that to avoid a lot of criticism, you're going to have to be as scientific and accurate and thorough as possible. And that's what they've done. They've mapped out every tree there that they could find. I think two of the main trees that were there are no longer there. They're gone. But yeah, so they basically found it again because of the overgrowth. It was lost for quite a while after the incident. And what you can tell is like it's very dense. Yeah, very rugged and dense. And you'll see that also with the scan map together, so you can see the terrain from the film. Yes. Well, getting back to Sarmiento, he argues that the IM index of the creature is in the normal human range, and he estimates Bigfoot's weight to be between 190 to 240 pounds, so well within average use. Right. So just another disagreement about the data here. I think a lot of people, in much the same way they say, oh, they hear about the Philip Morris costume apocalypse, go for that cognitive filter. Oh, well, that explains it. I want to point out that even if you come around to a conclusion that Patty weighs roughly the same as a human being, there is absolutely no relationship between that concept and the idea that she's definitely a human being. Right. There is no reason that she could not weigh the same as a person and not be a person. Just wanted to point that out. For people that are like, oh, well, 190, it's a person. Yeah. That's not what we're saying. All we're saying is that this particular scientist, Mr. Sarmiento, believes that her weight is more in the range of someone, for example, like me. I'm not going to say where I'm at, but between 190 and 240 pounds. That seems accurate. I'll go with that. But if you go with the story of the track as well, the three different sizes of footprints found in the area, there's three different sizes, that there is a juvenile, a middle range, which might be the female, Patty here, and then a big old daddy, which must be monstrous. People
time recorded around there, seeing full-grown male Bigfoots, and they are frighteningly huge. Scary. So now we're talking, I don't know, maybe 8, 9 feet tall and taller. Yeah. Patty might be dainty, but she will still push you to a pretzel. So you don't dare approach her too closely quickly here. But what I do like about Sarmiento is that he is one of the few mainstream scientists that gives zoology any consideration, and he thinks it's possible Bigfoot may exist, but that proof of its existence has not yet been established, and any evidence found deserves careful study. So there you go. He's open-minded to it. I'll take that. A quote from him about the PGF. If the animal in the PNG film is real, this animal is exceedingly human-like. It would be our closest relative on Earth. If it is real, then what he's saying is it's more close to humans than apes here. I don't know what it is now, but it's one of our distant lost relatives, perhaps. But in connection to his comparison of Hanny to other primates in appearance and behavior, Sarmiento sees some inconsistencies like the color of the palms, which appear dark, as opposed to the soles of the feet, which appear light. He doesn't know of any other mammal in which this coloring differs so much. But what I would say is to remember the argument about the Philip Morris soles of the costume feet being dark. According to Morris, that's what he said. Remember, the soles of his costume feet were dark. And yet, they appeared light in the film. And that, remember, maybe they were lightened because of the clay in the soil.
Right, that's what I was going to point out. The clay in the soil, because and that's something that Bob Gimlin has said too. Right, the fine silt in the stream bed of Plum Creek had a light color to it. So right. It's a little bit of a leap, I think, on Sarmiento's part, to not calculate that the surfaces that the feet, the bottom 2 feet are exposed to, might be affecting the color of what the bottom look like. Yeah, especially stream bed. Right. So keep that in mind. Yeah, that clay is kind of a light grayish bluish color, and that is one of the things they said is that might have been tinting the color of the feet. So again, it's hard to determine exactly what colors we're seeing there. But another objection is that while Patty has big airy buns, she doesn't appear to have a significant human-like butt crack or cleft. Is that a scientific term? I think cleft is, but I like the term butt crack. Thank you. I did, yes. I don't know if it's left. People know what we're talking about. Yes, everybody has one. Yeah, primates, I think you got something like that. And she does, as I can see, but to Sarmiento's liking, he would expect to see more separation. And I would understand this looking at the film is that you do see a line there, but they're not very rounded. And so I can see his thinking being maybe it's a costume and you're seeing a seam there, but it's not like real flesh, where you can see more roundedness and separation. And perhaps it's all that hair that's concealing it. Maybe. I really wonder what Sir thinks about it. He would love it, I think, until you got down to ground zero. We're not making a joke here, is that a couple scientists have said her hind quarters, and it didn't look real to them because they're not seeing enough of that separation that you would see in people or some apes. Yes. So it's unusual, but again, Patty's her own thing. She's got different morphology, perhaps, or it's a costume which got it real close, but not great for them. But in general, Sarmiento concludes that Patty's proportions are well within its range, quite different from any living ape or Australopithecine fossils. So while he sees inconsistencies for the creature on the film and what is known about primates, which might point to a hoax, there is nothing conclusive he can spot that proves it's a fake. So again, he's not outright saying it's a fake, it's just he sees some consistencies, he has some disagreements, and that's where he's got to leave it. And actually echoing what Robert Grant said about post-scientific studies, there really doesn't seem to be many, if any, detailed scientific debunking point by point of PGF. Maybe just disagreements about data and findings of other scientists who examined it and gave a favorable opinion for the film being authentic. So I'm just saying that in case you were wondering if we were favoring or shading an opinion by omission, we didn't really stumble across anything that's point by point, and we certainly would have presented it as well as a counterpoint. Okay, we're going to talk about another expert here. He was a certified forensic examiner. His name is Jeff Glickman. And this is fascinating because it's a different take, yet another take. Yeah, visual image expert. Yes, and he was formerly with the North American Science Institute, which is no longer around, but they
they did a 3-year study on the Patterson-Gimlin film using intensive video analysis. And the result of this was a 43-page scientific study with 13 pages specifically about the Patterson-Gimlin film. An interesting connection, Jeff Glickman was recently commissioned by TIGAR, that's the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, TIGAR, yes, to examine their findings from their Amelia Earhart investigation on Nicaragua. These are the guys that are the biggest proponents of the castaway.
Yeah, they had some artifacts, and they had Jeff Glickman take a look at them. I found that to be an interesting connection there, where you don't usually put Bigfoot together.
Yes, Amelia, but everything's connected. Everything is connected.
Amelia, I'm sure she would be shocked by that.
Well, Mr. Glickman seems to be a very well-credentialed forensic examiner and had actually started his own company, Phototech.
Yeah, you ever heard of them? I think I have vague connection to them.
Yeah. They are an internationally recognized forensic image processing laboratory specializing in image enhancement and reconstruction. It should be noted here that the North American Science Institute does not seem, that's the one I mentioned earlier, like a majorly recognized scientific organization. Now, it appears they have or had a paid staff that took over the research for the Bigfoot Research Project in 1997, run by researcher Peter Byrne, and it was Byrne who commissioned Glickman to analyze the film. Just mentioning this in case there are any complaints that NACI is not a credible organization, but Glickman appears well suited for this analysis.
I believe, we also came across info that NASI shut down right after the report was commissioned.
Yes,
I think according to Dagley.
Yeah, according to Dagley, his book on page 131 of his book, if anybody wants to read more, Dagley talks about it.
Right.
Glickman's research report was titled Toward a Resolution of the Bigfoot Phenomenon. It was issued in June 1998. It contains 11 points of findings that are summarized as follows. Number 1, measurement of the creature, height 87.5 inches, waist 81.3 inches, yes, chest 83 inches, weight 1,957 pounds.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in a minute. Okay. Length of arms 43 inches, length of legs 48 arms. Number 2, the length of the creature's arms is virtually beyond human standards, possibly occurring in 1 out of 52.5 million. Point number 3, the length of the creature's legs is unusual by human standards, possibly occurring in 1 out of 1,000. Point 4, nothing was found indicating the creature was a man in costume. No sequence or interfaces that were indicated the buttons and the costume had put together. Number 5, hand movement indicates flexing the hands. This condition implies that the arm would have to support flexion in the hands. An artificial arm with hand movement ability was probably beyond the technology available in 1967. Point number 6, the Russian finding on the similarity between the foot casts and the creature's foot was confirmed. That's one of my favorite points, is that the tracks are not generated by a separate host, which is probably how you would have to do that if you had a costume. You would need to treat the tracks and the costume as 2 separate things that you have to do.
Right, meaning that the foot on the costume then is actually what made the tracks, or you have to then make another contraption that puts, that has a tremendous amount of weight. That's what people are suggesting, like, well, that's possible too. It's like, damn, is it probable that you would then have this other contraption that makes a really heavy depression with the same exact foot characteristics?
Yes, and you have to get to and from the scene of the crime without leaving any tracks or marks anywhere else.
True that, yes.
So there are some theories on that, something about cars riding along next to you. There's not a place where you get driving cars. Anyway, point number 7. Preliminary findings indicate that the forward motion part of the creature's walking pattern could not be duplicated by human beings. Now, again, this is a point here. Point number 8. Rippling of the creature's flesh or fat on its right side was observed, indicating that a costume is highly improbable. Point number 9. The creature's foot undergoes flexion like a real foot. This finding eliminates the possibility of fabricating solid foot apparatus. It also implies that the leg would have to support flexion. An artificial leg with foot movement ability was probably beyond the technology available in 1967. Point number 10. The appearance and sophistication of the creature's musculature are beyond costumes used. And point number 11. Non-uniformity in the hair texture, length, and coloration is inconsistent with sophisticated costumes used in the entertainment. That's something that real husbands are really broad. And we'll talk a little bit about that with Jeff Glickman's closing statement on his analysis is as follows. Quote, Despite 3 years of rigorous examination by the author, the Patterson-Gimlin film cannot be demonstrated to be a forgery at this time. So getting back to that astronomical limit.
Yeah, that's the one thing that a lot of other, even proponents of the film, disagree with, is that this is like a very high calculation of weight.
Yes, and apologies to you guys for having this discussion, not giving a chance to try and defend herself. Yes, it's holiday weight. Yes, yes. It's a 1 ton. The main criticism about liquid slides is that high weight calculation. In order to estimate the weight of that, researchers also need to estimate her height while standing erect, which she never does in the film walking. Since each of the major researchers that have put forth estimates use different frames of the film for their calculations of walking height, which differ in inches added to determine standing height.
Yeah, she kind of hunches over. She's got huge traps, as the guys in the gym would say. Yeah, huge traps. Easiest to get decent findings on her proportions. You'd have to have her standing fully erect, still, at the top of her height, which she never does in film.
Right, and here's where you can see these heights are a little bit all over the place. Dr. Grover Krantz estimated a maximum walking height of 72 inches, or 6 feet tall. John Green, 80 inches. Dmitry Bayanov and Igor Mortsev, around 78 inches. And Jeff Glickman, 87 inches.
Yeah, so you can see his height estimates are
higher.
Yeah,
which would affect his weight.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So how much do you add to the estimated walking height to determine a height standing fully erect? That's an approximation of the weight. Well, Dr. Krantz used a calculation of adding 8 to 8.5% of walking height and arrived at a standing height of 87.5 inches tall, or 7 foot 3.5 inches. From this, biomedical researcher Dr. Hinner Farnbach estimated the weight was more likely closer to 542 pounds, or 245.
Yeah, I think that 542 pounds is easier for a lot of other researchers to swallow. Yeah, than the 1957 poundage there. But I believe Jeff Glickman never revised that. He stood by that figure. Like, well, that's what I got.
Yeah,
you guys work it out yourselves.
Well, everybody's sticking to your business.
Right. Well, remember Dr. John Napier?
No, we talk about him.
Yeah, it was hours ago from this there, weeks ago for us. Yes. Well, Napier was a British orthopedic surgeon, primatologist, and paleoanthropologist. A specialist in the hands and feet of humans and primates, and was one of the scientists at the Smithsonian screening back in 1969.
Right. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Now I remember.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Napier was at one time director of their primate biology program and was one of the first well-known scientists to study Bigfoot, becoming fascinated enough by the evidence he'd seen to write his own books from 1973 entitled Bigfoot, the Sasquatch and Yeti in Myth and Reality, and I think just Bigfoot is the title from 1974. But that may be just a reprint title, maybe just the one book there from 73. Well, Napier, if you remember, also studied the crippled foot track and the dermal ridges of the footprints. That, I think, really looked right of those dermal ridges. Well, anyway, this guy's no slouch. There's no brag about him. An expert in exactly what you want hands and feet of primates. So Napier was convinced that Sasquatch existed, and he said so in his book, but he didn't think the Patterson-Gimlin film was real. But it seems, on the other hand, he may have been on the fence about the film, because you can find somewhat conflicting statements by him regarding PGF. However, these may be taken out of context, and we must have given read his book entirely. So they just seem a little conflicted. I'm going to go with him being just kind of on the fence. Again, he's giving it the possibility of Sasquatch being real. He's not sure about the PGF, though. For example, saying in his book, there was nothing in this film which would prove conclusively that this was a hoax. He says this on page 89. And then on page 95 saying, there is little doubt that the scientific evidence taken collectively points to a hoax of some kind. The creature shown in the film does not stand up well to functional analysis. So he's kind of vacillating here, what it sounds like. I don't think those two quotes are the same one. Yeah, he's saying that he's not sure, and then he's like, well, but also it's not real solid, not entirely kosher for him. And the two main problems that Napier had with Hattie involved her feet, and he was an expert in primate hands and feet, remember? So he thought the length of the footprints were at odds with her estimated height, and that the footprints were of the hourglass type, which he thought was suspicious. I'm not sure about that.
seem pretty rectangular shape. So in any case, that's one thing he had a problem with, but I'm not sure what he meant by that. They don't seem to have an hourglass shape or any kind of longitudinal arch to me. But like everyone else, Dave here is making assessments based on indirect evidence from the images and forecastings, even though he thought this indirect evidence was conclusive but not solid so as to prove Bigfoot was real to him anyway. It was compelling enough that he thought Bigfoot shouldn't be dismissed outright and was worthy of serious scientific study. He's open to the idea. He's just not sure about this whole EDF thing and what's been presented, so he needed more information. So another thing you find on page 95 was another good quote summing up his feelings. Perhaps it was a man dressed up in a monkey skin. If so, it was a brilliantly executed hoax, and the unknown perpetrator will take his place with the great hoaxers of the world. Perhaps it was the first film of a new type of hominid, quite unknown to science, in which case Warren Patterson deserves to rank with the discoverer of Pithecanthropus erectus, or Raymond Dart from Johannesburg, the man who introduced the world with its immediate human ancestor, Australopithecus africanus.
Okay, we got just a few more guys to talk about here. There's a little bit less information on them, but still very important. One of them is Bernard or Leibovitz. It's Heuvemans. Bernard was a Belgian-French zoologist, field researcher, and explorer known as one of the founding fathers of cryptid zoology. He was also inspired by our man Michael T. Sanderson, who we've heard us talk about many times in this series, who was friends with John Keels. And during World War II, Heuvemans escaped from a Nazi prison camp and then later worked as a jazz singer in Paris. Wow. Yeah, that'd be a guy that I wish we could interview.
Yeah, put him on the list. Should have talked to him. That's just fascinating guy, but I love that he also embraced cryptozoology.
Yeah. Even though he was down for cryptozoology, he didn't believe the Patterson-Gimlin film was real, although he hesitated making an assessment after seeing Dr. Grover Krantz be in favor of it. He thought it had been hoaxed by a guy in a suit. His principal complaints against the thing in the film was that the hair pattern was too uniform. The hair on the breast was not primate-like. Patty wasn't alarmed enough, didn't walk away fast enough after seeing Patterson advance on her. And as we said a few minutes ago, there wasn't enough of a butt crack. That's what we also call ICS, or insufficient cheek separation.
Again with the butt cheeks. But you know what? I kind of get that, as we mentioned a little bit before, in seeing that they don't kind of move on their own, as you might expect a large human person walking away, or maybe even an ape. But I will agree that it seems a little bit seamless. You can't see a line there, but he's not seeing enough jiggling, I suppose. But it's interesting, though, that one thing that he mentions is that as a zoologist, he would expect that Patty would have more of a reaction, and even though, she's a big creature, I guess he was expecting her to kind of trot faster away from him. But then I would argue, it's like, no, she knows she's powerful. Yeah. And they weren't very big guys anyway. Roger Patterson was 5'2". I think Bob is maybe 5'6", 5'7".
Well, again, you're making an estimation about the behavior of a creature that, as far as we know, doesn't exist. So, if you're applying strictly animal behavioral science to it, you're ignoring the possible influence of the human component of Patty. If there is some of that in there for her, if you believe any of this at all.
Right, that was my point early on, that you're trying to assess what this creature is, either from the viewpoint of other apes or humans, but she is somewhere in the middle. She's her own kind of thing, and she may have slightly different behaviors that are not expected of either. So that was interesting from his perspective, but it also seems he had a lot of respect for Grover Krantz, and was hesitant to make a declaration one way or the other, even though the reflexive one is just to say it's a guy in a suit. Right. But he ended up believing this guy in a suit, or at least stating that anyway. So, who's our next gentleman, though? He seems to be all over the YouTubers.
Well, yes, he's more current. He's the one that a lot of present day or people who are maybe new to the research on it know about. His name's M.K. Davis. And he has worked with Elmont, who we'll be hearing from some things. And Davis and Jeff Glickman had done their own image stabilization, which you can see on YouTube.
I know that Jeff Glickman has done his own
maybe was the first one to attempt an image stabilization on the film, so I'm not sure when MK Davis did his own, or if he did do his own. I believe he has them. So
It does get a little confusing. A lot of people have stabilized it. Image stabilization is available to the masses now. Right. Having formerly worked in post production, I remember when it came out, or when you could first get to it in After Effects, which is an application that you use to do pretty much anything. We always mention Captain Dissolution. He shows you how to use After Effects to create any kind of crazy vortexes in the sky or whatever. But the thing about image stabilization is, I mean, everybody obviously gets the idea of what it does. It takes a shape of camera and out. And they've had stuff for this for the camera and user for decades. They have had the Steadicam, which if you haven't heard of that, if you're a sports fan, you'll see the guys wearing it on the sidelines and football games. It's this big rig with gyroscopes and it keeps the camera so no matter how the person is. It's operating. One of the first uses of the Steadicam in feature film was actually The Shining. The maze, the Steadicam operator was running backwards in the snow. That was a but that's applying it when you're actually shooting it.
And that's mechanical.
It's mechanical, it's got gyroscopes and all kinds of counterbalances and that sort of thing. There are simpler versions of Steadicams. There's one called Steadicam Junior that actually just works with a weight hanging down, and that works more on just an inertial resistance that keeps your camera smooth.
Right.
You know, for me, when I'm looking back, I seem to remember that image stabilization came out in software in non-linear post-production. It was first available back in the mid-2000s at a point where it was practical. It was available earlier, but you try to do it, it wouldn't look right. You have to wait like 25 minutes to render it, and you play it, it's like crappy. And you literally spend the whole day doing something that you can do now on your iPhone in 2 seconds. Right. When this was done, according to David Dave, what he stated was that Jeff Glickman had accomplished to stabilize the film. And David saw this version back in 1996, right? And he was pretty impressed with it because this is where Glickman had lined up the same registration points in different frames of the film. So basically, you could take it, connect the dots, outline of maybe where padding was, at the joints, and where she's moving in one frame, and match that to a consecutive frame with the same registration points, and then you line those up. And then when you play that back, what people will notice is that then the background really looks like it's jumping around. It jumps all around, right? Because you're selecting an object in the frame and telling it to be still. Yes, exactly. That's right, right. So then the background has to jump around. Something has to move. But Patty is still, and the results are amazing. And it effectively eliminates the camera shape to at least a much more viewable degree. So again, this is another invention that Roger Patterson could have never dreamed was possible when he shot this film when he was making the hoax. Right. He never could have imagined that it would be possible to stabilize that footage while he was running and really take a very close look at that successful. And then there are arguments where people say, well, you shake the camera first to kind of confuse people and make it blurry. That's why it's out of focus, it's blurry and shaking on purpose. Well, again, the first part is shaking when he's up and running to him, and then he settles down when he's able to crouch down on the knee and get that log. Yeah, right, stabilize the camera. And the actual film is not all that blurry and grainy. Again, I want to make this point because I see this even in the literature talking about it, that it's really grainy, it's blurry, it's not good footage. It actually is good footage. It's just what you're seeing of Patty when she's close up and being blown up. So when you see that high definition or the 5K image that's on our website, the whole frame, you see she's actually lit the whole frame around her. So she's being blown up and you're seeing the film frame, which for his time in film stock was actually pretty good. But getting back to MK Davis, he's on the show Killing Bigfoot, which I do not watch because I don't have cable, but I did happen to catch an episode of it, and you can see him at his own, his little laboratory setup where he's got microscopes and he can analyze things like hair and film, and he's really serious about it. And he's posted a lot of quality videos on YouTube with some interesting analysis of footage. He just talks about it, and he knows his way around a computer, knows like that. As far as Photoshop, he knows what he's doing, so he's able to present pretty compelling evidence on his own, and has worked for quite a bit. But there was something that he found apparently in one of the frames that is a little bit controversial. Yeah, there's a flash like in a single frame of the film, and Davis came to the conclusion that it was a muzzle flash. The bullet had been fired from the gun, and it was a shot from the gun. And then this just goes into this entire
entire theory about the possibility of a Bigfoot massacre at the hands of loggers. Apparently, when they come across Bigfoot, they're supposed to keep it quiet so they can keep logging. I mean, there's just this whole complex theory about it. The thing I do want to say about it is, hear from Bill Munz on this. He has something to say about it. It's very interesting. He has analyzed the film 45 frame every copy of it and every available copy of it at high resolution, and he defines the flash as just an artifact of technology. And that whole theory to him is absurd. To Mr. Munz. The thing is, for every theory there is about the film, there's somebody else who thinks that theory is absurd. All due respect to both, gentlemen. I personally don't believe that it's a muzzle flash, and I personally don't believe that there was a Bigfoot massacre. But that's one of the more controversial things associated with the film. Right. Well, hypothesis. No, but you brought up an interesting point. We just got an email today. Yes. As we are recording this for me, listener who knows somebody who is a logger in the Olympic National Forest in Washington State and has been doing that work for a number of years. And apparently, there's something in the contract which states when you get hired on that if you are to see a Sasquatch, you are not to report it at all. You have to keep quiet about it, which is it's fascinating. Why do you suppose that is? Well, the company that at least this person works for, they don't do clear cutting. They artisanal trimming, you could say. They go into the log. It's especially curated. Yeah, thinning. Well, yeah, right. Clear cutting, it's you make bare the whole hillside or wherever you're at for years until all the trees come back. They just go in and cut trees that are ready to harvest and then go back later and do it so you're not devastating all the areas. No, you're keeping it a resource. You're allowing the trees to thrive by unlike the mandate that they are supposed to report endangered animals. If you see a spotted owl or anything that could be harmed out in the woods, that's mandatory. This is opposite of that. You are not supposed to report any Sasquatch. They may be endangered, But one theory put forth is that if you were to report that and then suddenly it blows up into a news item and people come in there, it's going to hamper your ability to profit from that parcel of land. So what we're talking about here is a forward acceptance of the idea that Sasquatch may in fact be real, and if it is, we are not to mention it because we like to get to be on. Yeah, we don't need any trouble around here, or reports, or waggles, or whatever you're going to bring in with all that attention, possibly by reporting that, or who knows what authority's going to come in and squeeze you out of there. So avoid all that, just keep mum about it. But do report the spotted owl. Well, you have to, that is law. Yeah, so here's the interesting thing. Yeah. So they can get away with this because there's probably no law that says they have to report a suspect. Right. So they can say, hey, well, we can take this one off the list of what we can get prosecuted for. So all they can do is slap them on the wrist. You should have told us about those. Well, but you're not going to jail because we didn't pass a law saying that it was illegal not to report the Sasquatch you saw. Yeah, it has not made its way into law. Right. And if it does that, then the government's, out there, you don't want to go down that Squatch road. But with endangered species, certainly there are statutes where you try to protect them, so you have to report that. But apparently this listener and their spouse say they know people who have seen footprints, foot tracks, and have had Sasquatch encounters themselves. Well, there you go. That goes back to one of our ideas about corporations or corporate entities doing something that's an acknowledgement of something strange. But it happens so much that they have to say something about it. And it's not like Queen Mary, where people will claim, like, well, they're just doing that to sell tickets to their ghost. There's no one going out there. These places are very public. That's kind of coming to the end here of our scientist roundup. And I thought it would be apropos to end on some of the thoughts of Dr. Robert Krantz, just on his overview of the scientific community and their feelings in general about this topic. Because I think, no matter what you feel about Dr. Krantz's observations or stance on Bigfoot, I think they sum up very nicely. Just in general, from his perspective as a scientist, who was well respected. So here are just a few things I took from the Chris Murphy book, as far as a statement from Krantz about why this really hasn't been studied all that much and why you don't really see point by point debunkings from serious scientists. There's a few that are willing to come forward and be proponents of it. So Dr. Robert Krantz made some statements in his own book, Bigfoot,
Sasquatch Evidence, published in 1999, that sum up his position on the PGF and the scientific community in general, which we're going to sum up right here right now. No matter how the Patterson film is analyzed, its legitimacy has been repeatedly supported. The size and shape of the body cannot be duplicated by a man. Its weight and movements correspond with each other and equally rule out a human subject. Its anatomical details are just too good. The world's best animators could not match it as of the year 1969, and the supposed faker died rather than make another movie. In spite of all this, and much more, the scientific establishment has not accepted the film as evidence of the proposed species. There are several reasons for this reluctance that are worthy of more discussion. And of course, as we stated previously here, those declarations, those conclusions, David Dagle and everyone's thought was to accept it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Krantz went into the whole thing skeptical, and then he came around on it, and then he became a kind of an evangelist for the topic, and his confirmation bias probably crept into his presentation of information. But that doesn't change the fact that at the time he was a very well-respected academic mind, and his theories and ideas carried a lot of weight. So you can look at his final conclusions and say, well, at this point he wanted to believe that he did. I believe that's the point that he got to.
Yeah.
But it's different between Dr. Grover Krantz wanting to believe and a guy in the basement who learned everything about Bigfoot on the internet.
This is exactly his specialty, like Dr. Jeffrey Melvin. You just read a few books and are really excited about it. Yeah. So what else did Dr. Krantz have to say?
Well, I'd like to start with this quote. Most of the analyses of the film and its background have been made by laymen. Their studies and conclusions were published in popular magazines and books, not scientific journals. Most of these investigators did not know how to write a scientific paper or how to get one published. So if they had submitted them, they probably wouldn't have been taken seriously by the editors because the subject wasn't taken seriously. Therefore, potentially concerned scientists were unaware of the great quantity and quality of evidence. None of them wanted to look into it until someone else verified it. Since this was the prevailing attitude, not much analysis happened because no one wanted to know. And that's the funny thing about this. I just want to interject here. You basically hold this point out of your overall analysis in this section of our show, this series. I couldn't agree with you more, but what's happening is all the scientists that want to say that there's nothing to look at here are refusing to look at it themselves, so they can't say that with any degree of authenticity, because if they look at it, they've decided that they themselves are silly, so what they're doing is just categorically shutting it down without actually reviewing the evidence, because they're afraid of the evidence.
Exactly, and it's what David Dagle says is the reflexive. Yes. Just like, now that's stupid. Don't even, without really analyzing it. Or you look at it once and just say, that's it, it's a guy in a suit, which, Dagle himself really should be commended for taking a look. Although he just can't go as far as Grant. And I don't know, what he feels deep down, but I think he's pretty honest in his book. Just summarizing here, there are some really compelling elements to this that are worth thinking about, but I can't go that far. I can't go as far as Grant's, and Grant should have done that either. But it's enough to look at, and in his opinion, he wrote a book about it, so it was enough to give it some serious thought.
There's that, and we already talked about unpacking things. I don't want to unpack this, but what I do want to do, this is another expression that seems to be creeping into the zeitgeist these days. Stay in your lane, right? And so that's a thing that I'm hearing a lot lately. And one of the things that Dagle does in his book is he gets kind of speculative on Hollywood and costume making and how costumes work, and proposes how a costume might work for Patty. And the bottom line is he doesn't know anything about that. So he is definitely not in his lane. And now our whole podcast is based on us not being in anything at all, or knowing anything about anything really. But no, so I'm not saying, oh, look at me, I'm right, you're wrong. But what I'm saying is Dagle is not qualified to discuss what kind of costume would work, because it's pure speculation based on a brief amount of research and no person's experience. In that regard, he maybe knows as much about it as us, and maybe we know a tad more because we worked with him on TV. Well, also at this point, I've read Bill Nunn's book and had a 2-hour interview with him that everyone's going to be hearing. So, anyway, getting back on point, I did want to come back to one last observation that Krantz had been making. Patterson's film was the first ever to reportedly show a Sasquatch Wow, many fakes since Patterson's film. Cranston seen 8 of them, and they were all fake. So given the amount of hoaxing, it's not surprising there's not much scientific interest in here since, and that makes sense because you've got all these hoaxes. Your scientists can't all just sit around looking at whatever movie, well, maybe not speak. Right. Yeah. Well, you get tired of it, and it really muddies the water, and then you don't even want to take a look at it. But it's not just that either, because there's another element here which is anathema, abhorrent to the scientific community, and that is, even fewer scientists want to study Sasquatch because of the quote-unquote lunatic fringe, making connections to quote Sasquatch moving through space-time warps, riding in UFOs, making telepathic connections, showing superior intelligence, and the like. And quote, that's from Grant saying, I feel like you might be a card carrying. No, I do not claim any of those, but they're fun to look at, I'll say, those observations there. And maybe we'll touch on a few of those. But to a scientist, that's a silly. Don't even go there when you can't even have any data about any of that at all. That's not something a serious anthropologist, zoologist, maybe even a cryptozoologist can even consider, because that's too far out there, and the people that come in there looking to do that are really just making things worse. They're not giving any credibility to the subject. They're taking it away, because the quote, lunatic fringe, end quote, will try and latch on to any scientist that shows an interest and try to sway them into their thinking. That's what Francis thinking about that, is that as soon as you see a scientist, somebody from this field here that is pretty woo-woo, they're going to try and latch onto that scientist, get them to speak on their behalf about all these other crazier possibilities, and it is tantamount to academic suicide associated with any of these people. That's great. So that's why they don't want to go there, because now you're going to be seen as even more of a wacko by your fellow scientists. And so to sum up France's observations here, finally and most importantly, France says there is the absence of any definitive proof that the Sasquatches exist at all. If this had been a known species, the Patterson film would have been accepted without question. But without the clear proof that biologists are willing to accept, a strip of film is of little persuasive value. Of course, a film like this would have been accepted as favorable evidence for a new species of cat or skunk, but even then, the type of specimen would still have to be collected to make it efficient. For something so unexpected in science as the Sasquatch, the degree of proof that is required rises proportionally. What is said here about scientific ignorance regarding the Patterson film is equally true for the footprint evidence and the testimony of eyewitnesses. None of this is normally published in scientific journals. Hoaxes do occur, and the lunatic fringe is all over the place. I don't know of a single scientist who has firmly denied the existence of the Sasquatch on the basis of reasonable study of the evidence. Instead of this, most scientists deny it because, to the best of their knowledge, there is no substantial body of evidence that can be taken seriously. Krantz finishes the section by saying Dimitri Bayanov urged him and others to pursue experts in various related fields. That hasn't produced any useful results, and that after his experience with the Journal Ridges, couldn't afford another full round of expert chasing. Krantz got excited and was trying to get other experts in the field to take a look at stuff. And that's what he means by expert chasing, and it just didn't damage his career. He tried to be serious about this. Like, come on, get out of here with this stuff. Get that job. He wasn't prepared to do that, plus it takes a lot of time and energy away from his other studies and research. And although this was a major part of it, it's just that he couldn't expend any more time and energy on that, and it didn't do much anymore. So even though Bayanov was urging him and the American scientific community to do something, to keep pursuing it, yeah, he just ran out of steam on that. He had suffered already. All right, now we're going to talk a little bit about some of the Hollywood special effects experts weighed in on the Patterson. And I just want to quickly point out that the very next part of this series is an extensive interview with one of those experts who has done the most out of all of them, the most looking at Patterson, and that's Bill Munns. And so you're going to be hearing from him in the next part of this series. And he will also be talking about some of these guys who he knew and worked with in many cases. But we wanted to make sure that you knew who they were before you got into this interview and what they thought of the Patterson film or what they said publicly about it, if they were asked about it. If
you're really into movies, you may have heard of these names before, or even if you were a red carpet watcher, maybe you heard these names, but most people probably haven't because they're behind the scenes, but they're legendary. And if you're going to think that the Patterson Gimlin film shows a guy in a suit, then why not hear from the people who would be the best makers of these suits in any decade? And so that's who these gentlemen are, the best of the best in making these suits. Because I will say one thing about the movie industry, many people don't take it very seriously, but they represent the craftspeople and the artists who work in that field are the very best in what they do. If it's makeup, costumes, cinematography, all these various related fields, special effects, it's the best on the planet. It always has been because movies demand it, the viewers demand it. So as technology increases and evolves, these are the best people as far as producing anything visual or of that realm of costumes.
He was going to put down hill.
A lot of things we are talking
Who's driving it?
the Patterson film.
Dragging
Right, so
or
one of the first guys we
carrying
want to talk
a
about before we even mention him, I do have to say, Stan Winston,
the trailer with all my stuff in it.
multiple Academy Award-winning Hollywood special
I
effects
don't know if the track went, it went too fast. It was actually.
back when I was working commercials as an
Yeah, it was
assistant
got this
editor.
copy.
I was the assistant editor on a Super Bowl spot called Budweiser Horses in 1996. It was where all the horses line up on the football field and they play football and they play football. This was a big deal because the horse leg is kicking the football. Yeah. Stan Winston built. And yeah, you had to kick the ball over the Budweiser shot the horse's ball. Well, you would be in good company. One, that points out that the leg at that time, way back when, years ago, is prosthetic, not digital. So now they prosthetic. And then on top of that, I would also like to point out that even though it looks a lot like a horse leg, it does not move like one at all. It looks fake. And this was 1996, 30 years after Patterson. Yeah, it looks, the fur looks right on it, but it looks like a robot horse leg. Just for the record. Yes, but this guy is one of the best and legendary greats in his field. Yes, and again, while you're in good company here, he's collaborated with some of the biggest names in the business: Steven Spielberg, James Cameron, Tim Burton, Robert Zemeckis. I mean, that's not an enterprise. Well, you know how I like to build lists. It's just not in there. But he's been nominated for an Oscar quite a lot and won his first for best visual effects for the Alien. And then he was nominated for Predator. About that, he was nominated, I think, also for Edward Scissorhands.
Where did the
Two Oscars for Terminator 2,
the bottom of
one
Main Street?
for Jurassic Park, etc., etc. So Stan Winston, yeah, he's just one of the greats at getting done visual and digital special effects, which got into later. No, but his Bigfoot type experience included making Wookiee costumes for the 1978 Star Wars Holiday Special. Remember that? Yes. I vaguely remember that one. Yeah. So that's Bigfoot-ish. And just for some of our horror fans, he needs director of the listener favorite, Pumpkinhead. Can't go wrong with Pumpkinhead. But he was not a fan of the Patterson Gimlin film, at least not publicly. Sorry to say. On the mid-90s TV series, the manager Winston said about the review, if one of my colleagues created this suit for a movie, he would be out of business. It's a guy in a bad hair suit. Sorry. Winston said he thought the suit could have been created for a couple $100, or at least under $1,000 back at that time. So, pretty dismissive. Yes, he is. Bill Munns will be specifically addressing their comment. Yeah, we believe that there's a reason for that. But another maybe a counterpoint here is Ellis Berman. Now, Ellis Berman and his Berman Studios in Hollywood have made all sorts of creatures with movies and other attractions, and it even made a Bigfoot for Carnivals, but denied making Patty for PGM. He said he could create a similar one, but that would cost him more than $10,000. So maybe just Stan Winston had better wholesale suppliers. Around, he could have a cheap deal. I don't want to spoil it. Right. It's really important what he thought of. Oh, sure. Save it for next week. Right. Well, tell us though about another Hollywood legend. He's another great up there, and maybe even more game experience, but maybe in that same field. Yeah, Rick Baker. A lot of people know
He was nominated for an Academy Award a record 11 times and won 7 times. His first for an American Werewolf in London.
Oh, that was so cool, that transformation
Yeah,
scene.
amazing. And the werewolf creature for Michael Jackson's Thriller. Baker was an assistant to another special effects makeup legend, Dick Smith, for the movie Exorcist. But for in-flight costumes, Rick Baker is pretty knowledgeable as well. First working on the costume and acting as King Kong in 1976, having been nominated for an Oscar and winning a BAFTA. For Greystoke, the Legend of Tarzan, Florida, Ames. And then in 1987, he won the Academy Award for his Bigfoot costume for the classic Harry and the Hendersons, part of which was just for sale like last week.
Oh, the versions. Yeah, but not the whole thing. I think
No,
for the cheaper deal.
no, someone had bought the whole. No, it was a whole version of it from the film, but I think it was like $20,000.
Yeah,
I think you could buy. There's a note, by the way. If you saw that, it was not. It was comical.
Yeah, it was. Yes,
But anyway,
but he knows what he's talking about when it comes to games. I can say.
yes, and Baker also was not a fan of Patty, saying on Geraldo Rivera's 1992 show, "Now it can be told that it quote looked like cheap bacon fur." Baker also, it seems, relayed a rumor he heard that fellow special effects makeup creator John Chambers had sold crappy walkarounds as a quote gag to be played on the guy that shot it, meaning we taking Patterson. I don't know if this means that the bat suit was meant to cheat or fool Patterson into paying for an inferior product, but later on, Rick Baker's studio stated that Baker didn't believe that rumor.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny thing to pass along. You're implying that John Chambers would then be playing a joke on Roger Patterson. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, he made $1,000 and I gave him a crappy suit. And it's just a funny Hollywood insider kind of thing, hearing about John Chambers.
Well, speaking of John Chambers, let's talk about John Chambers.
Oh, another Hollywood special effects prosthetic makeup artist legend. Maybe something you don't know here. I'm sure you know it, maybe you don't know this connection. Well, Chambers is best known for creating the groundbreaking flexible face masks and prosthetics for Planet of the Apes movie series. Oh, of course. Remember Cornelius, Dr. Zayas, yes, right? And he won an honorary Oscar for his work in 1969. He was also the first motion picture makeup artist to receive a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
That was an honorary Oscar for his category.
That's right. I think that category did not go into positions until 81 or sometime in the 80s. Yeah, so he was truly groundbreaking in that sense and very well respected. And he's also known for making Spock's pointy ears for the original Star Trek series. You know, overall, you could say he knows what he's doing when it comes to ape prosthetic makeup and costumes. So here's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know.
He knows
his
his
ears.
ears.
Honestly, you get a lot of close looks at those ears. Never seen.
No, he was very impressive, and he's just a really cool, impressive guy. And let me ask you this, Scott. You've seen the movie Argo, right? Oh, yeah. Affleck. It won the Oscar for Best Picture in 2012, right?
Yeah.
And you remember the makeup artist played by John Goodman who helps out Affleck?
Yes.
Well, Goodman was portraying John Chambers.
Oh, that's super cool.
That is, it's pretty cool to put that together. Yeah, I remember the character. I thought it was a lot of fun. So as the movie was portraying the events of, there was a John Chambers and there was a Tony Mendez. Well, the real John Chambers, played by John Goodman, was really helping out the real CIA officer, Tony Mendez, being played by Ben Affleck. And what they were doing has now become known as the Canadian Cape. All these years later, because it was classified for a long time. I think it was 9 years. So the story wasn't known. And, lucky you well, he made a motion picture. Well, Mendez had asked Chambers to help rescue 6 American innocent workers who were hiding out of the Canadian ambassador's residence during the Iran hostage crisis in 1979 and 8. Chambers had previously worked for the CIA as a contractor creating disguise kits for their overseas agents. Tony Mendez had John Chambers set up a fake movie production office in Hollywood as part of a cover story that the 6 U.S. diplomats were working as Canadians scouting Iran for a film location for a movie in pre-production to be called Argo, which was the basis for the real movie Argo. And yeah, so the caper worked, the Americans escaped. Favorite movie. Dude, it's a real.
guess what?
If you talk about a movie, you have to tell how it ends.
Well, this is important, and you could not
Well, it's like pertinent to the Bigfoot.
It is because, as I said before you so rudely interrupted me, the caper worked, the Americans escaped, and Chambers was awarded the Intelligence Medal of Merit from the CIA. Hey, there you go.
That's pretty cool.
Well, tell us how Chambers is connected to PGF.
Well, he passed away in 2001. He was 78 years old. At some point, he was probably living in the motion picture country retirement community, the hospital care for folks who used to work on the Chambers was interviewed by Bobby Short, the Bigfoot enthusiast, as they were generally Bigfooters.
Yes, Bigfooters.
Yes, and I've actually been to
Oh, yeah.
yeah, because my wife's insurance is through the writer's guide. We had to go there for something. It's beautiful.
Oh,
It's
yes.
way out.
Yeah.
So many legends. Like,
Yeah.
you don't really realize it.
Right. I think people were shocked back in the 30s, I believe, because I can't remember the story that there were a lot of famous actors who were dying destitute with no health care or
That's right. That's why I got found.
Yeah.
So Bobby Short was a registered nurse, apparently did this while wearing her nurse's uniform. Interviewed Chambers in February of 1997 specifically about the rumors that had circulated for years that he was the one who had made a costume for Project Patterson. During the interview, Chambers denied any connection with Patterson Gimlin and gave a now famous quote about it within the Bigfooters community, saying, quote, "I'm good, but not that good." Chambers went on to say that in his opinion, neither he nor anyone else could have made the Bigfoot scene. Years earlier, before 1975, Robert and Francis Burnett, authors of Bigfoot the Mysterious Monster, had interviewed Chambers. He told them that if the creature is a man in a suit, then it's no ordinary ghost. It is not something they bought or rented in a store. It would have to be something tailor-made. Chambers also said that if it was a suit, then he thought it might have been made out of real animals.
Yeah, looked that good to him.
Chambers also admitted to Bobby Short, the nurse, that he was aware of the circulating rumors that he was PGF agent creator, but never came out and corrected them.
And again, that's a testament to the suit being very good, as we
Yeah.
so he's willing to take credit for it, and just by not saying
A
anything.
lot of people are willing to take credit for it, either by not saying something or by saying something. Like we can go back to the Morris family saying, "Hey, we made that suit. That's our suit. By the way, here's our giant store full of customers."
Yeah, which I'd love to visit Charlotte.
Well, yes, I'm planning to visit.
Yeah.
Well, I might not say that.
Look, you can look at it both ways here. One is that the suit is so good, you're willing to lag yourself onto it somehow. Or, think about this, the suit is so good that two of the big heavyweights in prosthetic costume making in Hollywood have to go good. Yeah, we come out, that's not that.
Yeah, we can make that. Right, and that's another thing that Munz talks about is your reputation as a costumer is affected by how you react to something that nobody can figure out what it is. It's better to say, "Oh yeah, I can do that. Of course I can do that. Wait, by the way, I'm available next week.
I have an opening. Yeah,
coming
up. But no, because if you said, "Geez, that looks so good, I can't do that," it's like, "Oh, well, then we're gonna find
We're
someone
gonna hire
you."
you.
Yeah, what do you? Well, we thought you could handle this. So of course it's easy. That thing is a piece of crap, and you can do it in your sleep for a couple $100.
Right.
But let's talk about somebody who also made costumes, maybe not his own, but he also acted in them a lot, and that's Janos Prohaska. Now, John Green had shown the PGF, the Hungarian actor and stunt by Janos Prohaska, thought that the creature in the film looked pretty authentic.
And I want to point out here real quick, this is something that I learned from Munz book. A performer in a costume like that is called the mime.
Yeah.
And so if you look at Andy Serkis, he would be called a mime.
Right.
So he's done out of the costume. Right. But the person in the costume is generally referred to as a mime. Munz, when he's talking about costumes,
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was fascinating.
So Janos, he's Hungarian, but he lived in the U.S. and got a lot of work at TV and film. You know, he had a lot of experience playing various monsters, animals, and ancient costumes for television in the 1960s. Prohaska had played a gorilla in a few episodes of Gilligan's Island. He played an albino gorilla in the TV series Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. And he
also appeared on What's My Line, that TV show there. I was gonna say, I've done it. I actually saw that 50 times. Oh, seriously? Yes, I did. I did not realize that's what I was looking for. Did you see the gorilla? Yes, I did. Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. And he's only credited for, I think, that one episode, but he appeared a couple of times. Yeah, so he probably brought his own costume. I was like, no way. I just read it. Wait for this. Okay. He had made a monkey suit for his appearance on What's My Line, and for the original OG Star Trek fans out there, ROTHSCHILD played the Horta in the Devil in the Dark episode, which was William Shatner's favorite episode. And the very first time Bones, Dr. McCoy, says, "I'm a doctor, not a like." Yes. So, and in this case, it was a bricklayer, because when Captain Kirk asked Dr. McCoy to heal the Horta, it kind of looks like this globular stone. Oh, I know what it looks like. Yeah. This is what I was so excited about. I know that episode backwards and forwards. Oh, you do? Oh, yeah. But I'm going to let you finish this sentence. No, I'll jump in. All right, with my Spock impression. It was a well-liked episode. Leonard Nimoy also thought that Devil in the Dark was a wonderful episode. And Leonard Nimoy also narrated In Search of, which did an episode of the BGM. So once again, everything is connected. Well, and this is what I want to point out. In addition to this, the great scene in this was when Spock does a mind meld with the Horta. See, what's happening is it's this planet, and they're mining the planet. And the Horta is this rock monster thing, and it's killing the miners like crazy. It turns out it's killing the miners because the miners are inadvertently killing the Horta's babies. Oh, yeah. Dang it, I was going to watch that. I know it came out in 1968, 67, but I'm not sure. The thing is, Spock does the mind meld with the rock creature, and then he famously that's the thing. That's the thing he gets from the Horta experience in his older baby. Right. So it's really a great performance from him. Well, that's one character he played, and he made some of these costumes that he had to so this thing was like, yeah, he crawled around. He had been down on his hands and knees with this outfit on his back. It was very short, big, rock thing. It's sort of so he's played a fair amount of named creatures in costumes on TV, and I think one main point to keep in mind here with the Oscar times, the story here is that he has a lot of experience acting in ape suits that were the best on TV at the time. Even though David Daly would consider schlocky, but that's all we got back then, and we all loved it. So these suits would be contemporary in the same era as what Patterson could have come up with in the late 1960s. That's why I think it's important. I'm saying here's a professional costume. If Patterson had the money, he hired this guy to make it, right? Not maybe trying to do it himself. Or Patterson was just a natural born costume maker of the best of his generation there, but he was really quite still. Prohaska was asked what he thought of the PGM, and he thought it was faked, and he said, "I don't think so. To me, it looks very, very real." His conclusions were that to him, if it was a costume, it was, quote, remarkably realistic and sophisticated, the best costume we had ever seen. And according to Dr. Jeffrey Melton's book, the only explanation he could come up with was that fake hair was directly to the actor's skin, which you imagine that. But then again, as we said before, you have to be Charles Atlas, the bodybuilder, to exhibit some of that muscle definition you see with Patty and the largeness of it, unless you, again, have this whole padded silicone, bags of water, as David suggests might be taking place here, to give the squish. That's the other option. If you're going in directly to the skin, or also, as they could suggest, maybe to a tight-fitting pair of long johns in the waffle print. There's just a lot of trying to do it. Well, and going back to our bonus episode from last week, think about everything that Norma went through on Land of the Lost, and how long that took. And then, by the way, take a look at what he looked like. It wasn't exactly the most realistic looking primate. I mean, it was based on Shaka, and so, which, by the way, that BBC recreation documentary, that's what their recreation of Patty looked like. Right. Like Shaka. Shaka looked better. Yorma looked better. That's the whole point. This is pretty good. So, again, that's been a couple of theories put forward as far as costume fabrication, that somehow Patterson or somebody who's being alive to this day had taken something form-fitting. Now, spandex, according to Jeff Blackman, was was not available in 1960. And Hans talked about as well. Yeah, we talked about that before. Yeah, I know, but something fitting. And as we said, the date was, well, maybe it was cotton, something like that. But it would have to have been, to look that good, something that has to be form-fitting directly to the actor's skin, because you can see all this muscle definition. And then what I would put forth is that then your actor there has to be some kind of bodybuilder or something with beautiful. Otherwise, then you have to figure out how to fold up the suit in these gigantic proportions, and then you have to make it look walking. Right. So it gets more, to me, more and more involved. More you gotta stretch this. By the way, stretch. Don't say what it did. Spandex actually came out 20 years later. So that's pretty interesting. In fact, I'll read this short quote. Yeah. In 1967, we didn't have the spandex stretch first we have now from National Fiber Technology. It just had plain old fur cloth, woven much like carpets are, base weave and a pile of the hair. And the base weave didn't have any real elasticity. We also had real animal pelts like bear skins. We had wefted human hair and stuff common wigs. We had custom hand-tied lace hair from ventilated hair pieces like the common beards and mustaches. And we had crepe wool, which was a common theatrical hair, hand-laid in place on the suit or the performer's body. Human hair and yak hair for hand-laid was also occasionally done. Most of these suits were either real animal pelts or fur cloth. The other options were either very costly or very cheap. Issues of hair color and color changing, hair length, hair density, options for styling, and cost dictated the decision of which hair material to go on a given job. So that's the Montana hair technique. What I thought was important there was to mention how they didn't have, let's make it very clear, there was nothing that stretched like that in 1967. So now we've heard from the people that actually make the suits and wore them. But now let's take a look at the technicians who work at the studio, people that might be doing more of the mechanical special effects side, or the studio technicians that would be more familiar with actually capturing it on film, that have seen animals on film in documentaries and such. The movie studio experts. There's an interesting bit here from the Wikipedia regarding the film being seen by movie industry executives and their opinions, in addition to individual special effects makeup artists. According to Chris Murphy, and John Green, Roger Patterson, Bob Gimlin, and Al Diatley all traveled down to Hollywood to show the PTF to the head of the documentary film department of Universal Studios, Dale Sheets, along with some other technicians. The feeling by Sheets and the others was that they could attempt to fake the costume, but they would have to create a completely new system of artificial muscles and then find an actor who could be trained to walk like that. They said it might be done, but would have to add that it, quote, would be almost impossible, as reported in Hunter and David. So that statement points to them being impressed with the musculature apparent in the suit, and also the actor's performance, if it was an actor's suit. A quote from Dale Sheets and his team, as it appears in Dick Kirkpatrick's article from National Wildlife Magazine in May 1968, is more of the same general, non-committal, summarized consensus in that, quote, if it is a man in a suit, it's a very good job that would take a lot of time and money. Well, more professionals being impressed with it at least. Grover Krantz stated that John Green showed a first-generation copy of the original PTF to Walt Disney executive Ken Peterson back in 1969. Peterson told Green at that time that their technicians would not be able to duplicate the film. The implication is that if Disney Studios, leaders in animation and animatronics, didn't think they could do it, then it's very unlikely Patterson would. By the way, Mons was in on that, and he said that Disney was a poor choice at the time because their expertise was animatronics and animation, but not specifically those kinds of costumes. Now, Bigfoot researcher Peter Byrne also took a copy to Disney's chief on animation and some assistants in 1972. Now, David Gatling cites that it's not clear exactly how they put it in Disney, but essentially what the experts told Byrne was that they didn't have the ability to duplicate their technology. Now, according to Greg Long, who wrote the book we told you about, where he interviewed pretty much everybody that was ever involved, he's citing Peter Byrne. He says when Byrne showed the film to the head of animation and the assistants, they thought it was a beautiful piece of work, but that it must have been shot in the studio.
When Byrne told them it had been shot in the woods of Northern California, quote, they shook their heads and walked away. Like, either you're pulling our leg or you're not sure that dumbfounded by it. Yeah, because to them it's either, oh, this is an unknown primate, or someone is way better at what we do than us. Yeah, it's kind of mysterious. I mean, you know, you can read that quote, of course, but it's like, you can leave it there. It's like, well, what is their reaction? It's like, I took it to being like, get out of here, you nut, on our leg. Yeah. In that maybe, or we don't know what it is, we just have to walk away. Yeah. It's like, I can't comment on that. I don't know what that is, but yeah, and as I said, mine's opinion is that Disney and Universal Studios experts aren't the most knowledgeable studios to ask about this because their specialties were animation and animatronics. And still, one of the leaders of both, anthropologist and author David Dagley, has an interesting thought about posing questions to Disney studios regarding those two specialties. Dagley says that the exact question you ask the Disney technicians is important. If you ask them if they can produce the scene in animated form and the answer is no, then it just means the special effects could create that scene in the film. If you ask them if they could have gone out in the woods and produced these images and the answer was no, then it means they couldn't have created that scene which Patterson did, even with all their resources and expertise. Yeah, you know what he's talking about here, basically. It's like between one just being possible, right, and it being impossible for them, but possible for Roger. Right. So, yeah, it depends on what you're asking them then. And as he's saying, it's not really clear what the conversations were regarding records of those, just testimony of Byrne having gone out and what we heard from the three guys. They were talking to some experts. But essentially what you're getting around to is that the important question here is whether a human or a machine could have been the thing that was filmed. And essentially what the Disney text said was that if they were tasked with making a Bigfoot movie, they would rather draw one than build one. It's a little easier to make it a cartoon than actually build an animatronic that could walk. And if you're wondering, and we've addressed this previously, but if you're wondering if the image of Patty walking could have been optically placed into the footage of the scenery, John Green checked that out too. Green gave the film to Canada West Films Limited for analysis. Their technicians were convinced that no special effects at the time could have placed the Sasquatch image into the scene in the film. What you see on the film was there at Rabbi. Bill Muntz confirms this later when he does more detailed analysis. Yeah. Now, his opinions about Disney and Universal being the best studios to consult about this, like I said, we're going to hear about that later on. But for now, Muntz thought that the Fox and MGM movie studios would have been better resources to consult because of their experience, and that specifically Stuart Freeborn, England, would have been the best guy to consult for special effects for prosthetic makeup, because Freeborn had recently created groundbreaking 8 costumes for Stanley Kubrick's 2001 Space Odyssey, which was produced by Kubrick and distributed by MGM. Well, there you go. We've heard from the people that do that for a living, make apes, walk around and beat up skeletons with bones. Yes, but that's the best that you have seen on film. Like, you know, at the time. I know people, why are you looking at people talking about them? Maybe let's get back to the scientists. Some of you, maybe a lot of you are saying, why are we still talking about this at all? The idea here is that those people are saying, no, they're not turning it off. I would suspect, though, some people like to complain at us. We know you're out there. Yeah, it's like the terrible meal you still finished. Like, this was awful, but I ate all of it. You know, as we close out this section on scientific experts and the movie experts, is that it's a never before seen, or at least at that point, weird creature that nobody can really get a handle on. Is this an ape? Is it a human? Is it a guy in the costume? Is it something in between? If it is a guy in a costume, then are the people that do this professionally? Well, those are the movie special effects people, because if anyone was going to create a costume, you would have to know their skills and expertise and have some kind of access to the proper materials. If it was a guy in a suit, if it wasn't a guy in a suit, then maybe that thing is real. And what are the implications there? But no matter these two possibilities, the only thing we can do to properly analyze it in a logical and scientific manner is to go back to the film itself, which is why our next guest, I think, is perfect to hear from, because not only is he an expert in creating motion picture special effects, costumes, and prosthetics, he's also now become an expert in analyzing things.
that's going to wrap up part 4 of our series on the Patterson family. We'll be back next week with our interview with Hollywood costume designer and creature-making expert Bill Munns to discuss the idea of Patty being a man in a costume, as well as Bill's in-depth analysis of every frame of every known copy of the Patterson. Please remember to support our sponsors. They help keep the show free and the lights on, like at 14. Special thanks to John Bowen.
Hello, folks. I'm General Josh McCoskey from Erie, PA.
My name is Jennifer. Hi, I'm Rachel Stokes.
Pepperoni balls.
I'm sick. Here we go. Galaxy Line in perpetuity.
Our show is edited by Sarah Voorhees-Whitney and co-produced by Tess Feifel, who is also our head of research. Our theme, which is available as a ringtone, was composed by Judson Crane, and our sound design and additional composing is by Ryan McCullough. Special thanks to the astonishing researcher. But most importantly, we want to thank you, our listeners. Visit our store at astonishinglegends.com or interact with us and other listeners on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also support the show at patreon.com/astonishinglegends, where patrons have access to additional bonus content. No part of this show can be reproduced anywhere without permission. Copyright Astonishing Legends Productions. Good night.
As the days get colder, something super is always in store at the North Superstores. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista and San Diego, you're never far from the North Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite new models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle. Any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase. Thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can buy the same vehicle for less within 5 days, or rate will take you the difference to buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to find your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the North Superstore location closest to you. Like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at NorthReads.com.
Of all the kitchen hacks I know, Better Than Bouillon is my favorite. It's great for broth, of course, but you can also use Better Than Bouillon as a flavor enhancer. Just a spoonful adds so much flavor to stir fry, sauces, even marinades. Plus, they have reduced sodium and organic options, and the culinary collection, which includes amazing flavors like Italian herb and smoky chipotle. Make everything better with Better Than Bouillon. For free shipping on 2 or more jars, use code BETTER at betterthanbouillon.com.
How powerful is the Cox Network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away,
Operating room.
giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox Network, with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
Astonishing Legends with Windows, Squarespace, Lightstream, Harry, and our contributors at Patreon for making tonight's show possible. Last week, we talked about the scientific reports of action of Patterson. Although several scientific lines we learned about, not to prevent because the programs by go into a deeper one. We mostly offer cursory evaluation of the film. But we do more first. We've heard on the bonus episode actor, comedian, director, about Mike Chaka, 2009 comedy feature film, Land of the Lost, a primate like character, based on a 1970s television show of the same name, produced by Sid and Bobby Brown. One of the main takeaways from that interview was how incredibly difficult it was for Norma to put on that costume that no one would even think for a second was anything more than a man in a monkey suit. Not only that costume cost $150,000. Completely imagine the amount of effort required to make a costume as realistic as that. Then imagine making it using 1967 technology. Keeping in mind that predates the invention of spandex. Tonight, we take the costume conversation much further with Hollywood featured costume expert William Bill Munns. He has an extensive background in creating costumes that might rival that. But Bill has more than that to talk about. He spent over a scanning machine built from scratch put together ultra-high resolution scans of each frame of all those copies at over 5K. The film scanner had to be affordable because most folks with a trivial PGF won't let that on their side. One telephone gathered all of this information on a stamp, and tonight he's here to tell you about it. So, settle in, relax, and get ready to make your own decision about whether or not Annie is a man of costume. Welcome back to Astonishing Legends. I'm Scott Philbrook, and this is Forest Workers. The thing that mystifies me is that, given how incredible the Patterson film is, somewhere in the last 50-odd years, somebody else should have been taking some kind of footage that was at least close to it. But there's nothing even close. Everything else is almost junk by comparison. Tonight's guest, Bill Munns. Join us tonight for part 5 of our series on Patterson film. That we are. It's good to be there. Tonight is part 5 of our 6-part series on Patterson. It's one of the most extensive series we've ever covered, so if you stuck with us this long, we'd like to say thank you for writing down. We knew this was going to be multi-part, but we didn't realize how multifaceted it was until we started digging in. A quick note tonight, be sure and visit our store to check out our new pint glasses. We have logo ones there, as well as the David Spencer illustrated blanket Fortiano ones. Pretty cool. Also, when we sold out our coffee mugs a few weeks ago, we were unable to replenish our inventory because the original colors were all back ordered from manufacturers. So we decided to do another run of 2 new colors. That's right, and the new mugs are in and available in our store now. Those colors are black and bright green, and they came out great. You can thank Connor J on our Facebook group for suggesting the green. We thought it actually looked pretty cool. You can find all of this glassware in our store at astonishinglegends.com. Finally, if you haven't already checked it out, download our new favorite podcast, the Likeforlike. It works on both iOS and Android, and it's so easy to use. So once you get it, search for Astonishing Legends and give us a follow. All right, let's go to our interview.
My name is Bill Munns. I've been analyzing the Patterson Gimlin film for about 10 years now, but I brought a very unusual background and an unusual collection of skills to the analysis that no previous researcher had. I actually began my career in the motion picture industry in college in Los Angeles. I was a film student there, and in the course of that film study, I learned pretty much everything from production grades, camera, lighting, sound, makeup editing, assistant director, unit manager, film editor, the whole thing. And I had experience in just about every aspect of film production. From that foundation, I gravitated toward makeup, and then into special makeup effects, creature, monster kind of stuff, and spent a good many years in Hollywood as a freelance artist, creating all kinds of special makeup effects, including a lot of characters and body costumes, creatures in control, and some of them full fur-covered suits, exactly like a lot of people suspect that Patterson people to represent. From there, in the late 90s, I transitioned over to computer graphics because they were basically taking over a lot of the film industry and a lot of the effects work. And so for the last 2 decades, I've actually been focusing a lot on computer graphics technology. The reason why this background positions me uniquely to analyze the Patterson Gimlin film is, first of all, it is a 16mm film. And a filmmaker, one who's actually shot, filmed, edited it, operated the cameras, been on the set, gone on distant locations, one who actually knows the realities of how films are made, has to make the first assessment of the film itself. The second area of the film, of course, is the subject figure within it, and a lot of suspicion is that it's costume. The only person who's properly qualified to analyze that issue and come to any definite conclusion is a person who's actually designed and fabricated, taken out on set, cared for, worked, made in such big suits or fur-covered costumes. having a background in the design, manufacture, and working of those custom lenses actually is a crucial element for a person to make an analysis of the Patterson film. The only way you can accurately say this is not a costume is if you actually film it. You can explain specifically why you see the film isn't a costume. The third element that's essential to analyzing the Patterson film is an understanding of computer graphic technology, because all the proper image analysis of the scanned film frame must be done with the newest technology of computer graphics, so that you know how to analyze the data which is within those film frames. But the newest computer graphics technology is ideal for that purpose. So I was rather unusual in that I brought all three of these skills to the question, to the challenge of researching film, which no researcher before me had ever done.
Wow, that was perfectly well put. I can tell you had to talk about this. In light of that, what first motivated you to analyze the PDF?
Well, you have to remember now, I was in college when the film actually was released, so I was vaguely aware of it when it was first announced to the public. It was in Argosy magazine published in February of 1968. But at the time, even though I was aware of it being announced, I was paying far more attention to the fact that the original movie Planet of the Apes was released that same February, and a few months later, in April, the film 2001: A Space Odyssey was released, which had a sequence of ape-like humans in what's called the Dawn of Man sequence, where we film. And because I was learning makeup and I was interested in makeup effects at the time, more of my attention was actually on the ape suits that were designed for Planet of the Apes and Space Odyssey than they were about the Patterson film itself. So I was aware of it at the time, but all of my focus was on the reality of ape suits, ape costumes, and how they're built. And of course, that's absolutely essential if you're going to try to analyze the film. Over the years, subsequently, I was always aware of that. It was such a distinctive presence in the whole topic of the whole phenomenon of Bigfoot. The Patterson-Gimlin film has such a unique position in it that one particular still frame of the second figure looking back at the camera while aggressively striding forward. That one picture literally is the icon for the whole Bigfoot phenomenon. You know, as soon as you show that picture, people know, yeah, Bigfoot. Right. And you say Bigfoot, people think of that picture. It is so identified with the phenomenon. So all during the years subsequent when I was working in the makeup effects business, my mind would occasionally go back to the Patterson film because it was so iconic in connection to that. But my interest, oddly enough, wasn't so much in analyzing the film. My interest was more in anticipating maybe I'm going to get a job building a Bigfoot for the movie. If so, I want to have all the skills necessary. But obviously, you know, if I want to do something that's sort of authentic to the concept that we think of, I would certainly want to be aware of what this Bigfoot figure in this famous Patterson film looks like. So I would go back to it occasionally for that purpose as well. But it wasn't until many, many years later, it was actually only after about 1987 when I had finished a television commercial for a computer, and they wanted to do a parody of the 2001 Dawn of Man sequence. I designed 5 ape suits for that particular television commercial for a company called ASC Computers, and that gave me an opportunity to work with stretch spandex fur cloth for the very first time. It was actually only invented in the industry around 1984. I was able to do this back in 1987. And once I had the experience of working with this spandex cloth that has a 4-way stretch to it, I was able to compare it to the reality of the old fur cloth that we had used back in the 60s, 70s, even early 80s. And the old stuff doesn't stretch any which way. Theoretically, a little bit stretches on the bias, the diagonal beam. But generally speaking, it's like carpet. It's got a very heavy, solid backing behind it. And it just doesn't stretch in any reasonable way that resembles the way real skin would hair and stretch. the comparison of the stretch fur cloth and the old-fashioned non-stretch fur cloth stuck in my mind, and then something brought me back to the Patterson film. And in looking at it again, I realized, looking at the back of the neck behaves exactly like either real fur on a real and on the body, or it behaves like stretch fur. But it doesn't behave like the old-fashioned fur cloth available in the late 1960s. And that kind of personalized in my mind this film probably is not a fake, because what I'm looking at is the neck. Just something's happening there that technology of 1967 couldn't create. I didn't actually fully get into the analysis, however, until around 2008. Oddly enough, I was reading the Los Angeles Times article about Edgar Perez collection of Bigfoot evidence and some footprints and stuff. And so I was just wondering, did his Bigfoot researchers have sort of ever talked to someone who actually designed the film costume? So I contacted the LA Times, the person who wrote the article. He referred me to that. I sent him an email or something, and I just posed the question, have any researchers ever really talked to somebody like me, really after this costume? And I was thinking, okay, maybe I can contribute a little bit. Maybe I'll give them a few hours of my time for the benefit of my knowledge, and I'll just get back to my life. But in researching, to talk to a researcher, I went on the internet and I found the Bigfoot forum and found all of the pictures that were there, and I was absolutely astonished at the amount of evidence that was actually real. And so I was drawn into it, and the more I saw the evidence, the more I realized I can analyze this evidence, I can make a difference, I can contribute something to this that nobody has before. And from that point, I was basically
And it's funny because we were just kind of starting our research when I stumbled across the postings that had been made on a forum with the analysis of the costume. And I'm so glad I would have found your book, but I was not aware of it when you emailed me and told me about it. And it's just such a great example of critical thinking and a very deep analysis that covers honestly every possible angle that I can think of with regard to whether or not that film is depicting someone in a costume. So I commend you for making it something that from a layperson can understand, because the costume process, when I started reading about the nature of all the work you have to do as more than just being an artist, it seems to me it's almost like a knowledge of biology and as well as mechanical engineering in a way to understand the framing and when we talk about the musculature and all the things you have to do to get that to work right and the state of technology in the 70s versus today. And it's a really fascinating book, which I strongly recommend to our listeners to check out, which by the way, the book is called Roger and Patty, and that's by the way, we'll have a link to it for this episode of the show. But I mean, the first thing that I was really interested in, we have covered a lot of topics that are folkloric or legendary in nature, and a lot of times we don't have evidence that we can work with. We have to use evidence that we rightfully so say, well, you know, I just can't count that because it's anecdotal, or as I was testifying, because we're frequently covering things where that's all there is, or maybe haven't done the past and even less. There's only historical accounts and you don't know where they're coming from. For example, the Jersey Devil is very early stories about the Jersey Devil. We managed to trace that all down to what seemed like it started in a political route. Those leaders of the Quakers, they got just kind of nasty involved into what eventually kind of became the Jersey Devil. But in this case, what you say at the beginning of the book is the only thing, even though you touch on all the theories and the anecdotes, the only thing that matters to me is the empirical evidence. And in this case, that is the film. The film is the hard evidence that we can look at and analyze, which is what you did. So I guess the first thing I'd like to do is for our listeners to understand the scope of your work. One of the first things, and I know this is sort of towards the end of your book, but I thought something that you might lay out to them initially that would demonstrate how thorough you were is the frame inventory and the inventory of the copies and how many stills that you have digitized and scanned. And it seems like a lot of it is 5K. Talk a little bit about the materials you used to conduct your analysis.
It's a curious phenomenon that the current generation of people example, most people who are in their teens, 20s, 30s, maybe even in their 40s, they're all part of what we might call the digital generation. And their understanding of technology is generally wrapped up in digital technology. To them, that's just the way the world is. And they don't know the time before then. It's kind of like people who drive cars, and you try to explain, well, you know, in the old days, they rode horses. It's like, what? You know, okay, I mean, how does that work? You know, I mean, where do you park your horse? You know, kind of a thing, you know, or whatever like that. Most people don't realize, you know, the YouTube generation, that their experience looking at Patterson film is almost always in a digital video form. And there's one subtle thing they don't realize, and that is that film is normally taken at 24 frames per second. Back in those days, occasionally, if there was no soundtrack to be added, it was taken at 16 frames per second. The standard of video is 30 frames per second. So if you have a film that runs 24 frames per second and you want to show it so that everything appears to be occurring at the same time, the conversion from film to video actually has to add 6 frames per second to get it up to 30 frames. Now, those frames typically in a telescene conversion are blended. One frame is blended into another. And a lot of people looking at Patterson film, even if they have a video and they have an editing tool, so they can frame grab individual frames from the video, but they don't seem to realize that 1/5 of the frames they're grabbing are fake frames. They're synthesized to bring it up to 30 frames per second. So they see things in the video, and they don't even realize that's not in the original film, because the frame blending added. One example of this is a crazy idea that somebody came up with. It's a company called the Master Theory.
Oh, I was going to ask you about this. I'm so glad you just brought it up.
Someone was looking at it, and there was a little white speck in the frame. And then right before it was kind of a half-light speck, exactly the same spot. So this person concluded that what the film had captured was the muzzle flash of the gun shooting at the Bigfoot characters. Somebody was there shooting Bigfoot's massacre, and that's what the Patterson captured. That's the theory. The problem was that white speck is only on one copy, and it's only in one frame, which is simply a dust speck of printing. The reason we know this is that in order to understand the integrity of any particular copy of the film, you must actually compare it to other copies, because anything that was on the camera original will convey to every copy. But something which is added in the printing process of an individual copy means that copy will be slightly different in some respect with another copy. But only if you have multiple copies can you compare them to determine. That's one of the things that the researchers have done before. Well, in this particular massacre theory, this white speck that supposedly was the gunshot muzzle flash is just one little dust speck on one frame of one particular copy owned by a researcher, John Green. And the half flash that supposedly was recorded was a blend frame from the telescene conversion from a film 30 frames per second video. So this theory was based upon a total lack of understanding of the filmmaking process as compared to the video process. And as soon as I analyzed it, because I have background in that, I was able to recognize the truth. That pretty well just kind of blew it out of the water. It's just the whole theory fell apart as having no merit. Before that speck is not a gun firing. It's just a speck that was printed through one printing copy is any other copy, and that half frame thing was an artifact of a telescene conversion.
How powerful is the Cox network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away.
Connected to remote operating room.
Giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox network, with gig speeds everywhere, it's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox Cox serviceable areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
As the days get cooler, something super is always in store at the Northridge Superstore. Warm up with super prices on a super selection at 11 convenient locations. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, Vista and San Diego. You're never far from the Northridge Superstore. Shop America's most popular brands: Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda. We have all your favorite new models in stock. Looking to trade? We want to buy your vehicle, any make, any model, any year. Plus, enjoy total peace of mind with your purchase thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. If you can find the same new vehicle from us within 5 days, our rate will pay you the difference to buy your vehicle back. It's that simple. Ready to buy your dream ride? Take a test drive today at the Northridge Superstore location closest to you. Like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at northridge.com.
Hi, I'm Glendale from Love Glendale, and when I'm working on my art, I'm listening to Astonishing Legends. Now let's get back to the show.
My background, what I did when I started approaching it immediately, what I realized was that no one before had ever actually understood the evidence as film. Now, one thing is that we're all working with copies. The camera original itself is missing right now, but we think we're in the future. But at the moment, we don't have access to it, so we work with copies. Well, you must analyze multiple copies in order to understand everything about the film, because each copy can reveal something that another copy may not. Only a filmmaker would actually understand that. Most people would take one copy and they think, okay, that's it. You don't realize if they see the copy. Another one, there's other data that could help analysis. So when I started with this, I first was just trying to get a full-frame copy of true absolute full-frame, because I wanted to do a stereo photogrammetry analysis to try and reconstruct the glare, and I needed a full-frame copy to do it. So I went up to Canada where John Green lived and had access to one of his copies, and I did a digital scan of all 900 frames, 904 frames of film, every one in 4K resolution. So I did the full scan, but then I found out that his copy actually wasn't true full frame. Ever so slightly cropped in, maybe about 5% cropped in. So it's like 95% of the picture, but it's not 100%. So I was still looking for another copy that was a true 100% copy of the original. And I had to go to another person who had one, which is Patterson, the widow of Patterson. She had one, and it took a while to get arrangements to get permission from her and go to her house in Yakima and scan her complete copy. And then a few other copies became accessible to me, and I started scanning those. It built up to the point that I built up an excellent copy inventory, as many known copies as possible, and what is unique or digital about each one. But you have to consider each scan is like 4K or 4,000 pixels across. So we're talking about like 3 or 4 megabytes of data if you express like 15, 18 megabytes of and 954 frames of film. Then you add on multiple copies of the scan, and sometimes they're scanned in several ways, like sometimes they're staged with a creature subject to bring up the highlights and shadows of the subject body anatomy. Sometimes we scan from your balance of the landscape, possible artifacts in the ground, like maybe footprints and such. So we sometimes scan a film not easily. So I ended up with about 35,000 scans at 4K, a couple of megabytes each one. And I've got several hundred gigabytes of data, but it is by far the most expensive collection of data related to film that any researcher has ever had. Hundredfold greater than any other researcher can access it. And part of what I did, I think I mentioned in the question about the frame inventory, one of the things that I did is that I actually checked every single individual frame across all different copies and numbered them correctly. Found out that the traditional frame number system is actually off by 2 portions. Found exactly how many frames there were, and that I was able to actually analyze how many segments where the film cameras actually started and stopped. And all of this is derived from all of this data analysis. Now, part of the value of the frame inventory is the fact that anytime someone from the internet community comes up with a frame of film and says, I've looked at this frame and I think this means that, well, the first thing that I do is I copy it, I go right to my inventory, and I say, it's a true frame. The YouTube generation doesn't understand that. So they think it's a real frame, but it's actually a frame lens. But two frames means it's basically closed out. Can't do analysis. So there may be something in that frame lens that actually has relevance because it is a true image data. But the frame inventory is tremendously valuable for that. So anytime something shows me what they think is a frame of film, I can find out exactly which one it is, and I can compare it with other copies, and I can tell you if it's a true frame or lens, whether it's useful for analysis or not. I'm very, very proud of the fact that that's one of my most significant contributions to this research effort.
Yeah, I trust you have it well and truly backed up as well, right? It's not just on one part.
No, it's not quite.
Yeah, I can imagine. What is your speculation or hunch of what happened to the original?
Okay, here's the story. It's kind of a convoluted, it's really quite funny. Roger Patterson, of course, has the camera original himself. He made some copies of the full frame contact lenses, kept one of the two others. He has all the originals of John Green, and in the late 67, early 68. They took it to Piano West Labs up in Vancouver, and they did an Ektachrome master on an optical printer so that they could do freeze frame slow motion zoom in effects on the film. And then the camera original came back to Roger. Then in 71, Roger made a deal with a company in Utah called American National Enterprise, A&E. And they wanted to do a documentary called Bigfoot Man or Beast. They wanted to use Roger's footage. So he loaned them the camera original so that they could print their Ektachrome, their printed masters and their production master off of his camera original, also without the printer. And I suspect it was done with a liquid ink and printing, which is unusual because it actually has less scratches. The A&E copies have less scratches than the other versions, even though it was done later. Roger had projected the original over time and scratched up. The only way you can eliminate scratches in printing is with a liquid ink printer. So I suspect they were using a liquid ink optical printer for that. Anyways, A&E kept it, and Roger became progressively more ill. He had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, the cancer of the gland that was reoccurring. He had been treated for it back around 64, 65, and was in remission, did the film, other stuff. But then it came back around 70, 71, and sadly Roger passed away in January 72. A&E still had his camera original. The family apparently had no concern or was really aware of it. They were dealing with his passing and the president or another to get on the line. So they didn't pay attention to the fact that A&E still had the camera original. Now, A&E apparently went bankrupt and in the bankruptcy, all of their assets, including office furniture and such, were liquidated at auction. Somebody in Florida bought a lot of the office equipment in that liquidation auction. And when it was delivered to them, they found in one of the file cabinets they bought was the camera original film in a file cabinet. They became the legal owner of it, but they had no legal right to show the film or license to use the film. In other words, they owned the physical property, but they didn't own the rights to keep media use the film. That was retained still by the back in the So this company sent this film, realizing that it was very valuable, the original they put it into storage with a film vault in the center. Around 1974. Now, one of the researchers related it, and was Bob Gimlin's new file a legal claim to say that he had some claim of ownership of the film. And the judge agreed, and in the judge's ruling, Bob was given 51% ownership of the rights to distribute stills, which are some Patterson drugs, 49% plus the right to distribute or license showing of the film itself to an electronic inspection. Renee Hansen, the researcher, bought Bob Gimlin 51% share of ownership. Something like that. So Renee bought the rights, so then Renee owned 51% of the film. He then went to that film lab that had the original, and he showed them he was 51% owner of the film legally, and he demanded that they release it to him so that he could do some analysis.
You said lab, but you mean the storage facility, right?
Storage facility. So Renee insisted the storage facility release the owner, the possession of the film to them for analysis. He enlisted the aid of a man named Bruce Bonnie, who was a photo expert. And together they did a fairly extensive evaluation of the camp original, including producing 12 high-quality prints, close-up prints of the subject figure in the film on a single film stock, really very, very brilliant, high-saturation color, high-quality copy stock. So they produced these secret films, which are among the best individual pictures ever done of the subject figure. At some point, though, the Hinman and Bonnie parted ways, and they were reported to be very, very belligerent, maybe violent separation of the two. And at that point, the camp original basically disappeared. They never returned to the photo film. We don't know if Renee Hinton kept it. Officially, he never said he did. Unofficially, he told two people, the president of the record, he had it. But when he passed away about 20 years ago, his son inherited all of his things. His son did not seem to have any knowledge of having the originals. Another possibility is that Bruce Bonnie kept it, and he became a exclusive person to Arizona and basically shut out the world. And so we don't know where the camp original is right now. But Bonnie and Hinton's son, there's always a chance they actually did return it to the lab. Somebody in the lab knew what it was, knew the value of it, maybe didn't check it in. He just took it home instead. That's even a possibility. We're still searching for it. We still are semi-optimistic that we actually will find it. It will be a tremendous discovery if we do actually find the original. That don't we consider almost literally national treasure. So that is
if the original film could be found and scanned at 4K or higher, but more detail or possible clues could be probably fine from a much better scan of the original. Do you think there's still some information out there? And in what area? Could it be the actual muscle flexure of the beast, or the fur, or disvalue more of these rumors about it being a costume? What do you think we could find out if we did this original?
The value of the original is several fold if we can find it, get it, and actually scan it. You need to understand in old film technology, whenever you start with a camera original film, whether it's a negative or a positive, every time you make a copy, you lose detail and you increase continuity. In terms of losing detail, the reality is simply that your film grains in the emulsion are in a random arrangement. And every bit of film stock to film stock, these grain particles are in different random ranges. It's not like a digital picture where every single point of light or color, every pixel has an exact location, address, and color value. So you can make a lossless copy without any loss of detail of any digital image. But on film, it's what we call a lossy medium, because when you make a copy, the grain pattern, grain structure copy stock doesn't exactly align with the grain pattern in Camera Original. Because it doesn't align perfectly, it doesn't make a perfect copy. Little bits and pieces kind of slightly shift or change the shape, the color, their value, and you lose detail. Very simple. The second thing, though, is that when you make a copy, you start to build up a little bit of contrast, which means the darker tones go more dark toward black, the lighter tones go more light toward white, and then when they read pure white or pure black, then they just flip, they lose all contrast. This is a problem with any copy, so when you're dealing with what we work, which is mostly like second and third generation copies, there's a fair amount of contrast buildup, and there's a fair amount of loss of detail. Now, if we go back to the original, thus we have more detail, reliable detail, one. Second, though, we have less contrast on the body of the subject figure, which means analyzing the anatomy of the subject, the possible motion of the skin, the hair, the musculature underlying, all of that can be better done on the original than can be on the copy. So in both of those respects, analyzing the original is likely to be just a godsend for this particular question. So we are hoping to get it. If I get my hands on it, I'm going to scan it at 8K. Now, normally, 16 millimeter film, 2K or 2,000 pixels across, that's about the same as high definition television. That's as big as you can scan it. You don't want to see the grain. Most people, when they copy a film, don't want to see the grain. They want to see the picture. They want to look clear. So they never normally scan 16 millimeter above 2K. I went at 4K because I actually wanted to see the grain because that guaranteed I would get as much detail as possible. But if I have access to the original, I plan on scanning it at 6 or 8K because I actually want to get even more of the detail of the individual grains. And then I can actually look at the grain detail on each of the three color emulsion layers, the red layer. Actually, even compare those because oddly enough, the level of detail is actually different on the layers. It's sharper on the red, somewhat on the green, and it's actually terrible on the blue layer. So if you drop it down to a chromatic breakdown of channel channels, and you only look at the red channel, or you only look at the green channel, or maybe the red and green together, you actually can see more detail than you can if you have the blue, because the blue actually has got more shading better. So if I get access to the original, I will be scanning it for all of those purposes.
I have a Telson question, actually, that brought to mind. And I understand because a lot of these people don't want to release their copies. They built a portable rig that you can take and you're scanning on site for them.
Yes.
And that rig that you built is capable of an 8K scan.
I have to change the camera. Right. In other words, the scanning system actually uses a Canon camera, and the current one that I use, 12.2 megapixels, which is a 4K scan, 4200 wide. If I want to ramp it up to 8K, I'd have to go to a Canon. I can't remember the exact model, but it's like a 50 megapixel camera.
Right.
And a 50 megapixel is about 8,200 pixels wide. So that would be 8K.
So you're scanning with a DSLR, high quality. My next question would be from my days in commercials, whenever we would go to a film transfer, probably scan those especially as well. We put everything in the bath before we did it so that we wouldn't have any dirt. And that's where you're usually kind of bathing on the exertion. I would imagine that people might be nervous about that.
Well, there are some lens cleaning cloths, fluids, and such like that can be done. And what I would do is I'd take a lens cleaning cloth and sort of put the film into a set of rewinds just to run it back and forth between the reels. And then I'd wrap the cloth on both sides of the film and then pull it on the take-up rewind, pull it literally through the cloth, running down the full length of it, and then go back the other way, reverse it back through, back and forth about 10 or 12 times with a film cleaning cloth. And that has it up very, very well. I suppose that might be a little better, but if I'm going to the person who does the film, that suffices because it is literally made for cleaning film. Sure, it's a proper product, and the person who owns the film does get their nervous that, oh my God, we're going to ruin it.
Right. So the next thing I'd like to do for the sake of our listeners who doesn't have it, is talk a little bit about the nature of your analysis, which you're going to provide for the next 36 hours. And I'm going to try to just keep up with it. I'm going to try to abbreviate some of the questions. I guess where I'd like to start with was a sentence known as a parameter that stood out to me and something I hadn't really thought about when I first saw the film. You identified 6 segments in actually tell our listeners a little bit about those 6 segments.
Certainly. First of all, most people, when they see the complete Patterson film on YouTube, they think Roger just turned on his camera, filmed for about a minute, ran the film. Yeah, they don't realize that he started to stop his camera 6 times in that segment. Now, the way that we know we have a camera start and stop is 2 things. One, if the scene changes suddenly from one composition to another, that will usually be a camera start or stop. The second thing, though, is that when you start up a camera, the shutter starts turning right away to open it up for an exposure of the film. But the very first frame, the motor isn't quite up to full speed. It's actually running a little slow. It gets up to full speed around the second frame. Now, if the shutter is turning slower than the first frame, that means it's open for longer periods of time. That means that that one frame is lighter than the rest of the frames. That's what we call a camera start indicator. The first frame is slightly overexposed. Now, when you edit a film, you normally chop off the camera starts. Usually you've got a slate and a few other things before action starts. You chop all that off, but even if you're doing a documentary, slating anything. Most of the time when a film is edited, some little part of the front is chopped off, and you lose that camera start. But for Roger's film, we have camera starts for each one, so we know that is actually stopping the camera and starting it again without its edit. And from that analysis technology, we've been able to determine that there actually are 6 segments to the film. And what happened in each one of them is actually very curious. So when Roger started walking toward the subject figure and turned his camera on while he was walking, that is something unusual. After approximately 5 seconds, and I say approximately because we don't know his exact camera speed. We know how many frames it was to the stop. We don't know his running time, whether it was 4.5 to 6 seconds. So let's call it 5. It's 90 frames. At that point, he's been walking forward for about 5 seconds, and the camera stops. And then he starts it right up again, and the subject figure is taking a few steps, and the composition is different, which means he was still walking forward when the camera went off, and he realized it was off and turned it back on. Then it goes into segment 2, he's still walking forward toward the subject. And still going after it, it starts to disappear behind some landscape foreground creek. And he gets to the point where he comes up to the creek that separated him from the area where the subject figure was. And now he's got to walk across the creek. Well, he's not going to walk across the creek while he's filming. It's almost guaranteed he's going to fall down the ocean. So what Roger had to do was shut down his camera. But when he was standing on the bank before he crossed the creek, kind of looking down on it, figuring, okay, where do I cross? A curious thing happened where his finger pulled down the trigger mechanism of the camera. But as soon as it engaged the motor, or the spring drive motor, as soon as it engaged to start turning it, he let go of it and stopped. So it's literally only 2 frames on this 3rd second. Now, a person would never do that deliberately. In fact, even to try to pretend to do it willfully is actually very difficult because you have to pull it down to engage the mechanism and let it go instantly. So that's the kind of thing that a person would do if he was holding his finger on the trigger mechanism of the camera, but he suddenly lost his balance, like he stepped down the bank, the ground gave way, his foot started to slide down, he's off balance, and his finger just pulled down on that let go without him even realizing it. He had this third frame thing. That's something that no filmmaker would ever do deliberately, one of the indicators. When he gets to the fourth segment, he's crossed the creek and he started to walk up the other bank. And when he's walking up the bank, he actually sees that his subject figure is still there. Because when he was crossing the creek, he didn't see the figure. He doesn't know where she is, what she's doing, whether she's gone into the woods, whether there's others there, whether she's going to come back at him and ambush him. He doesn't know. When he walks up the bank, he's halfway up. He can see over the edge of the creek bank. He can see she's still there. She's still walking away, and she's still in completely open country. So even before he gets to the top of the bank, he starts the camera again, desperate to get a good shot. We can tell that by actually analyzing it in the first few frames of that segment 4. The camera actually raises up slightly. A foreground element compared to a background element changes its height perspective. He's actually moving the camera up. Then he runs around this crazy little S-shaped branch, charging toward her to get a position where he thinks he can get a better shot. Most of the time in this segment 4, when he's running, the camera's actually pointing towards the ground. It's kind of pretty much a useless segment about frame 1. Then he stops the camera, he plants himself down when he's got a clear field of view of the subject, nothing interferes with it, and he wants to get the best possible shot that he can. So when he's planted himself in the ground, holding himself absolutely steady, he turns the camera on, and he now gets the best segment of the film, commonly called the look back, because he's holding the camera steady, he's panning it as she moves along, and that's when she actually looks back at the camera at him and then keeps going. And then after that, he again stops the camera, runs forward to a new position, and then finally starts it again, and she walks off into the woods, and he runs out of film. So those are the actual 6 segments. But our ability to analyze those segments actually tells us a lot about the behavior of the cameraman. And the behavior that it describes is not the kind of thing that a person would do if they were willfully filming a deliberate planned production of a hoax. Exactly the kind of thing that a person would do in a spontaneous, unexpected, uncontrolled, almost panic situation of trying to desperately get footage. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So everything about the movement and the different segments is very, very compelling, even in its own right. That what we see here is a truly unrehearsed, unplanned, unexpected, spontaneous, and rather desperate attempt to film something extraordinary.
Wow. Yeah, one of the loose ends that you seem to be puzzled about was the rotational frame that had the rotational blur on it.
Oh, that's
yeah. What do you think happened there?
The frame number 1 of segment 3 is to frame trigger slip of the camera. The strange thing about it is that it has motion blur in most of the frames. And the motion blur is rotation, because normally when you move a camera up, down, or left, right, the motion blur is a straight line in the direction of whatever direction you move the camera. So let's say you move the camera suddenly left, right, real fast. Anything that has a very distinct light or dark value to it kind of blurs to the left or blurs to the right. But it's a straight line usually. But when the blur line is actually curved, then the camera is actually being rotated. And yet the upper right corner of the frame is almost completely sharp. Normally, camera blur is what we call global. It occurs over the entire frame. So if you blur the camera, everything in it's going to have basically the same amount of blur and in the same direction. But in this case, this upper right corner is sharp, and the rest of the body of the camera actually is blurred with this rotational blur, which is utterly bizarre. That can occur because the shutter, most people don't really actually understand the mechanism of the shutter. They kind of think that it's like, okay, it's open, it's closed, and on. Well, it's actually not. It's a rotating thing that blocks the light coming into the shutter, but it rotates and it curves around, so it starts top at one corner, it curves around through it, and then curves down into it. So when it starts blocking one area, the other area is getting exposed. So different parts of the frame are actually exposed at slightly different times. It's a very, very subtle thing. Most of the time you can never see the results of it, but occasionally, depending on how photography is done, can see evidence of this, where different parts of the frame have actually different amounts of motion words it can occur. And in this instance, it did occur on that frame, and the only thing I could think of that could possibly explain it is that when the shutter was opening up, when his finger was pulling it down and letting it go, which suggests to me that he lost his balance, he actually rotated the camera, but he rotated it in a way where the center of rotation actually was literally right through the area of the lens going to the film, because that seems to be the center of the rotation there. So he's holding this camera, but he's literally twisting it clockwise while he's losing his balance and pulling down on the trigger and letting it go instantly. All of that suggests to me that the basic idea was he literally lost his balance temporarily and he moved around trying to restore his balance with no awareness.
So that particular frame, questionable frame, is part of the two-frame quick start.
Yes, that's the first of those.
How powerful is the Cox network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away.
In a remote operating room.
Giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox network with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
Every student is so different. So why do traditional schools treat them all the same? At Fusion Academy, our one-to-one classrooms match your students' pace and preferences so they can learn better, dive deeper, and never get left behind. With 30 accredited schools across California, serving grades 6 to 12, it's time to see if Fusion's one-to-one personalized learning is what your student has been needing this whole time. Learn more at fusionacademy.com. That's fusionacademy.com.
Hi, I'm Sam. When I'm not out hunting for Sasquatch, I'm listening to Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
This is one of the few questions I had that might perceive as a little bit combative to your point of view, but I just was curious about this. I felt like you were making assumptions about Roger's skill set with regard to camera operation. My impression of him, and I guess this is, of course, based on the anecdotal hearsay and that sort of evidence, that he wouldn't necessarily have been very familiar with being a camera operator. Can you explain why you described, because I feel like sometimes people are describing what a professional director or a professional camera operator might have done in a given circumstance with regard to making this film, and I'm just curious how you would overlay that stuff onto Roger based on what you know.
Certainly, most people do not realize that aside from the Patterson Film software, there's a tremendous amount of related footage that also is important in the analysis. And one of the things which has never been publicly distributed, most people don't even know that it exists, is the fact that Roger was trying to produce a documentary. Aside from the Patterson Film, Roger did a lot of other filming of different things, hoping to make his documentary. He actually got his first experience handling a movie camera around 1960 or 71 in a book, The Making of Bigfoot. A man who's at Shepherd's Camera Store talks about having to tell Roger how to use a movie camera, and you recall it being somewhere around 1960s. So in 60-61, Roger did nothing but the movie camera. But by 1967, he was actually a fairly accomplished cinematographer, camera operator. And we know this because there's another large reel of film. It's actually about 650 feet long. It was in the possession of Leadership Patterson, even Chris Murphy, another researcher, who passed it on to me for analysis. And what it is other footage that Roger filmed when he was doing his documentary. He did the Patterson film. No, well, I don't think there's anything in there which is a canyon, but there's other footage that he filmed, including one segment where he's on camera himself walking around. There's a short segment where he's interviewing a man, some Fred Beck. There's also footage of his VW van that says Bigfoot Expedition 1967. He's got a little sign on the top of his VW van, and he's got that in his footage. There's a segment actually the car literally driving the van down some small road. I used to have a VW van back then, so I know what the dashboard looks like. This is the dashboard of a VW van. And he's in the car with the camera running like that. Well, in this 650 feet of footage, Roger uses both Kodachrome film and Ektachrome film. So he has experience with both. He uses several different types of cameras because cameras have an identification mark that they leave embedded in the film that allows you to look at the footage. And in some instances, you know what kind of camera was used. Sometimes right now with the brand on the model. So looking at that, I can tell that Roger used several different types of cameras. Looking at the film, I can tell that there are some points where Roger actually uses a zoom lens as well as the standard fixed lens or a prime lens. And on the zoom lenses, there are some where I can measure the distance for the difference in the size of the picture from the zoom out to the zoom in position, and change in the picture is nearly 10 to 1. Now that indicates an Angenu 12-120 zoom lens for 16 millimeters. That's a pro rig. No amateur ever gets his hands on a camera with an Angenu 12-120 lens. I use that as a film student in college, and so I know, for example, that's strictly pro equipment. And he is using that also. So we look at this other footage of Roger's documentary work, and we can see that one, he's familiar with both Ektachrome and Kodachrome film stocks. Two, he's familiar with a variety of different types of cameras. Third, he's familiar with a variety of lenses, including a purely pro-equipped 12-120 zoom. This is not an amateur film photographer. This is not your average home movie guy we're talking about. This is a person who, over the years, leading up to 67, did become a serious camera operator. So my assumptions throughout my analysis are based on that.
Great, that was a great answer. Of course, that's a question. Yeah, there was talk of a docudrama specifically that, as described, dealt with some stories from the southwestern part of Washington State, specifically around Cape Canyon, that would include Fred Beck footage for the stories. And apparently Roger was going to kind of stage a little bit about it, which he told in reminiscences of his characters who were actually on a Bigfoot trip, but basically dramatizing certain aspects of these stories. And then there was talk of doing what sounded to me like a more straightforward documentary. Are these one and the same thing, or are these two separate film projects?
Well, I suspect at the time Roger hadn't committed to one or the other. I think that he was actually exploring both possibilities and accumulating footage whenever he could that might serve either type of a documentary production concept. So he probably was exploring both. He was doing interviews with people who had encounters or experiences or wanted to describe, things that they know or are aware of. And he was also doing something which was potentially just kind of a story in itself, a fabricated story. The 6 cowboys out in the woods, something happens to them kind of a thing. So he was basically, as much as I could tell, he looked like he was exploring both options in the way he was approaching it. And then when he finally got enough footage to make one as opposed to the other, then he'd simply go that route. That is my assumption or interpretation of what he's doing based upon all the film evidence.
Right, that was my impression as well. That he was, because it's funny, I know Scott and I both do, but people like this who go out and have an idea for some kind of film, but they have a lot of drive to get something for film or just go out and shoot some test footage, and they start collecting it before they actually know what to do with it. So that does not surprise me. But what I was wondering, because there is the speculation that if he was going to do a docudrama involving these areas in the Mount St. Helens area and also Bluff Creek, recapturing or dramatizing some of these stories, that he would have to have an ape costume at some point. But there is no footage of him ever having one of his friends or associates dress up in an ape costume, or that he'd actually acquired one for that purpose yet. Is there?
No, okay, first of all, his documentary on something like that would responsibly, professionally, and normally contemplate acquiring some type of costume and putting a person in it and filming footage to recreate descriptions of encounters. So instead of just talking heads, the camera just on the guy saying, well, this is what happened to me. Right. Because that's not visual enough for the production. Any responsible producer would plan for, and if the budget allowed, they would go ahead with the idea of finding a costume, finding a person to wear it, going out in the woods and creating it. So if Roger did that, which I suspect he did, it would be a perfectly normal and reasonable thing. There's no indication that, that proves he's trying to create a hoax. No, any normal, honest documentary filmmaker would do that. That actually has a lot of potential to potentially explain both the Philip Morris costume controversy. Maybe he actually did buy a costume from Philip Morris for that purpose. It also possibly explains Bob Hieronymus claiming that he wore Roger's costume because he could have been the one that Roger used to do some type of recreation. So in theory, that idea could explain both Hieronymus and Philip Morris, and still the BGF itself is authentic. Yeah, as far as evidence, though, of it happening, the only evidence that we have no one who, other than Bob Hieronymus, would say, yes, Roger had a costume and I wore it. Nobody else has ever come forward and said, yeah, Roger had a costume. The only other evidence that we have is a letter written by a man named Harry Kimball, who was with a film production company, something Eagle Productions. He had worked at Canada West Laboratories back in 1967 or 68, and he says that Roger came into the lab with a buddy of his. They had some film footage of a guy in an ape suit, and everybody looked at it and they all laughed at how silly it was. It wasn't at all convincing. Now, this guy, Harry Kimball, says it's the Patterson film. Now, the problem is, though, he says the camera stock was high-speed Ektachrome, and we know for certainty Roger's film was cooked, so he's wrong on this film. Second, Harry, being a lab person, said the film looks like it was processed in hot soup, which is a lab term for overdeveloping film to compensate for underexposure, bringing the exposure back up to the normal level. Other ways of referring to it, sometimes, at least when I was in college, we simply called it pushing the film. Yes. The lab push it one stop. That means they would overdevelop to lighten it to what would be presumably one stop lighter. You do that if you're shooting and it's kind of dark and you open your lens all the way, it's still kind of dark and you're not really getting the best exposure you want. Then you write on your film cam when you send it to the lab, push one stop and stop. And the lab will process to try to bring the exposure. The problem with pushing film is that it increases the grain structure. Film becomes tremendously grainy. The Patterson film is not grainy. It is the most perfect grain structure you're ever going to see on a 16mm film. So again, that's not the film Harry's talking about. It's not the BGF. Third, he talks about Roger zooming in and zooming out like he's trying to pretend, he's desperately trying to film something real. He's trying to zoom in, zoom out. And when you zoom in on something to go into full telephoto, if your focus isn't perfectly set, it actually goes out of focus, and then you have to turn the focus ring to get back into focus. That's the old cameraman's trick when you want to focus a zoom lens eyeball. You zoom out or zoom into the fullest telephoto, get your focus perfect in full telephoto, and then you zoom back and it's all perfect. Go back. One of the funny things about camera optics. Anyways, Harry's describing a zoom lens. Roger didn't have a zoom lens of the Patterson film. And there's one other thing in the notes somewhere that suggested that he thought it was maybe an Aeroflex, and Roger's film is correct here at Leonard. So this guy, Harry Kimball, says, yeah, Roger had a guy in an ape suit. We saw the footage. Great. But when he describes the footage, everything he describes about it does not match the PGF film. So he is not talking about the PGF film he saw. Now here's where it gets curious. When you go back to Roger's other documentary footage, Roger shot Ektachrome and Willicott, and Harry said it was Ektachrome. Second, the Fred Beck sequences that Roger shot the film is so grainy that when I scanned it and looked at it, it scared me. It was so grainy. And I couldn't figure out why. Then when I saw the Harry Kimball letter, he talked about Roger had his ectoplasm pushed in the lab, processed in hot soup, as he said, which increases the grain structure. Here is evidence of some of Roger's footage with more grain structure than the film should have. The film was pushed. Third, Harry Kimball talks about Roger zooming in and zooming out. On Roger's other footage, he's using a zoom lens on the camera. So everything Harry Kimball described, Roger is doing, but he's not doing it on the PGF film. He's doing it on his other cognitive stuff. So when you consider all of that together, I think that Harry actually saw the footage Roger took of Bob Hieronymus in his snake suit that he got from Philip Morris. And they shot it, they looked at it, and thought it was laughable, so they just put it on the shelf and forgot about it.
And no one knows where that is now.
No, unfortunately no one does. I actually asked Patricia one time in a letter if she knew anything about this or by chance even had any footage like that. She came back to me with a very emphatic, absolutely no. I've never seen it. Roger never took it. I know nothing about it. But he could have done it and not even showed it to her. I don't know how involved she was in film production at the time. Right. But it would be an absolute wonder if we could find that, because actually it would be a wonderful way of authenticating the Patterson film, because it would show you how obviously fake a fake film actually is.
Bill, you just completely stole the thunder of my explosive theory I was going to do at the end of this series. But we are thinking on the exact same lines. Because that's kind of what we came to, and I did after reading your book and looking at everything else we looked at. Yeah, I think Bob was in a costume. I think they were either rehearsing or they actually shot something. That's been lost or we've never seen it. Or the thing about that is that in a way, everybody is kind of telling the truth. They're either confused about what film they were in, like maybe Bob can't remember, or he's still bitter because he didn't get paid for the day he was going to do, or whatever. With regard to the anecdotal stuff, which I know is not something that you necessarily want to elaborate on, but with regard to it, that what you just said kind of makes everybody's story work in a way, don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah.
It does in a way that's actually quite splendid. There's even a little more to it that I can add. In other words, I do think, yes, that Roger probably got a costume from Philip. So if Morris remembers selling one to Patterson, I think that may actually be correct. I actually do think Bob Hieronymus wore a costume for Roger and then Roger filmed it. I think that actually happened. So in that sense, I think Bob Hieronymus could pass a lie detector test, because I think he really did get in a costume and perform for Roger's camera. Now, what most people don't realize, this is one of the subtle things that requires a person who's actually been there, done that in the industry and such. What most people don't realize is that if you are being given some kind of a creature costume to wear, and you get in it and you walk around in it while somebody's filming, first, you don't actually know exactly what you look like in that costume unless you can stand in front of a full-length dressing mirror, which obviously, if they went out in the woods, there's no mirror for Bob to see what it looks like. So he wouldn't even know exactly what he looks like of the footage of him. Second, when you're in that costume, especially if it's got slightly big feet, the only thing you're concerned with is not falling down. When you're walking, especially on uneven ground, and a lot of the area of the woods is somewhat uneven, you're looking straight forward at where you're going, or you're looking down at where your feet are going to make sure you don't trip over a rock or a log or a little gully that's your angle, so it's going to hit it on the angle and you're going to fall over. That's what you're concentrating on. You're not concentrating on the scenic environment around you. You're looking at literally where you're walking. Third, if you're walking sideways, Patty was, and Roger's shooting, what's behind you, you're not looking at. You have no idea what the scenery looks like behind you. So all of this adds up to the fact that if you perform in a costume with somebody on camera, you actually don't have a clue what the footage looks like. Now, it's entirely possible for Bob that originally, back in '67, when Patterson filmed stuff at Plum Creek, and they started publicizing it, he could go right to Bob and say, Bob, it's not your footage. Now, Bob doesn't know what his footage looks like. So he could be thinking, well, okay, Roger said that's not my footage, so okay, footage. But little by little, after Roger passed away, and the legend of the whole thing kind of evolved and such, Bob's memory could evolve. Memories actually do this. A lot of scientists who do research on memory and the reliability of it have validated that memories evolve. So Bob's memory could have evolved around, well, Roger said it's not me in the footage. To, I don't know. I'm just wondering, what is that? Okay, a lot of people were saying the film's a fake. Well, if it's a fake, then that is my footage. And little by little, year after year after year, all of this mental gymnastics of, is that me? Is it not me? Is the film real? Is it not real? As soon as Bob gets to a point where he thinks, okay, a lot of people are saying the film's a fake, and they know what they're talking about, so maybe they're right, it's a fake. If so, then that's probably my footage. So he finally gets to the point in the 90s, like 25 years later, where he considers talking to Greg Long for the Making of Bigfoot book. And at that point, he may have sincerely believed that was his footage. So he can take a lie detector test and pass it with flying colors, because in his mind, he thinks what he's saying is true.
He did a lie detector test on TV.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. And apparently it reported he passed it.
Yeah.
So polygraphs are not 100% reliable. That's part of the usual skeptical argument of why film's supposed to be fake. But when you look at it in this context, the fact that the person in the costume doesn't have any idea what the footage looks like, it's entirely possible over the years memory could evolve to the point that he could sincerely believe that was his. In a way, it pulls all the elements together, so you don't have to say what's true and what's false. On each of these elements, okay, this is like 95% true what Bob is thinking. This is like 80% true what Philip Morris is saying, but it's still 100% true what Roger did and what he claims that the film is authentic. You know, it's not 100% Roger and 0% the other guy.
I want to circle back on that, but I want to ask you something else first, because we've been talking a while now, and I don't think we've made this clear with all of us. There were a lot of things about your analysis of the idea of it being a costume that I thought were particularly fascinating, and I'm glad you brought up the analysis you did of the shadows, the passage of time, because I think that's really compelling. The other thing that I thought was really compelling was how you described Patty's head and how you can only add to a head and not subtract from a human head in a mask. And so in that case, if you were going to have a brow that recedes directly above the eyes, and forgive me for not using the proper terminology, if you're going to have that, the only way to fit a human head in there, because our foreheads are more vertical, is to make the head of the costume much bigger if you want to pull that off. And it's your assessment that with Patty, that it's just not possible for a human head to be inside of the head that you've seen with Patty.
Well, let me say, in the motion picture industry, from the time when gorillas became known to the scientific world, to the general public, which was the early 30s, when they started bringing gorillas back from Africa, and King Kong, the original one, came out, and then Olsen, with wildlife photographers, came back to America with wildlife footage of real gorillas in the wild in Africa. From that time, the 1930s, the general public and Hollywood has been obsessed with gorillas. Okay? And trying to make real-looking gorilla has been a maddening challenge. Everyone who's ever attempted it. The early ones are just, I mean, they're garbage. They just look like clownish characters, really. The first person who actually tried to do it right was a guy named Charlie Gamora. He was a makeup artist, sculptor, painter, and actor, performer. A truly remarkable man, and he was an incredibly gifted artist. He made a gorilla suit for a 1941 movie called and it's astonishing how good he did it. But the only way he could make an even semi-believable gorilla head is to make it absolutely huge relative to the human head inside. So that he could thrust out the mouth and thrust out the brow area, and the eyes would be deep set, the forehead would slope backwards instead of going straight up like a red. And he did everything he could to try to make a human body fit into a gorilla costume, and a gorilla's anatomy is just plain different. And so he had to cheat, he had to change proportions, after Charlie Kimura, then we have Janos Prohaska in the 60s, who was the go-to guy who actually designed his own costumes and wore them, performed on them in films. And for a while, he was the man. Then we look at John Chambers' work on the Planet of the Apes, 1967, Stuart Freeborn's Amazing Apes, 2001: Space Odyssey, 1968. Then we go into Rick Baker, who became probably one of the greatest gorilla makers of all time, maybe the best. And starting from the early gorillas, well, actually, known as King Kong, 1976, going to Sydney Zoo, the incredible Shrinking Woman, going to work that he did on gorillas in the Abyss, and during Henderson's and all that. We look at all of these incredibly talented people. I mean, we're talking about geniuses. We're not talking about people who are talented. You're talking about people spending years trying to solve this problem. How do you make a perfect ape? And all of these geniuses have never been able to do it. Because you can't make a head unhuman that looks like some kind of primal ape and make it small. You have to make it big enough to cheat the shape and proportion. Now, if all of these geniuses in the last 80 years can't solve that problem, why would we think the next rodeo cowboy, who has no demonstrated experience in creature making of any kind, why do we think he could have solved the problem that all these geniuses, with literally millions of dollars in budget, huge crews, who are also brilliant people to support them and make it happen? Why can't any of those people do it? The simple reality is Patty's head is too small for almost any kind of mass or shape that is functional to put on a human so that they can actually put in the costume, walk around, and do the thing.
How powerful is the Cox Network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away.
Connected to remote operating room.
Giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox Network, with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
If school isn't bringing out the best in your student, maybe they're in the wrong school. At Fusion Academy, our one-to-one classrooms match your students' pace and preferences so they can learn better, dive deeper, and never get left behind. With 30 accredited schools across California serving grades 6 to 12, it's time to see if Fusion's one-to-one personalized learning is what your student has been needing this whole time. Learn more at fusionacademy.com. That's fusionacademy.com.
Hi, my name's Neil from the band Epic Season. When I'm not out at the high seas searching for the Portland, Maine ghost ship, I'm listening to Astonishing Legends. Now back to the show.
I think another point that you made is also was talking about how when Patty turns her head, there's no fabric bunching up or you don't see any kind of evidence of normal telltale signs of a costume on the neckline or anywhere like that. And this was prior to the invention of spandex, because you suggested in the book that now you might be able to do that. But back then, there was no possible way to have it look as good as it looks, right?
Absolutely not.
The other question I wanted to ask you about is we found some sources that indicated that both Stan Winston and Rick Baker might have approved the idea of it being anything more than a costume. There's a quote from Winston saying it's a guy in a bad hairsuit, sorry. And if one of my colleagues created this for a movie, he would be out of business. And Rick Baker supposedly said on Geraldo Rivera's Now It Can Be Told, it looked like cheap fake fur and made a reference to John Chambers' wig. What do you think about those two giants weighing in?
First of all, I have the utmost respect for both of them. They're both geniuses. I didn't know both of them personally. So, and then I know their work as individuals, not just the big companies that they put their name on, where they got like 50 people in the shop making them look good. These two were certifiable geniuses in their own right when they were just working a lot of in the makeup effects business. As far as Rick Baker, I understand he and the guy named Bob Burns, who also was a Gorilla Man and made Gorilla costumes, they got a copy of the film somewhere maybe in the late 70s, maybe early 80s, I'm not sure, but based on what I've heard, it sounds like all they had was a copy of the film they could throw up on a moviola. Now, if they saw just a full-frame copy of the film on a standard moviola, that is literally head to toe, maybe 3/4 of an inch high on that moviola screen. Doing an analysis of that is nearly impossible. Also on a moviola, the only thing you do is run it forward, run it backwards, and if you have a variable speed motor, and you're not interlocked with the sound motor that locks into 24, then you've got to run it a little faster, a little slower, but that still doesn't allow you to do a truly formative analysis. The technology, regardless of Rick Baker's skill, that technology would not allow a proper analysis running it on a movie. The second is the fact that I know Rick commented on that Geraldo interview where he says that the fur didn't quite look right. Now, the problem with that is that on 16 millimeter film, it doesn't have enough resolution in the film image to be able to clearly distinguish any type of fur. So I suspect, with no disrespect to Rick, I suspect that he was kind of stretching in his appraisal on that because you can't actually look at the Patterson film and distinguish anything which is true for texture. And without that, plus the fact that he was probably looking at copy, and copy may have had copy bloom, and the copy bloom, the contrast shift, makes the light dark values on the fur more contrasty than it would have been on the original, it would have been real light. And hair, artificial hair, and real hair has a slightly different sheen to it. He might have mistaken this copy bloom for the sheen of artificial hair, but it's the fault of the film, it's not the fault of the fur being photographed. I've never been able to talk to Rick. The problem with Rick's analysis is that he gives you a few lines to say, I think this because this, because this. Well, if we say, okay, this is an expert and we're asking for this expert witness's analysis, we need more than a few sentences to be able to give credibility to an expert witness's analysis. We need to know what material did they actually look at, how did they look at it, what analysis techniques did they use, how did they perform the analysis, did they actually photograph real fur like a bear hide and then artificial fur, and then look at them both on 16 millimeter film and see, can you actually tell the difference between the two? Did they run a test like that? No. So the problem is, okay, Rick offered an opinion. Yes, it was his opinion. Thank you. But we can't take his analysis as being a true expert analysis without all of the substantiating documentation of how the analysis was done. Lacking that, all we can say is, okay, fine. In Rick's opinion, he thought it was okay, fine. But in his opinion, it's not considered an expert analysis because it doesn't have the documentation that allows us to observe how the analysis was done. That's right. With Stan was a brilliant genius. Stan was also a showman of the worst kind. Stan did everything in a grand way. He was always conscious of the public relations of the business. And Stan, unfortunately, made a mistake when he was asked to analyze footage of something called the alien autopsy. Have you heard of it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Stan was asked to analyze it, and they took it to him and a few of his key lieutenants and his attendants in the studio. And they showed the alien autopsy to him, and when Stan was talking about it, he was doing an honest analysis. He said, look at this, this is not the way we do this. This is unusual. That's more like real skin. And he didn't come out and endorse it and say, absolutely, this isn't a real alien autopsy. But he was very responsible analyzing what was being done. And when he concluded, he said, well, if it's a fake, whoever did it, they've got a job waiting for them. If I need to, I'll hire them. Well, then the film was actually shown on television, and it was revealed to be a fake. And a lot of other makeup artists in the business were chiming in saying, "Oh, are you kidding me? I mean, why didn't Stan spot it for the fake it was the moment he saw it? I mean, why did he go through all that analysis? I mean, man, I looked at it and I knew it was a fake in 5 seconds." These other makeup artists actually embarrassed Stan Winston because he did a careful analysis of the film instead of just dismissing it instantly as a fake. Well, Stan learned his lesson. If you don't want to have your reputation hurt, somebody shows you something weird on film, just dismiss it as a fake right off the bat, insult it, ridicule it, and you look brilliant, right? That's what Stan was doing with Patterson. But it's because of industry PR, it wasn't a formative analysis.
Well, the other thing I thought was interesting you pointed out too was that there was also a culture back during the time period when the film was shot of nobody wanting to admit professionally that they don't know how something was made, because that's not good either.
Yes, that's all part of it. You show something you think is a fake, you have to denounce it absolutely and immediately. Somebody shows you something you can't figure out, you have to bluff and pretend, "Oh yeah, I know exactly how that was done, but I can do it better." You had to do that in that business to be competitive during that golden age of makeup, because there was a constant demand for newer, better, novel, innovative techniques being done. And anytime somebody did something and the audience loved it, they would run into the person they want to hire and say, "How did they do that?" You have to give them an answer. Even if you actually don't know how it was done, you have to present to do.
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
There's like a few more questions I wanted to ask you. One of them would be, who do you feel like has done the best, in your mind, biological or anthropological analysis of the idea of patty making primate?
I'm not familiar with any one person that I would say has done the best analysis, so I actually can't endorse any other researcher. I do have some theories of my own of exactly what she might be, and they actually kind of disagree with some of the other people. I sort of subscribe to my own theory and don't actually endorse others.
Are you willing to share those now, or would you go too long?
Yeah, basically, given the humanistic form of the body and the bipedal walk, I assume that it's something related to the human lineage. Some people think Gigantopithecus, but what we know of Gigantopithecus, the giant prehistoric 9-foot-tall ape of Asia a couple of million years ago, was that it was probably a quadruped, and so it wasn't bipedal. Because Patty is clearly a bipedal ape, I suspect that she is somehow associated to the human ancestry after humans became bipedal, which would be after Lucy afarensis, maybe going into like Homo habilis and such like that. But when I look at the shape of Patty's head, the closest shape that comes to mind is a type of human ancestor used to be called Australopithecus boisei. Now Boisei. Boisei was a skull that was found in Old White Gorge. I think it's about 1,200,000 years old, something like that. But it had a head shape where you had this vertical face that goes up from the mouth, the nasal bridge, the eyes, the brow, and then literally it makes a right turn or left turn, going almost straight backward. So there's no cranium going up the way humans do. Right. I mean, right after the brow, it's straight back. And there's a small sagittal crest there, which is very powerful trauma. I think that possibly a descendant of Australopithecus boisei might be the ancestral form for what we see in the Patterson film. Another possibility is very, very early Neanderthal, because Neanderthal had a body proportion very similar to her, with a leg that has what's called the peroral index, the relationship with the upper leg and the lower leg, and we rarely see that on humans today, but some of the Neanderthal had it, Patty definitely has the same relationship. And so my particular theory is that somewhere in the human lineage, maybe Boisei or maybe Neanderthal, there was an offshoot where the full body hair pretty much diminished. The follicles that produce hair are still on the body, but the hair changed from colored and long to colorless and very short terminal hair, it's called vellus hair. We actually have it pretty much over our whole body. Well, somehow in one of these ancient lineages, the gene that makes the hair grow robustly and pigments it, that kicked back in and produced a condition that in humans is called hypertrichosis. Basically, once again, the body is virtually covered in hair. It's tough. I suspect in his human lineage of Lucy or Neanderthal, somebody had this happen. This gene kicked in, the person became utterly hair covered. That probably caused them to be ostracized from their community because they look so weird. And that might have, with that particular one breeding and eventually inbreeding, so its ancestors carried the gene. Finally, that became a dominant gene. This lineage with this hair over their body was kind of a separate lineage, split off somewhere with a different lineage, and became basically a feral human. Given the fur over the entire body, they were much better equipped to explore and live in northern climates where it was much colder during the winter, and they had no problem surviving because they had this fur-covered body. That's my theory.
Next question for you. I want to talk a little bit about, because you know so much about the film, about the processing and that film timeline that a lot of people who are skeptical of this being a hoax really fixate on. Do you have an idea of how you think the processing might have gotten done?
Let's go through the mechanics first of all. One, we know it was filmed on Kodachrome film stock, and very, very few labs processed Kodachrome. Aside from the actual Kodak laboratories, where there were 5 or 6 around the country, there were private labs that were licensed by Kodak to do Kodachrome processing. One of them was in Seattle and operational in 1967. So in theory, that could have been the lab. Second, we know for a fact that when the lab has a roll of Kodachrome film, it takes only 1 hour to go from the time they thread it up in the dark room and hook it up to the feeder chain that's going to go in through the processing, run it through the full processor, do everything, bring it out, dry it off, everything out of the processor is roughly 1 hour. So we only need 1 hour of this lab time to run the film. Now the film was generally reported to have been filmed Friday on October 20th around noon, 1 o'clock. It was reported to have been taken to Jakarta, to an airport there, and flown up to Roger's brother-in-law, Ali Otley, in Yakima, Washington, somewhere possibly Friday night, early Saturday morning. It is reported that the film is screened for Roger, Al, and a few other people to see on Sunday, 22nd. A lot of people say you couldn't process Kodachrome film in that time. Now, in terms of physical time, from getting into Northern California to Yakima, that's a few hours plane flight. Getting into a lab in Seattle, you fly, it's 45 minutes. You drive, it's 3 hours. Running it through the machine, that's only 1 hour. And it's done. So from Friday afternoon to Sunday morning, there isn't physically enough time to do it. The question hinges on the fact that the lab in Seattle, which did process Kodachrome, says they did not process Kodachrome Friday night or all day Saturday, and they didn't start the machines up again until Sunday night. So in theory, their machines were not running then. That's what they say. Now, being in the film business and having actually taken film to the lab and seen what labs can do and everything else like that, the simple reality is people will occasionally do something that, according to their normal description or their normal operating hours, they say they won't do. They can do special orders. So all we need for that timeline to work is someone at that processing facility in Seattle to simply decide to break the rules, whether they were pressured to do so, or whether they were offered a financial incentive they considered enough to justify doing it. All you simply need is somebody to break the rules. Now, a lot of people have trouble understanding this, but I mean, look at the reality of people fixing parking tickets. Okay, it's illegal, but somehow some people get it done. Somebody's breaking the rules. Somebody paid them to do it, pressured them.
And Diatley had deep pockets.
So the whole thing about going to a high-class hotel and tipping the bellhop to send the hooker up to your room. In theory, the hotel will swear that never happens in our hotel. But I'm sure the bellhops can tell you, we do it all the time, you know.
Right.
Just give us a 50 and we'll send a lady up. There are a lot of things in life where there's the theory of how it works, and there's the under-the-table reality. And the people who are hooked up on the timeline, they keep clinging to the theory of, well, but the lab says it wasn't open then, so it couldn't be done. Well, the reality is, of course it could. Somebody just had to break the rules. So depending on how much you are aware of the reality of people breaking rules or not, you may see the timeline as possible or impossible. But it all hinges on the simple reality. Do you want the theory of how it works to be absolutely violent? Or do you want to kind of lighten up and say, oh, come on, in reality, you can get things done. People say it can't be done. It just takes a little persuasion. That's all. So the timeline controversy really hinges on that. Whether it's a strict interpretation of the people said these are the rules and nobody can break the rules, or the reality that, yeah, somebody can break the rules, either by pressure or by financial incentive, but people do it.
Am I correct in understanding from your book that you actually worked with Stuart before?
No, never met him.
Okay.
Never talked to him. Wished and dreamed and hoped, but never had the opportunity. I did know Dick Smith, and we were big group of friends back in the 70s. Met John Chambers, knew Stan Winston, a lot of the other people as well. But Stuart, no, I never got a chance to meet him and work with him or such, but I admired him immensely.
Okay. I thought I might have misinterpreted that, which is why I wanted to ask that. I know you're familiar with Rhodes' book, but have you actually read Rhodes' book?
Not 100%. I've read a lot of it.
Did you read the chapter on Bob Ramos?
Yeah, definitely read it.
I thought that was something about the eye, the prosthetic eye, that he says was left behind in costume. The strangest thing I thought about that, and you may know more about this than I do, since you've obviously used prosthetics for costumes, I imagine. Aren't those things expensive, even back then?
Yeah, they weren't cheap. Good quality glass eye wasn't really cheap. Most of those glass eyes, though, were round spheres. You can put them actually into the eye socket where there is no real eye. There were occasionally ones made that were just a front crescent, and I have no idea how they fit inside. I don't know what was in the rest of the eye socket. So they don't distinguish in Bob's claim about which kind of glass eye you're talking about. If it's the full round ball and that was attached to the eye socket of the mask, that would push the whole mask further away from his face, and it would have made it nearly impossible for his own eye to see out of the other eye opening, because if that opening of the eye is about the size of your own eye, if it's pressed against the eye, then fine, you can see the full scope of your normal peripheral vision. But if you pull this out an inch or so from your own eye, it's like you're looking out a little window and you're only seeing a small fraction of what your eye is capable of taking in. That would have blinded him even more and had him stumbling around, tripping over everything.
Towards the end of your book, you had indicated some other things that you wanted to do, and of course, unfortunately, now one of them escapes me. It might have been higher resolution scans or something, but it was based on getting additional funding. Since the publication of your book, have you been able to conduct research that doesn't exist in the book?
No, not yet. Still looking for it, because I'm at a point now where almost any research that I see as being valuable is somewhat expensive, and without some kind of financial support, it just isn't going to happen. And I've tried on several occasions to get a television documentary going that would explore this, would have the backing in order to do the research. There's still some talk it might happen, but it's been, we've tried to get it going for a couple of years, and it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. So I don't have a lot of confidence in that. Probably, most likely, other business ventures of mine that might materialize might position me to finally go back and do that research.
Here's one of the other things I wanted to ask about, and this is something that we can relate to because we faced a little bit of it ourselves, but it seems like nothing compared to what you've gone through. You talk a good deal in the book about assault on your character, and it's an interesting thing looking at it from the skeptical side. You obviously went through a good deal, and I can only imagine, especially having most of your discussions in internet forums, which are liker hits in general. But it seems like a lot of people went after you, and it's left an impression on you. Like I said, we've been through that as well, but not to the extent that you have. But one thing that was common and interesting to me was your assessment of what seems to be a lack of critical thinking with regard to skeptical counterpoints to
core idea that the Patterson film is 100%. Can you elaborate a little bit on that and on what the skeptic battle has been like for you?
Yeah, first of all, just as a general appraisal of the skeptical community, sadly, they have gone off on a detour around the Patterson film that absolutely blows their credential as what we like to call critical thinkers, which is odd because in many other subjects, their critical thinking is quite splendid. So why they've gone so far off the path of the Patterson film, I don't really have a concrete explanation for this. The best example is in this new book, Abominable Science, by Don Farrow and Daniel Loxton. And in the first chapter, he spends quite a bit of time explaining why anecdotal evidence isn't any good. And everything he explains is just spot on. I actually reference it myself because it's excellent. But then they go into the chapter dealing with the Patterson film and the other author, Daniel Loxton, basically apparently authored that one. And he goes after the Patterson film by trying to first say the film can't speak for itself, which means he's saying the best empirical evidence knows nothing, which is a monumental mistake for someone to reject the empirical evidence only so that they can then try to make the anecdotal evidence seem wonderful by comparison. And I can't imagine how they made such an unbelievable mistake in their logic and skeptical critical thinking. But then Loxton goes into comparing the Patterson film to an encounter by a man named William Wood. Now, it's one of the more famous Bigfoot sightings. But all we have from that is that this man out in the woods, he saw a female Bigfoot creature and he drew a figure of a female figure, large, noticeable breasts, and hair over the bottom. Loxton compares the Patterson film to the Roe encounter as if they're equal. But in the Roe encounter, it truly is nothing more than an anecdote. This person told the story. He drew one little drawing, and by his testimony, he said, this is what I saw. But it's an anecdote. It has no weight whatsoever scientifically observed. The Patterson film, by comparison, is one of the most astonishing pieces of film evidence of an encounter with something strange, suspicious, or mysterious. It's one of the most spectacular bodies of physical evidence we have ever seen. There is no UFO footage, there is no other Bigfoot footage, there is no Loch Ness footage, there is no dinosaur in the Congo footage, there is no Mothman footage, there is no other footage of any kind that even comes close to the amount of empirical evidence the Patterson film. Now, this guy is comparing the greatest trove of empirical data with an anecdote and treating them like how God's name can anyone who understands critical thinking do that? It seems to me they're just so desperate to win the argument that winning is all that matters. And this is something that, I mean, it's not just them or just skeptics in general. I mean, this is going on in the world right now. We see it all the time in Washington, D.C. with the current political climate. Winning is all that matters. Truth doesn't matter. Evidence doesn't matter. None of that matters. Winning is all that matters. And it's just something that's occurring in the world, not just with skeptics versus Bigfoot proponents with Patterson film. It's occurring everywhere, and it's a monumental tragedy, in my opinion. But that's what I see with the skeptical community. They want to win more so than they want to actually work with the truth evidence. Because countless times I've tried to engage someone who really identifies themselves as a skeptic. I've tried to engage them in this logical analysis of patterns in the film, and they run away every time. Nobody will take that on. As far as I know, no one has ever published a single, thorough, logical, reasoned, authoritative, skeptical review of what I laid out in the book. No one will meet me on my terms and debate the subject. It's tragic, it really is.
We have a fairly good friend of the
show, his own show that takes us, he's more of a skeptical approach on monsters. And I imagine that he could, and he's very civil and a kind person, and that's why we're friends with him and we've engaged with him, cross-engaged with him on topics we've covered in the past, and specifically about the nature of skepticism when it comes to this kind of stuff. He may be interested in talking to you. Would you be interested in possibly going on his show if we could put you in touch with him and having your
Very receptive.
Okay, great. You know, I'm going to let you go here in a bit. I can't thank you enough for all the time you've given us. There's a couple of other things I wanted to ask you about. One of them is it fair to say that you went from not necessarily believing or even considering the idea of Bigfoot being reality to 100% believing it based on your experience with the Patterson Gimlin?
Actually, my outlook is a little more complex than that. Now, in the beginning, I didn't know if the Bigfoot entity, as we call it, was real or not. I was very open to the possibility, but there was no conclusion in my mind like, yes, it's absolutely real. And all the footprints that people are showing, most of the footprint casts I've seen, I could fake those without any difficulty. So I was never particularly impressed by that evidence of individual footprint casts because I could fake them, without any problem at all. And I never really, for a long time with the Patterson film, I was just undecided. I really didn't commit myself to it until I finally got into a very serious informative analysis. And I really honestly looked at the film and analyzed the film. But on the Bigfoot phenomenon in general, I'm still utterly and completely mystified. There are so many questions that skeptics like to raise, and they're very legitimate questions, like why can't anybody find a mind? I think that's a wonderful question. I don't have an answer to it, but I think it's a wonderful question because we should have, with all the people looking, all the people searching, we should have by now been able to find a specimen if they are, in fact, a viable population of this species of primates. We should have been able to find them, either dead or alive. We should have been able to find them. The second thing that mystifies me is that given how incredible the Patterson film is, somewhere in the last 50-odd years, somebody else should have been taking some kind of footage that was at least close to it. But there's nothing even close. Everything else is almost junk by comparison. A lot of the footprint stuff, I know a lot of the footprints out there that people show off, I know they're fake. Some of them I've looked at because every time I go to a Bigfoot convention or a meeting or whatever, there's always a room where the sellers are and they have the casts laid out on the table and they're offering for sale. And I've looked through those, and half of the ones I see there, I have no doubt they're fake. So I know there's a lot of big footprints out there. I know there's a lot of people faking stuff, faking encounters, and faking films and such. I know all of that's going on, and I know it has to be very credibly and reliably accepted. But there are things going on that nothing can explain, and I don't have any explanation for it. There are stick structures out of the woods. I've seen them myself. Trying to say, well, yeah, humans made this, I just don't buy it. There are other incidents that people have described, encounters, that really are astonishingly compelling. But I can't make sense of this phenomenon. In the one sense, the evidence I've seen, the encounters that I've seen described, some of which are not public, are very, very compelling that there's something out there. But why we can't find a body, why we can't find any DNA, why we can't find anything that would allow us to scientifically confirm they exist is utterly and completely mystifying to me. So in the larger phenomenon, I don't actually have an opinion. I don't know whether they're real or not. All I know is the one in the Patterson film is real. Maybe she's a one of a kind. Maybe she literally is some kind of bizarre human mutant. I don't know. She's real, but the rest of the phenomenon, I don't know.
We've come across, not only with Bigfoot, but other paranormal and supernatural phenomena. So if you don't believe it, then it has to be the common prosaic answer. And in this case, if you can't extend your belief to believe that there is an unknown primate out there, Bigfoot, then it has to be
a guy in a costume? And if it is a guy in a costume, then with your expertise, then what would Roger have done to make that look as good as it did? Is it employing silicone or something, whatever was available at the time? If you could, for our listeners, tell us what Roger would have had to have done, again, to achieve that effect.
To achieve that effect, Roger would have had to put to shame the greatest geniuses of the makeup profession. And I doubt it he could. But that's it. He would have had to look into the future and invent technology that didn't exist then, not just in fur cloth, but in resinous products that can simulate very soft tissue of the body. We call it flab. They brought it out in the 90s, and Rick Baker did an amazing body costume for Eddie Murphy in a film called Norbit, where he played a woman in a fat woman in a costume, and she's wearing a bikini, and she goes to a water park. And it's just absolutely unbelievable. It's just so realistic. But that resin they used didn't come around until the 90s. Roger would have had to literally get in his time machine, go to the future, get his stretch fur cloth, get his lab resin from BJB Enterprises, and bring them back to 67 to build his costume. Aside from the fact that Roger was no genius in makeup, I doubt very much if he had a time machine.
Right. There are two other aspects that I think are key with, let's say, the physicality of either a creature or a costume. And that is, one, the jiggle factors of the breasts and also the muscles that some seem to say or seem to be rippling underneath either its skin or its fabric of some kind.
Right.
Other than this flab, how would he be able to get muscles, like a calf muscle I see is very firm? And
he would. Actually, in 1980, I was bidding on a guerrilla contract for the movie Congo that Michael Crichton wrote, and they were going to adapt it to a film. And I researched possible ways of simulating muscle movement. And one of the things that we researched is a material called ferrofluidics. It's liquid magnetized masses. And by running an electrical charge through it, this liquid mass will ball itself up like a muscle contracting. We actually explored ferrofluidics to create movable muscles for these gorilla costumes. And this is 1980, not even 1967. The bottom line is there was nothing in the technology that could have created any kind of real believable muscle movement in the costume in 1967, and the fur cloth wouldn't have allowed it to move if you somehow engineered it. But all of the options, aside from the flab resins, we did explore ferrofluidics in 1980, and we didn't even find a way that we could make it workable, adaptable in a costume. And if we did, we still would have had trouble trying to put fur over it where the fur would allow the movement. Just can't be done.
Can you give our listeners a broad overview of the conclusion you came to and why?
My conclusion is very, very well documented, widely reported by people. It is my conclusion that this film is 100% authentic, that it truly was an unplanned, unexpected, and spontaneous encounter. And the subject figure that we see in the film is, without any shadow of a doubt, something biologically real, exactly as it appears. It is not a human in a fur costume. That's my conclusion. The conclusion is based entirely on the film itself. Good evidence. Truly fur-like. The elements of the conclusion are, first, as a filmmaker, everything about the way the filming event occurred, the segments, the camera started and stopped, the trigger slipped, when Roger was filming, the terrain area, everything like that. Everything about that, as described by the film and the camera, described as spontaneous, unplanned, improvised, and rather hasty, sort of out of control. But nothing about it gives any indication of planning, deliberation, and calm movement. Most people don't realize that when you are filming something where you're in control of production, there are certain ways that you behave, certain things that you do, certain activities none of these things which would be evidence of a deliberate film can be found, and I've searched high and mighty within the film for any possible evidence. One example, if you're going to film this deliberately, and even if you deliberately chose to have these 6 segments, the person who filmed deliberately would shoot each segment to stop and then very carefully work out, okay, this is what we're going to do in number 2. And we're going to do them all so it looks like they're continuous segments in the film. It's called camera cutting. You don't edit in the editing room. You actually edit starting and stopping your camera. Segment by segment. It's occasionally done in cinema verite style. Okay, so you could argue, yeah, that's what it was done. It was camera cutting in cinema verite style. But if you're doing that, every time you finish a segment, you would carefully plan out exactly what you want to accomplish in the next segment. So the moment you turn the camera on, everything's going perfectly, and then you turn it off, and that segment's perfect. And then you stop and you work out the next segment perfectly. Well, that's how you do it in camera cutting. The problem is, if you were doing that segment that takes a projection about a minute long would probably take you an hour and a half to film with all these interruptions to plan each segment meticulously. Well, in that amount of time, shadows shift their position very noticeably. So if you look at the film and find in 2 different segments, the shadow is very conspicuous on a tree or on the ground or something like that. If you have the normal delay of this camera cutting and setting up each segment with planning deliberation, and even 10, 15 minutes of time to a shot, the shadows would have shifted one segment to the next. Nobody would ever think about it in filming. No one would ever expect an analyst to find it. But an analyst, in fact, could find that if they have the film properly scanned today, they can find evidence of that no one filming back in 67 would have ever imagined anyone could find. Well, I went through it to look at that, and there is no evidence of any time lapse other than a few seconds from one segment to another segment to another segment. There was no evidence of deliberation. These are the kinds of things. There are a lot of other things that are specific technical things about how the film is done and everything, and you look at it from the standpoint, would a person do this in reality in a spontaneous event, or would a person do this with a deliberate film? Every single one of these analysis factors reinforces spontaneous, unplanned, sudden events. Absolutely nothing gives any support to a planned, deliberate production. That's what filmmaking. So everything of that adds up to reason. Then we go to the subject figure herself, the pattern. You look at every possible explanation for a suit or a costume, every aspect of the body and how it's built as a costume, compared to what we've seen. And in almost every single instance, we find on that real body that matters as well. Body that simply you can't accomplish your costume. And there's absolutely nothing in it to suggest that a costume was used. There's nothing that would be evidence of a costume as opposed to evidence of reality. So looking at all these things, this includes the shape and size of the head, the way the head, the neck, and the torso flow together. It has motion of the breast tissue. It has the skin shifting along the waist, going down to the hip of the thigh, down onto the leg. It involves the structure of the calf muscles of the leg, the evidence of the toes moving upward, shutting down when the person is stepping, the contours of the back, all of these individual elements of the body matter meticulously. And nothing about the evidence or the conclusions derived supports the human head costume. Everything supports something biologically real as it was. Right.
That's going to wrap up part 5 of our 6-part series of Absolute.
I had a dream. I forget to get over City.
Hi, I'm Sam. Hi, I'm Glenda, and I get permission. Tell me if you like it. What do I have to say? My name is N-E-A-L. And my
Sasquatch. Our show is edited by Sarah. Co-produced by Tess.
Maybe dreamer with the universe. Yeah. And I do work the weekend. And I just didn't care anymore.
Visit our store at astonishingplaces.com or interact with us and other listeners on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also support the show at patreon.com/astonishingplaces, where patrons have access to additional bonuses. No part of the show is taken without permission. Copyright Astonishing Legends.
How powerful is the Cox network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away.
Operating room.
Give you a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox network with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply. She was talking about her favorite breakfast of any day. And some of yours. Otherwise, my brother.
The deluxe breakfast platter is easy to share. Hotcakes, sausage, scrambled eggs, hash browns, bacon, and an English muffin start your day deliciously. Even better when you pair them with an iced coffee.